Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 200 and 1 King Pamalono's Awkward Smile. Janira with a picture-perfect grin. Through that two-shot, Alon could grasp the situation in the Principality of Luxable. In fact, there was no need to guess. Anyone could see that King Pamalono had been completely subdued by Janira. What happened here? Alon was curious about the circumstances that led to the current power structure, but he soon stopped thinking about it. It was intriguing, but ultimately it meant that the Thunder Serpent tribe, whom he had once shown favor to, had taken control of Luxable. That was a situation overwhelmingly favorable to Alon, especially now when he was mistaken as Kalanin, the lightning receiver by the Thunder Serpent tribe. I am the Marquis of Palatio. I have heard a lot about you, I have heard many stories. King Pamalono hastily changed his words mid-sentence, glancing nervously at Janira. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed that the soldiers, seemingly accustomed to this dynamic, showed no reaction. After exchanging formal greetings, Alon concluded the audience. Or more precisely, Alon had intended to show a bit of decorum, but since that is done, I believe you may leave now, Marquis Palatio. Is that so? The king's expression, which clearly seemed to plead, please, just leave already, left Alon with no choice but to step outside. As you said, thank you very much for visiting. The moment they exited the audience chamber, Siakal quickly bowed his head deeply. Alon shook his head awkwardly. It's nothing. I came here because I had business to attend to in the first place. Please tell me what that business is. The lightning no, my symbol, where is it? At Alon's question, Siakal tilted his head slightly, then soon realized and let out a small ah. It is at the same place as last time. If you mean last time's place, are you referring to the ruins? Yes. However, Siakal trailed off, then added with an apologetic expression, it may be very difficult to go there now. Why? Have you heard the news about the Lanavelia jungle? The rumors Evan had mentioned. Are you talking about the black magic? Yes, that's correct. Because of that magic, it will likely be very inconvenient for you to go there right now. Alon let out a small sigh. He had vaguely expected the situation to turn out this way. But even so, he couldn't just wait around here idly. If he didn't reach that place within a week, Kalanin would disappear. Though unintentional, he felt a slight sense of responsibility for having taken the divine power. Moreover, Kalanin's proposal to teach him how to wield divine power was quite tempting. He could sense and manipulate the divine essence, but he still didn't understand the principles or methods of using it. Besides, if the entity spreading black magic was an apostle of sloth, then Alon would have to deal with it anyway. In the end, there was only one conclusion. You're certain my symbol is inside that ruin? Yes. May I ask if you intend to enter? I suppose I will. At that, Siakal once again bowed deeply. In that case, we shall accompany you. Alon shook his head slightly. That won't be necessary. No, we cannot remain here while the one we serve walks into danger. Please, allow us to accompany you. But Siakal showed no sign of backing down. In truth, if Alon had been his usual self, he would have brought not just her, but as many people as possible. Unless there was a drastic power imbalance, having more people was always advantageous. However, the reason Alon hesitated if that thing really is the sin of sloth, as I suspect, then having more people would be a disadvantage. The more people gather, the stronger it becomes. It was due to the nature of the entity spreading black magic. While contemplating the worst-case scenario, Alon finally spoke. Then, I will accept your guidance only up to the range of the black magic. But the inside of the black magic zone is where the real danger lies. Siakal still couldn't conceal her worries. A typical persuasion wouldn't work on her at all. Faced with her resolute stance, Alon hesitated briefly, took a deep breath, and then declared firmly, "Don't worry. Who do you think I am?" Of course, as soon as he said it, he immediately regretted it. Ah, that was embarrassing. If he were an undeniably powerful being, there would be no shame in saying it. But since he didn't see himself that way, it was nothing more than bravado. However, my apologies. To Siakal, who mistook his identity, it served as the perfect persuasion. Lead the way. Swallowing his embarrassment, Alon decided to push forward. Clearing his throat out of embarrassment, Alon climbed into the carriage. Surrounding him were the Thunder Serpent tribe members and soldiers. As Alon looked outside the carriage, his gaze shifted to Evan, who was seated across from him. Aren't you going to ask this time? About what? Instead of answering, Alon gestured out the window. Evan had always asked questions whenever something didn't make sense, but this time he was oddly quiet, so Alon asked first. Evan shrugged lightly. Well, I more or less understand now. What exactly do you understand? That you're Kalanen, the lightning receiver. I thought about it. About what? It would be kind of weird if I, who travel with you all the time, kept asking, is this real? Every single time, wouldn't it? Well, if it were me, it'd keep being curious, Alon thought to himself. But Evan, as if he had already given up, leaned comfortably against the backrest. So I've just decided to accept everything. Really? Yes. At this point, even if you told me I am actually the god of Cyrenia, I would believe you. The god of Cyrenia is a goddess, isn't she? I'd believe it even if you told me you were a woman. He exuded a sense of detachment, as if he had transcended worldly concerns. As if responding to this, Blackie peeked out from Evan's pocket and looked up at Alon. I see. Well, yeah. Silence settled inside the carriage once more. After a while, we have arrived. A voice announced their destination. Alon's vision was soon filled with the sight of a jungle a domain where black magic swirled ominously. Is the entire territory in this state? No, not entirely, but about half of it has been consumed, so everyone has already evacuated. As if to confirm Siakal's words, it's completely desolate. Kaslat, which had once been bustling with people, was now empty. After taking in the bleak sight for a moment, Alon noticed the tents set up near the boundary where the black magic churned. What's that? They belong to the Knights of Caliban. The Knights of Caliban? What are they doing here? I heard they came looking for someone. Looking for someone? As he pondered the unexpected answer, familiar faces emerged from inside the tents. Reinhardt? And it was Reinhardt, one of Caliban's swords, whom he had briefly worked with in the jungle before. And Deus, Marquis? Anyone could see that Deus looked utterly exhausted, yet his eyes still burned with rage. At that moment, Alon realized why Deus looked the way he did. Deus, what are you doing here? Deus clenched both fists tightly. My little sister biting his lip, he barely managed to utter the next words. She's been kidnapped. Alon had no words to say. Inside the tent, Alon listened as Deus explained the situation in detail. To summarize, the one who kidnapped Silly lured you here? That's right. But you can't do anything because of the black magic. That bastard gritting his teeth, Deus lowered his head. The deeper I went in, the more I saw the thread around Silly's neck tighten before my eyes. His hands, resting on his knees, trembled slightly. Any other demands? As long as I don't step into the black magic, Silly's throat won't be squeezed. So they're forcing someone else to go rescue her instead? Yes, but anyone who enters immediately turns into a puppet. Reinhardt added from the side. If you don't constantly cut the threads that form, you'll lose control of your body in an instant. He frowned deeply, as if recalling an unpleasant experience. After listening to both of them, Alon grasped the situation. They're deliberately forcing someone other than Deus to go after Silly. By making others die in the process, they're trying to break Deus' spirit. It wasn't hard to figure out the Apostles' true goal either. Rather than simply killing Deus, they aimed to shatter his mind. They were deliberately using Silly's life as bait, manipulating the Knights to make Deus suffer mentally. In the end, they would likely finish it all off in the most traumatic way possible, completely breaking him. No. At this point, Silly might already be. Alon looked at the burning rage in Deus' eyes and couldn't bring himself to ask the question. Right now, any question about Silly would only shatter Deus' already fragile psyche. So instead, Alon quietly shifted his gaze toward the forest visible outside the tent. Where's that bastard hiding? Here. Deus immediately pointed to a spot on the map. Even with his exhausted face, his movements were sharp. At that moment, this place. Siakal joined the conversation. You recognize it? Alon asked, and she nodded. This is where the symbol is, then this place is yes. It's the ruins where our tribe used to reside. Alon fell into thought for a moment before asking Deus and Reinhardt, so, what was your plan moving forward? I originally intended to go in myself and attempt a rescue, but I was completely outmatched. I barely managed to escape. Did the Knights go in with you? Yes. As soon as we got deep enough, the attack started. The Knights before Alon could finish his question, Reinhardt's expression turned grim. They're all dead. All of them? Yes. At first, when we realized they were being controlled, we planned to knock them out and carry them back. But the moment their bodies went limp, their necks were snapped instantly, and they died on the spot. But we did manage to learn one thing. What is it? It seems that the Black Threads can't control more than 3 people at a time. They can't control more than 3? Alon repeated the statement, and Reinhardt nodded. Yes, out of the 15 knights, only 3 were controlled at a time. And the rest weren't affected? That's right. Reinhardt continued his explanation. Because of that, I was devising a strategy. If it can only control 3 people at a time, we can split into pairs and counter it. So your plan is to have everyone enter together and reach the target at once? Yes. If we divide the knights into 6 groups, we can take turns activating our magic to conserve energy while advancing. That way, it won't be difficult. After listening to the entire explanation, Alon remained silent for a moment. From what he knew, sins had no limits when it came to controlling people. Is it because it's just an apostle? As he pondered this new information, he soon arrived at a conclusion. And then, without realizing it, he let out a quiet chuckle. If his guess was correct, that plan, you should abandon it. Why? It's a trap. A trap? It was undoubtedly a trap. The one who kidnapped Silly isn't limited to controlling just 3 people at a time. Not 3? Then why did it seem like it was a nasty, cunning trap? They want to lure you in. Once you go deep enough, past the point of escape, they'll wipe you out all at once. Then they deliberately set the bait. Reinhardt, about to argue, suddenly closed his mouth as if something clicked. Deus clenched his teeth even harder. So hard that blood seeped from his lips. It was a clear manifestation of his uncontrollable rage. As aura tinged with violet faintly radiated from Deus, his anxious, furious gaze fixated on the black forest ahead. What should we do? His voice barely escaped as a mutter. Don't worry. Marquis? Alon spoke in a firm voice. I have a plan. At that moment, Boss Wai deep within the Lanavelia jungle, perched atop a rock formation carved into the cliffs, a girl with an utterly bored expression slowly turned her head. Why are you calling me? She looked down at the blue-skinned man addressing her. It's about that black guy you told me to keep an eye on. What did he do? Oh, no, it's not that. Did he cross the boundary? No, not that either. Then why? The girl's tone sharpened slightly. Since she was naturally edgier during the day, the blue-skinned man scratched his head before hesitating. Well, what was it again? If it's nothing, it'll kill you. No, geez, threatening me is making me forget even more. Hurry up and talk. You know that legitimacy thing you were talking about. Well, that legitimacy person seems to be heading toward the black guy. And from the looks of it, I'd say things won't end well for them. As the message was relayed, what? Wait, he is coming here. No, more importantly, the girl, who had been expressing clear annoyance, no one of the rulers of the 4 great powers suddenly froze. That bastard is about to mess with my legitimacy. A deep, unforgiving expression settled on Hayeki's face. Chapter 202 Alon did not know much about the Apostle of Sloth. That was natural. Apostles were not a concept that appeared in psychedelia. And yet, Alon was able to devise a plan. The reason was simple, knew what kind of power the sin of sloth wielded. Of course, an apostle and a sin were different. However, every apostle he had seen so far had used the power of sin. Still, since he knew nothing beyond that, he had to be cautious. For instance, while he could speculate why the Apostle of Sloth had taken Silly, he had no way of knowing why they were causing such havoc in the jungle. Even so, there was a method worth trying. Are you serious? Yes. Alon nodded toward Deus, whose lips had gone dry. Reinhardt, looking curious, stepped forward. So, what's the plan? Based on what you said, the moment we step into that black magic, it'll devour our mana, and we'll all die. And on top of that, this guy won't even be able to enter, Reinhardt added with a tilt of his chin toward Deus. That's right. If we just march into the forest as we are, the knights will be wiped out. Unless you two are at an exceptional level, y'all burn through your mana just trying to resist that black magic. For Alon, this was particularly deadly. Although his mana had increased significantly compared to a few years ago, he still had a relatively low amount. Since he could only endure by cloaking himself in mana, the time allowed to him would be mere minutes. Unless divine power could shield me from the black magic, but he only knew that divine power possessed a form of absolute authority. Whether it could push back mana corruption was uncertain. Unfortunately, Alon still did not know how to properly wield divine power. Relying too much on an untested force would be foolish. Seacle. Yes, how far is it from here to the ruins? At the very least, it would take about 5 hours in a straight path. 5 hours. While Alon fell into brief contemplation, but if we don't start from here and go through the eastern jungle of Kaslat, we can cut that time down by about 30 minutes. Seacle pointed to another location. Alon tilted his head. Isn't that still inside the forest? Yes, but the black magic won't be able to reach there. That place is the Selvanus region. Yes. Reinhardt, cutting into the conversation, spoke in a slightly disapproving tone. But that seems way too dangerous. Deep in that region are the white ghosts. It's practically their domain. They don't tolerate intruders. Perhaps recalling a past encounter with the white ghosts, Reinhardt was visibly reluctant. However, despite Reinhardt's reaction, Alon remained silent. Then, finally, well, go there. He made his decision. Are you serious? Reinhardt frowned, his brows furrowed. But, yes. Do you even know what the white ghosts are? I do. But don't worry. What you're afraid of won't happen, and we will rescue Silly. Alon firmly held his resolve. So don't worry. He lightly patted Deus on the shoulder. The ruins where the Thunder Serpent tribe had once lived. The landscape had changed drastically. Strange, grotesque eggs of unknown origin clung to various places. Veins like crimson tendrils spread out like a net, covering the ruins. Thump, thump like an orchestra playing in unison, the countless eggs pulsated. At the center of it all whom the Apostle of Sloth stood. A man with a slightly bored expression, gazing indifferently at the hundreds of pulsating eggs. Then, Viwoom so, Thave finally stepped in. A pulse of energy radiated from him. One of the black threads of mana vibrated grotesquely. Noticing this, the Apostle of Sloth smirked. He hadn't waited long, yet the prey he had eagerly hoped for had taken the bait. No, in truth, they were too weak to even be called prey. They were so insignificant that he didn't even need to go through such trouble for them. And yet, he had gone out of his way to set the stage for two major reasons. The first was Deus Macallion. He had done it solely to push his mind to the very limit. That's why I let this one live back then. The Apostle of Sloth shifted his gaze slightly, looking at Silly, who was tightly bound in black threads. Her mouth was gagged, and judging by her tattered state, she had been subjected to brutal torture. Unlike the other apostles, who killed everything except their sacrificial offerings, he had deliberately kept Silly alive to provoke Deus easily. But there was another reason he hadn't simply killed Silly in front of Deus and ended it there. That reason was none other than Marquis Palatio. That man is dangerous. Marquis Palatio, his true nature was entirely unfathomable. There were too many curious things about him. Yet the Apostle of Sloth had never felt the need to investigate him deeply. There was only one thing that mattered. Marquis Palatio was someone who could greatly interfere with his plans. That was the crucial point. A memory still vividly burned in his mind. The Apostle of Sloth had seen it clearly. Marquis Palatio, the way he had taken down the Apostle of Greed. From that moment onward, the Apostle of Sloth had deliberately kept himself hidden, quietly preparing this setup. A scenario where he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Moreover, he had prepared additional forces in the jungle using hidden resources, just in case. He had eliminated nearly all possible variables. Even if Marquis Palatio showed up, there was no way the outcome could be overturned. Looks like Thave figured out where I am. He could sense the knights approaching, now within close range. Now, how should I handle this? The Apostle of Sloth twisted his lips into a sneer. Turning their mana on and off in groups of three looks like Thave completely misunderstood the situation. Should I just kill them all when they're halfway here? No, maybe it'd be better to wait until they arrive and then slaughter them all, dumping their corpses where Deus is. That's not bad. I could kill them all and leave just one survivor, let them go back and pour all their resentment onto Deus. Then, once I've gauged the situation a little, I can lure Deus here and finally kill that woman right in front of him. He turned his gaze toward Silly once again. Game over. His smirk widened. Beside her, the corpses of knights who had entered with Reinhardt lay with their necks twisted. But their necks weren't the only things broken. Their bodies were all horrifically mutilated. Some had lost their arms, some had no legs. Some were missing their heads, others still had intact limbs, but their guts had spilled out. As if to explain why click, the Apostle flicked his fingers lightly. At that moment, the corpses lying near Silly began to rise, one by one. Grotesquely, like puppets in a macabre play, and then slash, they started swinging their swords at each other. A dead knight's head was severed cleanly. Dark red blood gushed from a sword that had pierced through metal armor. Limbs were hacked off and thudded onto the ground, while entrails spilled out in a wet squelch. There was no real purpose to this act. They were already corpses, after all. And yet the Apostle continued this gruesome display for one reason alone. How do you feel? Silly was the reason. The more she broke, the deeper the wound in Dia's mind would be. She clenched her eyes shut, unwilling to witness the horror. But Tusk, you shouldn't do that. With a flick of his fingers through the air, the apostle forced Silly's eyes open. This is all for you. If you don't watch, then it's meaningless, isn't it? The knights who came to save you are putting on quite the show, after all. He chuckled, his shoulders trembling in amusement. A gruesome hellscape was etched into Silly's eyes, layering yet another layer of despair upon her. Silly stared blankly ahead. The corpses swung their swords at one another. Lifeless movements severed dead limbs, while grotesquely animated arms spilled intestines onto the ground. She knew they were corpses. Their movements were nothing but a trick of the apostle before her. And yet, Silly could not watch this tragic play with indifference. They were knights of the Eclipse Order. Every single one of them, now cutting each other down, she knew them. MMMPF. Zan's arm, the one that always gestured playfully when he told his silly jokes, was severed in an instant. Millen, who used to whisper behind Dia's back with her in jest, had her head sliced off. Mune, who had once watched her magic with fascination and trained alongside her in the practice grounds, lost his leg. She her Silly because of her everything was because of her. Splurt a spray of crimson blood splattered across Silly's vision. It was Mune's blood, the one who had once praised her magic. Once again, despair took hold of her eyes. Her stomach churned. She felt like she was going to vomit everything inside her. A suffocating guilt clouded her vision, while a sickening sense of powerlessness dyed her pupils in darkness. And yet, help me, Silly clung to that last thread. Help me, help me, help me, help me. She desperately wished for salvation. If she stayed here any longer, she felt like she wouldn't be herself anymore. As if she would have to run, to flee to a place where she could never return from. As if she might leap into the abyss. That thought terrified her beyond anything else. But gradually, a disgusting self-loathing overtook her. At the same time, Silly knew. Even amidst this nightmare, her sharp mind coolly analyzed the situation. Salvation would not come. Through her hazy vision, the abyss loomed before her. There was no salvation. Then wouldn't it be better to just let go now? To just Silly's pupils began to be swallowed in complete darkness. At that moment, as the apostle's lips curled into a twisted smile crackle, a sound. A small, almost insignificant sound, yet it was piercingly clear. As Silly, sinking into that thick darkness, absent-mindedly lifted her gaze toward the sky, a flash of light descended. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, illuminating the world in an instant. Sizzle, the black magic evaporated like mist, scattering into dust. Simultaneously, the black threads binding Silly's limbs unraveled and vanished. What the? The apostle's voice rang out in shock. And then, as the dust settled, Silly's blurred vision was filled with a man. Crackle, crackle. A dark coat, flickering with static electricity. I am a little late. Marquis Palacio. Ah, a soft gasp escaped Silly's lips before she even realized it. From Alon's body, lightning coiled and crackled like a living force. Chapter 203, the Apostle of Sloth was momentarily startled by Alon's sudden appearance. However, he quickly tried to seize him. His eyes widened. The black magic, which was supposed to move according to his will, did not respond. And that wasn't all. The magic is disappearing. The black magic was scattering under the golden flashes of light. He couldn't comprehend the sight before him, but soon a realization struck him. He immediately turned around. The core. But it was too late. The black crystal, the source of power that connected and sustained all the eggs and thousands of black threads, was being shattered by crackling lightning. The Apostle of Sloth turned back to face Alon. His face was filled with fury. Alon, who had been looking at him indifferently, sighed inwardly. Did it work? Alon glanced back at Silly. Anyone could see the marks of severe torture on her, but she was still alive. Thank goodness. He was truly relieved. If she had died, it would have led to an unimaginable catastrophe. At that moment, how did you? The apostle's voice rang out. Alon turned his gaze back to him. The apostle was still staring at the dispersing black magic, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. It was impossible. Every place touched by black magic, no matter where it was under his influence. In other words, if it was within his field of vision, he was aware of it. That meant, no matter what or who entered the black magic, the Apostle of Sloth would immediately sense it. But I didn't feel anything at all. And yet, the man before him, Marquis Palacio, who had eliminated the Apostle of Greed, had accomplished the impossible with ease and appeared right in front of him. And it wasn't just that. How did he know? The black crystal. So naturally beyond his perception, it had been destroyed first, the artifact that was the core of the barrier. all in a single move, as if he had experienced this situation multiple times before, with no hesitation or error whatsoever. The apostle's face contorted further. Good, everything went as expected. Seeing that reaction, Alon let out a breath of relief. Originally, he should never have entered the black magic. His affinity with black magic was the worst possible match. There was no way he could have lasted even 10 minutes inside it. However, not only did he bypass the influence of the black magic, but he also evaded the apostle's perception and appeared right before him. The reason was simple. Alon knew the weakness of this black magic. More precisely, he knew the flaw in this situation itself. The black magic spread widely from this central point. Its range was immense. However, it was strictly bound to the ground. It did not extend into the sky. In other words, as long as one could move through the air, they could avoid the effects of black magic entirely. Even knowing this, very few could actually exploit the weakness. Even in psychedelia, it was only discussed as a theoretical vulnerability, but no one actually used it to fight against the sins. That was because the range of the black magic spread too widely on the ground. Unless a human could stay airborne indefinitely, they would eventually have to land within its reach and be detected by the apostle. Fortunately for Alon, that wasn't a problem. He had both the conditions and the personnel necessary to take advantage of the flaw. The enormous rain altar, so vast that even the manifested Basilera had to climb it, and Reinhardt, who possessed the ability to manipulate gravity. Simply put, Alon climbed the rain altar, used Reinhardt's ability to launch himself as high into the sky as possible, then used his thunder god form to descend in a single strike into the apostle's central zone. Though thanks to that, I've used up all my magic power and messed up my landing. Alon subtly moved his leg. His shin throbbed painfully, indicating that while it wasn't broken, the pain was strong enough to make him let out a groan. Moreover, although he had saved Silly, he had exhausted all his magic, leaving him vulnerable to being captured by the black magic. Of course, by disrupting the structure of the barrier itself, he had temporarily nullified the black magic. But that wasn't enough to put his mind at ease. Even if he destroyed the core of the black magic, unless he dealt with the caster, the barrier would eventually regenerate over time. Though I am not sure if the magic will recover the same way, since this wasn't created through Sloth's sin ability, but rather through an artifact. As Alon pondered, he looked at the Apostle of Sloth. The Apostle let out a short, incredulous laugh and turned his gaze to the sky. Amazing, Marquis Palacio. I never imagined you would use such a method. It's also surprising how you pinpointed this barrier's weakness as if someone had told you about it. However, a sneer curled across his lips. It seems you know one thing but not the other. The moment the Apostle of Sloth smirked in blatant mockery, from the previously empty air, black magic began to reassemble as if time was rewinding. Along with it, the artifact that had been the core of the black magic was also regenerating. Watching this, Silly gasped. A quiet, despair-filled sound escaped her lips. As if in response, the Apostle's smirk grew even more twisted. No matter how many times you destroy the sphere, it will continue to regenerate. As long as I am alive, that is. What a pity. If you had taken me down in a single strike, the situation might have been different. Well, even if you had aimed for me, I wouldn't have died in one hit anyway. The Apostle sneered as he added those words. However, I know. Alon remained completely unfazed. What? I said I know, he spoke calmly. I knew that you wouldn't die in a single blow, and I knew that the sphere I destroyed would regenerate shortly after. As if he felt no regret about this situation. Then are you saying you came here just to die? The Apostle, momentarily stunned, scoffed again. No, I've already finished what I came here to do. Alon shrugged lightly and looked at Silly. What are you, the Apostle of Sloth? Frowning as he tried to ask, suddenly realized something. The black crystal that formed the core of the barrier had already fully regenerated. It should have been functioning normally. And yet, the black magic was not spreading. Sensing that something was wrong, the Apostle quickly turned around. And then he saw it. A web of violet threads coiling tightly around the entire artifact from which black magic was seeping. Beyond that, lines slashing through the very fabric of this world. And in front of them, step, a man was walking forward. In one hand, he held a sword. In the other, he grasped the countless threads that seemed to slice through this world itself. His eyes burned with rage and hatred. A chilling aura, as if he would drench the entire world in violet, poured out of him. Ill kill you, Deus Macallion. Kriak, a wire-like noise echoed sharply in everyone's ears. at the same time snap. Black threads and violet threads snapped apart, marking the beginning of the battle. Alan could barely perceive the clash. It was too fast. With just one exchange of blows, the surrounding trees were obliterated. The atmosphere trembled, rippling with the remnants of destructive magic. Crackle, crackle! Hundreds, thousands of slicing threads appeared and vanished repeatedly, tearing through the air and the ground, leaving deep, razor-sharp scars. It was a battle beyond what a mere human could ever achieve. It was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Holy Reinhardt, who had led the knights inside once the black magic dissipated, couldn't help but curse at the sight of the inhuman battle before him. The countless knights following him were also overwhelmed by reverence, unable to follow the movements with their eyes. However, Deus is losing. Alan coldly analyzed the situation. He couldn't see the details of the battle clearly, but through the shifting energies, he could tell who had the upper hand. The current situation was inevitable. Even if their abilities seemed similar, the apostle wielded the power of sin, unlike Deus. And more than anything, he's too emotional. Boom! Alan saw Deus get thrown out, bouncing between the tangled black threads. It hadn't even been a few minutes since the battle started, yet his body was already in shambles. His dark armor was shattered, with parts of it completely missing. His body was riddled with deep gashes from the threads. In contrast, the Apostle of Sloth had regained his composure, his earlier panic gone. With a relaxed smirk, he wove together dozens of trees with black threads, suspending them in midair. A stark contrast. If Deus wanted to turn the tide, he needed to do more than just calm himself down. And so Deus. Alan called out to him. Thump, 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 his heart pounded wildly. Feeling its rhythm, Deus glared at the figure before him with bloodshot eyes. The apostle, still full of ease, had effortlessly suspended the shattered surroundings in the air with his black threads. Clench, Deus gripped his sword tightly again and prepared to charge. He knew well how foolish it was to let anger take over in battle. Even so, he couldn't suppress his rage. Silly, his younger sister. When he arrived at this place, the sight that filled his vision was too similar to that moment. Dia's vision momentarily turned gray. What he saw was a memory he never wanted to recall. Under the silent night sky, a man repeatedly slamming a woman's head into the ground, howling. A woman, half her head crushed, stabbing a knife into the man's stomach. And behind his mother and father grinning wickedly, the black lamb has chosen you. The Apostle of Sloth. Clench, a powerful aura surged from Dia's body. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he glared at the apostle. The violet magic bursting explosively from his body transformed into countless slicing threads, dividing the world once more. And just as he was about to charge forward Deus, a voice reached his ears, a voice completely different from the boiling rage inside him, so cold and composed. A voice he knew all too well. And then, for the sake of revenge, calm yourself. As if peering directly into his heart, the words struck deep. Deus felt as if he had been doused with cold water, his mind clearing in an instant. The wild pounding of his heart gradually faded. Only then did things he hadn't noticed come into focus. And then, remember this, what you see is not the only thing that can be sensed. At Alan's words, Dia's eyes slowly widened. This situation isn't so bad after all. The Apostle of Sloth wore a relaxed smile. Unlike his initial panic, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. I just need to neutralize Deus first, then kill them one by one. First, the knights. Then Marquis Palacio. Then his little sister No. A smirk. Killing the Marquis first wouldn't be a bad idea. Breaking his spirit a little, and then finishing with his sister, that might make for a nice sequence. First he formulated, revised, and finalized his plan. All for the sole purpose of deepening their despair. Right after I show them the overwhelming difference in power. Having made up his mind, the Apostle of Sloth moved, pulling at the black threads. Boom, crackle. At the same moment, the trees and boulders bound by black threads above him began to crumble and shatter, forming a massive sphere. The sphere rapidly expanded in size. Soon, it had grown large enough to obscure the vast sky. What the hell is that? A meteor. The knights standing below could only stare blankly up at the sky. A massive, black thread-wrapped sphere had taken over the heavens. And then, you may have grown stronger, but in the end, you're no different from when you were a child, Deus Macallion. The Apostle of Sloth sneered at Deus, who stood panting while gripping his sword. His gaze then shifted to the remaining violet threads. The battle's outcome was already decided. Thinking so, he smirked in amusement. You still can't protect anything. With a flick of his fingers, the Apostle of Sloth felt a strange sense of dissonance. Something that should have been obvious yet was now beyond his grasp. The inexplicable loss of something fundamental unsettled him. Stunned for a brief moment, he belatedly realized what was wrong. Why isn't my magic moving? The very black magic he controlled was not responding at all, as if it had been shackled by something. And then, no way. Realizing the terrifying truth, the Apostle of Sloth's eyes widened. And at that moment, I only need an instant. As if waiting for this moment, Deus released a surge of violet magic. Slash. The violet threads began slicing through the black ones without hesitation. Dozens, hundreds, not thousands of threads, cut down mercilessly. At the same time, the massive meteor above collapsed. But, instead of letting it fall unchecked, the violet threads wrapped around it completely. Scrape, carving into its surface. The debris that broke off rained down upon the forest and ruins, laying waste to everything below. And from that destruction, a massive, violet-tinged conical spear emerged. But for now, the towering, oppressive violet spear, this should be enough. Rip! With a violent tearing sound, it plummeted toward the ground. And then, Macallian eclipse. Violet nebula, a violet star, fell toward the earth. Chapter 204 Quae. The fierce explosion caused by the falling violet star swallowed the ruins and the forest. As soon as the dust settled, the revealed scene it was the sight of Deus instantly rushing in and driving his sword into the heart of the Apostle of Sloth. It worked. Seeing this, Alon let out a small sigh of relief. Deus had perfectly followed Alon's advice, just as he had hoped. What Alon had advised Deus was a technique used in the second phase after players cleared the first phase of the game against the sin of sloth. It was the ability to bind mana with invisible threads. As expected, teaching the sin of sloth how to use threads was the correct answer. With that thought, Alon turned his gaze to the Apostle of Sloth. The Apostle's condition was anything but normal. Not only had both arms been severed, but the right occipital bone was crushed, making it a miracle that he was still standing at all. Deus' sword had pierced straight through the Apostle's heart. Kyuk! With a gushing sound, black blood sprayed in all directions. Blood surged from the Apostle's mouth as he coughed it up. To anyone watching, it was an undeniable victory. As Deus prepared to finish the Apostle, by pushing his sword in deeper ha-ha, the Apostle suddenly burst into laughter. Ha-ha, a vacant yet strangely serene laughter, different from any emotion he had shown before. Deus stared at the Apostle, whose face was filled with a deep, unsettling smile. Shihing, without hesitation, Deus switched his movement, pulling his sword upward. A fountain of blood erupted. And yet, even though the body was sliced cleanly from the heart to the head all right, I admit it. I was careless. I never imagined you could wield your abilities to that extent without borrowing his power. The Apostle of Sloth let out a raspy laugh and spoke. But do you really think this is the end? He grinned at a grotesque, skin-crawling smile. A laugh so eerie it sent shivers down the spine of anyone who saw it. In response, Deus wasted no time. He wrapped the Apostle's remaining limbs in purple threads and tore them apart. But the shredded body instantly transformed into black threads and was absorbed into the dark veins. Puhaak. Eggs cracked open, and from within, spiders poured out. Creak. The spiders, each the size of a grown man, were hideous. Each one had a human face embedded like a marking on its abdomen. They emerged from the shattered eggshells with grotesque, jerky movements, a sight so repulsive it could induce nausea. And yet that was not the end. Soon the spiders that had spilled out began to pop, kill themselves. What the hell? Siekle was stunned, while Reinhardt unintentionally let out a shocked exclamation. The spiders' collective suicide did not stop. As if controlled by some unseen force, they tore out their own throats or ripped their bodies apart, ending their own lives. Their lifeless bodies then collapsed onto the ground, absorbed into the veins below. At that moment, Alon finally realized what these spiders were doing. Then boom, the ground began to collapse. Rumble. A deafening noise slammed into everyone's eardrums. The tremors were so powerful that it was difficult to even remain standing. This is insane. Reinhardt, who had spotted something, cursed harshly. Something was emerging, overturning the entire land. It was what is that? Something massive enough to destroy the entire ruins. A monstrosity. A creature harboring the abomination of Sloth Kraksha. Like a creature hatching from an egg, Kraksha burst through the ground with a bone-chilling shriek. At the sight of its emergence, the knight's eyes were instantly filled with terror. This is insane. Reinhardt, unable to resist, let out another curse and tightened his grip on his sword. His face was marked by utter despair. Even if they managed to eliminate all the spiders, Kraksha, like the apostle, was exuding black mana. A situation of absolute peril. They couldn't run, and even if they fought, there was no guarantee of victory. Amidst this inescapable predicament, Alan let out a small sigh. I wasn't planning to use it here, but looks like I have no choice. As he reached into his cloak, the scenery before him suddenly changed. What he saw was a starry blue night sky. The moment he recognized it, Alan instinctively knew where he was. Relieved that you arrived early. A girl's voice, no, but given the situation, explained quickly. The voice of Kalanen, the lightning receiver, echoed. The way to manifest your true form. Dark clouds began to gather over the once clear sky. The worst-case scenario. Literally, the absolute worst. Alan's normally expressionless face grew even grimmer. Seeing this, Reinhardt gritted his teeth. Damn it, a monstrous entity loomed before them. A spider of incomprehensible size, its sheer presence crushing the atmosphere. For Reinhardt, the size of an enemy didn't matter unless it was something like the rain altar. And yet, he felt overwhelmed. Because instinctively, he knew that thing was a calamity. The black mana that the creature was emanating, it was no different from the black mana that the apostle had scattered earlier. This situation is not looking good. Reinhardt coolly assessed the current state of affairs. A sense of urgency flooded his entire body. The massive spider radiated such an overwhelming presence that even he found himself tense. To make matters worse, the smaller spiders had completely surrounded the ruins, forming a siege-like encirclement. But the most despair-inducing factor here was the presence of the knights who had entered this place with them. They had brought them along to prevent the Apostle of Sloth from utilizing the lingering mana in the air. Yet now, they had become a liability instead. If the temporary seal on the black mana, imposed by Marquis Palacio and Deus, were to break and the black mana regained its strength, most of the knights here would inevitably become mere puppets. What should I do? Reinhardt glanced around with an anxious expression. Siakal, like him, was unable to hide her tension. And at this very moment, Deus was desperately using his purple threads to block the returning black mana. As if mocking their efforts, I never expected you to push me this far. Good thing I came prepared. A voice descended from above. At the grotesquely distorted sound, Reinhardt instinctively looked up. You've got to be kidding me. Yurei still alive? There, looming over his head, the Apostle of Sloth, his upper body exposed, stared down at them. The grotesque-looking apostle smirked sinisterly. Then he spoke. Did you really think I wouldn't have prepared for the worst after all this? Well, I suppose you could have thought that. Normally, my own power alone would have been more than enough to deal with all of you. Crack. But unfortunately for you, I am someone who prepares thoroughly for any situation. Crack, crackle, the apostle began severing the purple threads that Deus had woven. Deus hurriedly reinforced the threads. But despite his efforts, he had already expended far more energy than expected in the previous attack, weakening his control. As a result, the threads were being cut at an accelerating rate. In the end, the purple threads holding back the black mana were completely severed. A quiet sigh escaped from someone's lips. The apostle standing atop Kraksha grinned even wider. And just as the black mana was about to flood the area that Deus had been barely holding at bay, Reinhardt suddenly had a realization. The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, was now covered in dark clouds. And that wasn't all. Drip, drip, dribble. As if someone had manipulated it artificially within seconds, rain began to fall from the clouded sky. What the? Just as the Apostle of Sloth, who had been basking in his impending victory, furrowed his brow in confusion. Marquis Palacio, who had remained silent until now, slowly began to walk forward. One step, then another. He moved toward the front of Kraksha, where the black mist was seeping out. He did not form any seals. He did not chant any incantations. He did not recite any passages, nor did he even manipulate his mana. He simply walked forward, toward Kraksha, toward the source of the black mana, like a moth to a flame. And without hesitation, Marquis Palacio continued walking, effortlessly stepping past the purple threads that Deus was desperately trying to reinforce. Have you given up? Marquis, what in the world? The Apostle of Sloth let out another mocking laugh. Deus shouted in alarm, but then crackle, for an instant everything flashed, and Deus saw it. In that fleeting moment, a spark of lightning flickered at Alon's fingertips. A faint static charge. So small yet in this dark, ash-colored world, it shone brilliantly. In an instant, the blue light touched the black mana. The moment contact was made crackle, sizzle, sssshhhhh. The black mana began transforming into blue lightning. Wah! The apostle let out a gasp of shock, but the static coursing from Alon's fingertips did not stop. It surged through the black mana, converting all of it into lightning. As he watched the incredible sight unfold, Alon recalled the words Kalanin had once told him. Handling divinity isn't particularly difficult. You simply have to bring out the divinity inside you. But to wield the power freely, just bringing it out isn't enough. He looked ahead. The black mana that had once filled the air was gone, replaced entirely by dazzling blue lightning. Kalanin's voice echoed in his mind. That's why what you must do is not just summon the divinity, you must accept it. Die. As if sensing that something irreversible was about to occur, Kraksha raised one of its massive legs. At the same time, the surrounding spiders let out hideous screeches and lunged forward. Accepting divinity is difficult. It requires a lot more practice than you might think. But this time, it'll help you. So you just focus on pulling the trigger. The trigger is as the pouring rain surged upward, Kraksha's leg came crashing down. A swarm of spiders hurled themselves toward Marquis Palacio. But even in that fleeting moment, Alon did nothing except raise his left hand. Lightning catch it. He simply grasped the lightning that flickered around him. And in that moment, snap, everything came to a halt. The rain that had been pouring down stopped. The spiders that had been leaping at Alon stopped. Kraksha's massive leg stopped, and the lightning in Alon's grasp vanished, as if time itself had frozen. And then, the first to recognize the eerie anomaly was Siakal. Their ray disappearing, she realized that the countless spiders that had been charging toward Alon just a moment ago had frozen in midair, turning to dust. Starting from the tips of their legs, slowly, as if decomposing into the earth, the spiders crumbled into dust. Manifestation. A quiet voice resonated, and from Marquis Palacio's body, an explosion of lightning burst forth, as if it sought to consume the entire world. With an earth-shattering roar, the brilliant blue lightning erupted. At that moment, a pair of blue horns began to emerge from Marquis Palacio's head. And as the storm intensified, even fiercer than before, a god had manifested. Crackle, Kalanin, the lightning receiver. Chapter 205. Everyone holds their breath, even the knights who had fallen into despair. Even Reinhardt, who had been racking his brain to escape the current situation. Even Siakal, whose mouth hung open in shock. Even Deus, who had been desperately maintaining his threads to block the black mana. Even the Apostle of Sloth, who had been striking down to kill Alon. In that moment, as everyone held their breath, Alon, emitting blue lightning so bright it illuminated the ashen world, silently extended his hand and made a small motion. A minuscule flick, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. However, the lightning that small movement unleashed shot out in an instant. It began to massacre the small spiders. Bzzzzzt. Chaotic blue lines started etching themselves across the ashen world, at times moving in straight lines, at times shifting erratically. The lightning mercilessly pierced through the spiders' bodies, and within seconds, wiped out every spider in the ruins. The first to react to this sight was none other than the Apostle of Sloth. It must be dealt with now, the Apostle of Sloth, who had merged with Kraksha. Sensing an instinctive threat from the being before him, he retrieved his disintegrating leg, and without the slightest hesitation, immediately scattered black mana, lunging at Alon to crush him, because he knew it with absolute certainty. This was the only chance to deal with the being before him. No, even now, it was already too late. Letting out a monstrous shriek to drive away the suffocating fear surging toward him, the Apostle of Sloth hurled his massive form toward Alon. Yet, faced with such a desperate onslaught, Alon's gaze remained utterly serene, as if nothing happening before him mattered at all. Simply, serenely. He watched the massive form charging toward him, and just as it was about to reach him, Marquis Palacio raised his hand toward the sky. Simultaneously, a deafening roar shook the heavens as if the entire world had exploded. And in his grasp, bzzzt, was lightning, as if he had torn it straight from the sky. Countless arcs of electricity streaked between the ground and sky, converging into Alon's hand. The lightning, twisting and contorting as if about to burst, ultimately settled within his palm. And in the very moment the Apostle of Sloth lifted his remaining leg, a voice rang out. Heaven's wrath, a quiet yet overwhelmingly clear voice. And then what the Apostle of Sloth saw was a pure white world blooming within the ashen expanse. Boom. Light, it swept across the land. A piercing mechanical whine, far surpassing its threshold, consumed all sound. The blinding radiance robbed the knights of their sight. Everything was swallowed whole, and a void of sensation took hold of the world. And then, the moment their senses returned, what lay before their eyes was a massive spider, pierced clean through from head to torso, completely motionless. And standing before it, gazing down in silence, was Alan, wreathed in lightning. A low gasp escaped from the lips of one of the knights. The unmistakable reverence in his eyes spread like wildfire to all those around him. Not just the knights, but also to Reinhardt, to Deus, and to Siekle. She blankly stared at the radiant man. She had never once doubted his existence, yet even so, that did not mean she had been without doubt. No matter how deeply she had devoted herself, a sliver of uncertainty had always lingered. Because Siekle had never once seen Kalinin with her own eyes. There had been stories passed down. There had been near-certain speculation. There had been the unwavering conviction of the previous chieftain, whose judgment had never been wrong. Yet, there had been no tangible proof. That one missing piece had planted a seed of doubt in Siekle's heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, she had been mistaken all along. Perhaps the former chieftain, who had never once erred, had been wrong this time. A doubt minuscule in size, yet at this very moment it vanished as if it had never existed. Because she knew what the blue lightning coursing through Marquis Palacio's body truly was, what the antlers sprouting from his head signified. And so, Siekle, she lowered her head in reverence and faith to the great deity she worshipped. Hugh, as Alan's hair, which had been standing on end, gradually settled, he felt the antlers atop his head slowly fading away. Letting out a small sigh, he clenched his left hand. Tremble, his left hand shook uncontrollably against his will. A sharp numbness spread through it, as if blood had stopped flowing. For a brief moment, Alan worried had his left hand been permanently damaged, but he couldn't afford to dwell on it. My body feels like it's falling apart beyond his left hand. A searing pain racked his entire body, as if he might shatter at any moment. If I move even a little, I might scream. The pain was worse than when he had been bleeding out after his encounter with Ulthultus, so intense it made his vision blur. Yet Alan didn't show it. He couldn't, because every single person around him was watching. Their faces were filled not just with awe, but with something closer to divine reverence. Their eyes were wide, their mouths slightly open, as if they were beholding a god made flesh. This attention is a bit much. Alan wasn't the type to care about others' gazes. At least, not under normal circumstances. But in this situation, where he was the sole focus of such open veneration, I have no choice but to endure. He had no intention of collapsing from pain in front of them. Even if the looks of reverence were to suddenly cool into mere respect, that would be a little embarrassing, even for Alan. But just then still, I am glad the first attempt went well. One Kalinin's voice echoed in his head, and before Alan could even react, the voice continued. No need to reply, I wouldn't hear you anyway at this point. I am just delivering my message, so just listen. Straight to the point, as always, I'll keep it to 3 things. First, even with my help, you actually managed to manifest properly. That's impressive. It's not something that usually succeeds so easily. Second, your body is probably in excruciating pain right now, but if you plan on using divinity again, don't bother healing yourself. I'll explain why later. Lastly, I need you to retrieve something for me. There's a pair of deer antlers buried somewhere in these ruins. You must find them. Without them, we won't be able to communicate anymore, and I won't be able to teach you anything about divinity. Got it. It's really important. Really, I am counting on you. Kalinin repeated the request multiple times, emphasizing its importance, and finally with one last please, I am begging you, the voice faded away. Well, looks like that's settled for now. Alan sighed softly, committing the girl's words to memory. Then boom, a massive tremor echoed from a distance. Despite having just defeated the Apostle of Sloth and the monstrous Kraksha, the sound made Alan turn his head. What? His mouth fell open before he even realized it. It had barely been a few seconds since he had sighed in relief, and yet, now, even from deep within the forest, he could see it clearly. A massive horde of monsters. What the hell is that? They're mutants from the Selvenis region. It looks like they lost control of their territory to the Black Mana, but now that it's gone, they're returning immediately. Why does nothing ever end in one go? The urgency in Reinhardt and Siekle's voices reached his ears. Thud, thud, thud. But even in that short moment, the mutated creatures had already drawn near. Reinhardt swiftly drew his sword, but his face was filled with dismay. And for good reason. If it were just one or two monsters, Reinhardt wouldn't have been so tense. But unfortunately, there were at least 8 of them, meaning it was practically impossible for him to take them on alone. Deus was already exhausted, having exceeded his limits. And even though Alan looked fine on the surface, Reinhardt could tell that he wasn't in great condition. "Looks like I have no choice." Reinhardt steeled himself. He gripped his sword tightly and prepared to charge forward. But just as he did splurt, the head of the leading mutant exploded. The unexpected, instantaneous event left everyone in shock. And before they could even comprehend what had happened, thunk. Sujujudu. As if confirming the reality before them, the rolling, blood-soaked head of the fallen mutant skidded across the ruined ground. But it wasn't just one. A moment later, a snake's head was split cleanly in two, spilling blood in the air. A wolf-like mutant skull was crushed beyond recognition, its brains splattering in all directions. And a creature with dozens of tentacles had its torso torn apart, painting the green forest red. The massive mutants hadn't even had a chance to strike before an instant massacre had unfolded. As everyone stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had happened, man, it feels good to stretch a little after so long. A girl emerged from the field of slaughter, stepping over the fallen mutants. Everyone held their breath at the sight. Not because she was leading some strange group, not because of her beauty. The reason every single person instinctively froze was, well, I am a little late, but the overwhelming aura radiating from her. A primal, suffocating pressure. The kind that warned if they moved even an inch, they would die. It wasn't just enough to make knights hesitate. It made them collapse. One by one, knights began fainting, unable to withstand the sheer force of her presence. But the girl, no, the king of 100 ghosts didn't spare them a glance, as if their existence didn't even register to her. Instead anyway, long time no see, with an impossibly cheerful voice and an energetic wave, she greeted Alan. Those who barely managed to remain standing turned to stare at Alan in unison. But Alan was just as confused as they were. Chapter 206. Among the 4 major factions in psychedelia, one of them is the 100 Ghosts. Alan knew quite a lot about them. Unlike the Apostles, the 4 major factions are groups that inevitably reveal themselves in the mid-game of psychedelia. For high-level players, they introduce a new source of tension beyond just sin. In fact, Alan knew quite a lot about the 100 Ghosts, even among the 4 major factions. No, actually, it wasn't just Alan. Any psychedelia player had no choice but to be the most familiar with the 100 Ghosts. By default, the alignment of the 4 factions, whether they become allies or enemies, depends on the player's choices and the route they take, even if they are categorized as enemies. By selecting the right dialogue options or completing certain essential quests, players can sometimes avoid fighting them altogether. But the 100 Ghosts was different. No matter which choices or routes were taken, they always appeared as enemies. Unlike the other 4 factions, there was no way to avoid combat with dialogue or quests. In other words, encountering the 100 Ghosts always meant a fight. And since they were one of the 4 major factions, even their lowest-ranking members were incredibly powerful and difficult to deal with. On top of that, Queen of 100 Ghosts was so strong that if the player and their party weren't near max level in the final stages of the game, the best option was simply to reload the save rather than attempt to fight, even setting aside their overwhelming power. The reason the 100 Ghosts remained most vividly in every player's memory was, wow, this is seriously pathetic. Is that all you can do? How boring. Kill them all. From here to there, from there to here, every single one without exception. You fought sin, and so what? What does your fight against sin have to do with my boredom? It's a festival, a festival. Kill them all. It was because of their utterly destructive personality. The 100 Ghosts, and especially their queen. They were the embodiment of arrogance and recklessness, a complete lunatic in the eyes of every player. They attacked players at any time, destroyed villages without hesitation, and, depending on the route, even annihilated Ashtalon or Caliban. Even their reason for destroying an entire kingdom? It just seemed like it would be fun. An absolutely absurd justification for entertainment, since they constantly roamed around committing all kinds of atrocities. When the 100 Ghosts first appeared, Alan was extremely on edge. If the ones standing before him were the 100 Ghosts he knew, then there was absolutely no way he would leave this place alive. However, it's been a while. At the sight of her greeting him with a bright smile, Alan couldn't help but fill his mind with countless question marks, because this was completely unexpected. What? Alan looked at the Queen of Hundred Ghosts, bewildered, with a radiant smile and vigorously waving her hand as if genuinely happy to see him. It was an expression that, to anyone watching, looked no different from someone excitedly reuniting with an old friend. Alan glanced around. Every single person was staring at him, even those who had been indifferently following behind the Queen of Hundred Ghosts just moments ago. They all had wide eyes, as if they had just witnessed something unbelievably bizarre. With the out of habit, he started to say something but stopped, because he realized that this situation could be an opportunity. Queen of Hundred Ghosts is mistaken. Alan was certain she had the wrong person, whether it was a mistake regarding Callanan, the lightning receiver, or something else. Right now, she was mistaking him for someone else. Alan had never once encountered the Queen of Hundred Ghosts before. In fact, it wasn't even possible for him to have met her. I need to use this. Alan swallowed back the words he was about to say. Honestly, he wanted nothing more than to respond to her greeting with a confused question. But if he did and she realized her mistake, that would mean instant death. No, there was no doubt he would be killed immediately. So, after swallowing hard, he spoke. It has been a long time matching her energy. He greeted her back. Apparently, the Queen of Hundred Ghosts was delighted that Alan responded. Her face lit up. Instant lithe change was so dramatic it was almost audible. The Queen of Hundred Ghosts, who in the game always looked either bored or irritated, displaying only negative emotions. Now she smiled with childlike innocence, as if she didn't have a single care in the world. Alan found himself momentarily stunned before something caught his attention. Her hair is black. That was it. Queen's hair was black. According to what Alan knew, it was supposed to be white, which raised some questions. Is this a different person? He shook his head immediately. Aside from the hair color, her face was exactly that of the Queen of Hundred Ghosts he had seen in Psychedelia. What's going on? Why is her hair color different? Whoa, what's with the boss smiling? If someone saw this, they'd think BOOM. Right, she was definitely the Queen of Hundred Ghosts. As the blue-skinned man smugly ran his mouth, the Queen of Hundred Ghosts sent him flying with a single punch, shattering the forest as he crashed. Alan quietly nodded. Judging by that ruthless brutality, she was exactly the entity he knew, just as all his lingering doubts vanished. In an instant, the Queen of Hundred Ghosts had appeared right in front of Alan. She had moved so quickly that he hadn't even noticed. With a face full of curiosity, as if observing something, she stared intently at him. "Black one," she suddenly muttered. Alan had no idea what she meant, but he could tell it was a question with meaning. His instincts screamed that she was testing something, but he couldn't answer easily, because a single wrong answer could mean life or death. Yet delaying his response for too long would also get him killed, so Alan tried to force himself to speak. But he stopped, because the expression on her face had changed, as if she had realized something. The radiant smile from earlier had vanished, replaced by a peculiar look. Alan felt a sudden sense of danger in his gut. So not yet. Queen murmured to herself so quietly that even Alan, standing right in front of her, couldn't hear it properly. Then she turned her body, and, let's go. Unlike before, she lazily stretched out her words and began leading her subordinates back into the forest. Wait, what? She came all this way just to leave. At that moment, the blue-skinned man, who had been launched into the forest earlier, rejoined the group, covered in dust. Even after taking such a devastating blow, he casually scratched his head as if nothing had happened. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, everyone present started considering him an extraordinary individual. BOOM? Yet, the moment he rejoined the group, Queen punched him again, sending him flying through the air once more. This time, he crashed into the forest and destroyed the surroundings. See you next time. As if nothing had happened, Hayeki shrugged her shoulders and disappeared into the forest. And Alan's party. They stood amidst the corpses of the mutated creatures, staring blankly at the place where Hayeki had vanished. Right after the 100 ghosts disappeared, Alan began preparing to return to Luxable Principality, gathering the horn that Callanan had requested and the black-threaded artifact that Kraksha had carried. So this was why you thought it was safe even in the 100 ghosts territory? Reinhardt asked, but Alan remained silent. The real reason he had assumed it would be fine to enter the 100 ghosts domain was not because of Reinhardt's speculation, but rather because of the 100 ghosts' nature. By default, those creatures rarely moved during the day. Even if they did, they would only act deep within their own territory. They wouldn't bother chasing someone just for briefly stepping near the border. Yet, despite all that, she showed up and left without doing anything. Alan hadn't expected this outcome at all. What the hell is going on? Once again, Alan thought about the Queen of Hundred Ghosts. There were too many strange things. I could have sworn she noticed the mistake. Her final expression. It was clear that she had realized something. And yet, she left without saying anything to Alan. Not only that, but she even said see you next time. What the hell is going on? From the moment he got into the carriage, Alan kept thinking about it. But no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't come up with a solid theory. There just wasn't enough information to properly grasp the situation. As his thoughts continued, the preparations for departure were completed and Alan boarded the carriage. Marquis, what is it? You look like you're in pain. Well, I suppose I am, but you're a god. Shouldn't a god be immune to pain? Evan's casual remark made Alan pause. A god? Yeah, the rumors outside are insane. Even the Knights of Caliban keep calling you Calinan. Is that so? Yeah. Otherwise, how else would I know when I wasn't even with you? That's true. So is it actually true this time? Evan asked as if it were just small talk. Alan hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. About halfway? What kind of answer is that? Either it is or it isn't. There are circumstances. And I bet you won't tell me even if I ask, huh? I'll explain once everything is over. Whoa. Suddenly, Evan's face was full of admiration. What's with that expression? I never thought you'd actually tell me anything before you died, but now you say you'll explain later. I am kind of touched. Feeling uncomfortable by the reaction, Alan immediately changed his mind. Forget it. I'm not telling you anything. Hey, I even brought you a gift. At that, Evan pulled a deer's antler from his coat and handed it to Alan. It's the antler you mentioned earlier, Marquis. I appreciate it. No need to thank me. It's not like I dug it up myself, I just carried it here. The moment Alan received the antler. Oh good. That's a relief. Alan found himself once again face to face with Calinan, the lightning receiver. However, don't ask questions yet, just listen carefully, okay? I don't have much time left. What? All of a sudden, it's not sudden. I've exhausted all my divine power, so I won't be able to contact you for a while. With urgency, she stretched out her small fingers, counting something intently, before continuing. First of all, I need to tell you this: I used up every bit of divine power I had in that last battle. All of it? Yes, all of it. You probably won't be able to use any divine power for a while. But I thought divine power accumulates through faith. That's right, it's probably regenerating even now. But the numbers aren't exactly overwhelming, you know? It'll take some time to recover. Also, I had to make it a little flashy. Flashy? Right. I needed a bit of impact if I wanted to stay alive. But honestly, I didn't use that much. I just made an antler. Well, and maybe a little bit of lightning crackling here and there. Wait, so that antler was just for decoration. Not just decoration, it's my lifeline. Kind of like a desperate struggle to avoid being forgotten. Hearing the slightly emotional tone in her voice, Alan asked, "Is that enough to sustain you? As long as the antler exists as a symbol, I won't disappear. I made sure it left an impression." Anyway, that's not the main issue. Calinan fixed her gaze on Alan and continued, "Gather faith again as soon as possible. The sooner you do, the sooner I can properly teach you how to wield divine power. I'll try, but don't go stirring up trouble just to gather faith. Why not? There are a few reasons, but we don't have time for that now. Instead, I have one more favor to ask. What is it? You know those statues? The ones that are being built in honor of your faith?" Alan nodded, signaling her to go on. Calinan hesitated for a moment before speaking cautiously. "If it's not too much trouble, could you add antlers to them?" "You want me to add antlers?" "I need to survive somehow." Rumble the moment Calinan sighed, the world around her began to collapse. "Oh no, time's up. Anyway, please, I am begging you. This is more important than you think. Please." With those rapid-fire pleas, Calinan vanished completely. "Marquis, why do you suddenly look so dazed?" Alan blinked, realizing he was back in reality, with Evan looking at him in confusion. "Add antlers?" Staring at the antler in his hands, Alan contemplated something. That's not going to be easy. Letting out a quiet sigh, he fell deep into thought. The next day, without getting a single proper answer from Calinan, Alan dragged his aching body out of bed at dawn. The moment he woke up, he headed straight to the audience chamber to meet King Pammelono. Because of Calinan's request from the previous day, even if it wasn't an easy task, he couldn't just ignore it. Still, this won't be easy. Attaching antlers to already completed statues. It was a difficult request even for Alan, and likely an even bigger burden for those who would have to carry it out. In essence, It was no different from remaking the statues from scratch. So, feeling slightly uneasy, Alon finally arrived at the audience chamber. And there, he saw We Greet the Great One, Lord Callanan. The king had stepped down from his throne. Please have a seat, and was now bowing deeply, politely offering Alon the throne. At that moment, Alon's head started feeling slightly dizzy again. Chapter 207. Alon felt dizzy from the completely reversed situation. As a noble from another country, he was seated on the throne, while King Pamalono, the rightful owner of the throne, was bowing deeply below. If someone were to ask, is this a normal situation, he could shake his head without hesitation. Of course, Alon had no desire to sit on the throne. There was nothing for him to gain, and he had something to request, so why would he dethrone the king? If anything, he wanted to stop this from happening as much as possible. And yet, the reason he was seated there was none other than the persistency of King Pamalono. I am fine with it. I am fine as well. Please, I ask this of you. No, I mean, is there really a reason I must sit there is? Marquis, you must sit. To be precise, it was more due to Janira and Siakal, standing behind him, who seemed to be coercing him. Alon looked down. Standing beside the king, as if he were already used to the absurdity, Evan let out a light chuckle. Ignoring his expression, Alon asked the king, I have a favor to ask first. Please speak of anything. The king bowed his head politely. Alon felt discomfort once again. A noble seated on the throne, a king bowing beneath him. No matter how one looked at it, this was utterly abnormal. But since he more or less grasped the situation, Alon decided to make his request as quickly as possible. Yes, that about the statue. Are you referring to the one of Callanan, the lightning receiver? Yes. Yes. Is there a problem with Marquisno, with the lightning receiver Callanan's statue? No, there's no problem. It's just Alon abruptly shut his mouth mid-sentence. Of course, he knew. The moment he made a request, the king would comply. That meant at least he didn't have to feel burdened about asking. And yet, the reason he hesitated was it's harder to say than I thought. It was embarrassing. To specifically request horns to be attached to Callanan's statue, if the lightning receiver Callanan had nothing to do with him, it wouldn't have mattered, but please speak of anything. He didn't need to think too far. Just by looking at their eyes, he could tell. To them, Alon was Callanan himself. Even if it wasn't his intention, requesting horns to be added to the statue was practically akin to a child throwing a tantrum, demanding his own statue be made cooler. This is embarrassing. He couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. If it's about improperly representing Callanan's form, we shall rebuild it properly. I would appreciate that. Yes, we shall reconstruct it and ensure even the majestic horns are properly implemented. Thanks to Siakal's quick wit, the horn request was smoothly settled. Feeling secretly grateful to her, Alon nodded as nonchalantly as possible. At last, he was able to escape from the throne. 2 days later, Alon headed to Caliban in preparation for his journey to the snowy mountains. Truthfully, he would have liked to rest for a few more days, but he had no choice but to leave Luxable Duchy as soon as possible. Ever since he had defeated the Apostle of Sloth, everyone who saw him would immediately prostrate themselves. It was unbearably suffocating to remain there. Though he managed to flee from the duchy, unfortunately, he hadn't completely escaped discomfort. The Knights of Caliban were the reason. The moment he stepped out of the carriage, every single one of them bowed their heads deeply. A new wave of burden crept over him. No, he had merely stepped out to have dinner, yet the moment he appeared, everyone dining abruptly stood up, solemn expressions on their faces, and bowed. It was far more uncomfortable than expected. But more than anything, Marquis, would you like to try this? Thank you. Think nothing of it. If there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to ask. The final touch to his burden was the Macallian siblings visiting his carriage every hour to check on him. Deus had always been like that, so Alon had grown somewhat accustomed to it. The real issue was his younger sister, Silly. Ever since he saved her, she hadn't missed a single day checking on him, making sure he was comfortable and preparing his meals 3 times a day. As if they had planned it, they even came separately. So practically every 30 minutes, Alon received greetings from one of the Macallian siblings. Aren't you overworking yourself? Overworking? Not at all. Thanks to you, Marquis, I am even alive right now. Silly smiled brightly. Looking at her, Alon spoke. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that it's a lot of effort. If there's anything you need, just ask me. If it's within my power, I'll help. Is that really okay? Silly widened her eyes at the light-hearted suggestion Alon had made, concerned that she was overworking herself. It is. When he nodded, she glanced around nervously and began fidgeting. Alan was momentarily bewildered. What kind of request is she planning to make? Contrary to his worries, Silly's request was surprisingly simple. Would it be possible to get your autograph? An autograph? Yes. You mean a signature? Yes. The thought of why on earth crossed his mind only briefly. Alan received a piece of paper from Evan and signed it. Will this do? Yes, yes. This is more than enough, Marquis. But why did you ask for my autograph? It was an obvious question. This world didn't really have a culture of autographs. Even in the modern world, unless one was a celebrity, exchanging autographs wasn't common. At Alan's question, Silly beamed as she replied, I am going to keep it as a family heirloom. A family heirloom? Yes, thank you so much. Bowing deeply in gratitude, she clutched the autograph to her chest like it was a priceless treasure and dashed out. Before long, brother, look at this, it's the Marquis autograph. Gasp. Hearing the commotion outside the carriage, Alan felt yet another wave of embarrassment wash over him. Marquis, you must be pleased, you even have fanatics now. Not particularly. Is that so? Evan asked slyly. If anything, it's embarrassing. I think I'd love it HMPH. Only scoundrels like you, who twist their bodies to win over women, would enjoy something like this. This little bastard, you stayed silent the entire time in the duchy, and now that we've left, you pop right out. Basilira, never one to miss an opportunity, had appeared. HMPH, I simply had no interest in seeing those people's faces. It wasn't about that. You just didn't want to get mocked for being so tiny, did you? Judging by his expression, Alan had hit the mark. Meow, perhaps intrigued by Basilira's rare appearance, Blackie soon emerged from Alan's chest as well. For a moment, Alan felt a quiet sense of satisfaction as he looked at them. His gaze shifted to the finely decorated horns displayed on one side of the carriage. The horns Callanan had specifically requested to be attached. I have so many things I want to ask. When will we be able to talk again? There was much he wanted to know. He was curious if Callanan and the 100 ghosts were related, and why she had told him he needed faith yet advised him not to recklessly gather it. Most importantly, he wanted to understand the detailed usage of divinity. Will we be able to talk once her divinity has recovered enough? By now, Alan was well practiced in observing his inner self. He quietly watched the faintly regenerating traces of Callanan's divinity, thinking of her for a long while. A dark night. Under the silent night sky, where everyone was fast asleep inside the carriage, Deus gazed at his sleeping sister. Silly was clutching Alan's autograph close to her chest as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Deus smiled at the sight before shifting his gaze toward another carriage, the one where Alan was resting. Deus suddenly recalled the past few days, that moment when he could have lost everything, yet conversely, the moment when everything had been saved. If Marquis hadn't come then, Deus would have lost his entire world, his knights, his sister, his honor, everything. But that man he had protected all that Deus had nearly lost because of that damned bastard. On top of that, he had even left that bastard for Deus to handle, giving him time and advice so that he could take revenge himself. And yet, in the end, Deus had failed to take revenge because he was still too weak. Unconsciously, Deus clenched his fists. He had thought he had grown stronger, but even now it wasn't enough. He was still far too weak. He hadn't been able to properly exact vengeance on the one he needed to, and once again, he had been protected by that man. I have to get stronger. Deus gritted his teeth. He had to become stronger, so much stronger that he could serve as that man's sword. No, beyond that, strong enough to protect him, to repay the one who had called him family, and to return the endless grace he had received from him. A dark night, under the silent night sky where everyone was fast asleep, Deus made a vow in silence. The blue moon shone upon him, a colossal altar, ancient as the pyramids themselves. Deep inside this altar, guarded by the great lizardman tribe, Caramble, I greet the Great One. Zukurak bowed his head. Ah, it has been a while. Hazed received Zukurak's respectful greeting with a leisurely demeanor. Even for Zukurak, Hazed was an entity whose form and expression he could barely discern. Without any unnecessary formalities, Hazed went straight to the point. So, did you find out? Yes. And, as you predicted, it was indeed him. Is that so? Hearing Zukurak's confirmation, Hazed smiled, clearly pleased. However, but there is an additional matter I must report. What is it? Hazed's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Zukurak then relayed in detail what had transpired when he visited Marquis Palacio. So, the divine power was exactly as expected, but he himself denied it. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Hazed seemed to ponder something for a moment before I see he nodded in understanding. I don't know why he's denying it, but it doesn't matter. After all, there are those who would recognize him regardless. Are you referring to the elves? Indeed. Elves. Upon hearing Hazed's response, Zukirak bowed his head once more and stepped forward. Then, shall I go and confirm it? No need. Then, I will go myself. You mean personally? Yes. It's about time I heard directly what's going on with my dear friend. As Hazed thought of the elf queen, besides, if I'm going to assign my friend a guard, I need to negotiate with the elves in advance. He rose from his seat leisurely. On his face, and I need to make sure that any useless elves unworthy of guarding my friend are removed, was a deeply amused smile. Chapter 208. Around 3 weeks after leaving the Duchy of Luxable. At the moment when Caliban finally came into view. It's been a while. Once again, Alon's vision suddenly shifted. A world where the Milky Way was scattered across the sky, a familiar sight. In the center of it stood Caliban. So we can finally have a proper conversation now. That's right, though it doesn't mean we can talk for long. Is this conversation being sustained by gathered divinity? Well, sort of. At first, I operated it purely with the remaining power I had, but now you and I are practically bound together through divinity. Of course, that doesn't mean I can wield divinity on my own Caliban side in a strangely regretful manner. I actually had something I wanted to ask. Alon was pleased to see Caliban again. What about, do you know anything about the 100 ghosts? I wouldn't say I don't know about them. So that means you aren't actually acquainted with them? Of course not. Ever since that snakehead attached to you appeared, I've barely had enough strength to materialize. Ah, Alon let out an unconscious exclamation. Now that he thought about it, that was certainly the case. Before I sealed Basilira inside the Covenant Ring, that thing was continuously consuming faith. Considering the nature of faith, it made sense that Caliban couldn't materialize while Basilira was present. I see, but why are you asking about that all of a sudden? When Alon explained the reason, she shrugged. That doesn't seem to be something that concerns me. Is that so? Do you have anything else to ask? Of course he did. Come to think of it, didn't you tell me before that while faith is necessary, I shouldn't actively try to gather it? I did, didn't I? Why was that? Don't I need faith? Caliban, understanding the point of his question, gave a short nod. This is a little hard to explain, but faith is an incredibly powerful force while also being extremely delicate. And faith fundamentally comes from belief in a god. But if you try to obtain it artificially, some kind of problem will inevitably arise. A problem? It'll look rather unsophisticated. That's vague. Caliban tapped her forehead with her small index finger, as if searching for an analogy. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she clapped her hands. That's it. You know that faith is based on genuine belief in a god, right? I do, but faith won't accumulate unless people sincerely believe in it. So you mean there can't be even a sliver of doubt? No, doubts can exist, but the core of the belief itself has to be genuine. However, if someone is made to believe through some form of compensation or coercion, then faith won't accumulate easily. Exactly. In some cases, it might even create resistance, making faith gathering even harder. Artificiality breeds resistance, huh? Then what should I do? There's only one way. Just let things happen naturally. As long as you keep acting and influencing the world, people who revere you will naturally appear. So that's why you told me not to try anything forcefully. Yep, we don't want it to look cheap. Caliban muttered, but then her eyes widened as if something had occurred to her. That said, there is a way to gather faith quickly. What is it? Mass slaughter. What? Alon asked again, unsure if he had heard correctly. If you massacre humans on a large scale and instill fear, faith will naturally form and in substantial amounts, too. Caliban nodded without a hint of hesitation. Of course, I wouldn't recommend it. If you try to gain faith that way, the majority of people you'd gain it from would just end up dead. Not to mention, you wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath. Is there no other way? Alon quickly moved the conversation forward. The only other option is performing miracles. Performing miracles? It wasn't an immediately intuitive concept. Caliban pondered for a moment before asking Alon, is there any god currently being worshipped on this continent? In the allied kingdoms, it's probably Cyernia. And in the East altar Mia? Alon mentioned the Eastern god he could barely remember, prompting Caliban to let out a contemplative hum. I don't really know them, but anyway, do the followers of Cyernia perform miracles? Yeah, that's one of the fastest ways to gather faith. Recalling the miracles performed by the followers of Cyrenia, Alon nodded. I see. If people witness miracles being performed, faith will naturally grow. Exactly. Divine power is essentially the power of miracles. If you demonstrate the ability to wield that power, belief will naturally follow. In fact, it's even more effective than the god directly using power themselves. Plus, once you gather enough believers, the process becomes self-sustaining. Self-sustaining? Yeah. Someone blessed with divine power demonstrates their abilities, attracting more believers. Then those believers are granted a bit of power themselves, allowing them to go to other places, perform miracles, and bring in even more followers. And so on, I see. A cycle that perpetuates itself and steadily grows. It was quite a convincing method. Then, Alon suddenly made a strange expression. As he listened, he realized that it was oddly similar to something from his original world. Wait, isn't this just a pyramid scheme? The thought crossed his mind briefly. Anyway, that god Cyrenia is probably drawing in a massive amount of faith without even lifting a finger. As he listened to Kallinen's explanation, Alon thought of Rosario and found himself lost in reflection. He had always known that Rosario was not a place that provided charity unconditionally, but hearing it laid out like this made it seem even more businesslike than he had expected. So that's why Rosario was left to rot in the story? Alon followed up with another question. Then should I also increase faith in the same way? It would be nice if you could, but with the faith you currently have, it might be a bit difficult. Really? Yes. Well, you might be able to manage 2 people at most. You only need to use your own power when granting it for the first time. After that, their faith will sustain it naturally. How do I grant power? It's simple. Just extract a portion of your divinity and pass it on. As long as you leave a trace, that's enough. After that, how they use the power is up to them. A new plan began to take shape in Alon's mind, as soon as he stepped out from his conversation with Kallinen. Hugh Marquis, why the sudden sigh? It's nothing. When Evan asked, Alon lightly shook his head and calmly reviewed their discussion. There are 3 key takeaways. First, Kallinen had no connection to the 100 ghosts. Second, faith could be gathered and power could be shared with others. Lastly, how to wield divinity. Alon recalled Kallinen's words. As I mentioned before, the most important step in using divinity is identifying its inherent traits. For example, we can convert any magic we touch into lightning and summon lightning at will. Once you understand those traits, using them is both difficult and easy. You need to envelop your body in divinity, and as I said, activate it using a trigger. Of course, once you become proficient, you won't need the trigger anymore, but for now, you will. Oh, and I know I made it sound easy, but enveloping yourself in divinity is incredibly difficult. You'll need to practice. Last time, I helped you, and I'll continue assisting when you use your power in the future, but you should also learn how to do it on your own. I was going to explain more about how to wield power when fully manifested, but after seeing you last time, I figured it wasn't really necessary. After reviewing everything, Alon thought to himself, I've learned everything I needed to know. And in addition, he had discovered one extra piece of information. The scale of the divinity he possessed. I don't know what happened, but I've gathered an insane amount. Is this even possible? Kallinen had let out a stunned chuckle, finding it beyond absurd. Marquis, we've arrived. Is that so? At that moment, the carriage reached Caliban. Shall we head straight to the north? Evan asked while subtly gauging his mood. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alon stood up. Well, rest for 2 days. Understood. Evan, looking quite pleased, hopped off the carriage energetically. As Alon followed him, a thought lingered in his mind. Granting power to increase faith, who would be the best choice? Kallinen's power was undoubtedly valuable, even in Alon's eyes. He carefully considered who would be worthy of receiving it. Just then, Marquis, are you feeling all right? As soon as he stepped outside the carriage, Silly came running up eagerly to check on him. Marquis, Alon silently observed her for a moment. Silly, yes, you said you primarily studied lightning and ice magic, right? Ah, yes, that's right. Would you be interested in using divine power? Divine power? As if he had come up with a rather interesting idea, a faint smirk curled at the edge of his lips. Atop a massive cliff, where a colossal statue had been carved. As dusk began to settle, Boss, what? Can I ask you something? What is it? A blue-skinned man, blue ghost, spoke to a black-haired girl. Why exactly are you helping that so-called legitimacy? That's what you're curious about. Blue ghost furrowed his brow slightly before nodding. Yes, I suppose I am. It's not just that you've been looking after him so much he seems rather fascinating in many ways. I noticed an elf was following him. He wields divine power. And most of all, it's like you're a puppy that's found its boom. Before he could finish, he was sent flying as Hayaki's fist slammed into him, carving a dent into the cliffside. However, a moment later, man, couldn't you let me finish before hitting me? Blue Ghost climbed back up, covered in dust, while she let out a huff. If you don't want to get hit, watch your mouth, you idiot. Can I keep talking? Go ahead. Anyway, aside from how unusual he is, it seemed like he didn't even recognize you. Hayaki remained silent, but Blue Ghost continued to chatter. That's why I was curious. You seem to feel very familiar with him, but that legitimacy guy didn't show any signs of recognition. That's why I asked. At some point, Hayaki's cheeks puffed out slightly. It was clear she was sulking. Something about the situation didn't sit right with her. Seeing this, Wow Blue Ghost blinked in amazement. In the centuries he had spent at Hayaki's side, he had never once seen her make that expression. Like a petulant child, pouting over some minor grievance. And it didn't stop there. Next time hell recognize me, her voice carried a distinct hint of disappointment. As Blue Ghost's eyes widened further, definitely. Hayaki gazed at the blue moon rising in the night sky. Hell recognize me for sure, she murmured softly once more. Chapter 209, Sharing Miracles. There were two main reasons why Alan chose Silly as the recipient. The first reason was that she was the younger sister dearly loved by Deus. Now that the Apostle of Sloth had been dealt with, the immediate threat was gone. However, if another such danger arose, she would need the strength to resist on her own. If Silly were to die, Deus would undoubtedly succumb to corruption and fall into sin, because he cherished her immensely. The second reason was quite simple. Silly seemed unexpectedly capable of handling Alan's power well. With this recent incident, Silly's gaze toward Alan had completely changed. From seeing him as the one responsible for her brother Dia's unusual transformation, she now regarded him with reverence and devotion. Even without trying to sense it, that emotion was blatantly clear. Besides, since she's already highly talented in magic, she might be able to use faith-based magic later on. Regardless, faith was only a secondary factor. Ultimately, the most important reason was to ease Dia's concerns. It's not like there's anyone else to share my power with right now. Had he still been in Luxable, he would have granted power to Siakal and Janira. However, since returning was no longer an option, and since he would inevitably gather enough faith to grant miracles to one or two more people by the time he returned from the north, Alan had no trouble making the offer to Silly. Soon enough, then, does this mean I'll become your apostle, my lord? Silly's eyes sparkled. Her voice trembled with excitement as if she couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. Alan, secretly flustered by her intense reaction, nodded. Well, strictly speaking, yes. Can someone like me even do this? She lowered herself even further, her hands beginning to tremble. Yet, despite her self-deprecating words, her eyes shone even brighter. Alan cleared his throat, looking slightly embarrassed. No need to take it so seriously for Alan. This was simply about giving Dia's greatest weakness the power to protect herself. There's no need to belittle yourself like that. But how can I possibly be an apostle of my lord if you don't want to? You can say so, absolutely not. A sudden, forceful outburst. Is that so? Alan unconsciously stammered. Silly clenched both fists tightly, as if she had made an enormous decision. I'll do my very, very best. She shouted so loudly that her body shook. Though her intensity caught him off guard, Alan simply thought, well, if she's happy about it, then it's fine. Closing his eyes, he quickly connected to the divine forces he had become familiar with. This time, unlike before, he selected the significantly diminished divine power of Kalanan. In that instant, crackle, a surge of light flared, and tiny sparks of electricity crackled around Alan. Unlike the overwhelming spectacle from last time, this time, the electricity moved in much finer, subtler currents. Yet even those faint sparks made the knights gasp in awe. Shaw feeling somewhat embarrassed for no reason, Alan quickly reached out and transferred the divine power to Silly. Soon, the blue-tinged energy flowed into her body and vanished. Did it work? Closing his eyes again, Alan observed the faint remnants of Kalanan's divine power. It was now even smaller than before, with a tiny star and a thin blue line etched onto it. At that moment, Alan instinctively understood. That tiny star represented the person who had received the power. Does this mean I can use my lord's power now? Yes. As he opened his eyes, he heard Silly's voice. When Alan nodded, she gasped in awe before her gaze firmed with newfound determination. As your apostle, I will do my utmost to spread your greatness, my lord. I'll leave it to you. Truthfully, he hadn't intended for her to go that far, but there was no reason to discourage someone who had made up her mind. Looking at Silly, who was clenching her fists tightly, Alan nodded once more. A while later, as Alan entered Dia's mansion, sighing lightly, Evan approached him. My lord, what is it, Evan? I feel a bit left out. Evan suddenly expressed his discontent. Alan looked at him questioningly. Out of nowhere. What do you mean, out of nowhere? You shared your power with Silly, didn't you? Ah, you mean that? Yes, that. Of course, it's your decision who to choose, but still, I exist too. As your bodyguard, wait a minute. Am I really a bodyguard? Evan muttered as if questioning his own identity. HMPH. Just then, Basilira, who had been quiet, buted in. Even if I were in his place, I wouldn't share my divine power with someone like you. You snakehead, Uray at it again. You've been picking fights a lot lately. Fights? Do you even know the meaning of the word anymore? These are rational statements, not picking fights. Listening to Basilira, Alan suddenly realized something. Now that I think about it, you are a god. Ha, of course, I am the Grand Basilira? Yeah, right, more like a scaly little snake. Taking the chance to retaliate, Evan smirked and mocked him. Basilira let out an odd screech of frustration, but Evan ignored him and turned back to Alan. Now that I think about it, I guess it wouldn't have been easy for me to receive your power anyway. It's not that you're weak. Then is there another reason? The reason Evan couldn't receive Alan's power was simple. The power I share is only effective for those who sincerely believe in me as a god. If there is no faith, it cannot be wielded. Ah, can you worship me as a god? Evan hesitated for a moment, scratching his head. That would be a bit difficult. Right? Yes, I absolutely trust you, my lord, but if you ask whether that trust is the same as faith in a god, then that's another matter. If I had to put it into words, it's more like Uray, a very close companion. That's why I didn't give you my power. You wouldn't be able to use it anyway. I see. Did you think I didn't consider you first? Evan's face suddenly showed deep emotion. As expected, there is no one like you, my lord. Of course. A warm atmosphere filled the air. Then, since we're on the topic, could you perhaps raise my salary a little? Didn't I already raise it last time? Ah well, you see, these days, expenses have been a bit HMPH. Rather than expenses, it's more like you've been throwing all your money at women and now you're broke. Basilira, as always, never missed an opportunity. What nonsense. This is all part of my future planning. Future planning, my scales. That's just called throwing money into the dirt. Q-haha. After another bout of bickering, Evan cleared his throat unnecessarily and asked, So, my lord, who do you plan to grant your power to in the future? That is your power. Y'all keep sharing it, want you? Alan thought for a moment. I intend to give it only to those who are truly faithful to me. That was his answer. At that moment, far away from Caliban, where he had been stationed to avoid being discovered by Deus, Drame, who had been keeping watch, stood in stunned silence. But he wasn't the only one. All the members of the Shadow Leaves saw it clearly. The primordial elf, sharing the power of Calinan, the lightning receiver, with a human. For the elves of Grainifra, there had been many recent surprises. Finding out that the one they called the primordial elf was also known elsewhere as Calinan, the lightning receiver. Seeing that he possessed not only the power of elves, but also took the form of other gods. All of these revelations had happened within the past month. Yet, none of the elves harbored any doubts or confusion, because they had seen with their own eyes that Marquis Palatio was the primordial elf. Moreover, they already knew that the primordial elf was also called Tizan. So while they were surprised, they simply accepted it as yet another divine name. Instead, their reverence for him only deepened. But today, the elves discovered something even more astonishing than his many names. It was in the words spoken by Marquis Palatino, by the primordial elf himself. I grant my power to those who are truly faithful. The elves present all remembered. The power of the great Marquis Palatio, the primordial elf, who had once revived the withered roots alone. And now they could receive that power. As long as they sincerely believed in him, Drame subtly turned his gaze to the side. He met the eyes of his subordinates. Every single one of them was filled with a fierce sense of competition and ambition. Of course, the elves of the Shadow Leaves did not move for mere personal gain. Drame knew this well. The Shadow Leaves existed solely to carry out the Queen's orders, as her sword. However, despite that, Captain, it's my shift change now, so I'll head in first. I'll go in as well. Among the elves, a silent rivalry had begun to spark. That night, Silly, who had received Kalenan's power from Elan, blankly stared at her hand. Crackle! A tiny spark of lightning flickered beneath her palm. If she clenched her fist now, it would disappear as if it had never existed. Yet it was unmistakably lightning. In truth, Silly could already wield much stronger electrical magic. She wasn't at the pinnacle as a mage yet, but even so, she could cast far more powerful spells than this, which meant that this tiny lightning was not particularly extraordinary for her. However, despite that, she remained transfixed, staring at the faint spark just before it vanished. Because this was not her magic, it was divine power. Tzz, the lightning faded. Silence settled in Silly's room. Only the blue moonlight shone down through the window. In the darkness, her eyes were the only things that gleamed, yet there was no disappointment in them. Instead, her gaze carried an overwhelming sense of joy. She clenched her hand tightly. During the day, when she had received this power, she had felt happy, but deep inside, she had also been worried. Could she truly wield such an immense power? Yet, she had done it, even if it was just a tiny spark, even if it was nothing compared to the overwhelming lightning he had shown her. She had undeniably conjured lightning through divine power, and that made her incredibly happy. The realization that she had received power from the very one who had saved her life. Unconsciously, Silly smiled. Then, she made a vow, I must never disappoint him. Silly knew what she had to do. She was an apostle, and an apostle must serve the God's will. And there was only one thing she needed to do for him: spread his name across the world. Under the moonlight, Silly smiled deeply. Inside her keen mind, a plan began to take shape. A plan to let the world know of the Great One. Meanwhile, as Elan lay buried in his bed, still not fully recovered, with no idea of what was happening, a peculiar plan was beginning to take root. At that moment, in the grand palace beneath the world tree in the elven land of Grainifra, the elves guarding my dear friend should be dismissed by now. They're too weak to protect him properly anyway. Wouldn't it be better for us lizard men to take over his guard? Hazard, the sage god of the lizard men, had suddenly visited the queen and provoked her. Ha, what nonsense are you spewing? A chilling storm was brewing. Chapter 210, The World Tree in the Land of the Elves, Grainifra. The enormous royal castle beneath it was currently filled with tension. The reason was simple. Even the elves who had lived for centuries had never once seen the face of the lizard men's god, Hazed, who had now arrived at the castle. Of course, it hadn't been that way from the beginning. In reality, Hazed, known as the sage god, had come to meet the queen without causing any trouble. Magrina, too, welcomed Hazed's visit without any particular tension. Moreover, although it seemed like their long-awaited reunion might be awkward, the two conversed in a surprisingly smooth atmosphere. Rather than exuding the authoritative presence expected of leaders of their respective nations, they spoke with a sense of familiarity. Of course, as high-ranking figures, they maintained a fundamental business-like demeanor. Even so, as the relaxed conversation continued, the elves were bewildered yet relieved. Yes, that was certainly the Cassuntal just a moment ago. The elves guarding my dear friend should be dismissed by now. They're too weak to protect him properly anyway. Wouldn't it be better for us lizard men to take over his guard? That was until Hazed, whose face could hardly even be seen, uttered those words. Ha, what nonsense are you spewing? In an instant, the air in the audience chamber began to chill. HMPH, am I wrong? Lizard men are much stronger than elves. Even in the face of Magrina's chilling gaze, Hazed's voice remained unchanged. At his response, Magrina's lips curled into a crooked smile. Oh, is that so? The same lowly race that would have been annihilated if the primordial elf hadn't saved them. That applies to elves as well. And strictly speaking, I did offer my help too. Help, more like you were the one receiving all the help. The queen's derisive laughter echoed through the chamber. For a brief moment, Hazed fell silent, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, I won't deny that I've received a lot from my dear friend. Dear friend, you've done nothing but take. HMPH. After groaning in response to her relentless attacks, Hazed insisted once more. Anyway, from now on, we will be in charge of the protection. And what if I refuse? Then you must want to put my dear friend in danger. You're awfully confident. Besides, your side can't even guard as discreetly as we can you? HMPH Safety is more important than subtlety. Hazed glared at Magrina. She glared back at him. Everyone held their breath at the unwavering standoff. After a long, frigid silence, then why don't we ask him directly? Let's see whose protection he prefers. With a smile that suggested she had thought of a clever idea, Magrina made the proposal. Fine. As if he had been waiting for those words, Hazad nodded. Both wore victorious smiles. Watching them, the elves and lizard men silently averted their gazes, sensing the invisible sparks flying between the two. It had been about a week since Alan arrived in Caliban. During what could be considered either a long or short time, Alan focused entirely on fully recovering his body. In the meantime, he gained one realization and heard two rumors. The first rumor, relayed by Evan, was that Alibin was eliminating the strange creatures at an unexpectedly rapid pace. The second was about something that had worried Alan for some time, the fact that most of the organizations that usually went berserk once psychedelia began had disappeared on their own. Evan, yes, sir. The organizations you mentioned yesterday, are they all really gone? Yes. Just to be sure, I even had the Information Guild cross-check it. Aside from a few, they've all disappeared. What caused their downfall? HM I recall from our conversation. Most of them collapsed due to attacks from rival organizations or external assaults. Otherwise, they were wiped out overnight. After pondering for a moment, Evan added as if something had come to mind. Oh, now that I think about it, it seems one group took down several of them. If I remember correctly, the Blood Sword, the Shadow Ghosts, and the Flute Clan, and, what was the last one? The Dark Wood, you mean the Dark Veil? Ah, yes, that's the one. Apparently, a single person took care of them. Why? The method of execution was identical in all cases. Their necks were twisted twice around, or so they said. Alan stroked his chin with a peculiar expression. Indeed, the organizations Evan had mentioned shared a common trait. They all became notorious by assassinating prominent figures. Later, they infiltrated various kingdoms, acting like parasites that corroded them from within. From a player's perspective, no matter which kingdom one started in, these organizations offered quests that allowed them to get close to the king in some capacity. However, aside from that, there was no apparent connection between them, which left Alan deep in thought. Well, if they were wiped out due to a butterfly effect, that's not a bad outcome. If they had survived, I would have had to deal with them myself anyway. He decided to focus on the fact that the troublesome organizations had been cleared out. Of course, by mid-game, there would always be others who crawled out when the time was ripe. Naturally, stronger foes in line with psychedelia's balance would emerge later. Still, for now, it wasn't a bad thing that those nuisances were gone. As he exhaled and leaned comfortably against the chair's backrest, meow, the small black creature, which had been idly tapping a ball on the floor moments ago, now perched on Alan's thigh, tilting its head curiously. As if to comfort him, the creature nuzzled against him affectionately. After stroking the affectionate little one, Alan closed his eyes. By now, he could observe the divine essences within him much more quickly. He gazed at the floating divinities before focusing on Kalinan's essence. As soon as he touched it, it naturally expanded like a distant planet, suddenly being drawn close. And within the enlarged divine essence, just as Alan had seen last time, there were shining stars and faint blue dots gently radiating outward. This was the new realization Alan had gained over the past week while investigating divine essences. By expanding a divine essence, he had discovered a way to see the believers who followed that essence. First, the white starlight represented those to whom Alan had shared his power. The dark-colored to slightly more vivid blue dots, surrounding the divine essence so faint that they were hard to notice, without close observation served as indicators of how many people believed in the essence, and to what extent. Rather than figuring it out on my own, it was thanks to Kalinan briefly appearing and telling me. Recalling Kalinan, who had suddenly appeared a few days ago for a brief conversation before vanishing, Alan shifted his gaze to examine the other divine essences one by one. The primordial elf's divine essence contained a large number of vibrant green dots, though not in overwhelming numbers. Kalinan's divine essence also had many blue dots, though not an excessive amount. The red divine essence had two distinctly glowing red dots. Unexpectedly, the white divine essence had an overwhelmingly large number of white dots compared to the others. However, the white divine essence had a peculiarity that set it apart from the others. When expanded, its originally white glow appeared as a faded, grayish hue. And lastly, the black divine essence, resembling a black hole. The moment he attempted to expand the black divine essence, Alan felt his contemplation shatter and opened his eyes. No matter the other divine essences, every time he tried to observe the black one, his vision was disrupted in this manner, a repeated phenomenon with no clear explanation. As he made a puzzled expression meow, the small black creature, sensing that Alon had stopped petting it, tilted its head in protest. Smiling slightly, Alon resumed stroking the creature and then spoke. Evan, yes, it's time to depart for the north. And so, preparations for their northern journey began. The following day, Alon received unexpected news from Deus. The great collapse has occurred? Yes, we received a report from the outpost yesterday. Alon fell silent. The great collapse. It was a phenomenon where the accumulated snow on the glacial mountains crashed down to cover the paths below, making the terrain highly dangerous. The immediate problem was, of course, that the fallen snow made forward movement difficult. But the real danger was something else. The fallen snow concealed the crevasses that one must avoid in the glacial mountains. Because of this, when the great collapse occurred, unless the snow was cleared by the tremors unique to the glacial mountains, the region would remain treacherous for months. From what Alon knew, this setting had been designed in the game's early to mid stages to prevent players from heading straight to Caliban and then to the glacial mountains too soon. But there was one thing he didn't understand. Why did the great collapse happen at this point in time? In Psychedelia, it was supposed to occur much later than this. The unexpected timing of the great collapse raised questions, but only briefly. The expedition won't proceed either then. With the great collapse happening, I doubt it. The barbarians also won't be appearing during this period. Alon decided to delay his northern journey. This might not be a bad thing after all. He had wanted to take more time to study the divine essences he had obtained, including Kalinan's, alongside his magic. With that in mind, Alon decisively abandoned the plan to go north. Oh, then are we heading home? You sound delighted. Well, isn't it a good idea to rest a little? Especially after everything that happened in the jungle. You're not wrong. With Evan now visibly more energetic, their destination was swiftly changed to the Marquis estate. Well then, until next time. Understood, my lord. I will visit you in 4 months. There's no need to go out of your way. No, I insist. Well, if you say so. After a brief farewell, Alon boarded a carriage bound for Palatio Marquis estate, while Deus began disbanding the expedition team. Some time later, it seems everything is settled. After hearing his lieutenant's report, Deus returned to the mansion. On the way to his office, a small smile unknowingly crept onto his face. Going to the office usually meant work. But for Deus, this particular visit carried a different meaning. It was a source of enjoyment, akin to a relaxing pastime. Just a little more, and the blueprint will be complete. He was finalizing the blueprint for a statue commission. Before departing on this recent expedition, he had been rushing to make arrangements for the project. With that thought, his steps became lighter. And the moment he opened the door to his office, Silly, hello, brother. His younger sister, Silly, was there. Not just there, she was completely engrossed in examining the blueprint he had been diligently drafting. The sight made Deus instinctively flinch, because he was reminded of Silly's scolding from last time. She had criticized him for spending too much money on a mere statue. Of course, the cost was covered by the money Deus had earned and the money he would earn. Technically drawn in advinciso, it was all within a manageable budget. Yet, as someone who loved his younger sister dearly, he couldn't help but care about her every word. So, once again, he found himself cautiously observing her reaction, and recalling how, the last time he had attempted to create additional statue blueprints and had been caught, she had given him an even sharper look. Now, cold sweat began to form on Diaz's forehead. This blueprint is good. At those unexpected words, Diaz's face filled with confusion. Silly's response was entirely different from what he had anticipated, but only for a moment. Deus came to a realization. Silly was no longer the same as before. She had been saved by him, just like he had. Remembering this, a slow smile spread across Diaz's lips. In other words, his beloved younger sister now shared the same thoughts as he did. Is that so? It's not fully complete yet, though. Even so, I think it's been designed very well. I see. Seeing that Silly now shared the same hobby, as him, Deus felt deeply satisfied. Their conversation flowed naturally. For a brief moment, he was even moved, thinking so this is what true sibling bonds feel like. But that sentiment didn't last long. But this part needs more detail. For example, like this eyes, yes, the coat should be longer. Oh, I see. And the eyes need some adjustments too. It shouldn't be like a diamond shape, you need to express it more delicately, brother. Since the marquee has blue eyes, rather than just crafting it like this, the gemstones should be more finely cut silly. Deus sensed something. Why? What's wrong? I know that part too, but realistically, are you saying you're going to cut corners on the statue because of realistic concerns? Well, this part here should be higher. The horns should curve upwards more. It would be best in gold. Gold? I mean, that would be nice, but considering the budget, maybe something else gold. It has to be gold. No, but the budget gold. Budget, gold. This was the same sister who had once criticized him for spending too much on a single statue. Yet now, with a stern and utterly serious expression, she was firmly repeating gold over and over. Fine, gold it is. Yes. At that moment, Deus realized something. Silly had changed. Chapter 211, recently recognized for his skills, the rookie Wunnel had joined the Solar Eclipse Knights and felt immense pride in belonging to this order. That pride was well-founded. Caliban had countless knight orders. However, none could compare to the ones led by Caliban's 5 swords. Among them, the Solar Eclipse Knights, led by Caliban's first sword, Deus Macallion, were overwhelmingly admired and revered. Caliban's first sword, Deus Macallion. Since he led the Solar Eclipse Knights, they were naturally considered Caliban's first knight order. That was why Wunnel took great pride in becoming a member of the Solar Eclipse Knights. Yes, he certainly had felt that pride. Even though it had become a thing of the past, it did not mean he had suddenly abandoned his admiration for the order. He still wanted to be a part of the Solar Eclipse Knights. Yet the reason Wunnel found himself questioning things was because of his seniors. No, to be precise, all of his seniors. Senior. HM? Wunnel, what is it? Responding immediately to Wunnel's call was his senior, Vidin. Vidin had a robust, knightly build, yet his face bore an oddly gentle and kind expression. May I ask something? You don't have to be so formal. Just ask whatever you're curious about. Vidin let out a hearty laugh. Wunnel hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Why are you praying? Praying. In truth, prayer itself was not such an unusual act in Wunnel's understanding. There had always been seniors in the Solar Eclipse Knights who prayed before meals or training. However, the reason Wunnel asked now was simple. No, but why is every single one of them? Every member who had returned from the jungle with the commander since yesterday, they had all been devoutly praying. And not just casually, but with such fervor that even the priests of Cyrenia would pale in comparison. When Wunnel returned from his mission and saw the sight before him, he had been in a daze all night. And since the atmosphere persisted today, he finally decided to ask. Vidin answered as if the question required no thought. Of course, it's a prayer to the divine. He laughed cheerfully once more. A prayer to the divine. Wunnel knew exactly who his seniors were praying to. It wasn't something he could be ignorant of. After all, since yesterday, they had been speaking about one name incessantly. You mean the divine is Marquis Palacio? Yes, we offer our prayers to him. At the unhesitating and absolute response, Wunnel was left speechless. To be honest, he couldn't fully understand Vidin's words. If all these people had been praying to the goddess of Cyrenia, it wouldn't have been strange. But the object of their worship, this so-called divine being, was a human, Marquis Palacio. Of course, Wunnel knew well about Marquis Palacio. He was certainly worthy of great respect. He had taken down not one, but 2 outer gods. He was the one who had effectively prevented the artificial outer gods crisis that had nearly destroyed the kingdom of Stalion. And beyond that, there were countless other rumors, great and small. Even Wunnel had sometimes wondered, is it really possible for a single human to accomplish all of this alone? Moreover, he had shown extraordinary feats in the jungle as well. And after that, his seniors had begun to worship him. Wunnel had heard about it from his peers. He could understand how it had started, to some extent. But even so, worshipping a living human as a god, it didn't sit right with Wunnel. Senior, go ahead. No matter what, he is still a living human being. Just as he was about to cautiously voice his concern, bang. Emergency. The Liberian knights insulted the Marquis as a heretic god. A knight suddenly burst through the dining hall doors, shouting at the top of his lungs. Until that moment, the dining hall had been filled with quiet conversation. And then silence. In an instant, a cold silence descended. Then those bastards. Where are they? Take us to them immediately. Before Wunnel could even process what was happening, every knight in the hall bolted out in unison. Wunnel stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. I am so glad I didn't ask any further. He quietly shut his half-open mouth and let out a slow breath. I really made the right choice not to say anything. Vidin, the senior widely known as the kindest in the order, had charged out with his sword drawn, looking as if he would commit divine punishment himself. At this point, isn't this more of a holy night order than a regular night order? Perhaps if he had experienced what had happened in the jungle, he would understand. But for Wunnel, who knew nothing of the details, his senior's actions only became more incomprehensible. For a moment, he hesitated. Should I discreetly report this to the commander? That thought crossed his mind as he stood up. Wunnel knew this much: the first sword of Caliban, the man he revered, was incredibly close to Marquis Palatio. However, he also knew one other thing. Deus Macallion was a man who strictly separated public duty from personal matters. Of course, this was something the knight said because Deus never voiced any complaints about the kingdom's budget allocation and remained indifferent even when he could have gained more benefits. But for Wunnel, who had been recognized for his talent and accepted into the order without prior experience, he could only perceive Deus as someone who strictly separated public duty from personal matters in every situation. And just as he stepped out of the dining hall to report the current situation to the commander, commander, by sheer luck, he spotted Deus Macallion heading somewhere. How dare they insult the Marquis? With eyes burning in fury, his sword already drawn, violet mana flickering around him as he walked with an ominous presence, Wunnel fell silent once again. It was early winter. On his way to the Magic Academy to pick up Pinia before heading to the Marquis estate, Alon muttered, "It's here too." Indeed. So, what's the score this time, Marquis? If I had to rate it a 9 out of 10. Oh, that's 1 point higher than yesterday. What made it better? The trees are standing straight? I see. Now that you mention it, they do seem perfectly aligned. As he spoke with Evan, they both looked at the trees ahead. Or rather, the artificially landscaped trees, lush and verdant, completely out of place in the early winter season. Alon's expression grew peculiar as he observed them. So, how many days has it been? Technically, about 2 weeks. These trees started appearing the day after we left Caliban. Evan looked up at the beautifully arranged trees in awe. By the way, who on earth is placing these here? No matter how I think about it, it feels like someone is deliberately setting them up along our path. I think so too. Alon nodded. Honestly, the first couple of times he had seen the trees, he had thought nothing of it. Perhaps someone had decided to place decorative trees along these paths. But even after 2 weeks, no matter where he went, new landscaping would appear, perfectly arranged, every single day. What the hell is this? Alon tried to recall if something like this had ever happened back when he had dealt with psychedelia. But he soon shook his head. Even though his memories of that time were faint, he was certain that nothing like this had ever happened before. So he pondered for a moment. Well, it doesn't seem like a major problem, so I suppose it's fine. But Alon knew all too well how every little thing in this world had to be approached with caution. Are we arriving today? Looks like it. Alon decided that as soon as he met Pinia, he would ask her about these trees. And just as he took the reins and set out toward the Mage Tower KHRRR, this is unfair beyond the meticulously arranged trees, he could hear the sorrowful voices of elves and a short, triumphant chuckle from Drame, who nodded repeatedly with a smug smile. A few hours later, they finally arrived at the Mage Tower. Pinia joined Alon, looking a little sullen. Seriously, sistery, do I have to go? I am going. Are you not coming? I have tasks assigned by the tower master. You can hand them off to someone else. Despite Felon's reluctance, wait, no, shut up and get in. Bang! Pinia kicked Felon's back, sending him flying into the carriage. Watching this, Alon was once again reminded of her personality and greeted her. It's been a while. Ah, yes. The moment Alon spoke, Pinia instantly dropped her menacing aura. Meanwhile, Felon, who had just been unceremoniously launched into the carriage, stared in disbelief, his face a mixture of resentment and shock. But Pinia merely nudged the carriage door shut with her foot. Apologies. If it were up to me, I would have left you in the tower for a while longer, but I have something I need help with. Help? Yes. As Alon spoke, he casually pulled out Kalinen's divinity in front of Pinia. Crackle. The moment she saw the crackling lightning in Alon's palm, Pinia's eyes went wide with surprise. It was as if she had instantly recognized something, as if she had just witnessed proof of her own genius. This no way, it's divinity. Wow. Upon hearing Alon's confirmation, Piniaho had just moments ago been dramatically lamenting about how she didn't want to gossipingly brightened, her eyes sparkling. Like a graduate student who had just found the perfect research topic, she became filled with enthusiasm and grabbed Alon's hand. Show me again. All right. Without hesitation, Alon activated his divinity once more. Truthfully, his current divinity was still at a stage where even summoning a few sparks required effort. But it didn't matter. After all, the whole reason he was taking Peenia to the Marquis estate in the first place was to show her the divinity and have her assist in researching magic. Thus, as Alan continued to display Kallinen's divinity as many times as Peenia wished, he suddenly realized that she was much closer to him than he had expected. Her hands and eyes were fixated on Alan's hand, but from an outside perspective, it looked as if she was practically nestled against him. Marquisaging, again, but Peenia seemed completely oblivious to their close proximity as she urged him on. All right, just as Alan was about to activate his divinity once more snap, Peenia, who had been bouncing in excitement just moments ago, suddenly froze. Step then, without a word, she took exactly 2 steps back. Alan looked at her with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend her abrupt reaction. But Peenia took another 2 steps back, increasing the distance between them. "Show me," she spoke in a quiet voice. Her earlier excitement had vanished entirely. Her large eyes shimmered as if holding back tears. "Is something wrong?" Alan asked. "And no, of course not." Peenia gave a small shake of her head, forcing an awkward smile. Still bewildered, Alan activated his divinity again. But Peenia's gaze was no longer fixed on his hand. Instead, her eyes were locked onto the brooch Alan was wearing. It was the first snowfall of the year. Several weeks later, bringing along the strangely subdued Peenia, Alan arrived at Marquis Palacio's estate. "I greet the friend of the Great One." "Greetings, O Primordialno Marquis. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but we have come to discuss matters of protection." Just like before, he was welcomed by Zukurak, and alongside him was Rim, the guide he had met in Grainifra. "Protection. Yes, regarding who will be granted the honor of guarding the primordial elfno, the Marquis. Between the elves and the lizard men, we must determine who shall serve as your escort." As the discussion continued, "You guard me? Why?" Alan could only stare at them with that exact expression. It was quite the lively return. Chapter 212, Inside the Office. Alan stared blankly ahead. In front of him stood 2 individuals, an elf and a lizardman. One of them was Rim, who exuded an unwavering devotion toward Alan. Unlike when they first met in Grainifra, her eyes now sparkled brightly, and she stood with the utmost politeness. The other was Zukurak, the lizardman who had visited Alan just recently, radiating the same boisterous energy as before. Alan looked at the 2, cautiously raising his hand to rub his temple. "So, what are you saying?" "We came to ask who should be in charge of your protection. You only need to decide, my friend. We will handle the rest." While Rim bowed politely, Zukurak burst into hearty laughter. No, that's not, of course. Alan wasn't just curious about the conclusion. First of all, he had no idea why Rim and Zukurak were here together. More than anything, he couldn't understand how this situation had come to be. He understood the literal meaning of providing protection. But why was that topic even brought up? How did it progress, and how did it reach this point? He couldn't make sense of it at all. Even if he generously accepted that the elves would act this way, why the lizard men? His gaze naturally shifted to Zukurak, as he found his presence particularly puzzling. Just as expected, the Marquis has sharp judgment. Indeed, we are far stronger than those pointy-eared folk. This guy Alan had only looked at him out of sheer confusion. Yet Zukurak confidently jumped to conclusions, while Rim frowned at his words. It hadn't even been 30 minutes since Alan entered the office, yet he had already sighed multiple times. "I think I need an explanation first. Could you tell me exactly what's going on?" "Ah, I will explain right away." Startled by Alan's request, Rim immediately straightened up in attention. Alan thought there was no need for such strict discipline, but he knew telling her to relax wouldn't work, so he silently listened to her explanation. After some time had passed, "So, in other words, you're deciding who will be in charge of my protection." "That's correct." "Indeed." Rim and Zukurak nodded confidently. Alan remained expressionless, but inwardly he was bewildered, because his own will wasn't even considered in their conversation and conclusion. Of course, being protected wasn't necessarily a bad thing. From Alan's perspective, it was actually quite appealing. In a dark fantasy world full of threats, having more protection was undoubtedly beneficial. However, Alan's main concern was that this entire debate stemmed from a misunderstanding. He roughly understood the elves' mistaken reasoning, but he had no idea what had led the lizard men to join in. No, seriously, how are they even misunderstanding this? He could try to deduce something based on Zukurak's past statements. But even so, he couldn't fathom how things had escalated to the point of an actual competition over his protection. Even after listening to their explanation, just moments ago, after a brief moment of thought, Alon spoke. I appreciate the consideration, but I don't really need protection. Oh him. Rim and Zukurak let out quiet sighs of disappointment. Alon, though slightly tempted, steeled his resolve, receiving protection without any cost. It was a tempting offer, but it felt like a seductive trap. Everything stemmed from a misunderstanding. Though it wasn't something Alon had intended, they had jumped to conclusions on their own. Regardless, Alon had already gained several benefits from their misperception. If he went further and accepted protection, and those guarding him saw his actions up close, they might realize their mistake. If that happened, the losses he'd suffer would outweigh any benefits he had gained thus far. Besides, I've started accumulating divine power now. Recalling the level of divinity he had already amassed, Alon let out a silent breath and looked at the two. For now, he had to protect their misunderstanding. Therefore, I must decline your offer. I see. That's unfortunate. Rim and Zukurak couldn't hide their disappointment. Understood. Since you insist, I won't bring it up again. I shall follow the words of the primordial elf. Zukurak bowed deeply, and Rim, now addressing Alon without hesitation as the primordial elf, followed suit. With the matter settled, Alon let out a light sigh as he dismissed them. Evan shrugged his shoulders. They're getting desperate to protect you now. I have no idea why they're acting like this. Really? Yeah, Evan hummed in thought before pointing towards something. Oh, Marquis, have you seen that? Yes, that. Following Evan's hand, Alon turned his gaze toward the window. Outside, he spotted the massive statue that Deus had gifted him on his birthday. It hadn't been there when Alon left earlier. Now, the statue had two massive horns. When did it grow horns? As Alon asked, Deus responded as if he had been waiting for the question. I heard Deus arranged it in advance. Some workers arrived before we got here and added them. A statue is something you can just modify like that? Normally, no. But apparently it's possible with magic. It's expensive, though. Alon stared blankly at the statue, his mouth slightly open. Now adorned with two massive horns, it no longer looked human, it looked like a being returning from hell, shouting, "Rise, you as well." More embarrassing than I expected. Alon sighed deeply once more. 2 months passed since Rim and Zukurak visited the Palatio Marquisate. By the time winter had fully set in, covering the world in white snow, let's stop here for today. Ah, already? Yeah, it's more exhausting than I expected. Understood. Alon was immersed in magical research with Penia. More precisely, in divine and magical studies. Panting slightly, he let out several deep breaths. Penia handed him a towel and said, "Still, it seems you've nearly achieved the proper implementation of it." That's certainly true. Yes, but no matter how many times I see it, it's still fascinating. Converting mana into lightning, I had a hunch when you first demonstrated your divine power, but every time I witness it, it amazes me. Penia added as an afterthought, well, that's why the magic we're creating now is technically possible. Alon nodded before asking, haven't you seen even greater things? That's true. Even after converting mana into lightning, it still changed again to match your sigil. Just like Blackie. Penia gestured toward the desk where Blackie was perched. Meow? Blackie, who had been idly tapping at magical reagents, turned to face Penia and Alon. It's definitely worth researching in various ways. I'm always grateful. Thanks to you, our research is progressing quickly. I'm receiving plenty in return, so it's fine. Besides, this research is fun. After lightly commending Penia, whose face was filled with pride, Alon sat down and organized everything he had discovered about divine power over the past 2 months. There were 3 key findings. First, to use divine power for incarnation, one must clearly understand its abilities. Second, a clear trigger must be recognized for incarnation to occur. Third, it was impossible to use 2 divine powers simultaneously. In other words, since Alon was using Kalinen's divine power, he couldn't use any other divine power at all. Though, the primordial elf's divine power is an exception since I can at least surround myself with it. However, since he hadn't fully grasped the primordial elf's divine abilities, he couldn't incarnate them yet either. Should I go to Grainifra and ask about its power? Lately, Alon had been contemplating how to accurately understand the power of the primordial elf. Ah, Marquis, what is it? I recall hearing that you plan to move next month. Is that right? At the unexpected question, Alon nodded. Yes, I'll likely be moving next month. In truth, if it were just about going to Caliban, he could take his time. However, he planned to leave a little earlier so he could stop by Asteria as well. I need to meet Cian. He had to report to her about his visit to Granifra. Hearing Alon's response, Peenia slowly nodded before saying, then by that time, this research should be completed. That does seem likely. All that's left is fine-tuning. Even so, just in case, it would be best to refrain from using it in actual combat, even if the adjustments are perfect. It's undoubtedly groundbreaking, but there are still quite a few risks involved. Muttering to herself that it would be great if they could conduct research more frequently, Peenia sighed. Alon agreed with her. The current rate of accumulating divine power wasn't quite enough to conduct research without limitations. Though, compared to the beginning, I've gathered quite a lot. Back when he first started researching at the Marquisate, he could barely conduct experiments once every 3 days. But now, he was able to research almost once per day. As Alon recalled that fact, a question suddenly arose in his mind. Wait, now that I think about it, why is my divine power accumulating so quickly? He hadn't questioned it before, but upon reflection, it seemed a bit strange. Thanks to the events in the jungle last time, faith had likely been accumulating more efficiently. However, even accounting for that, the power he could once use only every 3 days could now be used almost daily. Immediately, Alon entered a meditative state and examined Kalinan's divine power. And then, he saw it. 3 months ago, Kalinan's divine power consisted only of itself and the star of Scilly, which had directly granted him power. The rest had been pitch-black darkness, but now a vast blue nebula had formed around it. What is this? His face filled with confusion for a moment. Since he couldn't continue deep contemplation inside Peenia's office, Alon hurried back to his study. And as soon as he arrived, Marquis, did you hear? What is it? Scilly has become a saintess. What? Before he could even fully process his thoughts, a piece of shocking news left him utterly stunned. Chapter 213, Between the Lands of Granifra and the Lizardmen. In a makeshift negotiation site. No escort is necessary? Yes, that's what he said. Magrina received this report from Rim. Is it true? Yes, O Great One. Sitting in front of Magrina was Hazed. When he asked, Zukurak also nodded deeply in agreement. Seeing this, Hazed rubbed his chin thoughtfully a few times. Well, I suppose there's no choice. If my friend thinks so, I'll have to step back. Contrary to expectations, he backed off surprisingly neatly. You're taking this rather well. I am not like those sneaky elves who pretend to act with honor while scheming in the background. You used to be even sneakier than us, ahum. As soon as the past was mentioned, Hazed cleared his throat and looked away. To those of lower standing, it might have just looked like a swirl of black smoke, but to anyone watching closely, it was clear that Hazed was flustered. After a brief pause, anyway, if my friend insists, there's no need for us to linger here. Hazed got up as if there was nothing more to discuss. Let's be on our way then. With that, he coolly turned and left the negotiation site. As Magrina stood watching where he had left, Your Majesty. Go ahead, Rim. Rim called out to the queen with a slightly regretful expression. If the elves had been entrusted with the escort, she would have had the opportunity to guard the primordial elf himself. For Rim, and in fact for all elves, protecting the primordial elf whom they essentially regarded as a god was a great honor and privilege. Normally, Pagade had to protect the world tree from those that emerged from the roots, leaving no room to guard anyone else. But ever since the primordial elf's visit to the roots, those threats had disappeared. Now that Rim had the capacity for other duties, she felt the loss even more. Then, as you ordered, I will recall the shadow leaves. As if understanding her feelings, Magrina smiled softly and shook her head. No. Pardon, there's no need to recall the shadow leaves. But didn't we just decide Rim, even if he refuses an escort, the primordial elf is someone we must protect? You understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. That is your answer. He may have refused, but surely it was out of consideration for us. In truth, it was Alon's desperate effort to avoid exposing his secret. But unaware of this, Magrina's smile deepened. That's why we must still escort him. We can't entrust his safety to those lizards, can we? It was a valid point. Rim nodded but couldn't help wondering. What exactly is the relationship between Her Majesty and that so-called sage just now? The queen, Magrina, and the lizardmen's sage, who had casually conversed with her Rim, was sure they hadn't met frequently before. And yet, they seemed strangely close, even though they were hurling insults at each other the whole time. Despite their barbs, their exchange had felt more like that of old rivals than true enemies. However, Rim soon dismissed her curiosity. That wasn't the important matter at hand. Then, well maintain the shadow leaves as they are. Do so. And your majesty. Yes. Would it be possible just as Rim was about to cautiously make her request, inside the massive palanquin carried by the lizardmen, Zukurak tilted his head in confusion. You want to dispatch escort troops? Yes. In a lavishly decorated space, large enough to be considered a room, Zukurak was baffled by Hazed's order. It was completely different from what he had said earlier with Magrina. But didn't you just say you wouldn't send any? Hazed chuckled. Of course, that was a lie, but doesn't your friend not want it? Well, to be honest, he probably doesn't, but that's a separate issue. Is that so? Yes. I am sending them because I am worried about him. That's all there is to it, Hazed murmured in a low voice before continuing. Anyway, just do it. But make sure they aren't noticed send the most discreet ones. Shall I send the Shadow Veil clan? Not a bad choice. Hazed leaned back into his seat, satisfied. Watching him, Zukurak suddenly voiced a question. May I ask something? What is it? If you were going to send an escort anyway, why bother hiding it from the elves? Obviously, because it's necessary. The elves act like they care about honor, but they're sly. If they tell my friend, it'll just be a headache. Hazed nodded to himself, as if he knew the elves all too well. In other words, he was worried they might snitch to Marquis Palacio. Seeing his god being wary of another's interference, Zukurak found it strange. Never before had he seen the god who granted him power care about anyone else's opinion. Yet now, Hazed was mindful of the elves, afraid his friend might find out. After a brief silence, understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Zukurak bowed and left to carry out Hazed's command. About a week later. Marquis, I've investigated the matter you asked about. You mean about Silly? Yes. So, what did you find? It seems that's what they're actually calling her. Hearing Evan's report, Alan gave him a puzzled look. Why on earth? Well, apparently, after you left, she continued various relief efforts in the villages near Caliban. Relief efforts. Yes, things like that. Taking care of monsters, distributing supplies after listing a few things, Evan added, anyway, because of that, the villages near Caliban have started calling her the Saint of Calinan, the lightning receiver. Alan scratched his head involuntarily. This situation wasn't particularly problematic for him. In fact, it was beneficial. After all, Silly's actions were gathering faith in Alan. Not that he had given her power expecting this to happen. But the reason for his slightly bewildered expression was this wasn't what he had intended. He had only given Silly power so she could protect herself. Now, finding himself at the top of an unexpected pyramid scheme, Alan thought to himself, well, it's not a bad thing, so it doesn't really matter, but maybe I should tell her not to overdo it. He didn't want to make Dia's sister work too hard. After organizing his thoughts, Alan decided he would bring it up the next time he visited Caliban. Just then, Marquis, what is it? Evan spoke up. That reminds me, didn't you say we needed to visit somewhere else besides the jungle last time? During the last trip? Yes. Thinking about it now, I don't think we actually went there. A place to visit. Alan pondered for a moment before letting out an ah. There was a place we needed to go because of the limited usage of footsteps of the past. Right? That's why I asked. I realized we never stopped by. Why didn't we go? It wasn't that I didn't want to, I couldn't. That place is only accessible when we have business up north. I see. Evan nodded in understanding. Watching him, Alan suddenly let out another exclamation and pulled out an item. It was a gemstone, identical to the red ruby he had obtained in the colony. They said it would speak to me on its own when the time came. Alan gazed at the red gemstone. Yet, just like when he first received it from the dragonkin in the colony, it remained utterly unresponsive. I figured, if I just waited, it would eventually speak up, but at this point, is something wrong? Unlike what he had been told that it would communicate within a month or two, it had already been nearly 6 months, and there was still nothing. Looks like I'll need to visit the colony after my trip north. Adding another destination to his itinerary, Alan put the ruby away. About 2 weeks later, let's set out. Alan departed for Asteria to meet Cian. While Alan was heading to Asteria, Hidden was at the Palacio Marquisate. He had received orders from Yusha. Originally, he had only planned to stop by briefly on his way to Caliban, just to pick up something from a hidden stash and then leave immediately. If he hadn't witnessed something strange. Hidden looked forward. What entered his field of vision a group exuding an unusual presence. Lizard men, and not just them. On the opposite side a group of elves, all of them tense and glaring at the lizard men. Hidden had never seen non-beastkin demi-humans before. Even beastkin were mostly concentrated in the Eastern Kingdom, though they were active in the Allied Kingdom. But elves and lizardmen, they were so rare in the Allied Kingdom that they were practically non-existent. In that sense, seeing over 10 lizardmen and an equally large group of elves all glaring at each other with hostility was an incredibly peculiar sight, especially when each one of them was radiating an imposing aura, but Hidden prepared to leave. No matter how strange the scene was, it wasn't worth delaying his mission. However, get lost, lizards. The Marquis is under our protection. Ha! Don't talk nonsense, pointy ears. By his decree, we are to guard Marquis Palacio, so you lot should back off. Hearing those words, Hidden stopped in his tracks, a look of confusion crossing his face. What nonsense are you spouting, stupid lizards? Where do you get off saying y'all protect the Marquis? We're stronger than you honor-obsessed elves, so of course we should be the ones to protect him. No, the elves will guard the Marquis. No, the lizardmen will guard him. As the argument escalated, countless question marks filled Hidden's mind. Chapter 214. In a small clearing within a forest located somewhere in the southern part of the Allied Kingdoms, 5 people sat together. A gathering consisting of 4 men and 1 woman. So, are we really doing this? Yes. The woman was the first to speak. She frowned as if she disapproved of the situation, but the man who answered, Tallman, wore a slow, unwavering smile. We are going to steal the property of Marquis Palacio. No matter how I think about it, this seems insane. The woman voiced her dissatisfaction, and the man beside her nodded in agreement. However, Tallman, a man with a large scar on his face and the leader of the infamous Black Hand organization within the Allied Kingdoms, spoke once again. No, we will do it. No, we must do it, even if it means risking our lives. Absolutely. Is there really a reason to go that far? Of course, there is. A confident smile spread across his face. As the other executives eyed him with skepticism, Tallman pulled out a commission letter with an attached illustration and placed it before them. What is this, a bracelet? As the executives slowly examined the document, their pupils gradually widened. It was only natural. The number of gold coins written at the bottom of the request was an amount so immense that it surpassed their very comprehension. Is this real? Yes. Just in case, I went and confirmed it myself. We've handled quite a bit of money in our time, but this amount, have we ever seen anything like this before? More importantly, can they even pay this sum? I already told you, I checked. At Tallman's firm response, everyone's jaws dropped. This was real. In that case, it's worth betting our lives on, isn't it? That's true. If you think about it, it's not even a matter of life or death. We're just stealing an item. What's the big deal? Well, it is Marquis Palacio, which is a little concerning. The man who had previously been voicing his opposition alongside the woman slowly nodded. To be honest, this is quite tempting. It's not like we're doing anything else but stealing. That is our specialty, after all. But what exactly is this bracelet for it to have such an absurd reward? A natural question. However, Tallman dismissed it with ease. Does it matter? From our perspective, all we need to do is deliver the requested item and collect our payment. That's true. Well then, since we're all in agreement, shall we get started right away? As Tallman's words settled in, the eyes of the executives fixated on the commission began to gleam with greed. Let's start with a little reconnaissance. And of course, in Tallman's own eyes a deep, insatiable greed flickered. About 2 weeks after their departure for Asteria, this is delicious Alon, who was once again savoring his sweet potatoes, took a bite and cried, I told you not to touch me. Watched Basilira, who was angrily shouting with his mouth still full, and Blackie, who ignored him entirely and continued to playfully smack him. It made Alon suddenly think, now that I think about it, Blackie keeps absorbing those monstrous entities, yet nothing much seems to be changing. Right after they had taken down the Apostle of Sloth, Blackie had absorbed Kraksha, who had turned to dust. They said it would get stronger by devouring them, but does it evolve all at once? As Alon pondered while chewing on his sweet potato, Blackie, who had been tormenting Basilira, suddenly turned its gaze toward him. Then it approached and started rubbing its face against Alon's legs affectionately. Feeling the unexpected show of affection, Alon gently stroked its head, sensing that it had been acting unusually affectionate lately. It used to be more aloof. Although Blackie had always been fond of him, had it ever been this affectionate before? As Alon found himself marveling at this change, Blackie continued its playful affection, all while sneaking occasional glances at the brooch hanging on Alon's chest. just as Alon was about to tilt his head in curiosity marquee. Evan, who had been peeling a potato unlike the others, called out to him, "What is it? You remember those organizations you mentioned before? The ones I reported had vanished completely." "Ah, those? Yes. You seemed a bit skeptical back then, so I did some extra digging, and it turns out they really are gone. But ever since, that organization called Black Hand has been running rampant." "Black Hand?" "Yes. It was one of the names on the list you asked me to investigate, and apparently they've grown quite notorious." Milan nodded while holding a sweet potato. The Black Hand. It was an organization he was very familiar with. They were primarily involved in theft and human trafficking, and in Alon's memories, they were an incredible nuisance. For several reasons. First, they were cowardly. Unlike many other organizations in psychedelia, the Black Hand never revealed their base of operations nor directly confronted opponents. Instead, they persistently harassed players through means other than combat, making them far more troublesome than one might expect. Furthermore, their structure was cellular. Even if one executive was taken out, the overall organization remained largely unaffected. On top of that, regardless of which kingdom a player started in, if their renown increased, the Black Hand always came after them. Unless a player invested in specific stats, by the late game, they would have to eradicate the Black Hand completely, or else they would be continuously plagued by their relentless looting attempts. For this reason, psychedelia players absolutely despise the Black Hand, especially those who refuse to distribute their stats according to the developer's intended balance and instead focused all their points into extreme builds for role-playing purposes. To those players, the Black Hand was especially loathsome. Naturally, Alon, who had once lost a valuable resource he had painstakingly gathered, hated them as well. He'd love to avoid dealing with them if possible. But at the moment, there was no way to eradicate the Black Hand entirely. With a sigh, Alon took another bite of his sweet potato. The sweet potato was delicious, and then another week passed. By the time Alon had nearly stabilized the magic he had been developing alongside Pinia, the carriage finally arrived at the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, Tyria. And there, waiting for him, hello, my lord. Yusha was Yusha. Wearing a bright smile as warm as sunlight, Yusha lowered her head in greeting. Alon, watching her, asked, "I didn't expect to see you in Asteria. What brings you here?" "I have a few things to take care of, but first and foremost, I need to meet with the Queen of Asteria." Alon nodded. It wasn't particularly unusual for a cardinal to visit a queen. Meanwhile, Yusha's gaze dropped to the red brooch pinned to Alon's chest pocket. A soft smile appeared on her lips as she spoke. "I'm glad to see Yurei wearing the brooch. It would be a waste to just keep a gift as mere decoration. I am relieved. I was worried you might just store it away." "Don't worry, I'll wear it well." "Really?" "Yes." "Then, will you promise me?" With a casual motion, Yusha held out her pinky finger. Alon, smiling faintly, hooked his pinky around hers. After exchanging light pleasantries, the two walked together toward the royal castle of Asteria. "Go in first. I'll wait." "Thank you for your kindness, my lord." Yusha gently bowed her head at Alon's consideration and then headed into the audience chamber first. After some time had passed, Marquis Palacio, "We will escort you now." It was finally Alon's turn. A knight, bowing politely, guided him. Following behind, Alon walked forward, and once again, instead of being led to the audience chamber, he was directed to Sian's office. "It's been a while. I greet your majesty." Alon bowed respectfully. "Sit down first." Following the queen's invitation, Alon took a seat. Sian, wearing an amused expression, stared at him intently. "I've been hearing quite a lot of exciting rumors again lately. Since you came to see me, I assume you've also been to Granafra?" "Yes." When Alon confirmed it, Sian nodded in satisfaction, but then she quickly changed the subject. "I'm quite curious about that as well, but first, there's something I want to ask." "Please, go ahead." "Are you and Cardinal Yusha?" Alon tilted his head, wondering why Yusha's name suddenly came up. "In love with each other." And at the unexpected words, "What?" for a brief moment he almost lost his composure. Among the executives of the Black Hand, Fulton was known to possess the most outstanding stealth abilities. At this very moment, he was observing Marquis Palacio from a cliff beyond the castle walls. For all the overwhelming rumors, he doesn't feel particularly special. That was Fulton's first impression of the Marquis. He had heard plenty of rumors about Marquis Palacio before. The stories were consistent. Every single one praised his strength, claiming he was so powerful that even those who merely heard the tales couldn't help but be in awe. But contrary to those stories, the man before him was emotionless and cold, but otherwise, he seemed rather ordinary. Not only that, judging by his own standards, Palacio's abilities didn't seem particularly remarkable either. If I compare him to a mage at best, he's at the 4th tier, no, maybe the 5th tier now. Of course, he knew that appearances weren't everything. Even with that in mind, the Marquis looked far too normal. A smirk naturally formed on Fulton's lips. If it's just this, not only could I steal from him, but I could take him down myself. A murmured remark full of ease, though it wasn't entirely sincere. Having survived in the underworld since childhood, Fulton never judged anyone solely by their appearance. Even so, the fact that Palacio seemed this unimpressive was rather odd. Fulton hesitated for a moment. You plan to take down Marquis Palacio? Who else would I be talking about? Why would you dare attempt that? Out of habit, he casually answered the voice beside him. This bastard is speaking so informally again. I'm trying to pull off one big job and finally retire, and then he realized something was wrong. Right now, he was alone. He had been monitoring Marquis Palacio in hiding, meaning he had no subordinates nearby. No one was supposed to be here to ask him anything, and certainly no one for him to answer. Slowly turning his head, utterly confused, Fulton saw them. Tell me, what exactly do you plan to do to the Marquis? Glaring straight at him, with expressions twisted into sheer hostility, were a group of elves. Chapter 215, Fulton could not fully comprehend the current situation. No, it was only natural that he couldn't understand. He had never once seen an elf in person. The relationship between the allied kingdom and the elves was not particularly good. Even in the slave market, he had barely caught a glimpse of an elf. Yet now, before his very eyes, there were more than 10 of them, and not just any elves. They were unmistakably formidable warriors. Upon confirming their prowess, Fulton immediately enveloped his body in mana. He still couldn't grasp the situation entirely. Why were elves near the kingdom of Asteria? Why were they mentioning Marquis Palacio with such fury? Fulton had no idea, but there was one thing he understood with absolute certainty: danger. The situation was not in his favor. I must escape immediately. Fulton released his mana without hesitation. A wave of blue energy scattered in all directions. The elves reacted instinctively, moving to intercept him. But before they could fully respond, the mana Fulton unleashed transformed into a black mist, shrouding their vision. As the elves momentarily hesitated in confusion, Fulton smirked and turned away. You should have captured me instead of wasting time talking. In terms of combat ability, Fulton was actually among the weakest within the Black Hand's executive ranks. Some even considered him too weak to deserve his position. Yet, despite such evaluations, no one in the Black Hand ever protested his status. There was one reason for that. His stealth abilities were absurdly overpowered, particularly his unique skill transforming his mana into mist. Once deployed, even those attempting to detect him with magic would fail to locate him. First, I need to escape and report this situation. Fulton immediately moved and lost consciousness. His mind flickered back to awareness in an instant. The first thing he registered was an excruciating pain in his side. The next realization struck something had hit him within his own mist and sent him flying. And finally, his last discernible thought: HMMSO, this is the one who tried to harm the Great One's dear friend. Cug! A massive hand gripped his neck, lifting him effortlessly as if his skull was about to be crushed. It belonged to a towering lizardman, his massive frame dwarfing anything Fulton had ever seen. As the lizardman's menacing expression loomed over him, Fulton's eyes widened in shock. Lizard, don't you dare steal our credit. An elf's voice suddenly cut in. The lizardman scoffed, tightening his grip around Fulton's throat. What nonsense. We simply caught what you failed to. You didn't even know where he was before we found him. Regardless, if you had let him escape, the Great One's dear friend the Marquis could have been inconvenienced. We would have captured him without your interference. As if following a script, the two began bickering loudly. Fulton could only watch, utterly baffled. The ones standing before him were elves, and a lizardman race is rarely, if ever, seen within the allied kingdom. And judging from their conversation, it seemed they were guarding Marquis Palacio. Not just guarding, but fiercely claiming the right to do so, even speaking with utmost respect. Which meant just who is he? Fulton recalled the seemingly ordinary appearance of Marquis Palacio. At that moment, you elves are too loud. More importantly, a chilling grin spread across the lizardman's face. Shall we have a little chat first? As the lizardman's gaze settled upon him, Fulton realized, oh, Something had gone terribly wrong. What do you mean by that? Well, to put it simply, Im asking if you're in love. Sian's voice was as casual as if she were asking about dinner plans. Alan hesitated before shaking his head slowly. There is no such relationship between us. Is that so? But may I ask why you are inquiring about this? Sian tapped her index finger lightly against her lips, then spoke nonchalantly. Just something that's been on my mind. Something on your mind? Yes. It's not something the Marquis needs to concern himself with, just a personal curiosity. May I ask what you're curious about? At Alan's question, Sian paused, letting out a thoughtful hum before flashing an enigmatic smile. I'll tell you the next time you come to see me. Is that so? That way, y'all come straight to me as soon as your work is done, won't you? Alan flinched for a brief moment. She knew. Maintaining a neutral expression, he averted his gaze. My apologies, Your Majesty. It's fine. It was just a jest. Sian let out a soft chuckle. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she furrowed her brows slightly. Letting out a small sigh, she extended something towards Alan. It was a box filled with sweet potatoes. My apologies. I had forgotten. It's nothing. Eat. I had them prepared when the cardinal was visiting, so they should still be warm. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, Sian handed him the sweet potatoes. Alan respectfully bowed his head. I will eat them gratefully. Take your time. Sian watched with satisfaction as Alan, now accustomed to the routine, skillfully took a bite. Why do I feel like a monkey in a zoo? Though the pressure had eased compared to last time, a strange feeling still lingered. For a while, the only sound that filled the air was the quiet munching of sweet potatoes. Now then, let's hear your report. After confirming that Alan had finished eating, Sian straightened her posture. Alan slowly recalled everything that had happened in Granifra and then began recounting the events without leaving out a single detail. Some time passed as the report continued. So, in the end, you've become the god of the elves? Something like that. As Sian asked with clear amusement, Alan hesitated but ultimately admitted to it. She nodded as if she had finally understood something. So that's why you said they were a great help. She pondered for a moment. By any chance, have you recalled any additional memories beyond this? Sian shrugged. No, I haven't. Is that so? Then well, there is one. It's not related to the Marquis, though, she added with a playful smile. Alan remained silent for a moment before responding. I see. This conversation is going to take a while. Indeed. I'll tell you when I recall the next memory. Then, she lifted her index finger and gently pulled up the corner of Alan's lips. But if I keep dragging this out too long, you might lose interest. So, I'll give you a little hint to keep you intrigued. Her voice was as composed as if she were toying with him in the palm of her hand. In the fleeting memory I saw, Cardinal Yusha appeared, though she looked somewhat different from now. A different appearance? Yes. Her hair was swept to the side, and her attire was different too. Sian mimicked the gesture with her free hand, sweeping her hair aside. At the slight pressure on his face, Alan barely reacted, and Sian eventually withdrew her fingers. That's all. I'll tell you the rest next time. Is that so? Oh, and just so you know, a playful laugh echoed in the audience chamber. Yusha looks quite beautiful with her hair styled that way. I see. Alan's response came a beat slower. Sian's smile deepened even further. Then, I suppose I'll see you in 3 months, or rather 4, since there's the Allied Kingdom Conference. With that, the audience came to an end. Somehow, Alan felt as though his energy had been drained. When he finally returned to the inner castle, he saw Yusha waiting for him along with Evan. Have you finished all your tasks, my lord? Yes, I've had my audience with Her Majesty, so I should be leaving now. But Alan, who had been answering naturally, suddenly paused with a peculiar expression. In just a short moment, are you in a good mood? Yusha's expression seemed noticeably brighter than usual. Do I look like I'm in a good mood? Maybe it's because I got to see you, my lord. Is that so? She seemed even more pleased than that, though, yes. And on top of that, I had the chance to speak with someone who I can actually converse with. Are you referring to Her Majesty? That's right, my lord. Lately, I've been moving around quite a bit, meeting various people, and surprisingly, Her Majesty is much easier to talk to than I expected. You've seen her before, haven't you? I never had the chance to have a proper conversation with her until now. Anyway, she's a very good person. Maybe that's why I am feeling this way. Well, if that's the case, Alan nodded without further inquiry. Yusha then asked, So, my lord, where are you headed now? I have business in the north, so I am on my way there. Then we can travel together. Alan raised an eyebrow. You're heading north? Yes, I have some matters to attend to there. If it's something in the north, does it have to do with Caliban's forward base? That's correct. Alan nodded, finding no reason to refuse. Then we can travel together. And just like that, their journey was set. That's a good thing. Yusha muttered as she glanced at Alan. Is that so? Yes. As for why her eyes curved softly, like delicate petals in the breeze. When we went to see the moonflowers last time, I already told you, didn't I? So I won't say it again. The next day, Alan and Yusha departed Tyria and set off for Caliban. Along the way, Yusha revealed her reason for heading north. Because of the Pope, Rosario's Pope, Laretellio's III, had been secluded for several years now, rarely showing himself. She explained that she was traveling north under his orders, but Alan felt something was off. Not more precisely, he found the Pope's reclusion suspicious. In the original story, the Pope did go into seclusion, but by the time the plot started, he wasn't supposed to be secluded yet, was he? Keeping that thought in mind, Alan eventually arrived in Caliban after about a month. He immediately headed toward Deus' estate. And there he saw it. A lavishly adorned statue, far more extravagant than anything at the Marquis estate. Before it, dozens of knights were fervently praying. Rendered speechless, Alan was then led to the office by a knight. And the sight that greeted him next was, "Brother, how many times must I tell you? You need to tilt your wrist exactly 5 degrees. L like this? No, not like that. Like this, like this. Like this." Deus struggling with something and Silly meticulously correcting his posture. For some reason, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Chapter 216, Welcome, Marquis. You have arrived, Marquis. As soon as Alan entered the office, Silly greeted him energetically, while Deus, in contrast, barely nodded, looking as if his soul had left his body. Alan asked how the two were doing. "So, have you both been well?" "Yes. Thanks to the grace you've bestowed upon us, I've been having a wonderful time. I feel the same." Their responses were just as contrasting. Silly leaned forward, chatting brightly, while exhaustion was evident on Dia's face. Observing them with a curious expression, Alan spoke to Silly. "By the way, I heard the story." "Oh, what story?" For a moment, the words multi-level marketing almost slipped out of habit. Alan barely held them back and struggled to find a better way to express it. Since the term multi-level marketing had been stuck in his mind, an alternative didn't come to him easily. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alan cleared his throat. Fortunately, though it was difficult, he managed to come up with the right words. "I heard you're conducting relief work using the power of Kalanan." "Yes. I am deeply grateful for the power the Marquis has granted me, and as a recipient, I strive to act in a way that is not shameful." "Is that so?" "Yes," Silly responded with a radiant smile. Well, seeing her smile was nice enough, so halting his train of thought, Alan patted Silly on the shoulder. "Just to be sure, don't overexert yourself." Of course, from Alan's perspective, it was beneficial if Silly worked hard and gathered faith. However, since she was also Dia's younger sister, he didn't want to place too much burden on her. Ohevai, perhaps, caused trouble. As soon as she heard that, Silly's eyes welled up as if her world had collapsed. Alan was inwardly flustered by her unexpected reaction. "Just to clarify, I didn't mean it like that. Obviously, what you've done has been very helpful. Then it's just a genuine concern. Relief work isn't as easy as it sounds." Fortunately, the misunderstanding was quickly cleared up. Silly's face brightened again as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry about that. I'm not overexerting myself at all. Is that so?" "Yes. Besides, I think a little effort is fine. I serve the Marquis, so this is my duty," Silly declared with a face full of responsibility, as if she had taken on a great and noble mission. Beside her, Deus smacked his lips in envy. However, the very person who had supposedly instilled this heavy sense of duty in her, Alan, "Right, I see," was actually slightly bewildered behind his neutral expression. "Did I ever say anything like that?" Well, when he first heard the rumors that Silly was being called a saint, he had thought about it. But Alan had never explicitly mentioned any mission when he granted her power. That wasn't all. He hadn't instilled any sense of responsibility, nor had he ever officially declared her as a saint. "And yet I will continue to do my best." Seeing the girl, her eyes sparkling as if she had been entrusted with the most sacred mission in the world, telling her, "You're not actually a saint," was simply not an option. "I entrust it to you." "Yes," Alan just shrugged. Well, does it even matter? He had only ever focused on the fact that he possessed divine power, had never seriously considered forming an official religious order. Now that he thought about it, letting things stay as they were didn't seem like a bad idea. Since he had no plans to create a structured religious order, it didn't really matter who played the saint or the knight. Therefore, if there's anything you need for the relief work, let me know. Also, feel free to do whatever you wish. He said this to ease her burden even a little. It'll work even harder. Silly's eyes widened once more, and she nodded so vigorously it seemed her head might fall off. So, the relief work must be costing a lot of money after all. A faint sense of satisfaction settled in his chest. After finishing their conversation, Alon left the room with the siblings. It was only then that he remembered Yusha beside him, and he realized his mistake. Yusha, have you been uncomfortable? What part made you think that? Because you worship the goddess Cyreneia. Even as he spoke, Alon felt a bit awkward. I haven't paid enough attention to Yusha. Followers of the goddess Cyreneia generally did not outright reject other deities. However, while they did not actively oppose other gods, it was an undeniable fact that they often found them unsettling. Knowing this, Alon looked slightly apologetic as he explained. Even though they were close and Yusha followed him devotedly, she was still a devout believer of Cyreneia and had even served as a cardinal in Rosario. After hearing his apology, Yusha gazed at him for a moment before a small smile formed on her lips. That's true, just as you thought, while we don't outright reject other gods, we do find them a bit uncomfortable. So it really is like that? Well, that's the general sentiment. Beauty's fine. This time it was you, my lord. So it's okay. Is that so? If I had to distance myself from you or feel uncomfortable just because I must believe in the goddess Cyreneia, despite the gentle smile on her lips, Yusha's eyes sharpened like a cat's as she continued. Then I don't think I would need such a god. She added, as if it were nothing. Isn't that an incredibly dangerous statement if someone else heard it? Yet, Yusha spoke without a care and continued with ease. Now that I think about it, if that happened, I wouldn't have anywhere to go. How about you accept me as your saint instead, my lord? Absolutely not. This time, Silly interjected. Clenching her fists tightly, why Yusha? You serve the goddess Cyreneia, you can't say such things, it's dangerous. But I'm serious. Still you can't, why not? Because I am the saint. Did you know, Silly? The saint is ultimately chosen by the god. Depending on how the deity decides, that position can change at any time. Still, I am the saint. Silly trembled, her small body shaking as she looked at Alon with desperate eyes. Her gaze practically screamed, right? That's true, isn't it? Say it's not, it's really not, right? Unfazed, Yusha also looked at Alon with subtle anticipation. However, that moment was short-lived. Of course, I am joking. Yusha took a step back. Silly, you mustn't trouble the Marquis. After all, you are the saint, she said with a calm and composed smile. Leader of the Black Hand, Tolman, was dreaming a blissful dream. No had no choice but to dream happily, because the commission he had recently received could very well pay more than all the jobs he had ever taken combined. Of course, the fact that the target was the Marquis of Palacio posed a considerable risk for Tolman. But even so, he never once considered failure. After all, the request was not to kidnap the Marquis, which would have been difficult, but simply to steal one of his possessions. And when it came to theft, Tolman believed the Black Hand, his organization, had the absolute best skills. Furthermore, he had already prepared how to handle any risks after completing the job. Of course, that plan involved eliminating the executives who took part in the job, using random underlings as scapegoats, and slipping away cleanly himself, a garbage tier method, really. But to Tolman, it was the best possible approach. Recently, he had been filled with hope for the future, at least until just a few moments ago. Tolman blankly stared at the fallen members before him. Each of them had been considered an elite among the Black Hand, yet no all of them had been utterly crushed. And walking between their shattered bodies, two races Tolman had never seen in his entire life appeared. Our side took down more of them. No, we did, elves, and lizard men. You were late. We destroyed 2 additional bases before arriving here. That means we were far faster than you. Is this real life? Tolman was left dumbfounded at the sight of 2 mythical races whom he had only read about in books, frowning at each other as they walked toward him. It was unbelievable enough to see them in person. But why were they attacking the Black Hand's headquarters? He had no clue. However, his instincts screamed at him. Run. Tolman tried to turn his injured body and escape, but thud, KH. Unfortunately, the sword lodged in his heart made escape impossible. You damned pointy ears, ambushing while talking. HMPH, you were simply too careless. As the strength left his body, Tolman barely managed to whisper, why. He truly didn't understand. Hearing his weak voice, the elf and the lizardman, who had been glaring at each other just moments ago, both turned their gaze toward the sword stuck in his chest, and as if in perfect sync, they answered. Because you targeted the Marquis. If you dare lay a hand on the Great One's friend, you must pay the price. Their words were indifferent, and with that final statement, this should be the end. Of course, we still need to track down the client. Tallman's consciousness faded completely. The Black Hand is gone? Yes, that's what I heard. Is that true? It is. Before heading to the north, Alon had been staying in Caliban for about a week, waiting to leave with the expedition. During lunch on the day of departure, he received an unexpected piece of news from Evan. Who took them down? Even the Information Guild hasn't figured that out yet. But I thought you'd be curious, so I made sure to ask around in advance. Alon absent-mindedly stroked his chin. The Black Hand is gone. That Black Hand? It was difficult to believe. In the game, the Black Hand had been an ongoing nuisance, pestering players well into the mid to late stages. And now, they had just vanished? Well, I suppose their disappearance isn't a bad thing. Even so, the mystery of who took them down kept nagging at him. Just as he was lost in thought were ready, the expedition was finally assembled. As Alon began walking, he spotted Reinhardt among the members. Listen carefully, Reinhardt. Failing to bow before the statue of the great Kalanin is a serious violation. Bow your head, Reinhardt. Arg, shut up already. Reinhardt, please reconsider. You saw his power, didn't you? If you devote your faith, you too could wield that power. Holding his ears as if he were in agony, Reinhardt let out a tormented scream. Beside him, Silly stood firm, logically, persuading him to convert. At that moment, Alon had an epiphany. He finally understood why faith had been accumulating so quickly over the past few months. And so, the journey to the north began. Chapter 217, about a week had passed since they headed north. Certainly, handling it that way might increase our power. Right? The miracle bestowed by the Marquis is truly powerful. And if Lord Reinhardt can master lightning, he might even gain an advantage in a fight against my brother. Oh, no, silly that's a bit. What do you think, Lord Reinhardt? Doesn't it sound incredibly intriguing? Well, it does, but I've never believed in a god that way before. Don't worry. I'll teach you how. Now, shall we give it a try? First, extend one hand, clench it into a fist, and extend your index and middle fingers. From the moment the northern expedition began until now, Silly had persistently persuaded Reinhardt without rest, eventually converting him into a believer. Alon inwardly clicked his tongue at her sheer persistence. This is beyond my expectations. Evan, seemingly having similar thoughts, muttered blankly, and Alon nodded in agreement. Soon, Reinhardt was imitating the unique prayer posture of the Kalanin faith. Watching him, Alon wore a peculiar expression. That's not a prayer pose, he's forming a seal. How did that posture end up being considered a prayer? As Alon pondered for a moment, a sharp gust of cold wind brushed past his face. Cold. Naturally, he recalled what Kilris had once said. At the heart of the coldest place. It wasn't an exact destination, merely a hint. But even so, Alon had a rough idea. It's probably the horizon of the snowy mountains. Players simply called it the horizon. A place one could reach after passing through the Barbarians, a place considered both the coldest and sacred. That was the extent of Alon's knowledge. Even he had never been there. More precisely, no player in Psychedelia had ever set foot on the snowy mountains horizon. They only knew about it as information. After all, the snowy mountains horizon was merely part of the game's lore. There was no actual way to reach it in the game. Despite this, Alon and other players like him were aware of its existence. It was because of the strong. Once the mid-game began and the sins started to appear in full force, a powerful being would emerge to aid the player, depending on their past choices and actions. One such figure resided at the snowy mountains horizon. It was Thousand Year Ice, right? A name that didn't quite fit among the Barbarians, with the power to freeze anything within his vicinity. Whenever he was with the player, he would always mention the snowy mountains horizon. Because of that, most players, despite never having been there, knew of its existence. I think I heard it was unlocked in the DLC. Alon shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought. Whether or not the horizon was included in the DLC wasn't particularly important at this moment. It'd be nice if we could enter easily, but that's probably impossible. Alon subtly shifted his gaze toward Deus and the expedition force guarding the carriage. Even if he had traveled alone without the expedition, avoiding battle with the barbarians would have been impossible. the barbarians were hostile toward anyone who didn't live in the north like they did. Thus, if Alan wanted to reach the horizon, he would inevitably have to fight them. Hopefully, it won't be too much trouble. Alan let out a quiet sigh. As if to remind him that they had truly reached the north, his breath turned into a white mist and scattered. Realizing this made him feel colder, so he tucked his hands into his coat pockets. Then, he suddenly recalled what he had seen at the roots of the world tree. The technique is reversal of heaven. As he gazed at the sunset over the mountains, he mused what exactly will be there. His curiosity about what lay at the center of the horizon slowly began to rise. As his thoughts continued to spiral, he suddenly craved sweet potatoes. Evan, yes, let's have sweet potatoes today. Sure. Why do you sound unsure? Well, you just had them 2 days ago, so it's a little surprising. The end of his thoughts was a well-roasted sweet potato. Evening. Caliban's third-ranked sword master, also known as the Shadow Blade, Marquis watched the carriage in the distance with a strange expression. It was the carriage of Marquis Palacio. The first thing that caught his eye was Marquis Palacio and a cat licking a sweet potato at his feet. Next, he saw the knight guarding him absent-mindedly peeling a sweet potato. And beside them Deus Macallion, the first sword of Caliban, was poking at a peculiar pet snake that had accompanied the Marquis. There were others as well. Sitting next to the harassed snake, chattering away, was Silly, now called the Saint of Calanan, and Reinhardt, making mysterious hand gestures. At a glance, nothing seemed too out of the ordinary, except the snake occasionally flickered as if it were a spiritual projection. The cat beside the Marquis subtly glanced at him, and then, out of nowhere, fangs emerged from its belly to devour the sweet potato. Well, it's a bit unconventional. It was an odd combination, but not one that seemed particularly dangerous. At the very least, it still fell within the bounds of an ordinary dinner scene. After all, even around him, knights were gathered in small groups eating toadthrinly without a carriage. Yet, the reason why Mark found himself unable to look away from that gathering was why is everyone praying to Marquis Palacio? It was because of the knights surrounding the group. The solar eclipse knights, led by Deus Macallion. They were sitting in a circle behind the Marquis party. That alone wasn't particularly strange, but the way they sat anyone could tell they were praying to the Marquis. No, it wasn't just that it looked that way. It was certain. The solar eclipse knights were offering prayers to Marquis Palacio, and they were doing so with deep reverence, as if they were truly praying to a god. Their posture was slightly different from normal prayer, but still seeing humans praying to another human was extremely bizarre. What the hell is going on? Just as Mark harbored such thoughts, why are they acting like that? No idea. I heard something about Marquis Palacio being called a god or something. A god? You haven't heard the rumors. They say he manifested as a god in La Novelia. Oh, that? Yeah, that. Mark unintentionally eavesdropped on the murmuring knights, but isn't that rumor just exaggerated nonsense? Probably. From what I heard, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg worships Calanan, the lightning receiver, and since the Marquis kind of resembles their statue, the rumors just spread. Well, considering how Silly, the so-called Saint of Calanan, treats him, it might actually be true. But for a mere rumor, the solar eclipse knights seem a little too devoted. Yeah, I have to admit, it's kind of creepy. Then, one of the knights whispered, maybe they've all lost their minds together, while twirling a finger near his temple. Immediately, his companion grabbed his hand and yanked it down. You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What? What did I do? If someone hears that, you're done for. Don't you remember what happened? A knight from the Fifth Blade made a joke about Marquis Palacio and got beaten to a pulp by a solar eclipse knight. I thought that was just because he was being reckless? No, it wasn't. That's terrifying. So just shut up and eat. The knights, now whispering more cautiously, averted their gazes and returned to their meals. Mark, too, turned his attention back to the solar eclipse knights. They were so devout in their prayer that they seemed more like holy knights. And facing away from them, unconcernedly eating a sweet potato, was the Marquis himself. This is straight-up heresy, isn't it? That thought slipped out before he could stop it. But if that were the case, why wasn't the Rosario faction reacting more strongly? His gaze shifted toward the holy knights accompanying Cardinal Yusha. Of course, Rosario didn't outright condemn other religions. Even when the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg changed its state religion, Rosario had not interfered. Still, that didn't mean they were entirely indifferent. As Mark pondered this, he suddenly realized, now that I think about it, Cardinal Yusha is always around, but today, I don't see her. Recalling how even Yusha had never made much of a fuss about the situation, Mark decided to drop the matter and return to his meal. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Or at least, it shouldn't have. Hello. Mark nearly choked on his food. When did she get here? The woman who had been talking to Reinhardt just a moment ago was now standing right in front of him. Still dazed, Mark heard Silly speak. You've been staring this way for a while. Only then did he realize his mistake. He had been watching them too blatantly. My mistake. Oh, I am not here for an apology. Then I was just wondering, are you interested in lightning? Silly beamed at him. Mark awkwardly scratched his head. Truthfully, he had no interest in Kalinin. Or rather, he wasn't particularly interested in any god. But since he had already been caught staring, he figured he should at least be polite. Well, I suppose I am a little curious. Oh, really? Silly's eyes sparkled as she eagerly launched into an explanation. The next day, and the evening after that, Kalinin's lightning is pure and bright like the blue sky of this world itself. In other words, his lightning is no different from the heavens themselves. Please, someone save me. Mark realized. He had made a grave mistake. Several weeks later, aside from occasionally locking eyes with Mark, who still looked at him with an odd expression, nothing significant happened before Alon finally arrived in the north. And at the base camp, he encountered an unexpected face. Marquis, Alibin. It was none other than Alibin, the protagonist of the original story. Rumors had spread that he was successfully handling scribes and warped beasts in the Grand Duchy of Stalion. Yet, for some reason, he was here in the north, the capital of Caliban. This is unexpected. Hidden had come to Caliban at the usual time to deliver intelligence on the Blue Moon to Deus. Scratching his head at the news of Deus' expedition, he thought, there wasn't supposed to be an expedition last time. Well, it can't be helped. After a brief hesitation, he took out a piece of paper and began writing a letter imbued with magic. Normally, he would have waited here, but with orders from Red Moon, time was tight. So, Hidden decided to leave the letter at Deus' mansion and depart. However, he noticed something strange, a peculiar statue. It had massive antler-like horns atop its head and an overly long coat flowing around it. Of course, Hidden had seen plenty of odd statues before had built up an immunity to them. So in and of itself, the statue wasn't particularly strange. But what made it stand out to him was he knew this statue. It was a monument to the Great Moon. Was it always like this? Hidden immediately shook his head. Even if he wasn't particularly observant about his surroundings, he would have noticed a drastic change like this. The last time he had seen it, the statue had no horns. The coat wasn't that long. And most importantly, why is it so handsome? It wasn't this handsome before. The face had been sculpted into the ideal form of a strikingly beautiful man. If this statue were alive, its eyes would probably be radiating celestial sparkles from sheer elegance. It was so meticulously crafted, almost to the point of being overdone. Hidden stared blankly at the upgraded version of the Great Moon's statue. Isn't this a bit too much? That was his final thought on the matter. Alon, on the other hand, had been so embarrassed by the statue that he hadn't even dared to look at it properly. Chapter 218. What a coincidence to see you here. Alibin greeted Alon with an exaggerated gesture of delight as Alon looked bewildered. I didn't expect to run into you here. Me neither. Alibin, smiling brightly, also bowed slightly toward Yusha, who was standing next to Alon. Hello, Cardinal, it's nice to see you here. Indeed, have you been well, Alibin? Of course. Alon, seeing the broad smile on his face, asked, I heard you were over in Ashtalon. What are you doing here? And where are your companions? The last news Alon had heard was that Alibin had been dealing with strange rifts appearing in Ashtalon. It was puzzling to see him here. My companions are waiting back at the base, and I came north for some business. Business? Yes. A cheerful response. Did Alibin have something to do in the north? Alon searched his memory for any relevant information. Of course, it wasn't impossible. According to the original storyline of Psychedelia, Alibin would indeed have many tasks in the north after some time had passed. There were rifts appearing in the region, but that wasn't the biggest issue. The real reason was the arrival of the barbarians and the outer god, Ulthultus, but that was only if events followed the original plot. Ulthultus had already appeared years ago Alon had defeated it. In other words, as far as Alon knew, there were no major threats left in the north. The only remaining danger was the occasional rift. It's like how the horizon became accessible in the DLC. Maybe there are new quests added with it. As Alon's silence grew longer, Alibin continued the conversation. I heard there's a hidden dungeon in the north, so I came to clear it. A hidden dungeon? Yes. I was asked to retrieve something from inside it. I see. It seemed to be a quest introduced in the DLC. Since Alon could roughly guess why a Libyan was here, he didn't probe further. Before long, they arrived inside the outpost. This concludes the current situation in the north. As soon as they entered the outpost, a knight guarding the base briefed Deus. Listening beside him, Alon found one particular detail strange. Something a divine descent phenomenon has occurred? Yes, a divine descent phenomenon affecting the monsters in the snowy mountains. It was a phenomenon where peculiar crystals grew on monstrous forewarning of an impending outer god. Hearing this, Alon couldn't help but frown inwardly. A divine descent, suddenly at this point? As far as Alon knew, with Ulthul Tucson of the Chaos gods defeated, there shouldn't have been any more outer gods appearing. Moreover, if the divine descent phenomenon was first observed in the north, it means the outer god is likely to appear here. Typically, the divine descent phenomenon spread across the continent when an outer god descended. However, the region where it first manifested was usually where the god intended to descend. And as far as Alon knew, no such phenomenon had appeared anywhere else recently. That meant only one thing. An outer god was descending upon the north. The moment he realized this, Alon's thoughts grew chaotic. Now that the divine descent phenomenon had begun, it wouldn't be surprising if the outer god arrived at any moment. But what confused Alon even more was the fact that an outer god was descending here at all. Who exactly is descending? As far as Alon knew, the only chaos god that appeared in the north was Gwerionanshan. There were 3 other chaos gods that hadn't appeared since Kilris, but they were supposed to descend in entirely different regions. Did they add new outer gods in the DLC? That left Alon with 2 possibilities. 1, that one of the outer gods he knew was descending. Or 2, a new outer god had been introduced in the DLC. After a brief consideration, Alon dismissed the second possibility. He hadn't purchased Psychedelia's DLC. That DLC had been designed to lower the game's difficulty by introducing powerful allies from various races to aid the protagonist against the 5 great sins. It was unlikely that it also added new outer gods to make the game harder. That left only one possibility. One of the outer gods I know is descending, and given that Ulthultus has already been defeated, there's only one candidate left. Nelter. Alon's expression grew slightly grim as the name flashed through his mind. A being with 4 arms, jet-black skin akin to a demon, and unparalleled abilities even among the Chaos gods. Nelter was notoriously difficult to handle in Psychedelia, appearing only in the late stages of the game. If he were to appear now, even if Alon prepared his magic and landed a clean hit, victory would be uncertain. No, to be precise, with Alon's current strength, defeating Nelter was nearly impossible. It wasn't just a matter of power, it was a matter of compatibility. Alon was particularly vulnerable to Nelter's abilities. Realizing this, Alon took a deep breath, trying to cool his head. Any speculation at this point was meaningless. Too many discrepancies existed between what he knew and the reality unfolding before him. Thus, Alon decided to focus on the task at hand. How do I enter the horizon? As far as Alon knew, the method to enter the horizon was simple yet difficult. It was simple because the path was clearly visible. The reason it was still difficult was because they had to fight the barbarians. Especially since the barbarians were blocking the path to the horizon, there was no way to avoid a battle with them. Should I ask Reinhardt for help again and launch an aerial attack like last time? After the brief meeting ended, Alon walked back to his room, deep in thought. At that moment, my lord. Yusha's voice reached him. You mentioned before that you had business at the horizon of the snowy mountains, right? That's right. Have you found a way to get there? Technically, I do have one, but honestly, it's not a great option. I'd have to fight the barbarians. As if she could see straight through Alon's thoughts, Yusha took a step closer. Then, would you like me to show you another path? A path? Yes, I believe this way will let you reach the place without encountering the barbarians. A path like that exists? Surprised, Alon asked again, and Yusha nodded. Yes, actually, I only heard about it after arriving here. A shortcut to the horizon of the snowy mountains? Yes. The priests who arrived earlier discovered it. Recalling the priests at the outpost earlier, Alon asked Yusha, is the Pope's mission related to the horizon of the snowy mountains? Technically, it seems that our mission is connected to a cave that leads there. So, the path is through a cave. Yes, but the information is reliable. After a brief moment of thought, Alon nodded. All right, I'll take your help. Don't mention it. No, I feel like I'm always relying on you. Is there anything you want in return? Yusha smiled, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Will you really listen to my request, as long as it's within my ability? She pondered for a moment before speaking. Can I tell you later? I don't see why not. Then I'll let you know next time. I'd like to gather up a few things first. Gather up. Yes, I thought that if I help you more and gain your favor, maybe I can make a bigger request later. I mean, I am already willing to grant you a reasonable request at that. Yusha hesitated for a moment. Then, still smiling, she gazed at Alon. As Alon tilted his head in curiosity, is that so breaking the brief silence, her voice rippled through the air. Well then, I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave first, my lord. Yusha left first. Alon watched her departing figure for a while. The next day, at dawn, Ilibin set out for the dungeon. Meanwhile, Alon and Yusha took the shortcut that would let them avoid the barbarians. A little later, Deus, who had set out afterward, soon reached the boundary where they were supposed to encounter the barbarians. A small question arose in his mind. The reason was there are no enemies. The barbarians, who should have been visible beyond the boundary, were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had all vanished at once. Puzzled, Deus murmured an ambush, but his lieutenant shook his head. No. Then where did all those goblin-like barbarians go? And even their chieftains are missing. The soldiers reported that early this morning, they suddenly left for somewhere. Left for somewhere? Yes. Deus' expression darkened with confusion at his lieutenant's report. At that moment, this is the place? Yes, it is. Alon looked up at the massive cave before him. It's huge. Once you pass through this cave, you'll see the horizon you've been searching for, Marquis. Nodding, Alon suddenly remembered something and asked Yusha, but isn't this area controlled by the barbarians? I'm not sure about that part, but when the priests investigated, they said no barbarians ever came here. Is that so? Yes, so don't worry and go ahead. As he naturally took a step forward at Yusha's farewell, Alon suddenly hesitated. Wait, aren't you coming with me? No, as I mentioned yesterday, my job is only to investigate this cave. I see. Take your time. I'll be busy with my own work here. Smiling, Yusha lightly waved her hand. Alon hesitated for a moment but eventually said then, I'll be going. He left her behind and stepped into the cave. Before long as Alon disappeared from sight, Yusha, who had been waving at him, murmured with a cold smile, You all arrived sooner than I expected. She turned around, erasing all traces of laughter from her face. And before her stood a woman. Barbarians, not just 12, hundreds. No, there were so many that they clearly stood out against the gray world. Countless barbarians had surrounded Yusha. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on her at once, and the murderous intent and hostility emanating from their bodies were directed at her. And among the 8 barbarian tribes, the strongest chieftain, a man who was effectively the leader of all the barbarians in terms of raw power, a giant over 8 feet tall Lurica stepped forward. Are you the one responsible for this? What do you mean? I am asking if it was you who severed all the blessings and sorcery that had been bestowed upon our tribe's sacred land for the past 1,000 years and dared to set foot in this forbidden sanctuary. A voice rough and wild. However, so what if I did? Yusha calmly countered. Do you even realize what you've done? You have desecrated this sacred place and cut off the magic our tribe has upheld since we first settled in this harsh northern land. As Lurica trembled with fury, Yusha let out a soft chuckle. Oh dear, what a shame. But you see, I had my reasons. Reasons? Yes, I needed a path to the horizon. And this was the best way to get there without having him encounter your people, wasn't it? What? Did you not understand me? You mean to say that just for that petty reason, you carelessly destroyed the sacred land and sorcery our people have protected for over 1,000 years? Unable to hold back his anger, Lurica gripped his massive axe tightly. Yet Yusha did not stop speaking, her red lips curving slightly. Petty reason? It was important to me. He found the thought of encountering you all exhausting. Not a hint of fear in her demeanor. So, do you think that fool won't confront us? A fool, you say? In that instant, a deep silence fell upon the scene. Yusha rolled Lurica's words around in her mouth for a moment. Then, since you've said that, she nodded. All of you will die here anyway. The moment her hand slowly lifted, her index finger pointing forward, countless barbarians rushed at her, their sheer numbers overwhelming. It was a truly overpowering sight. Their murderous intent solidified into a visible aura, dyeing the gray world in a dark red hue. Their madness, raw and unrestrained, focused entirely on a single person. Every weapon they wielded was aimed at one target, Yusha. And just as their blades were about to reach her body, whip, a single, delicate finger moved slightly, from left to right, just once. And then tick from Yusha's lips, a small sound echoed, like the ticking of a clock's second hand. At that moment, F-whoosh, the gray world was engulfed in a flood of crimson. Silence fell. No, silence was imposed. The bodies of the charging barbarians no longer existed. What remained was nothing but red blood and scattered flesh. Nothing else. Thus, a massive red circle was drawn around the girl at its center. The blood left behind by the vanished barbarians painted a picture of death, and their shattered remains awakened a primal survival instinct in the others. The bloodlust of the barbarians turned into tense caution. Their wild fervor morphed into an eternal, suffocating fear. And standing at the center of it, all Yusha Bludia, without a trace of emotion, looked toward the terror-stricken barbarian who had mocked him. Tick and indifferently, she pronounced a death sentence. Chapter 219, a dark yet strangely well-lit deep passage. As Alon walked through it, he suddenly thought, I've never heard of such a passage existing before. Of course, it wasn't strange that he didn't know. The psychedelia he played was a game experienced from a Libban's perspective, so it wasn't unusual for settings unknown to the player to be hidden. However, what puzzled Alon was that this passage revealed a bizarre inconsistency in the psychedelia setting he knew. Even the barbarians seemed to have considered the horizon as a kind of sanctuary. Of course, he didn't know the details. In psychedelia, the northern barbarians were nothing more or less than enemies. There had never been any detailed settings or stories revealed about them, but he vaguely remembered that such a setting existed. If this place were really connected to the horizon, the barbarians wouldn't have left it alone. For a moment, the thought crossed his mind maybe this place wasn't actually connected to the horizon. Alon briefly pondered that thought before recalling Yusha, who had introduced him to this path. Come to think of it, what exactly was the order given by the Pope? He hadn't asked further because he didn't want to trouble Yusha. But ever since she introduced this passage to him, Alon had been curious. What exactly was the order Yusha had received from the Pope? I'll ask her once I get out. With that thought, Alon pressed forward continuously until he finally arrived at a massive cavern. This is an altar? The moment he saw the structures built within the cavern, that word immediately came to mind. Although it was ancient, it exuded a sacred aura at the same time. I should let Yusha know about this when I leave. Letting out a small sigh of admiration, Alon passed the altar and continued forward. How long had he walked? He soon noticed the faint light filtering in from a distant point, signaling the end of the cave. Quickening his pace, he headed toward the light. And finally, when he reached the end, this is, the horizon. The words slipped out unconsciously as he stood there, staring blankly at the scene before him. Even Alon, who was usually indifferent to everything, couldn't help but let out a breathless sigh of awe. It wasn't because there was anything particularly dazzling. The landscape before his eyes was the same as the one he had always seen in the north. The evergray sky, the land covered in snow, and a massive domed structure standing alone in the vast landscape. It was too plain to be called beautiful. And yet, Alon found it beautiful, as if the sky itself had descended. The overwhelming horizon was displayed in the vast, untouched white snow covering the land. It felt as if the sky and the earth had been reversed. Entranced, Alon stared at the scene before him, then slowly took a step forward. The pristine white snow, untouched by any footprints. He was the first to leave his mark on it. Honestly, I thought it might not be real. Even as he passed through the passage, he had considered the possibility that what lay at the end wasn't the horizon. Because the path had been so easy, it was almost more believable to think it was fake. I should give Yusha a gift or something. He suddenly felt grateful to her. At that moment, meow. The small black creature that had been hiding in his chest suddenly poked its head out. Hop, it leaped straight into the snow. With a soft puff, its entire body was buried in the snow. Yet, as if unbothered by the cold, it eagerly examined the snow around it, utterly fascinated. Did Blackie always like snow? In the meantime, Basilira also emerged. This place is quite peculiar. What do you mean peculiar? It's hard to describe directly, but it just feels that way. A feeling? Yes. Almost as if this space is fundamentally disconnected from everything else. That's why I decided to come out. Ah, so that's why Blackie is acting strangely? Muttering to himself, Alon watched as Blackie started eating the snow. Meow, he quickly retrieved Blackie. He had already spent quite a bit of time walking, and he didn't want to keep Yusha waiting. So, with Blackie tucked back into his chest, Alon moved forward and stopped in front of the massive structure. A gigantic domed building. Its enormous doors stood wide open, almost inviting him in. This place feels even stranger. Is that so? Yes. It doesn't seem particularly dangerous, but it feels odd, so be on your guard. Nodding at Basilira's advice, Alon cautiously stepped inside the dark entrance. The moment he did, pitch-black darkness enveloped him. Yet, the faint light filtering in from outside dimly illuminated the interior. Relying on that faint glow, he walked deeper inside and soon arrived at the center of the building, where the ceiling was open. There, he found a door. A door so old that turning its handle seemed likely to produce the creak of rusted hinges. It stood alone in the middle of the pristine snow. Feeling slightly puzzled, Alon reached out and grasped the handle. And the moment he opened the door, you've arrived. A voice called out. Great Chieftain Laraka, he was furious. No, beyond furious, was seething with rage. The reason? A girl had trespassed upon the barbarian's sacred sanctuary. With a breezy smile, she had nonchalantly defiled the sacred land that had been protected for over 1,000 years and shattered countless spells. Because of one girl. And when she revealed the reason for her intrusion, his fury surged so violently that he nearly lost consciousness. The sanctuary was as precious as life itself to the barbarians. Only the greatest warriors were ever permitted to enter it, and even then, only once in their lifetime, to receive their sacred markings. Yet this girl had trampled upon a place all barbarians cherished as their very souls for the mere purpose of using it as a shortcut. She had crushed every sacred spell that had stood for over 1,000 years. There was nothing left to hold back. Every barbarian, without hesitation, rushed at her. Laraka was no exception. Originally, he had many questions for the girl standing before him: how she had discovered the sanctuary, how she had so easily broken the sacred spells that even the greatest shamans could not undo. Furthermore, vigilance was also necessary. However, the moment the girl uttered those words, Laraka, consumed by rage, lost even the slightest shred of patience. Forgetting even to command the barbarians he led, he swung his axe and charged forward. And the result was it arrived before him in the worst possible form. Laraka let out a faint sigh. It happened in an instant. His vision was no longer filled with the ashen earth, but with a land drenched in blood. The piled snow, soaked in crimson, melted into the ground, turning it into a muddy swamp. The freshly spilled, bright red snow that had yet to melt froze under the cold of the snowy mountains, forming eerie strands. And in the midst of it all stood the girl. With just a few movements, she had turned the ashen land into a sea of blood. She had crushed countless of her kin into pools of blood in mere moments. Amidst a world drenched in red, she stood there, her eyes gleaming even redder. Simply standing, unmoved. Laraka clenched his teeth. He could feel it on his skin. The terror of death that had just moments ago painted his comrades in rage. No one was an exception. Even the chieftains leading the barbarians were gripped by awe and fear at the power the girl had displayed. Laraka was no different. His hands, gripping his weapon, trembled. He tried to suppress it, but his body had already escaped his control. The only thing he could do was to cautiously roll his eyes and look ahead again. And there the girl still stood, calmly or perhaps leisurely. Yet it was precisely that incomprehensible demeanor that dragged the barbarians deeper into the abyss of fear. Turtur, your command, great chieftain, blow the black horn. In the end, Laraka made his choice. His lieutenant, Turtur, widened his eyes for a moment at the command but responded immediately. Understood. Without hesitation, he retrieved the black horn from his garments and blew into it. Woo-woong, a sound so loud it echoed through the vast, snowy mountains. The fear that had just moments ago dominated the barbarians began to wane. Laraka, too, shed the terror that had weighed upon him. And as he turned toward Yusha, who was still standing there leisurely, yowl, regret not stopping us. The moment he spoke it fell, suddenly and without warning. Kwaang, the heavens and the earth trembled. Snowflakes covering the ground were thrown into the air, whipping into a blizzard. The blood-soaked swamp shattered, buried beneath the upheaval of earth and snow. And then, emerging from the destruction, HMPH, the dark-skinned outer god, who had descended upon the north months ago and hidden his presence, was finally revealed. You have summoned me. Nelter, the Undying One. Like a demon, horns protruded from his head. 4 massive arms and 4 towering legs loomed over all. At the sound of his voice, laced with a sinister amusement, Luraka bowed his head with reverence. Yes, O great outer god, I wish to invoke the authority granted in exchange for a sacrifice. So, what is your request? Kill that girl. There was no hesitation. Nelter, seemingly intrigued, questioned further. You would use my power for something so trivial? Are you certain? Yes. Well, it is your granted authority, so I won't question it. However, the corners of the dark-skinned outer god's mouth curled into a grotesque smile. If you wish to borrow my power again, you must offer another 5,000 living sacrifices, as you did before. I shall do so. HMPH power. 5,000 living sacrifices. A conversation filled with horrific terms concluded with a simple, expectant remark. How exciting. Then, as Nelter's gaze turned toward Yusha, the faintest hint of regret flickered across Luraka's face. He had offered up captured Caliban soldiers and knights as living sacrifices to obtain this authority. He never expected to use it on the girl standing before him. But he did not regret summoning the outer god at this moment, because he had seen it with his own eyes. The power that defied comprehension, the power that, with a single step, had annihilated an entire Caliban forward base where thousands had been stationed. And so, Luraka simply watched. As Nelter, like a child finding a new toy, took deliberate, expectant steps toward Yusha. Now I suppose I should bid you farewell. However, the moment Nelter reached the girl, he could speak no further. At that instant, a question arose in Luraka's mind. And then he saw it. Shudder, shudder, shudder the being, an unfathomable existence he had been certain would erase the girl without a trace. Why are you here? Was now trembling in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 220. Luraka couldn't understand. Before him stood an outer god with black skin and 4 arms. A being who had devoured countless humans without hesitation and who, with a single punch, had toppled Caliban's forward Bayesian entity of incomprehensible power. That same figure, without a doubt, now stood with its back to the ashen world. It received the fear and reverence of all the barbarians as if it were only natural. And yet, how are you here? Luraka rubbed his eyes. He had to confirm whether what he was seeing was real. He rubbed them over and over again. Yet, outer god who had obliterated the forward base with a single strike was trembling. It was even stammering. Betraying the reverence it had gathered upon itself, it was now displaying fear toward the being standing before it. The situation was so incomprehensible that he couldn't even form a question. There was no time to process it. Just what kind of being? The girl smiled. Yusha Bludia, who until now had kept her mouth shut in silence, turned to outer god standing before her, and with a gentle smile raised a single finger. Then, pop. Outer god, who had just been trembling moments ago, had its head burst open. The overwhelming and awe-inspiring power it had once shown to the barbarians suddenly seemed like a lie. Its end came too easily, too futilely. At that moment, a profound sense of emptiness filled the eyes of the barbarians. Splat, the headless body of the collapsing outer god, suddenly moved in a grotesque manner, adjusting its posture, and swung a fist toward Yusha. Boo. In an instant, the ground trembled, and the swirling snowstorm came to a halt. The punch was powerful enough to send dozens of barbarians flying like leaves in the wind. And then, Nelter, the one who had thrown the punch, began regenerating his head. In mere seconds, his head was completely restored, but on his face, there was only deep despair. However, he quickly let out a low growl, as if regaining his resolve. Think carefully. You should know that fighting here isn't the best option for either of us. Nelter warned, his expression grave. For the first time, Yusha spoke. Why is that? Even you can't take me down without any damage, can you? Then, do you think I can't? A deep smile. Within it lay absolute confidence. Nelter's face twisted further. Through this exchange, he realized. Negotiation was no longer an option. Thus, why on earth? Nelter began to speak, unable to comprehend the situation. But unfortunately, Yusha maintained her deep smile. The one I serve feels uneasy about outer gods still being alive. And the moment those words left her lips, do you think I will die so easily without taking anything with me? Nelter roared, raising his fist. Then, crack once again. His head flew off. The barbarians stared blankly at the scene before them. The chieftains, the warriors, and even Luraka. Their eyes no longer held fear. The emotion that now ruled over them was reverence. A battle that filled their entire vision. Just witnessing it made them all feel the same, unified emotion. Outer god with black skin lunged at the girl, swinging its fist. Yet with just a single sidestep, Yusha effortlessly evaded the punch. The ground shook as the impact drove into the earth, scattering the snow into a blizzard and triggering an avalanche. As if taunting him, she avoided the attack with a single step. Driven by rage, Outer God wrenched its fist from the ground and swung again. Pop, both of its arms exploded. And not just the arms, its forearms, its legs, its stomach, its shoulders, its chest, and finally its head, in an instant. As if it had never existed in the first place, its body burst apart, painting the surroundings in blood. Yet even with its entire body destroyed BOOM, Nelter regenerated once more, defying the undeniable death. He swung at Yusha once again, a battle of the incomprehensible versus the incomprehensible. A clash so grand it seemed like a legend passed down from the age of gods. All who witnessed it were left speechless. But Outer God Nelter, who was actually fighting against Yusha, this is absurd, was in utter shock. From the very beginning, he had known what kind of being Yusha truly was. He couldn't not know. No, must not be ignorant of it. That girl. The girl who was toying with him, an outer god, as if he were a mere plaything. She was an ally of the black entities that once drove the world to ruin. The first creation of the blood of ruin, and the one who Pop. Nelter's vision blacked out for an instant before returning. Before him, the girl still stood in place, without the slightest sign of exhaustion, looking down at him. Bewilderment swelled within him, overtaking his mind. He couldn't comprehend it, unlike other outer gods. The moment he descended, he had deliberately refrained from acting, choosing instead to strike a deal with the barbarians to conceal himself. He had waited until he could fully manifest. Now, as a perfectly incarnated outer god, he was facing her. And yet, despite all that, why can't I touch her? Nelter couldn't lay a hand on the girl, not even once. Not a single strike landed. It was utterly bizarre. He was not weak. On the contrary, back when this world was still the domain of the gods, he had been a malevolent god who devoured other deities, boasting strength beyond most. More than anything back then, his punches had reached her. And yet, even though they should be connecting, his power failed to reach her. As if it had never reached her in the first place. She didn't have an ability like this. At that thought, Nelter's eyes widened, staring at the girl before him. One possibility, something impossible. But if not that impossibility, then this situation could not exist. No, it couldn't be. That should never be possible. At the same time, his mouth fell open in disbelief. And as if in response, the girl's smile deepened. It seems you've figured it out. Her whisper echoed through the air. The moment he understood the meaning behind those words, Nelter was horrified that the impossible answer had aligned perfectly. You turned against your own kind. Just as he was about to explode in rage, he saw it. Yusha's hands forming a seal, and then, her index finger rising to her lips, forming a quiet SHH. That was the last thing he saw. At that moment, he knew he was going to die, outer god Nelter. He could not be killed by physical attacks, not by magic, not by severing space or dimensions. No matter the method, he had always regenerated. As long as his essence remained intact, he would never die. But there was one thing even he could not escape. The ability possessed by the blood of Ruinth, one who created the very being before him. The one fate none could avoid. Pop. Nelter's head exploded. Then his heart burst. His stomach, his arms, his hands, his legs, his feet. One by one, they ruptured, scattering crimson flowers across the ashen snowfields. And yet, he no longer regenerated, a definitive end. An absolute silence descended upon the snowy mountains. Within that stillness, the girl who had effortlessly slain outer god, Yusha Bludia, suddenly, as if something had occurred to her, she let out a quiet exclamation. Then, turning toward the barbarians with a flick, she lightly swiped her finger through the air. And then, pop, Laraka's head burst open, just moments after he had been blankly watching the battlefield. In that instant, as the air itself seemed to freeze, no one could even let out a gasp. I see. As if nothing had happened, Yusha dryly remarked after having so casually burst another head. Standing at the center of all the fearful and reverent gazes, she smiled. There are quite a lot of heads here, so killing all of you would be a bit of a waste. So, I'll give you a chance. Her crimson eyes gleamed. A glorious, honorable chance to worship the Great One. An offer, one that could never be refused. The moment the voice echoed, Alan realized he was somewhere else. No longer in the northern snowfields, where the white flurries had swirled moments ago. Now he stood in a darkness so deep it was as if he had fallen into an abyss. Alan was about to rack his brain to grasp the situation when aberration. He questioned the term used to refer to him, but unfortunately, the heavy voice, as if steeped in the abyss, did not respond to his words. Instead, remember. It continued calmly. The technique of the reversal, which only gods of this world can use, is unlike ordinary methods. Just as the man in the mirror had said, when Alon saw him at the root of Grainifra, the voice continued speaking. Do not limit yourself to mere magic. Do not limit yourself to mere strength. Do not limit yourself to mere rank. Instead, embrace everything and harmonize. What you have gained each and every piece holds no uselessness, for it is all a key leading to a single path. Remember this, and you will reach it. And in the final moment reverser. Just as the black entity's words were about to continue, Alon's vision flipped. The snow-covered mountains, a pure white landscape. Alon realized he had returned to the snowy mountains. As he stood there in a daze, you lunatic, get a hold of yourself. Wake up, meow? The shouting voices from below snapped him back to reality. And at that moment he saw it. Basilira covered in blood. Basilira, you that blood. His voice trembled involuntarily. However, you idiot. This isn't my blood, it's yours. Basilira's words made Alon realize. Blood was pouring from his own face. Ha! A wave of dizziness hit him, draining the strength from his body. Barely managing to clutch his head, Alon turned toward the snowy landscape visible beyond the worn-out door, then shut it. Creaked door closed weakly with a groan. Just to be sure, he opened and closed it several times, but the place he had been moments ago was no longer accessible. Instead, at some point, a parchment had appeared in Alon's hand, gripping the doorknob. Confused, he unfolded it. Thousand-Year Ice. A being who belonged to no tribe, one who had become an apostle of a god not worshipped by the barbarians, and thus gained the great power of nature. He was not particularly well liked by the barbarians. Not more precisely, the barbarians despised Thousand-Year Ice. His eccentric nature made him an outlier, but more than that, he worshipped a god foreign to them, rather than the deity they revered. Unlike them, however, Thousand-Year Ice did not particularly dislike the barbarians. Despite being born and raised in the harsh north, he had an unexpectedly kind nature. That was why, when he heard the horn sound earlier, he moved toward its source. Even though he knew the call wasn't meant for him, if the chieftain had blown it, it meant something very dangerous was happening. However, despite his urgency, he found his path blocked. Yao, what exactly are you? Y'all find out soon enough. I don't think there's a need for introductions just yet. A young man, strikingly handsome by anyone's standards, stood in his way. Then why are you stopping me? How should I explain this? Let's see. The young man's clear, sky-blue eyes, devoid of any tension, shimmered with amusement. His lips curled into an easygoing smile. However, for your sake, and for the one I serve. For an instant, an overwhelming force is strong enough to make even the renowned Thousand-Year Ice flinch, crush the air around them. So, if you wouldn't mind, with an absurdly casual wink, the monster made his request. Thousand-Year Ice swallowed hard. Chapter 221, Thousand-Year Ice quietly swallowed his breath and looked at the young man, smiling harmlessly. His clear blue eyes were so vivid that just looking at them seemed to clear the mind. The young man, who was staring straight at him with those eyes, did not appear particularly strong on the outside. He wore a leather tunic, the kind mercenaries typically wore. The quality of his weapon also did not seem particularly high. However, despite appearing to be barely of age, the aura emanating from him was enough to make even Thousand-Year Ice fall silent with chills. He hesitated. Should he confront this young man who stood in his way with a weapon in hand, or should he heed his words and quietly turn back? The deliberation did not last long. Thousand-Year Ice spread his hand wide. Crack! Tiny ice granules gathered beneath his palm, clumping together and beginning to take shape. At first, it was just a small sphere, but the ice rapidly transformed, growing larger and larger in an instant. What was created was Boom, a massive axe so enormous that it dwarfed Thousand-Year Ice's already towering height of 8 feet. The Divine Ice Axe, an axe so enormous that one could hardly believe it could be wielded properly. Thousand-Year Ice easily slung it over his shoulder and growled in a low voice. I don't know who you are, but I'd appreciate it if you stepped aside. However, Elibin made a troubled hum and shrugged. I see you're not inclined to believe me after all. What are you talking about? I mean, for your sake. The air was already thick with tension, snow swirling wildly as he gathered all his magical energy in preparation for battle. Yet Elibin remained as calm as ever. Even in the face of Thousand-Year Ice's murderous intent, he appeared completely unfazed. Thousand-Year Ice furrowed his brow deeply. No matter how kind-hearted he might be, he was still immensely proud of his strength. It was a power bestowed upon him by the god he worshipped. He fully recognized that the young man with blue eyes was strong, but Alibin's serene expression made him feel as if his power was being dismissed too easily. Tusk, a warrior's pride and competitive spirit, burned fiercely in Thousand Year Ice's chest. Then, Alibin's voice rang out again. "I truly mean this. I am stopping you not just for his sake, but for yours as well." "Why?" "Because if you go there now, the corners of Alibin's lips, which had held a smile until now, suddenly turned cold. You will die." As if he were merely mentioning grass by the roadside, he spoke of Thousand Year Ice's death far too lightly. At that moment, Thousand Year Ice could no longer hold back rumble. What? At the sudden sound, Thousand Year Ice instinctively turned his head. There was a cliff. Just moments ago, it had been a pristine white landscape covered in eternal snow. But now it had a massive indentation, as if something had gripped it tightly. A deep scar marred the once pristine cliffside, and it didn't end there. Rumble, the impact triggered a massive avalanche from the snowy peaks beyond. Thousand Year Ice stared blankly at the unfolding disaster. You've already died once just now." At some point, Alibin had moved right in front of him, and Thousand Year Ice flinched in shock. Startled, he instinctively stepped back and swung his divine ice axe with all his strength. Boom. As the axe cleaved through the air, the atmosphere froze along its path, leaving a trail of destruction. Everything in its trajectory was mercilessly crushed. Pure destruction. Then boom! A massive crater formed, piercing through the swirling white snow. But unfortunately, Thousand Year Ice's attack did not even graze Alibin. Well, Alibin was already behind Thousand Year Ice. He sighed softly and whispered into his ear. "You really don't listen, do you?" "What?" Thousand Year Ice reflexively tried to swing his divine ice axe again. "Stop." Unlike before, the voice that fell upon the snowy ground was chillingly eerie. Thousand Year Ice's movements halted against his will. No, he was stopped. The only thing he could move was his eyes. He rolled his gaze to look at Alibin. The same harmless smile, the same clear blue eyes, just as before. And yet Thousand Year Ice felt something entirely different from him, something he should never have perceived. His heart pounded wildly as he widened his eyes. "By now, I think I've said enough for you to understand, don't you think, Thousand Year Ice? I don't believe I've been unclear. If you want to stop me from going, wouldn't killing me be the easiest way?" At those words, Alibin gave a cold smile. "Oh, believe me, I'd love to. If it were up to me, I'd kill you right this instant. Buth wouldn't want that. That's the only reason I'm not doing it. That's why you're still alive. You should be grateful." Thousand Year Ice opened his mouth to retort, but he never got the chance to finish. His throat was seized by Alibin's hand. Gah! Thousand Year Ice's physique was massive compared to Alibin. He was easily 2 feet taller, and his sheer body mass was incomparable. And yet, he was powerless. He couldn't even resist as he was gripped like a doll. And then, he saw it. A dark gleam within those blue eyes. Thousand Year Ice immediately recognized the emotion. It was rage. Thick, visceral rage. A fury that had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Thousand Year Ice could not comprehend it. Why did he harbor the kind of wrath one could only obtain after reaching the very end of hell? But there was no time to think. Soon, that thick, suffocating fury poured into Alibin's voice. "Be ashamed of your ignorance, fool. GHK, you people looking at this sight, drip stuffing your mouths with delicious food. Crack, and playing these ridiculous games, do you even know who makes that possible?" His words poured down like grinding teeth. With each sentence piling up, Thousand Year Ice's movements gradually ceased. Gah at the final moment as he stared into the deep, suffocating fanaticism lurking beneath the thick wrath huff. Huff, huff, the moment he was released from Alibin's grip, he collapsed onto the ground, rolling. Desperately, he shoved oxygen into his lungs. Just to stay alive, to keep living well, this is rather unfortunate. As Thousand Year Ice slowly regained his senses, the young man came back into his sight. Once again, he wore the same friendly smile as when they first met. "In any case, if you go to where that flute sound is coming from, it will be truly dangerous, so please try not to go. Understand? If you die, he would really regret it." Pat as if he truly cared, his voice carried a warmth that echoed in Thousand Year Ice's ears. Then, after tapping Thousand Year Ice's shoulder a couple of times, Alibin, "Well then, I am counting on you, Thousand Year Ice." Flashed a sculpted smile one last time before turning away. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the blue-eyed young man vanished as if he had never existed. Staring at the empty space, he left behind. Who on earth is he? Thousand-Year Ice muttered absent-mindedly. Alon stepped out of the dome-shaped building and immediately returned to the passage leading to the horizon, organizing the information he had gathered. Aberration and reversal of heaven. And he recalled the contents of the parchment inside his cloak. Reach the 5th rank, is it? Even for someone like him, who could read ancient script, certain words seemed oddly placed. But that first line remembered it clearly. The 5th rank? The phrase itself was not difficult to understand. In fact, for Alon, who had never had a clear benchmark for his techniques, it seemed like a reasonable goal to aim for. However, separate from that, the fact that the term 5th rank had been used at all was what puzzled him. What Alon had been pursuing until now were traces of true mages. And although the true mages of the Forgotten Age of Gods had some connections to modern mages, those connections were faint at best. Moreover, to his knowledge, true mages never used a ranking system. Yet, here it was, appearing in this context. Feeling an odd sense of incongruity, Alon pondered for a while. Well, once I finish my business in the north, I'll be seeing Kilris frequently, so I can ask the when I return. Clearing his thoughts, he then recalled the words spoken in that abyssal voice. Aberration, he had heard that term before. But back then, he hadn't paid it much mind. Yet today, the moment he heard the word aberration, a particular thought crossed Alon's mind. Could it be that the aberration they spoke of referred to people like him? Of course, it was only a possibility, but the probability wasn't zero. As he continued mulling over this, a voice called out, "My lord, Yusha." At some point, Yusha had appeared, standing at the entrance of a distant cave. Before he knew it, he had already reached the outside. "My lord, are you all right?" Her eyes were filled with worry. "I am fine. For someone fine, you have bloodstains." At the slight tremble in her voice, Alon shook his head to reassure her. "I am fine. I wasn't in a fight, just had a brief moment where it was necessary." Even with his words, Yusha couldn't easily shake off her concern. So, Alon deliberately changed the subject. "More importantly, have you finished everything you needed to do?" "Ah, yes. I've completed all the investigations." "Is that so? Did you find everything you were looking for?" "Yes, I see. I was going to tell you to check out the altar inside, but I suppose it wasn't particularly significant." Hearing that, Yusha hesitated briefly before breaking into a small smile. "Well, it's true that we've finished, but should we check it out just in case? If you've already finished your investigation, there's no need to go out of your way." "That's true, but since you brought it up, I think it's worth looking at." "No need. You're already tired from waiting for me, so let's just head back." Alon thought he was being considerate of her, but Yusha, who had been smiling lightly just moments ago, suddenly pouted slightly. Alon raised an eyebrow at the sudden change. Apparently displeased, Yusha pouted even more before letting out a small sigh. Tap then, she lightly grabbed the sleeve of Alon's robe and looked up at him, without saying a word. Just quietly, Alon's usually composed expression slightly wavered in confusion, yet Yusha remained silent, simply gazing up at him. Squeeze, squeeze, and subtly, she started tugging at his sleeve. At that moment, Alon finally realized that Yusha was wordlessly protesting. A cold sweat ran down Alon's back. He understood that she was protesting about something, but he had no idea what exactly it was. "What is it? Which part upset her?" He racked his brain for an answer. Then, suddenly, a past conversation came to mind. "When we went to see the evening primroses last time, I didn't say anything, but he recalled something she had mentioned when they traveled from Turia to Caliban." Then, glancing at Yushiaho's cheeks were slowly puffing out as if she herself hadn't fully realized it all right. "Well, check it before we leave." He carefully submitted his answer. "And let's do that, my lord." As if nothing had ever happened, Yusha's face instantly brightened into a radiant smile. Was that the right answer? Watching her, Alon let out a silent sigh. Chapter 222, the day after investigating the altar inside the cave with Yusha and returning to the forward base. Alon heard some rather peculiar stories from Deus. "You didn't engage in battle with the barbarians?" "No, for some reason, the barbarians were nowhere to be found. Moreover, there were traces suggesting that an outer god had suddenly appeared." "An outer god appeared?" "Yes." Deus recalled the scene he had witnessed while waiting, wondering if the absence of the barbarians was some kind of trap. Just like the last time when Ulthultus descended, the sky had turned red for a brief moment. But then, at some point, it simply disappeared. Disappeared? Yes. Just like when you dealt with Ulthultus last time, the red sky remained for a while before returning to normal. Alan stroked his chin in thought. From what Deus described, it seemed that an outer god had appeared but was subsequently eliminated. The question was who did it and how? As he pondered for a while, a hypothesis came to Alan's mind. Could the barbarians have taken care of the outer god? When Ulthultus appeared, he had been revered by the barbarians. Though he was actually known as a monstrous deity, at that time he had manifested as a god of the wilds. However, if the outer god who appeared in the north this time was not Ulthultus, it was entirely possible that the barbarians had clashed with it in hostility. Even if the outer god had not fully manifested, due to a lack of time, it still wouldn't have been easy for the barbarians to defeat it. But if they had thousand-year ice, then it might have been possible. Thousand-year ice. A formidable warrior who, upon joining as an ally, would relentlessly talk about the horizon. Recalling this individual, Alan nodded, thinking that his hypothesis was quite reasonable. There was a reason he was called a powerhouse. Thousand-year ice was incredibly strong, especially with his ability to create and infinitely regenerate ice root, a material that was worthless as a weapon to anyone else, but became overwhelmingly dangerous when wielded by thousand-year ice. When he joined as an ally and accompanied me through the labyrinth, things became so much easier. Since his default attacks were area of effect, thousand-year ice had been an invaluable companion during gameplay. Lost in these thoughts for a moment, Alan soon realized that Deus was still waiting for an answer and replied, "Thank you for the information. It was nothing. What do you plan to do now, Marquis? Since all my business here is done, I plan to make a stop somewhere before heading back down." "I see." Deus showed a hint of disappointment. However, he quickly adjusted his expression and stepped back. After exchanging brief farewells, Alan stepped outside, and immediately he witnessed something unusual. "Is this how you do it? It's slightly off, but close enough. Now, you just need to pray 3 times a day. Will this really grant me power? You mustn't doubt it. Praying while harboring doubt is meaningless." Reinhardt awkwardly forming a seal with his hands and Silly teaching him. "Is that so?" "Yes. The Lord only grants power to those who fully believe in him. But the god you're talking about is actually Marquis Palatio. That's blasphemous. You must not speak his name so carelessly." Silly shouted so loudly that it seemed as if the world trembled, causing Reinhardt to flinch involuntarily. "But I've always called him that. That doesn't matter anymore. You've decided to believe, haven't you? I mean, believing and calling Marquis Pal, you've decided to believe, haven't you? I'm just saying that believing is one thing, but Pal, you've decided to believe, haven't you?" Silly leaned in closer to Reinhardt, her sharp gaze glimmering ominously. As Alan observed this bizarre scene, his vision was suddenly obstructed by a figure. It was Mark, the 5th sword of Caliban. "Right, I've decided to believe. Then you shouldn't be speaking that way, should you?" Mark, who had stepped out of the barracks as usual, spotted Silly and silently moonwalked back inside without a sound. Alan couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed by the discreet movement. Should I grant Reinhardt a little power? Thinking that he might actually need to do it, Alan began preparing for departure. A few hours later, Alan boarded a carriage to return to Caliban. When he had first arrived here, he had been accompanied by a large number of people. But on the way back, only Alan's party was traveling. Yusha stayed behind to handle some unexpected business for Rosario, and Eliban remained to finish an unfinished dungeon raid, I suppose. Eliban, who had looked regretful, and Yusha, who had smiled warmly while waving goodbye. And then, I still have people left to convert. I'll finish my evangelizing and then follow later. Silly, who had enthusiastically declared her determination. Thinking about this for a moment, Alan soon closed his eyes and entered a state of contemplation. Thanks to his consistent training since learning how to meditate, Alan could now enter a contemplative state at will with ease. Familiar with the process, he checked the divinity of Caliban. Was it due to Silly's efforts? The divinity shone far brighter than before. Lowering his gaze, Alan spotted one of the many stars connected to Silly, a very faint one. But unmistakably, it was a star within the divinity of Callan and Reinhardt's faith. He had marked it earlier while Reinhardt was being fervently recruited, thinking of rewarding him for his unexpected efforts. Though, with how faint this is, even if I grant him power, he might not be able to use it properly. According to Callanan, while it was Alan's role to bestow power, whether it could be used depended on the recipient. For example, even if Alan granted someone 100 units of divine power, if they did not truly believe in him, they wouldn't be able to use it. Even if they did gain the ability to use it, they wouldn't be able to freely take power from Alan. From then on, they would have to expend divine power generated by their own faith in Elan. In other words, once Elan granted power, the recipient had to sustain themselves through their own faith. And a portion of the divine power they generate also gets returned to me. The more I learn about faith, the more it feels suspiciously like a multi-level marketing scheme. Anyway, the point was, even if Elan bestowed power, Reinhardt wouldn't be able to use it unless he truly believed. After pondering for a moment, he thought, well, I already decided to give it to him anyway. He firmly grasped Reinhardt's star. At that moment, as Elan willed it, the divinity of Kalinin began flowing into the star. But then, a problem arose. Oh no, I gave him too much. Since it was his first time transferring power this way, Elan ended up giving Reinhardt slightly more divine power than he had intended. Elan let out a sigh. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Reinhardt's star, once faint, now shone brightly. Clicking his tongue as he looked at it, Elan also infused divine power into Silly. Thinking about it, she had been working so hard for him. Even if it was voluntary, it felt a bit wrong not to reward her in some way. Besides, although Silly already had an abundance of divine power, he figured he should at least give her a little more than Reinhardt. At last, as soon as Elan opened his eyes after channeling all the divine power as he intended, Evan spoke up. Marquis, are we really heading east instead of going straight back to Caliban? Yes, but we won't be leaving the northern region, and it won't take more than a few days. As he answered, Elan organized in his mind what he needed to acquire. After traveling for about 2 days, wow, Marquis, you have an uncanny knack for finding places like this. Do I? Yes, I have no idea how you even learn about these locations. Interesting. Meow? Elan's group had arrived at a massive cave, nestled beneath a towering cliff in the oppressive, snow-covered mountains. Although Silly had been making efforts, recently, the faith in Elan among the Eclipse Knights had been naturally declining. Most of them had seen Elan's power with their own eyes, and thanks to his proclamation that he would bestow power upon the devout, many had begun to worship him. Moreover, since there was already a living testament to his power, Silly, who could wield it, their faith had initially strengthened. However, that faith had started to wane over time. The reason was simple. Nothing was changing. It didn't help that other knightly orders viewed the Eclipse Knights with suspicion. But the bigger issue was that, no matter how devoutly they prayed, aside from Silly, none of them were able to manifest any true miracles. As a result, their belief was gradually eroding. Even Reinhardt, who was stationed at the northern front with Deus, was no exception. Or rather, he had struggled to worship Marquis Palacio as a god from the very beginning. The reason was obvious and undeniable. Marquis Palacio was still alive. Of course, Reinhardt had seen it. He had personally witnessed the Marquis descend as a god. In fact, he had been one of the very first to see the Marquis awaken as a deity. At that moment, Reinhardt had felt a sense of awe toward him. But in the end, it was only awe it never turned into faith. After all, he had interacted with the human Marquis Palacio multiple times. Because of that familiarity, he simply couldn't bring himself to worship the Marquis as a god. Moreover, while Reinhardt had a grasp on the residual effects of achieving mastery with the sword, he couldn't quite wrap his head around divine power. No matter how much Silly forced him to pray, he never felt as though divine power was accumulating within him, and with each failed attempt, his faith only weakened further. Thus, I should never have let myself be tempted. There were times when he wanted to punch himself for giving in to Silly's seductive words. If you use divine power, you might be able to defeat my brother. Oh, and he had also found a comrade in suffering. Before this campaign, he had only spoken to Mark, the fifth sword, a handful of times in official settings. But now, they had formed a strange sense of spiritual kinship. Because Mark, just like Reinhardt, was also being forced to pray. Regardless, Reinhardt, who had recently been enduring a rather tormenting daily life, had finally received a lesson on how to use divine power from Silly. Though, to be precise, it was less of a lesson and more of a brief tip. Believe in him, visualize lightning, and think about how you want to use it. Then it will come forth. If that's too hard, just believe in him and visualize lightning somehow. It'll work out. It wasn't much of a tip at all. Frankly, Reinhardt could have easily come up with something just as vague himself. And naturally, he failed to use divine power. But he wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, he had never truly believed, so it made sense that he couldn't wield it. So when he was deployed to the front lines again, facing the returning barbarians, and Silly urged him to try using divine power again, Reinhardt merely dismissed it. Even when hundreds of barbarians charged at him, He drew his sword without any special thoughts until he suddenly remembered Silly's words, and just for the sake of experimenting, closed his eyes. He had already admitted and accepted that he couldn't use divine power. However, despite that, the thought of what if surfaced once more, leading him to try it one last time. Because if nothing else, his desire to surpass Deus was genuine. So Reinhardt closed his eyes and visualized Marquis Palacio. But this time, he took a different approach. He didn't picture the usual Marquis Palacio. Instead, he recalled the figure he had seen in the Lana Velia forest. Marquis Palacio, adorned with two horns atop his head, his entire body wreathed in lightning a god. Next, he envisioned lightning, the massive bolt in his grasp that connected the earth and sky. And then Meteor's sword. As always, he activated the technique without expecting anything, and at that moment, Reinhardt saw it. Crackle, lightning, bzzzzzt. The lightning reversed. A force from the heavens struck downward, trapping hundreds of barbarians within its gravity. And from the ground, Dzensno, KKKKKRACK, hundreds of lightning bolts ravaged the hundreds of barbarians. And at the end of it all, as the overwhelming spectacle left both barbarians and allies frozen in stunned silence, Reinhardt's shocked voice echoed across the battlefield. What that actually worked. A short distance away, Mark blurted out in disbelief, as if responding to him. That actually worked. And then, like a chorus, the Eclipse Knights gasped. The second sword just wielded Kalinen's lightning, but it didn't stop there. What was that just now? That power wasn't that the same one? I've seen Sir Reinhardt with the Saint of Kalinen lately, so that means wait, you're telling me those Eclipse Knights weren't just spouting nonsense. I thought it was all a joke how the lightning Reinhardt had manifested, all because of Alon's momentary guilt, so if you just sincerely believe, you really can wield lightning? Had now spread like a plague across the Northern Knights. A plague of faith. Chapter 223. Is this what you're trying to obtain? Yes. A cave in the snowy mountains, deep within where a massive hollow lay. Alon nodded in response to Evan, who had followed him, while gazing at the object before him. It's nice to see this again after so long. An item he always carried while playing psychedelia. Connected circular dance. Two rings intertwined with a chain that emitted an eerie glow. As Alon silently observed the connected circular dance, Evan, standing beside him, spoke. It doesn't look all that special. Does it? Yes, while having two rings connected by a chain is a bit unusual, the design of the chain and rings themselves doesn't seem particularly unique. Well, the appearance itself isn't that remarkable. So, what is it used for? HMPH, do you not even know that? It was not Alon who answered Evan's question, but Basilira. Then do you know? Do not mistake me for an ordinary being like yourself. Then what is it? Why should I tell you? If you're not going to tell me, why butt in, you snakehead? HMPH, it was merely to mock a pathetic human like you for your ignorance. As expected. The moment a conversation started, it quickly turned into an argument over trivial matters. Watching the all-too-familiar scene, Alon soon turned his gaze back to the circular dance. The connected circular dance, often referred to simply as circular dance among players, was essentially a magic conversion adapter. It had the ability to convert the mana of the wearer's partner into their own. Of course, there are limitations. As psychedelia progressed toward the later stages, the player's magic damage significantly outpaced that of their companion characters. While warriors had little use for it, most mage players relied on this artifact. Despite its limitations, it helped prevent mana shortages for the player. Especially for glass cannon mages who focused solely on maximizing magic damage rather than balancing it with their mana pool, this item was indispensable. In some ways, it had been necessary for Alon from the very beginning. Yet, he had only now chosen to retrieve it. The reason was simple. The connected circular dance was an item that only made sense within a game. To use this artifact, there had to be someone constantly by his side. And while transferring mana, that person would be left in a completely defenseless state. In other words, it essentially turned someone into a walking mana battery. With the risk of an ambush at any moment, protecting a defenseless person while engaged in battle was an immense challenge. Moreover, while it was manageable in the game, in reality, finding someone willing to be chained within its limited range and always wear the ring was extremely difficult. In the game, it was easy to equip it on party members. But in real life, finding a person who trusted Alon enough to transfer mana to him without hesitation during an intense battle was nearly impossible, especially when the chain's range barely extended even 1 meter. With all these restrictions, Alan had only now retrieved the rings. They were impractical for combat, but for fueling the magic of footsteps of the past, which required someone else's mana to function, they were quite useful. With that thought settled, Alan glanced at Evan and Basilira, who were now glaring at each other as if ready to kill. Seriously, I always wonder, how do you know all of this? What do you mean? Evan, who had been grinding his teeth while arguing with Basilira just moments ago, now looked at Alan with curiosity. It was a natural reaction, because the cave they were walking through, this place, is a labyrinth. It was a maze. Alan instinctively shifted his gaze. The sight of dozens of stone bridges, meticulously laid out like a massive puzzle, would leave anyone unfamiliar with the maze of Vertigo utterly speechless. To make matters worse, the cliffs below and surrounding areas teemed with monsters native to the frozen mountains. They were not as strong as those found in jungles, but still clearly classified as mutants, adding to the overall sense of despair. Yet, despite these threats, Alan remained completely unfazed, because he knew the way through the maze of Vertigo. In truth, calling it a strategy was an overstatement. The maze of Vertigo had an extremely simple solution from the moment you entered. If you only kept going right, you would eventually reach the end without any difficulty. Because of this absurdly simple strategy, Alan had no hesitation in entering the cave. You just have to keep going right. That's not what I was asking, but well, whatever. What do you mean, whatever? Evan looked like he wanted to ask something, but simply shrugged in the end. I just forgot for a moment that I should stop questioning things and just accept them. Alan found Evan's reaction oddly amusing, having not seen it in a while. Meow, from inside his chest pocket, Blackie tilted its head cutely. After emerging from the caver, the maze of Vertigo, Alan boarded a carriage bound for Caliban. We've finally arrived in Caliban. After a journey of nearly a month, Alan once again stood in Caliban. As he took in the knowledge he had gained from his journey to the north, he began to organize his next steps. First, I need to reach rank 5. Then, I need to ask Kilris about the horizon and reversal of heaven. And finally, I should visit the colony to have the rubies repaired by the Dragonkin. As he laid out his plans, Alan also found himself contemplating a particular term that had been lingering in his mind over the past few weeks. Aberration. When he first heard the word, he had brushed it off. But after hearing it again at the horizon, it had started to weigh on him. Even Alan himself didn't fully understand why it bothered him. It was just like something stuck in his throat. No matter how much he tried to ignore it, it kept resurfacing in his thoughts. And then Alan felt it. He realized that this word was incredibly important to him. Moreover, recently, he had started to feel a strange sense of déjà vu whenever he heard the word water. Just like the feeling he had when he saw Yusha standing amidst the fully bloomed evening primroses. What on earth was this? Alan fell into brief contemplation. Master, thud. The moment he stepped down from the carriage, he felt someone crash into him. With arms wrapped tightly around his waist, he couldn't even see the person's face. Meow, even Blackie, nestled in his chest, let out a bizarre sound at the unexpected ambush. However, Sialrang, recognizing that lively voice, Alan had no trouble guessing the person's identity. Master, it's been so long. As if she had been waiting for him to recognize her, Sialrang wrapped her arms around his neck and rubbed her cheek against him like an excited puppy. Alan patted her head affectionately, though his expression showed clear curiosity as to why she was in Caliban. It had been 6 weeks since he had returned from the northwest. A towering wall stood between the allied kingdom and the empire. In a small forest before it, there was a quaint little house. A house that looked like it belonged in a fairy tale, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. Inside, 2 individuals faced each other. One was Thousand Year Ice, a warrior from the northern barbarians and one of the 7 strongest fighters often spoken about in the allied kingdom. Opposite him sat a girl with large fox ears drooping naturally, appearing to be just around 20 years old. Her long silver hair cascaded down to her hips, and she wore the traditional attire of the Eastern nation. With her signature indifferent expression, she gazed straight ahead. Watching her silently, Thousand Year Ice scratched his head awkwardly before speaking. Am I an unwelcome guest? No. Her short, emotionless reply came as she naturally placed her fluffy foxtail onto her lap. You're welcome. Are you sure you mean that? Yes. Another flat, monotone response. Thousand Year Ice scratched his head again, his expression turning conflicted. She said she welcomed him, but from his perspective, understanding her true feelings was nearly impossible. She had always been completely indifferent to everything. Did she even have emotions? As he pondered this, Thousand-Year Ice glanced around the house. Still living in the same place, I see. I have no reason to move. Wouldn't life be easier if you just joined a faction instead of living out here in the forest? With your abilities, the kingdom would gladly welcome you. He wasn't wrong. Even though she was currently living alone in the forest, she was still a fighter on par with Thousand-Year Ice. In fact, among the 7 strongest, there were only 2 who could even match her. She was, without a doubt, one of the 3 strongest warriors. For someone saying that, aren't you living alone too? Well, that's because I serve someone. I don't even know if the others are still alive, and the few people I can contact all have their own reasons for being where they are. But you don't have any obligations. The girl didn't move a muscle as she replied. It's just too much hassle. Then why not return to the Eastern nation? There, you wouldn't have to deal with any hassle. You'd be treated like a noble the moment you arrived. At that, Historia, the sword saint, quietly stared at him. And then why are you here? Her voice broke the silence. It had nothing to do with the conversation they had just been having. The shift in topic was abrupt, but Thousand-Year Ice merely shrugged, knowing he had no choice. The fact that she was dodging the question meant she had no intention of discussing the subject any further. Accepting that, he moved on. I came because I have something to ask you. About what? Historia tilted her head. Thousand-Year Ice began recounting the events that had taken place during his recent encounter with a Libyan. Anyway, that's the gist of it. A guy that shouldn't exist has appeared, but there's no information on him. So I came to see if you knew anything. I haven't left this place in over 10 years, I know that. But I mean, did you ever hear anything about him before? I've been investigating, but his past doesn't add up for someone with that kind of power. Muttering to himself, Thousand-Year Ice added, I figured you might know something. Even if you don't move around much, you've met a lot of strong people. And someone that powerful wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. After a long silence, Historia finally asked what's his name? His name? Yes. If you don't tell me anything, I won't even be able to think about it. His name recalling the information he had received from his contact, Thousand-Year Ice began to answer. I think his name is a lib. He couldn't finish his sentence. Because Historia, who had been idly sitting there without a care, had suddenly sprung to her feet, kicking back her chair. On top of that, her ears perked straight up and her eyes widened in shock. Thousand-Year Ice was stunned. Never, not even Ansi, had he seen her express this much emotion, not just in front of him, but in front of anyone. Even Black Tiger, who had known her the longest, had never seen her express emotions or show any change in her demeanor. And yet, no such a vivid reaction. She definitely knows something. Thousand-Year Ice was certain that Historia knew a Libyan. More than that, he was convinced that Historia had some deep connection to a Lebanon far beyond mere acquaintance. Otherwise, there was no way she would have reacted so strongly. With that in mind, Thousand-Year Ice eagerly asked, do you happen to know anything about him? I only know the name. The unexpected answer left him momentarily bewildered. You only know the name? Yes. If that's all you know, then why did you react like that? That didn't make any sense. Such an intense response couldn't be from just knowing a name alone. What? A single name suddenly left her lips. Historia perked up her ears and repeated it once more. Do you know anything about Alon Palacio? Thousand-Year Ice was now even more shocked than before. Swish, swish, Historia's long tail swayed excitedly, as if filled with anticipation, unable to stay still. Chapter 224. Thousand-Year Ice had been interacting with Historia for quite some time. However, since he didn't know much about Historia herself, he always had many questions about her. For example, why did she, someone from the Eastern Kingdoma nation, inhabited solely by beast folk, use the name Historia, which had no connection to the East? He was also curious as to why she lived in such a small forest when she could have led a truly comfortable life in another kingdom or the Eastern Kingdom. But at this moment, there was only one thing he was curious about. Alon Palacio? Yeah, do you know him? It was about the existence of Alon Palacio. Thousand-Year Ice had never heard of him. That was only natural. Alon was someone who fundamentally stayed buried in the snow-covered mountains. Even the name Alibin was something Thousand-Year Ice had learned only after being defeated by him and coming down from the mountains in shock at his overwhelming power. Marquis Palacio. He had come here to ask about Alibin, yet now he was even more intrigued by Alon Palacio. What kind of existence was he, for the sword saint who had never once shown a change in emotion to become so heated? I was asking about a Libin, not Alon Palacio. I told you, I know the name. No, that's not what I meant. I asked about a Libin, so why are you suddenly bringing up the name Alon Palacio? So do you know anything about Alon Palacio? I don't. I see. When Thousand Year Ice shook his head, Historia's tail, which had been swaying, drooped as she immediately became dejected. Seeing this, Thousand Year Ice was momentarily taken aback. Then, unable to contain his curiosity, he cautiously opened his mouth. Is Alon Palacio such an important person? If you don't know, then forget it. Historia abruptly turned her head away and even let her ears droop as she sat back down. What was going on? He had asked about a Libin, yet every answer he received turned into a question about Alon. Still, he knew that pressing further about their relationship wouldn't yield any useful answers. Instead, Thousand Year Ice decided he needed to find out more about Alon Paladioth person who had so vividly sparked Historia's interest. If you want, I can look into him. Really? Historia's ears, which had been drooping, perked up halfway again. Seeing this change, Thousand Year Ice nodded. He was still curious about a Libin. It was astonishing that a young man who looked barely 20 possessed such an absurd level of strength. The overwhelming difference in power stirred Thousand Year Ice's competitive spirit. However, at this moment, he found Historia's reaction far more intriguing than his own desire to test his strength. It won't take long. Thank you. If I bring back information, will you at least tell me something about Alon Palacio? Which part? Anything about him. Fine, promise me. After securing her promise, Thousand Year Ice stood up. After Sialrang's enthusiastic welcome the moment Blackie, who had been nestled in Alon's embrace the entire time, peeked out, she was immediately caught by Sialrang. Wah, airplane ride, meowa, higher meowa, and so the playtime began, he-igger, meowo. It was unclear whether Sialrang was playing with Blackie or Blackie was playing with Sialrang. Alon simply watched as Sialrang repeatedly tossed Blackie into the air and caught it again. Meanwhile, Blackie seemed to have accepted that once Sialrang caught it, there was no escape, and had resigned itself to simply screaming in despair. After some time, I'll let you go again next time. Meow. After a few more rounds of tossing and catching, Sialrang finally set Blackie down. The moment it was released, Blackie instantly burrowed into Alon's chest. Watching this, Sialrang beamed with satisfaction. Alon turned to her and asked, Sialrang, why are you here? I came to see Master. You came to see me? Yeah, not because something happened. Nope, you just came to see me. That's right. Her answer was simple. Sialrang looked up at him as if wondering what the problem was. Now that he thought about it, the beast folk she always traveled with were nowhere to be seen. Is it okay for you to be wandering alone? Well, it's not like it's completely fine, but I wanted to see Master. As if expecting praise, she wagged her tail excitedly. Seeing this, Alon felt a bit guilty. I made you come all this way. If you had waited a little longer, I would come to you. Really? Yeah, I was planning to visit the Marquis estate before heading to Colony. I should have let you know in advance. Even better. Is that so? That means I get to travel with Master until we reach Colony. Her overly positive way of thinking made Alon chuckle unconsciously. With that, after catching up as if they were a long-separated father and daughter, they parted ways late that night to return to their respective lodgings. The next day, after a restful night, Alon set out for the Marquis estate with Sialrang. Exactly 2 weeks had passed since Alon left Caliban. Just as he was passing through Lartania and nearing the Asteria border, Alon was thoroughly enjoying a peaceful life. Or to be more precise, a quiet life. And the reason was Sialrang was sitting on his lap, pressing his ears down gently. At first, when Alon had set out on this journey with Sialrang, he had expected the trip to be quite chaotic. After all, he knew very well that she was naturally energetic, loved to play pranks, and couldn't sit still for even a moment. However, contrary to his expectations, the journey had become surprisingly quiet ever since she joined. For one, Basilira had hidden inside his ring and refused to come out. On the first day of their journey, he had emerged to pick a fight with Evan for no reason, only to be caught by Sialrang. I am a male. Males don't wear clothes like this. For reasons unknown, Sialrang had a female-style dress, and she had wrapped Basilira tightly in it. After suffering various other humiliations in the name of play, he had been so traumatized that he never came out again. Blackie was in a similar situation. It had not shown its face outside of his chest from the very first day. As a result, Evan was driving the carriage more leisurely than usual, enjoying the surrounding scenery. Sialrang, too, spent most of her time either chatting briefly with Alon or resting her head on his lap and dozing off, making for an overall peaceful journey. Basilira and Blackie, since traveling with the two, this was the first time Alon had experienced such tranquility. He didn't dislike this quiet, but in some ways it felt a little empty. Sure, peace and quiet are nice, but this is almost too quiet. Back before those two came along, things had been this quiet all the time. But now, with how rowdy things had become almost daily, this silence felt somewhat unfamiliar. I guess this is that feeling of not knowing what you're missing until it's gone. That thought only lasted for a moment before Alon simply shrugged. It wasn't like he disliked traveling with Xiaoreng, after all. Xiaoreng had a way of making Alon feel like a father in many ways. Even now, for instance perhaps finding the sunlight streaming through the carriage window pleasant, she was drowsily leaning against him, dozing off in relaxation. The sight alone made Alon smile without realizing it. He had felt this way before, but whenever Xiaoreng showed such defenselessness, it reassured him that she truly trusted him, filling his heart with warmth. For a while, he gently pressed down on her ears, occasionally stroking her head and enjoying her subtle reactions. Then, out of habit, he closed his eyes to observe his inner self. By now, he was so used to it that he could check his divine status in an instant without conscious effort. As he casually confirmed his usual divine abilities, he suddenly noticed the presence of an additional divine power. It was very faint, but it glowed with a grayish hue. What is this? Alon's mind filled with questions. The North A land where barbarians constantly pushed southward, and knights ceaselessly fought to hold them back, leading to an unending war. Recently, a rumor had spread that Loraka, the spiritual pillar and unifying leader of the barbarians, had gone missing. However, as if to refute the rumor, the barbarians' offensives had only become fiercer, resulting in even more intense battles. And deep within this war-ridden land, within the largest of the barbarian tribes, the Blue Toes, once led by Loraka, it's already. A man once Loraka's right-hand aide, and now the new chief of the Blue Toes, Turtor and a woman know, Yusha Bloodia Turtor bowed his head before her. Is that so? Yes, let me see. With a gentle smile, Yusha rose from her seat. Turtor immediately sprang up in a near panic, stepping forward to guide her. He led her toward a vast cliffside cave within the Blue Toes territory, a sacred place that had once been used exclusively for the ritual of selecting a tribal chief. This way, his voice trembled as they entered. Following his guidance, Yusha slowly shifted her gaze. At the far end of the massive cavern stood an enormous statue, a majestic figure clad in a black coat, wearing a crimson bone mask. Beneath the statue knelt countless tribe members, their heads bowed in reverence. Yusha carefully observed the expressions of the kneeling tribespeople. Each one bore traces of fear, subtle, yet undeniable. I apologize. I will ensure they are better educated. Perhaps noticing Yusha's scrutiny, Turtor hastily bowed his head, seeking to amend the situation. However, Yusha merely curved her lips into an ambiguous smile and spoke. Turtor. Why yes, my lady? Do you think I might turn you all into a pool of blood at any moment? That's you may answer honestly. A moment of silence stretched between them before Turtor, gripping his racing heart, responded. To be honest, yes, I do. The admission left his teeth clenching on their own. Had he made a mistake? Had he just doomed himself and the tribe he was meant to protect? A wave of regret and fear threatened to consume him. But thank you. What? Since you were honest with me, I will be honest with you as well. I have no intention of killing you. The response was unexpected. Turtor blinked in confusion as Yusha continued. Are you surprised? But it's the truth. As long as you continue to worship him, I have no reason to harm you. Is that truly so? Yes, truly. As long as you worship him, you are people I must protect. Whom do you mean? At Turtor's cautious inquiry, Yusha merely smiled. All of you, all of us. Yes. Whether it's your fellow barbarians, the knights blocking your path south, or even the revered god of Sirenhair, regardless of who it is, I will protect you. Turtor instinctively wanted to ask, are you serious? But he bit his tongue. The sheer intensity of Yusha's unwavering fanaticism made his question feel pointless. Instead, why? Why what? Why go so far for us? He needed a reason. How could simple faith in a deity justify such devotion? Turtor could not comprehend it. Upon his question, Yusha fell into brief contemplation before answering. Because apart from him, I do not care about anything else. What do you mean? I mean it literally. Whether the knights are all slaughtered, the priests are massacred, your people tear down the allied kingdom, or even if the world suddenly ends, it does not matter to me. Pausing for a breath, Yusha added, "The only thing that matters is him. Nothing else concerns me." Her voice was resolute. Her expression had gone blank, her lips murmuring, "Nothing else matters." Watching her, Turdur instinctively realized this person before him was fundamentally different. And she was someone he must never, ever oppose. "Thus I understand." Turdur bowed deeply. "I am glad you do. But may I ask one thing? What is it? What is the name of the one we worship?" Turdur cautiously inquired, understanding the significance of the question. At this, Yusha let out a small ah of realization before smiling faintly. "You're right." Then with a gentle yet unwavering tone, she declared he shall be known as the Star Eater. Chapter 225. 2 more weeks passed, and Alan arrived at the Marquis estate. "We're here." As soon as the estate came into view, Sialrang shouted excitedly. Alan, who was watching the estate while absent-mindedly playing with her ears, said, "Wow, the statue of Master has changed. HMPH. Sialrang admired the statue with 2 horns, and Alan felt a little embarrassed for no reason. At that moment, as if she had just remembered something, Sialrang clapped her hands. "Master, come to think of it, I heard a rumordo you really use lightning." They had already spent a month together, yet she was only now asking. Alan chuckled but nodded. "Not for long, but I can use it." "Really?" "Yes." "That's great." Sialrang grinned and hugged Alan tightly. What exactly is so great about it? He was puzzled. Why would Sialrang be happy about him using lightning? "Because it's the same power as mine." A pure and innocent exclamation. "Is that so?" Well, if he looked into it deeply, it wasn't exactly the same power. But in broad categories, it was similar enough, so Alan nodded. "I see. That's why I like it. It feels like we're a bit closer now. I suppose that's one way to see it. Right?" "Yes." As he continued responding to Sialrang's delighted questions, before he knew it, they had entered the Palatio Marquis estate. Soon, he encountered an unexpected sight. "Where is he?" A beastman rushed toward the carriage as soon as she saw it. Something about her seemed quite familiar. Sialrang's secretary? Alan quickly recognized her. At the same time, the other beastmen, who had been searching for someone, all turned their eyes toward the carriage. Her name was Lime, wasn't it? Alan tried to recall their past encounter in the colony. "Lady Sialrang, how could you just run away like that?" A voice pierced into the carriage. Alan glanced down at Sialrang. Just moments ago, she had been burying herself in his chest, peeking up at him. But now she slowly turned her head away, avoiding eye contact. Then, she rolled her eyes, gauging whether she was about to be scolded. Alan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. After briefly confirming that over 30 beastmen were present, Alan sat in the office and heard the truth from Lime, Sialrang's secretary. "So, originally, you were traveling to establish diplomatic relations with the Ashtalon Kingdom, and you were part of the escort team, but then you suddenly disappeared midway." "Yes, that's correct, Marquis." At Lime's words, Alan glanced at Sialrang. She was still looking away, pretending to be distracted. Glance. Even so, she must have been worried about whether Alan was angry, as her eyes flickered nervously between her drooping ears. Alan turned back to Lime and said, "But how did you manage to find her here?" "It wasn't hard to predict where Lady Sialrang would go." "Is that so?" "Yes, besides, Lady Sialrang disappeared right after hearing that you were in Caliban, Marquis." When he looked at Sialrang again, she was now whistling for no reason. Not that she could actually whistle, only a weak breath of air came out. "If you knew I was in Caliban, shouldn't you have just gone there? If we had gone and found you there, it wouldn't have been a problem. But if you left before we arrived, it would have taken even longer to track you down. So you figured it'd eventually return to the Marquis estate and waited here." "Yes, exactly." Lime nodded weakly. Alan offered some words of comfort to her, who seemed exhausted. "You must have had a hard time." "Thank you." Lime looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. She had likely suffered a lot because of Sialrang's unpredictable nature. Just as she was trying to compose herself all right, "Now let's go, Lady Sialrang." "No way at the very least. You need to be there when we return. We're returning anyway. So what difference does it make if I go or not?" As Lime tried to drag her away, Sialrang whined and showed her reluctance. "But we already accepted their goodwill. We have to do at least this much. If we cause unnecessary trouble now, it'll only make things harder for us. It's fine. If they make a fuss, I'll just fight them." Well, they might let it slide, but still, that's a bit. As Alan watched Lime's desperate attempts to convince Sialrang, he finally spoke. "Sialrang." "Ah, Master." She had been blatantly showing her annoyance, but at Alan's call, her ears immediately drooped. Her expression turned anxious, as if she had completely forgotten he was there. "For now, follow Lime. but I'll come find you soon anyway, so we can meet there. That's true at Alon's words, Xiaoreng nodded. However, she still looked oddly dissatisfied. Seeing her sulky expression, Alon thought for a moment and then said, "Next time, let's go on a trip together." "A trip?" "Yes, if you have time." He offered her a carrot. Xiaoreng's tail started wagging happily again. "All right," with a cheerful response, she immediately stood up. "Then, Master, see you at the colony?" "Yes. Let's go, Lime." Wait, Kaya." She grabbed Lime around the waist and leaped out the window. "Thank Yao Wu." Lime's voice echoed in the distance. Alon sat down, thinking once again that she had quite the cheerful personality. She disappeared in an instant. As soon as Alon sat down, Evan spoke as if he had been waiting. "I see." The moment Alon nodded meow, with a swoosh, Blackie, who had been practically erasing his presence until just now, suddenly emerged from Alon's chest. "Phew, I thought I was going to die." At the same time, Basilira, who had been inside the ring, also burst out as if he had been waiting. "That girl. Staying away for over a month, I thought I was going to die from frustration. Meow W, next time, please take me with you within a week. Meowa, if not that, at least stay apart only 1 out of every 3 days. Meowa." Blackie and Basilira started complaining in perfect harmony. Usually, they were always fighting, no. It was mostly Basilira getting beaten up. But today, seeing the two chattering nonstop like lifelong friends was quite a fresh sight. Perhaps this was what people meant by "the enemy of my enemy is my friend." After indulging their complaints, the next day as expected, this is comfortable. Having finished processing the neatly organized documents prepared by election, Alon once again visited Penia to continue their magic research. "Oh, I was actually going to visit and greet you, Marquis. For someone saying that, you didn't even show your face." "Well, the thing is I recently got caught up in a magic research that required a lot of time, hee." Penia scratched her head awkwardly as they exchanged greetings. A little later, as he was observing his internal energy for an experiment, it's grown again. He confirmed that the newly emerged Ashen divinity had expanded, similar to the other divinities. Of course, gaining new divinities was a great thing for him. However, he still couldn't understand why this Ashen divinity kept forming. For a while, he wore a puzzled expression. Then, as he refocused and examined his other divinities one by one, his gaze landed on Kalinen's divinity, and he showed a slightly surprised expression. It had grown even larger than before. "Seems like Silly has been working diligently. Wait a moment, shouldn't she still be in the north by now?" His curiosity lasted only a moment before Alon simply shrugged and surrounded himself with Kalinen's divinity. "You haven't been practicing during this time?" "No, I've been practicing steadily, but it feels different from when you used your power before." "Is that so?" "Yes." Penia stroked her chin while carefully observing Alon's divine power. "With this much, we might be able to go beyond our current research and even experiment with the nature of magical power itself." "You mean synchronization assimilation?" "Yes, that. We couldn't proceed before due to a lack of divine energy." With her characteristic curiosity-filled expression, Penia quickly approached him. She leaned in close, her face right in front of him, exclaiming, "Ooh." Then step as if realizing something, she suddenly took a few steps back. "Why are you suddenly backing away?" Alon tilted his head in confusion. But Penia only said, "No, I just suddenly felt like I should ha." She gave an awkward laugh, like a creaking wooden puppet. Her gaze seemed to keep drifting towards his chest. "Just a hiccup?" Alon thought if she says so, then that must be it, and let it slide without much concern. The next day, after finishing his usual magic training with Penia, Alon headed to his office to handle the reduced workload election had organized. "Marquis, what is it? I heard an interesting rumor, and I got curious." "May I ask, what is it?" "Is Kalinin, the lightning receiver, also a god of nights?" Evan's sudden question made Alon raise an eyebrow in puzzlement. "What do you mean by that? A god of nights?" "Normally, gods have a single attribute, but there are also gods with multiple attributes. That's why I asked." Mevin had a point. Some gods didn't just have one attribute but multiple ones. Even the moon god Cyernia wasn't only a god of the moon, but also symbolized life. However, as far as Alon knew, Kalinen's divinity was strictly limited to lightning. Kalinen's divinity is solely lightning. "But why are you asking?" he questioned Evan. "Well, there's a rumor circulating in Caliban that Kalinin isn't just the lightning receiver, but is actually being revered as the god of nights." "What?" He had just received some completely unexpected news. A god of nights? Yes, he had no idea how such a rumor had started. That evening, Wuong Hidden infused his mana into the magical sphere 20 minutes earlier than usual to participate in the Blue Moon's regular meeting. As he watched the gradually forming screen, he looked slightly surprised. Unlike usual, Yusha and Xiaoreng were already inside. Feeling a small sense of curiosity, Hidden prepared to greet them as he normally would. "Hello or rather, he tried. "Let me see too." "No, let me see too, Xiaoreng. As I've told you many times, that was something given to protect the Great Moon, and it was not meant to be used so frivolously." Then ill tell master. 3 times a month, 10 times, 7 times, 10 times. If not for the bizarre conversation flowing between Yusha and Xiaoreng, which made absolutely no sense, chapter 226, 6 times. 9 times? We shouldn't be too greedy, right, Xiaoreng? 6 times is reasonable. But 9 times? Think about it, Xiaoreng. As I said, this isn't just a tool to spy on the Lord. It's meant for the Lord's safety, so we can't just use it for peeking, right? But Yusha, you've looked. When did I do that? Yusha feigned ignorance as if she had no idea what Xiaoreng was talking about. Seeing this, Xiaoreng puffed up her cheeks and shouted, "You've always watched when Master was sleeping. Now I can detect even the slightest movement of mana." That's just your imagination. The two continued to bicker. Hidden, caught in between, felt a bit uncomfortable. No, correction. Right now, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. And for good reason. The two, who were arguing with great enthusiasm, seemed completely unaware that Hidden was also present in this meeting. Because of this, Hidden wanted to escape from this place right away. Not only did he have no interest in eavesdropping on such a conversation, but even if Xiaoreng didn't mind, he knew that if Yusha found out, dealing with the aftermath wouldn't be easy. Considering how she secretly disliked showing this side of herself, he might even have to risk his life. Hidden shuddered at the thought. Yet, despite everything, he couldn't bring himself to leave the meeting. This video conference was strange. When entering, the screen simply turned on silently. There was no sound. However, unfortunately, when leaving, the distinctive hum of magic slowly faded, creating a noticeable noise just as the meeting was about to end. And the problem was if Hidden forcibly cut off his connection right now to escape. It would be no different from openly admitting that he had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation. So he held his breath and slowly lowered his body, trying to erase his presence. Meanwhile, Yusha and Xiaoreng's conversation continued. "Yusha, I know you've watched Master while he was sleeping. You're mistaken. I saw you smirk when Evan praised you to Master. You're mistaken. I know you've stared at Master whenever he was casting magic. You're mistaken." As Hidden listened, his once fearful expression turned into something else. Because if everything Golden Moon said was true, wouldn't that make Yusha a stalker? A certain word surfaced in his mind. Hidden lifted his gaze and secretly observed Red Moon, who kept denying everything with, "You're mistaken." HMPH, Yusha, when Master was taking a bath, let's settle for 8 times. The moment Red Moon finally backed down at Golden Moon's last remark, Hidden quickly covered his mouth. He knew better than anyone how devoted Red Moon, Yushiya, was to the Great Moon. But based on their conversation so far, if he inferred what Golden Moon was about to say before she was cut off, wow, this was something else. Realizing the shocking truth about the devout Red Moon, Hidden couldn't help but be horrified. So basically, the moons are gathering to trade opportunities to peek at the Great Moon. His mouth hung open in shock before he hastily regained his composure. As he sat there in a daze, continuing his thoughts, the magic he was supposed to inject into the crystal ball, maintaining a precise amount, wavered slightly. Looking at the orb that seemed ready to shut down, Hidden hurriedly stabilized his mana, but Wuong. Since his mana had already been cut off and reconnected, the crystal ball emitted a peculiar noise as it rebooted. And at that sound, Xiaoreng, who had been basking in her victory, and Yusha, who had just sighed in exhaustion, both turned their gazes toward Hidden's direction. Letting out a small sigh, Hidden instinctively ducked his head. He debated whether he should start apologizing right away and squeezed his eyes shut. Which option had the higher survival rate? At that moment, it's rare for Xiaoreng to arrive first. "Hi, Rhine, Just in time, Rhine entered and greeted them, drawing Yusha and Xiaoreng's attention away. Following that, Deus also entered. "You're late." "Welcome, Deus, but you don't look so good today. Something wrong?" "It's nothing." "Really? You don't look fine, though." "Indeed." "Did something happen?" "Something sad happened." Hidden let out a quiet sigh of relief. "About 30 minutes later, sorry, I am a little late." Feigning nonchalance, Hidden greeted them as if he had just arrived. "Oh, Hidden, welcome." "So what's up?" It's rare to see Deus this gloomy. The moons casually acknowledged his arrival before refocusing their attention on First Moon Deus. "I'm here too, huh? Deus, why do you look so down?" Silver Moon entered next, adding to the concern over First Moon. Letting out a long sigh, First Moon finally spoke. "To explain this, I have to go back a few months to an incident in the forest." He began his story. At that moment, everyone except Red Moon erased the concern from their faces and froze. They had just realized it, that they had set the stage for Deus themselves. "Ooh, how about we just get to the point?" Raiden instinctively tried to cover Dia's mouth. "It all started, yes, that morning. When I woke up as usual, my beloved and adorable little sister, Silly, was nowhere to be found. It was already too late. As the floodgates opened, the moons collectively sighed. If First Moon started with his own story instead of the Great Moon's tale at least 5 hours no, maybe 6 hours. Hidden, feeling a sense of pity, muttered internally. Then Hidden suddenly felt a gaze on him and turned his head. And there, he met eyes with Rhine. And he saw it. Rhine silently mouthing the words, "Tell me what Xiaoreng and Yusha were talking about earlier." Hidden realized that Rhine's sudden intrusion earlier had not been a coincidence. He soon gave a small nod of acknowledgement, and the meeting continued. The next day Alon finally understood why Kallinen's faith had surged so rapidly. "So, you're saying Reinhardt used Kallinen's power on the northern front?" "That's right. That alone doesn't seem convincing enough, does it?" "Which part?" "No matter how strong Reinhardt is, the idea that knights would suddenly start worshipping Kallinen as the god of knights just because he used some power seems a little odd." Evan nodded as if he understood where Alon was coming from. "When you put it that way, it does sound strange. I was also confused at first. There's more to the story?" "Not exactly, but I got an explanation of the situation." As Evan described the events of that time, Alon paused in thought before speaking. "In short, Silly's use of Kallinen's power didn't resonate with the knights, but Reinhardt's did." "Yes. To be honest, no matter how nicely you put it, Reinhardt only participated in faith-based activities reluctantly." "In other words, wait, so Reinhardt, who barely puts in any effort, is using divine power. Does that mean I can do it too?" That kind of situation, Evan added. Alon unknowingly found himself convinced. "So that's how it happened." Well, from Alon's perspective, this wasn't really a problem. In fact, it was beneficial if the knights revered him. The more faith the knights accumulated, the higher Alon's divinity would grow. But for this phenomenon to continue, he'll need to use faith to transfer power to them. Alon stroked his chin. Of course, distributing divine power wasn't particularly difficult. But the problem was choosing the right people to receive it. If Alon had been an ethereal god without a physical body, this wouldn't have been a concern. Unfortunately, he did exist in physical form. For now, people's attention is focused on Kallinen, the lightning receiver, and the idea that Marquis Palacio is that god is mostly dismissed as nonsense or met with skepticism. For now, randomly distributing divine power might have more advantages. But in the future, that wouldn't be the case. If a recipient of divine power were to misuse it ultimately, Alon would bear the full consequences. Therefore, I should probably discuss this with Kallinen. It's about time she showed up, isn't it? Alon glanced at Kallinen's horn, where Blackie was curled up, purring as if it were a cat tower. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alon stood up. In any case, unless Kallinen reached out first, Alon had no way of contacting her. Well, she'll show up eventually. After settling his thoughts, Alon made his way toward Pinia's secondary office. He had work to do with Pinia today. "You're here?" "Yeah, I've got everything prepared, so have a seat." Pinia greeted him more warmly than usual and gestured toward a seat. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes had deepened, Alon remarked, "The connected original pattern must have been quite intriguing." Alon's task for today was simple. He was going to convert Pinia's mana into his own and use it to replenish the footsteps of the past. If Alon were to do this on his own, it would take nearly a month. Even if he did nothing but pour mana into it without researching magic, it would still take 1 to 2 weeks. However, Pinia Chryson, a future archmage recognized even by psychedelia, it was really fascinating. Where did you even find this artifact? Had such an enormous amount of mana that just using a portion of it was enough to fully charge the footsteps of the past. So envious. That talent. As Alon watched Pinia put on the ring, he couldn't help but feel envious once again. For a moment, he had the feeling that the red brooch emitted a brief flash of crimson light. He glanced down at it but quickly shrugged and looked away. After all, a gemstone wouldn't just shine on its own. All right, let's begin. Yeah, I am counting on you. A short while later, Penia, who had also placed a ring on the middle finger of her left hand like Alan, began to release her mana. Wu-wang. An immense surge of mana spread out in all directions before swiftly channeling into the ring on Penia's hand, flowing into Alan's ring, and finally being absorbed into the footsteps of the past. The artifact, which had been a dull gray, rapidly took on a blue glow. After about a minute, it's done. Oh, already? Yeah. Seeing that the task, which should have taken him a whole month, was completed in just 1 minute, Alan once again felt the stark difference in talent. Then would it be okay if I study this a bit more? Penia, her cheeks slightly flushed, eagerly asked as she looked at the ring. Go ahead. At this point, I don't have much use for it anyway. Thank you. In return, I'll be counting on you in the future too. Of course. With a light nod, Alan lifted the fully charged footsteps of the past. Pa. A bright white light engulfed his vision, and when it faded late, he found himself face to face with Kilris, who stood with a massive black dragon behind him. The sight of the dragon's overwhelming presence never failed to awe him, but Alan quickly refocused and looked at Kilris. Before we begin training, I have something to ask. Can we talk for a moment? What is it? I went to the horizon. And what do you want to ask? At Kilris' response, Alan gave him a brief summary of what had happened there. Finally, he got to the heart of his question. What exactly is that place? Kilris fell silent for a moment. Then, he spoke. Palion's companion. What? That place was created by the close friend of the great human, Palion, the one who first spread magic across this world. And he continued in a calm voice. They were the only mage in history to wield the technique of reversal. Chapter 227. Alan, who had been silent at Kilris' words, slowly opened his mouth. The one who first spread magic. As you suspect, he was the first to wield and create magic. And the technique he used was reversal of heaven. When Kilris nodded silently, Alan continued to ask. I know it's meaningless to ask since you've already told me, but has no one besides the first mage ever used the reversal of heaven technique? Wanting to confirm just in case, Alan asked again, and Kilris firmly nodded. The reversal of heaven technique itself is merely a legend among mages. The first mage lived in a time long before I was human, so it has only been passed down as a story. Yes. One more thing. The first mage was a bit different from ordinary mages. In what way? In response to Alan's question, Kilris answered. After spreading magic, most mages left successors. It was inevitable. While knowledge was important for using magic, the most crucial thing for mages was their image. Kilris continued speaking. But the first mage did not create a successor. No, rather than just not creating one, he disappeared after spreading magic to other mages. He disappeared? It was as if spreading magic was his sole purpose. After teaching 3 disciples, he vanished. So that's why you said his actions were unusual. Kilris nodded. That's why there's barely any known information about the reversal of heaven technique. The 3 disciples who witnessed it are long gone, and they never left any records about the first mage. Muttering about a single remaining piece of information, Kilris looked at Alan. If someone who possesses the reversal of heaven technique reaches that horizon, they may obtain a clue. That means it seems you really can learn the reversal of heaven technique, even though you haven't inherited a single thing, neither image nor anything else. At Kilris' conclusion, Alan remained silent. He still had no idea how to learn the technique. So, I have to use everything I've learned so far, huh? With that thought in mind, he asked another question just in case. Is there no other way to obtain information about the first mage? If we think logically, there isn't, but if we think optimistically, perhaps the gods know something. The gods? Yes, though I don't know how many of the gods who saw the first mage are still alive. Alan fell into contemplation at the mention of gods. Well then, since our conversation is over, let's begin again. However, at those words, Alan snapped back to reality, forming a spell with a slightly tense expression. Exactly 5 seconds later, Alan opened his eyes in Penia's office, his face filled with emptiness. For the next 2 weeks, Alan did 2 things. One was conducting magical research with Penia. The other was borrowing Penia's mana once a day to enter the realm of the past and fight Kilris. Oh, you're awake? How many seconds was it? This time it was 19 seconds. At Penia's report, Alan let out a deep sigh and stood up from his chair. I did last longer. Yes, at first, you couldn't even last 4 seconds. Alon scratched his head as he stared at the footsteps of the past, now blackened from depleted mana. This isn't easy. From 2 weeks ago until now, he had tried various strategies every day, but the gap in strength between him and Kilris remained vast. No matter how much he strategized, Kilris would always unleash a new kind of attack, leading to Alon's inevitable defeat. Thanks to that, I've learned a lot about how to use Blackie, and I've gained useful insights for synchronization research, but he was still no closer to winning the fight. I'll come back again tomorrow. Okay. Every day, he returned to Penia's office. For over 2 weeks, she had been enthusiastically researching the artifact he had given her. Watching her lively face for a moment, Alon then headed to his own office. Now, repeat after me. I am the servant of Basilira. I am, servant. As soon as he entered the room, he was met with an unusual sight. Basilira was there, and in front of him, the Sea King god was shifting its body around curiously. Again, servant? Following Basilira's command, the Sea King god tilted its head but repeated the words. Alon recalled how, just a while ago, the Sea King god had been swimming in the pond outside his mansion. He turned to Basilira and asked, "What are you doing?" "Hierarchy training." "Is that really necessary?" "Hierarchy training is absolutely necessary." Basilira watched the Sea King god with a satisfied expression. "Just then, my lord, I was looking for you. What the hell are you doing?" Evan entered the office and immediately spotted Basilira and the Sea King god. "Heh," Basilira, now brimming with confidence, commanded. "Now, King Serpent, go teach that guy a lesson." "Teach a lesson? That's right. You're my servant, so you have to listen to me. Expand your body a little and attack him." As if he had been waiting for this moment, Basilira stretched his body proudly and issued the order. The Sea King god tilted its head a few times before nodding in understanding. SSSSSS, it then expanded its body to the size of a large serpent. At that sight, "So that's what you've been doing in the garden pond these past few days. It's too late for regrets. Now y'all feel my power firsthand." Evan glanced at Basilira with an unimpressed expression. But instead of backing down, Basilira laughed triumphantly. Then Evan let out a small chuckle and said, "Hey, King Serpent, come here." He took some jerky from his pocket and waved it in the air. The Sea King god, which had been moving slowly toward Evan, suddenly, it zipped right up to Evan's face, staring at him with sparkling eyes. "Huh, what is this?" Basilira was caught off guard by the unexpected situation. "But you want this?" Nod, 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 nod. "Then go teach him a lesson first." Nod, nod. The Sea King god instantly changed its target and charged toward Basilira. What? Wait a minute. King Serpent, you are my servant, so why are you attacking me, Kraya? "You bastard, attack that dimwit over there, not me, Kraya." Basilira, caught in his own trick, was squeezed by the Sea King god and let out a series of agonized wails. Agiagiaog. Alon, watching the situation unfold in silence, asked, "What's with King Serpent?" "The servants have already been feeding it and decided to call it King Serpent." "King Serpent?" "Yes, it apparently follows people around quite well. It likes being petted and also enjoys jerky, so I had some with me to give it some time, but I didn't expect to use it like this." So that was how the Sea King god ended up with a nickname. "Kraya, spare me. Save me," with Basilira's screams as background noise. Soon, Basilira went limp. Having completed its mission, King Serpent was happily munching on jerky in Evan's arms. At this point, it's not even the Sea King god, just a big puppy. As Alon was having that thought, Evan, still petting King Serpent's head, spoke. "By the way, Lord Marquis, you mentioned going to Colony before. Shouldn't you be leaving soon?" "I should. Then shall we start preparing?" "Let's set off in about 3 days." Alon replied while recalling the gemstone he had in his possession. "Now that I think about it, the Dragonkin seemed like an ancient deity too. Maybe I should ask them." Recalling the information Kilris had provided, Alon stroked his chin and made a decision. The next day. "Hello, Godfather." Rhine had arrived at House Palatio. "Yes, Godfather. I just stopped by on my way to Colony. By the way, what are you looking at?" "Oh, I just felt like there was something I hadn't noticed before." Strangely, instead of looking at Alon's face, her eyes were fixed on the red brooch on his chest, a gift from Yusha. She quietly smiled. Just a few months ago, the city kingdom of Varnos had been a thriving nation. But now, it was nothing more than desolation. The once lush green forests had turned into barren wastelands where no life could survive. The once bustling city now held only remnants, mere traces of human existence. And on that cracked and withered landstep, a man walked forward. Clad in black holy robes, with clinking black ornaments hanging from his waist and hands. He walked alone through the lifeless wasteland. Eventually, he reached what was once the capital of Varnos, now little more than ruins barely recognizable as a castle. And there, well, look who we have here. A new man appeared. With ash-gray eyes, the very man who had single-handedly destroyed the Duchy of Varnos and taken control of this place. A monster. It's been a while. At the greeting from the man in black holy robes, the grinning member of the four great powers agurepplied from the crumbling castle stairs. Yeah, it has been a while. Judging by the state of things, it seems you've settled in nicely. At the remark from the man in black, Agu chuckled and nodded. Yeah, thanks to you. Though it was a bit tricky at first then, Agu created a black droplet on his fingertip and let it fall to the ground. As it rippled outward, the black waves rapidly spread across the desolate land, covering it in dark gray. And with that, what had moments ago been an empty, ruined capital now revealed its true residents. Grotesque figures, neither entirely humanoid nor stable in shape, emerged from the shadows. They wandered the city, screaming eerily. Well, as you can see, I've got a good handle on them now. Then, Saya the black ripples vanished, closing off the hidden world once more. Watching it all unfold, the man in black holy robes murmured quietly. So you've even implanted traits into your minions. Correct. Anyway, Agu grinned again. The fact that you came all this way means you have something to say, right? You know me well. You gave me this power, so I am willing to listen. Honestly, I never expected to be able to devour greed either. Agu chuckled, clearly pleased, as if recalling an unexpected victory. The man in black watched him briefly before speaking again. This is a request, but also for your own good. For my own good, you may have succeeded in absorbing it, but you haven't fully mastered its power yet. Am I wrong? You're right. So, I'll teach you how to control it properly. At those words, Agu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. You know, I've been wondering. What is it? Why are you helping me? We had no prior connection. It had always puzzled him. Why was this man assisting him so much? At Aga's question, the man in black holy robes fell silent for a moment. Helping you well, I suppose you could see it that way. He muttered quietly before chuckling. It's simple. Helping you is quite important to me. Then the man turned away. A strange gate will open in the desert. Go there. What's there? Rather than something being there, something will come. His last murmur, the body of greed, never reached Aga's ears. With a quiet smile, the man in black holy robes walked away once more. Chapter 228. Recently, despite having returned from a northern expedition, Reinhardt was in an exceptionally good mood. The reason was none other than the divine power of Kalinin he had obtained in the north. Even though he did not have unwavering faith, he had gained the ability to wield the power of Kalinin, the lightning receiver. He had acquired the very power he had longed for. Of course, that power alone was still not enough to defeat Deus Macalian. No matter how much divine power he could wield now, Deus was already far ahead. However, nothing could dampen Reinhardt's spirits, because the moment he gained the ability to use divine power, he realized something. The deeper his faith grew, the stronger this power would become. In other words, there was room for even more growth, and that thought put him in the highest spirits. If only there wasn't one person who had barged into his room. Deus, what is it? What are you doing in my room? I am getting ready to sleep. Deus Macalian. The very person responsible for ruining his perfect mood was Deus. And not just Thaith had somehow brought his own bed into Reinhardt's bedroom and was preparing to sleep. Have you lost your mind? I am perfectly sane. A perfectly sane person just moves their bed into someone else's mansion without a word and decides to sleep there. I believe that still falls within the range of normal behavior. It's abnormal, completely abnormal. Deus shrugged as if he didn't understand what the problem was. Reinhardt, yelling at him in frustration, shut his eyes tightly as if his head was about to explode. Ever since returning from the expedition, Deus had been copying his every move, and the stress was unbearable. If it were just a little mimicry, Reinhardt wouldn't have said anything. But Deus, he was following Reinhardt around and replicating his entire daily routine. Waking up in the morning, praying, eating breakfast. Training, eating lunch, praying again, and even taking a relaxed afternoon nap copied everything. And what was even more disturbing, whenever Reinhardt used divine power, Deus would stare at him with a cold, expressionless gaze, as if that power should have been his. It was constant. 24 hours a day, he stuck around, watching with a persistent look of betrayal, envy, and resentment. It was enough stress to make his hair fall out. Just stop already. Reinhardt finally snapped and screamed, but good night. Deus, completely unfazed, naturally lay down on the bed. Craa! Reinhardt let out a scream and seriously considered it. Should he go to Marquis Palacio and beg? Beg him to bestow some power on Deus as well? The day after Rein arrived at the Palacio Marquisate, Elan immediately prepared to leave the estate with her. It just so happened that he was already planning to head to Colony. The only difference this time, am I really going to? You don't want to? And no, it's not that it's just, I have a lot of research to do this time. Penia was joining them. I mean, the dance of connection, I wanted to observe it a bit more, and I also wanted to study the footsteps of the past. So, yeah, that's all. Penia rolled her eyes and subtly tried to make excuses. Originally, Elan had not intended to bring Penia along. He had already sensed that she was somewhat uncomfortable moving with him, and yet he insisted on taking her, because he needed her to use the footsteps of the past, once a day. With Penia there, he could use it without any problem. This trip would allow him to focus entirely on his training with Kilris. Penia. Oh, of course, it's not that I don't want to go. I'm a very curious person after all. I am just worried that I might get too distracted by the trip. Do you see this? Elan held out a gauntlet in front of Penia. This is if you come on this trip, I'll lend it to you for research once it's over. How about it? This is as Penia's face lit up with curiosity, Elan immediately activated the gauntlet. Crackle! Black smoke seeped out of the gauntlet, instantly freezing the surrounding area. At that, Penia, now practically in love, stared intensely at at the gauntlet in his hands. Wow, what is this? From the looks of it, isn't this the same magic the Marquis used before? Wait, just by infusing mana, the artifact automatically arranges the flow, converts the rules, and completes the spell all at once. Oh, and more than that, the quality of the mana seems even higher than usual. The enhancement structure of the mana itself. Penia chattered nonstop. Are you a little more interested now? Yes. In an instant, her expression shifted from I really don't want to go to I am totally excited. All right then. Let's go, Godfather. At Rein's words, the group set off on their journey to Colony. Inside the peaceful carriage, Elan recalled what Rein had mentioned yesterday and asked, come to think of it, didn't you say you were going to Colony to find something? Yes, that's right, Godfather. A ruin, perhaps? Rein nodded in response. Yes, Godfather. I found something interesting in a recently discovered ruin. A recently discovered ruin, huh? Elan quickly went through several ruins in his mind. Back when playing Psychedelia, he had obtained many useful artifacts from Colony's ruins. That's why he had asked Evan to regularly gather information on newly found ruins. Looking through the information he had gathered so far, it doesn't seem to be a ruin that appeared in Psychedelia. He realized that none of the recently discovered ruins were familiar. I see. Elan gave a slight nod, bringing the conversation to an end. Rein looked up at his chestnut, his face, and smiled at him. About 3 weeks had passed since Elan had officially left the Marquisate and embarked on his journey. More precisely, it was the 4th day since they had entered the desert alongside the merchant caravans heading to Colony. A new divine authority has emerged? Yes. For the first time in a long while, Elan encountered Kalanen. Whom under a starry night where the Milky Way cascaded down, Kalanen furrowed her brows slightly in thought. Did you do anything special? Recently, it seems there are people who have begun to revere Kalanen as the god of nights. That alone wouldn't be enough to create a new divine authority. You're still bound by the name Kalanen, after all. I can't think of any other possibilities. Kalanen made a humming sound as if deep in thought, tilting her neck to the side. She only spoke again when her neck was almost completely bent. Honestly, even I am not sure. Is that so? Right? For a new divine authority to be born, one must be worshipped as an entirely separate god, and faith in them must accumulate. The idea that faith could emerge without any action, it just doesn't make sense. I see. As Elan nodded in agreement, Kalanen added, but it is curious. If a divine authority really has formed, then it wouldn't just be from 1 or 2 people, it would require at least dozens, if not hundreds of believers. Is that so? Of course. For faith to gather and solidify into an authority, that much is absolutely necessary. Well, if someone with more influence than even the gods of this world devoted their faith, then even just 1 or 2 individuals might be enough to create an authority, but that would be an extraordinarily irregular case, and the likelihood of such a being offering faith to anyone was minuscule. I see. Kalanen looked at Elan with a peculiar expression and asked, anyway, if you truly did nothing, then someone must have gathered this divine authority and passed it on to Elan Palacio. Do you have any idea who that could be? Someone who could collect divine power and transfer it, Alon pondered for a moment. But no matter how much he thought about it, no one came to mind, so he simply shrugged. Ah, time's up. What do you mean, time's up? It's time for me to go. Right on cue, Kalinin bid farewell. Considering how much divine power has accumulated, this meeting felt too short. Normally, I could stay longer, but I've got something else going on as well. Something else? Yes, I'll tell you about it next time. See you later. Kalinin waved her hand with a bright smile. With that, Alon found himself once again in the sweltering heat of the carriage. But then, despite being in the scorching desert, he felt an unexpected chill on his skin. Looking around to assess the situation, in the middle of the carriage, was Pinia, having completely discarded any sense of a magician's dignity. She had summoned a massive block of ice and was hugging it with all four limbs. This is heaven. Pure bliss, meow. Nearby, Evan, Basilira, and Blackie had also gathered around the ice, looking utterly content. Having Pinia along has really improved the quality of this journey. In fact, Blackie, practically Pinia's pet at this point, was perched comfortably atop her head, enjoying the cold. Watching its face, full of happiness, reminded Alon of all the times he had suffered in the desert, drenched in sweat. But now, thanks to Pinia, everyone was having a much more comfortable journey. Naturally, maybe I should bring her along next time, too. The thought crossed his mind. And perhaps sensing danger, Pinia, who had been clinging blissfully to the ice, suddenly started glancing around uneasily. Just then, every time we cross the desert, I swear it feels like I am going to die. Couldn't agree more, caravan leader. Damuda, the leader of the Janda caravan traveling with Alon to Colony, was already exhausted under the relentless desert sun. Then, caravan leader, do you see that? That. At the sudden question from his deputy, Damuda turned his gaze to follow where the man was pointing. And he saw it. A mysterious gate, hidden between the cliffs in the middle of the desert. Is that a strange gate? Looks like it. Pass the word back. We're changing direction. But it doesn't seem like anything is coming out of it. Shouldn't we just continue on this path? And what if something does come out? Realizing that they had already gotten closer to the gate than expected due to the cliffs obscuring their view, Damuda immediately issued an order. Just as the caravan was about to veer to the right, a man suddenly appeared at the very front of the caravan. He wore black trousers and was shirtless, revealing a humanoid scar on his chest. His dark gray eyes gleamed ominously. What the? The deputy muttered in confusion at the sight of the man who had seemingly materialized out of thin air in the middle of the desert. At the same time, the mercenaries instinctively drew their swords. The man smirked, the corners of his mouth twisting upward. Finally found you, he murmured under his breath, raising his hand forward. Drip. A single black droplet formed at the tip of his index finger and fell to the ground. Drip, drip, more droplets followed, steadily falling. Ordinarily, they would have been absorbed into the sand, but instead, they coalesced into rippling black waves. Everyone present, including caravan leader Damuda, watched in horror as their vision was engulfed in gray. And they saw the man with cold, dark gray eyes. And behind him hundreds, no, thousands of ghastly creatures. In that moment, let the feast begin. The man's voice echoed through the air. Whoosh! At that very instant, the deputy's upper body was simply erased from existence. Simultaneously, screams erupted in all directions. Stop, stop. W, what the hell is that? This is insane. Run for your lives. Hearing the sudden commotion outside, Alon immediately stepped out of the carriage, and he saw it. A massive, eerie gate near the caravan. Merchants being slaughtered in a scene more horrific than anything he had ever seen. For a brief moment, his face twisted at the sight of bodies being crushed and shredded by an unseen force in empty air. Then no way. He quickly tried to deduce who was responsible for this. There was no need to deduce. Alon knew of only one being capable of recreating such an unnatural phenomenon. At the same time, he couldn't understand. As far as he knew, that entity was not supposed to be here. Then why, as he scanned his surroundings, trying to piece things together, he let out a small sigh, because his worst fear had been confirmed without a shred of doubt. A man was approaching from the distance, wearing a deep, sinister smile. He was one of the four great powers, the ruler of the ghasts that lurked in the underworld. He was Agu. Chapter 229. Clam, a 10-year veteran mercenary of the Lumber Mercenary Corps, could not comprehend what was unfolding before his eyes. Save me? Crunch. Just moments ago, his companion, who had been laughing and joking with him, was now floating midair, spilling his entrails. It was strange. Strange and beyond strange, he could see nothing. Nothing but the floating body of his companion. And yet, even though that was all, no, snap, from the empty air his companion's head disappeared, as if something had taken a bite out of it. Splat, blood poured down from the torn and missing torso, soaking Clam's head. The thick warmth of the blood, dripping down his hair, forced Clam to grasp reality. Soon, an indescribable fear began to fill Clam's eyes. 10 years. 10 years as a mercenary had trained him to remain calm and composed in any situation. But right now, those years meant nothing. Cool-headedness and composure came from experience, from the ability to predict situations based on past encounters. The scene before him was an unknown terror he had never experienced before. A voice, drenched in fear, escaped Clam's mouth. He looked down with trembling eyes. His companion, who had just been laughing and joking with him, was now nothing but a lump of flesh crushed onto the ground. And then, splash. On the crimson blood pool formed from his fallen comrade, strange footprints began to appear, neither human nor belonging to a monster. Step by step, they moved toward Clam. Sensing his impending death, Clam squeezed his eyes shut. Crack. What he heard was... It was supposed to be his final sound, yet Clam reached up and felt his head, still intact. He had clearly heard something bursting, yet he was unharmed. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and what he saw was a golden crown, illuminated by the sun above the desert, shining brighter than anything else. It hovered right above his head. And that was not all. What? Clam blankly looked around. The space, once filled with gruesome slaughter, had frozen still. The humans who had been writhing on the ground, screaming, were now dazed by the sudden halt. Those who had been suspended midair, consumed by the unseen, crashed to the ground. And at that moment, Clam witnessed it. Dozens of golden crowns slicing through the air. As they intertwined, they formed a massive golden structure. A mechanical hum sounded from beyond it, prompting Clam to cautiously turn his head. There stood a girl with blue hair. Pinia Chryson, the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Holding a staff embedded with a blue gemstone, she whispered something under her breath. Then she struck the staff downward. With a crisp clang, a clear sound rang through the air. And the world began to change. The scorching sunlit world turned to ash gray. The golden sands lost their luster. The brilliant golden crowns dimmed, losing their radiance. And then they appeared, those impaled by the golden crowns. Clam gagged involuntarily. Despite his 10 years as a mercenary, having witnessed all manner of filth and brutality, the sight before him was enough to churn his stomach. He could not even find the words to describe them. Too insect-like to be human, too beast-like to be insects, too monstrous to be mere animals. No, too much like slabs of flesh to be mere monsters. Some had their intestines spilling out. Some had gnawed through their own bodies with their teeth. Some had limbs grotesquely twisted. They were things one would expect to see only in the hell described by priests. They shrieked bizarrely as they were skewered by the golden crowns. And at the end of that grotesque sight, interesting. A man stood, a man with a human face embedded in his chest like a heart, gripping the golden crowns that had impaled the others. Marquis, we did as you asked. So what now? This doesn't seem so simple. Pinia's voice trembled in panic. Alan let out a deep sigh. Even he couldn't quite grasp why Agu, one of the 4 great powers, had suddenly appeared in the desert. If it was going to move, it should have emerged near the border where the Jujur was. Marquis, should we run? Should we flee? Let's run. Running sounds good right now. Alan glanced at her. At a single look, he could tell Pinia was in no normal state, but he fully understood her reaction. In the story, whenever the 4 great powers appeared, their mere presence was overwhelming. Allies would faint. Characters following the protagonist would struggle under their oppressive presence. Some players had even criticized the game for making the descriptions of the 4 great powers too repetitive. But now he understood. Now, in this very moment, Alan realized why those descriptions had been so consistent. Alan had only just barely stepped into the 5th rank of magic. Yet, even for him, the Agu before him was suffocating, sending shivers down his spine just by looking at it. Which meant that Pinia, whose magic rank was higher than his, was feeling even more crushed by despair. And to make matters worse, even Rhine, who had impaled the Agu with golden crowns, was breathing heavily under the pressure. Revealing the hidden Agu through Pinia had been a good move, but just as Alan was beginning to worry about the worsening situation, something started to crawl out from Aga's shadow. A grotesque creature, shifting its gaze across the people. Then its eyes landed on Alan, and it grinned. "Let's make a deal. What? Hand over the girl, then I'll withdraw." Before Alan could even process the situation, those words were spoken. "Hand over the girl, then I'll withdraw." A sentence that pierced through the ears. Rhine, drenched in cold sweat, relentlessly analyzed the current situation. This was her first time facing Agu directly. However, with the knowledge in her mind, she could easily discern its identity and origin. More importantly, she knew without a doubt there was no way they could win against it right now. Rhine lifted her eyes to the sky. The golden crowns that had impaled numerous Agu, twisting in the air. They were supposed to be forming Pluto's summoning gate. But they weren't. The reason was clear: dozens of Agu impaled between the crowns were defying the death they should have met. Instead, their flesh swelled grotesquely, disrupting the circuit formation of the golden crowns, which meant their available combat power was practically sealed. Had that been the only problem, Rhine might have still seen a chance for victory. No matter how dire the situation, she had prepared a final move after the last attack from Greed. But now, even that was meaningless. How does he have Greed's power? The man who so boldly demanded her surrender incomprehensibly, he possessed Greed's abilities. She couldn't guess how he had acquired them, but she could clearly understand his goal. "He wants to devour me and claim the library." Rhine bit her lip, calculating every possible scenario. But in just a few seconds, her sharp mind reached one unavoidable conclusion. There was nothing she could do, which meant only one option remained. The safest way to ensure the Great Moon's escape from this place was to put her own life on the bargaining table. She had no regrets. She had already been saved twice. Her life should have ended long ago without the Great Moon. She would have perished under Greed's control, so this was the right decision. Rhine manipulated the golden crown, aiming it at her own head. She laced it with magic, setting it so that if her consciousness wavered, it would pierce through her skull. Agus' expression stiffened as it observed her actions, and then just as Rhine was about to speak "I refuse," she was cut off. Agu shifted its gaze to the Great Moon. Rhine also turned to look at Alan. With one hand forming a seal, his expression remained blank. "Heh, if you're worried I won't keep my word, don't be. Believe it or not, I tend to honor my promises." Agu spoke with playful ease, "But don't make me say it twice." "Alan, I refuse," he repeated, this time with a slightly hardened expression. At that, I extended my generosity because I thought things would get complicated if I pushed too hard. Agus' brows furrowed in mild irritation. "And then in that case, die." In an instant, Agu appeared right before Alan, so fast that no one could react. Without hesitation, Agu drove its fist toward Alan's heart. "Ah!" A scream burst from Rhine's lips before she could finish her words. At that moment, a small black figure landed on Alan's shoulder, and Alan's chest was pierced through. Boom! Everything exploded. Faded sand erupted in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust. Carriages behind them were obliterated. Corpses were sent flying. And within the thick dust, a Rhine, who had been reaching out toward Alan, stared blankly ahead. The gray dust turned into pure white snowfall. Her outstretched hand became small, like a child's. The scent of blood lingered in her nose, and what finally filled her vision was corpses. Her parents, her sister, the consequence of her own powerlessness, her sin. Thump, 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 thump. Her heart pounded wildly. Her mind, remembering everything, pulled the past to the surface. The torn lips, the guilt of that day. The crime of that day, the shattered memories of her family, scattered like shards of glass. "It's because you didn't embrace greed." A voice echoed in Rhine's head. "Accept me." A voice so disturbingly vile as if it were scraping at the core of her being, yet so irresistibly alluring. "A power that will let you lose nothing." As if entranced, Rhine reached out her hand. A sudden voice cut through the moment. It was Agus, but unlike before, it carried an undeniable tone of surprise. Rhine's vision shifted once more. The black figure that had reached for her vanished from sight. The fragmented images of her family disappeared. And finally, she saw, Alan, his heart impaled by Agus' fist. Yet something was strange. Crackle, KH. Agu, the one who had pierced Alan's heart, grimaced in pain. Bam! With a sharp twist, Agu swung its arm and struck Alan's head. For a moment, Alan's head scattered like smoke. But, almost instantly, it regenerated as if nothing had happened. Agus' pupils widened in shock. Who the black figure on Alan's shoulder, radiating a bright light, seemed to merge into him. Two horns began to sprout from his head. And Alan, controlling the transformation occurring within his body, spoke the final word. Fusion. At first, it had been an accident. During his research with Penia on divinity, they had stumbled upon an unexpected discovery: that Blackie's body could freely absorb not just magic, but divine power itself. And beyond that, during his battle with Kilris, Alan had developed a technique to temporarily absorb Shadow Dragon's power into his body. That was the foundation of this fusion, the synergy between magic and divinity. By layering divine power onto Blackie, fusing with it, and donning the divinity of Kalanan while utilizing Thunder God's form to convert his magic-based body crackle, everything was transformed into divine energy, eliminating the burden of excessive magic consumption, and reconstructing his entire being using divinity itself. Metamorphosis. Divine thunder. Thus crackle. Amidst the ashen world, a pair of crackling blue eyes gazed down upon Agu. Chapter 230. In the ashen world, the first to make a move was Alan. Alan, moving so fast that even Agu reacted a beat late, instantly kicked him in the stomach. Kwaiang, Agu shot through the air like a cannonball. At the same time, lightning surrounding Alan scattered in all directions, burning everything around him and forming the shape of wings. The impact was excessive for just a single movement. The mouths of the surviving merchants and soldiers gaped open as if they would tear apart, and hope flickered in their eyes. After sending Agu flying like a cannonball, Alan immediately reached out toward the air. Past. Massive bolts of lightning connecting the ashen world radiated in all directions, gathering into a colossal bolt in Alan's grasp. The lightning, absorbing energy with terrifying intensity, as if it intended to consume everything, including Alan himself, swelled in an instant, splitting the ashen sky and earth. Divine punishment. The lightning struck toward Agu, who was rolling on the ground. The ashen world turned stark white. It devoured the senses of the merchants and mercenaries. The earth quaked. And when their vision returned, what they saw was a conical fissure splitting the ashen land. The merchants and mercenaries, who had regarded the overwhelming power with awe instead of hope, only had a brief moment to react. That's insane, he's alive. It didn't take long for their eyes to shift from astonishment to shock. Within the massive conical crater Alan had created, this is beyond expectations. Agu, who had just been on the receiving end of a one-sided attack, smirked grimly as he looked at Alan. Agus's body bore many wounds. However, none of them were severe enough to affect his combat ability. Rhine, who had been staring blankly until now, frowned, yet Alan showed no emotional disturbance whatsoever. As expected, it's not working. Agu exuded a relaxed composure. Alan wasn't surprised by that. He had somewhat expected it. To begin with, Agu is not someone I can deal with at my current level. The leader of one of the 4 major factions. They were characters who appeared in the latter half of Psychedelia, only manageable when the protagonist and most of his allies reached nearly max level in the game. Something had gone terribly wrong, though, as Agu now seemed to possess the power of greed. The creatures from the inner world that Agu controlled were never originally so grotesque, and Bizarethi had singular forms. And the humanoid scar on Agus's chest hadn't been there before. In other words, no matter what Alan did at this moment, he could not bring Agu down. I was a little surprised, and it's quite interesting, so I'll entertain you a little longer. Heth. As if fully aware of this reality, Agu waved his hand dismissively, taunting him. However, despite recognizing the despair of the situation, Alan did not feel despair, because he already had a plan in mind, a way to do something about Agu standing before him. Alan subtly shifted his gaze toward Rhine. He noticed Penia whispering something to her. Past. Without hesitation, Alan ignited his lightning and charged at Agu. This time, even though Agu caught sight of Alan's movement, he simply stood still, smirking as if daring him to try. His confidence was something Alan could understand. After all, Alan's divine energy was gradually dissipating over time, whereas Agu, aside from his numerous but superficial wounds, was completely intact. At this point, considering Agus's personality in Psychedelia, to him, Alan was nothing more than an amusing toy, nothing more, nothing less. But who? Precisely because of that, Alan's plan could be realized. The moment Alan reached Agu, he gathered all his strength into his legs. In response, the surrounding electricity concentrated at Alan's feet. Past, he struck Agu with a kick. Kwaiang. With a deafening crash, Agu was once again blasted away like a cannonball. Yet, even then, he continued to smirk at Alan, as if mocking him was this all he could do. But in response to that reaction, Alan, beneath his expressionless face, smiled, because with this he had achieved his goal. Agus' vision shifted, from the empty ashen world to a vividly colored, violet-hued world. The moment Agu realized he had entered the forbidden gate and saw Alan following in after him with a puzzled look crack. Until just a moment ago, Alan had been scattering lightning everywhere. But now he immediately dispelled it and formed a seal with his hands. At that moment, Agu sensed something was wrong. What? A sudden transformation within the space. For the first time, a trace of panic crossed Agus' face. The Forbidden Gates world, which had been completely intact crunch-crack, began to collapse. The momentary panic over the sudden situation was brief. This is dangerous. Realizing that the collapse was caused by Alan, Agu immediately tried to rush at him. Unfortunately for him, he failed. At the moment Agu attempted to dash forward, a massive gate formed above Alan's head. Pluto. Limited deployment. And then Rhine's voice rang in Agus' ears. Divine punishment. A colossal mechanical hand rushed toward Agu. Agu immediately twisted his body to evade, unleashing countless monstrous entities. Using them as footholds, he attempted to escape from Pluto's grasp. But, for just a brief moment, Penia's magic bound his legs. Agu shattered the restraining spell in an instant with a mere shake of his body. However, the fleeting moment created by that magic quang was enough for Pluto's hand to reach Agu. Simultaneously, 6 hands formed behind Alan's back, hand seals, 6 bindings. As he completed the binding seal, the Forbidden Gates world shattered like glass, giving way to the abyss. Snowflake. The moment Alan completed the final seal, the world, now completely broken, cast Agu into the abyss. Now, Marquis. Stop, you must stop. Falling, gayak. Penia flailed in panic as she confirmed that Agu had been cast into the abyss, while Alan cut off the magic he had been performing. And then, thud, the shattered Forbidden Gate world began to return to its original form. The world, cracked like broken glass, was restored as if time had reversed. Tujujujudak. Finally, after confirming that the void where Agu had been thrown had been completely filled, Alan let out a small sigh and sank to the ground. I thought I was going to die. Ho, so Marquis, how was it? My perfect plan. As the Forbidden Gate was restored without a scratch, Alan muttered under his breath. Penia, now brimming with pride, asked as if she hadn't just been panicking moments ago. Alan let out a small chuckle. I had my doubts, but it was flawless. Right? I mean, I analyzed your magic and calculated everything myself while searching for the Forbidden Gate, so honestly, failure was never an option. Is that so? Yes, remember when you were away for a bit? I went then. You saved us all then. Hech. Penia puffed up her chest and exhaled sharply as if demanding more praise. Normally, she would have seemed arrogant. But right now, Alan was more than willing to praise her over and over again. Even though you had warned me that spacetime would distort due to the Forbidden Gate phenomenon, I didn't expect it to be this extreme. Well, to be honest, even I didn't anticipate this much. Based on the magic level I observed from you before, the collapse should have been weaker than this. Is that so? Yes. Given your total mana capacity, I didn't think you'd be able to bring down the entire Forbidden Gate world. Maybe I miscalculated. Penia muttered to herself, lost in thought. Alan then shifted his gaze to Rhine, who was still staring blankly in the direction where Agu had been thrown. Are you all right? Rhine finally snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, Godfather, thank you for your concern. I'm glad to hear that, but you don't look well. Rhine hesitated, then gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I must have worried you. It's just something is bothering me. Agu, yes. I just wonder if this is really the end. At her words, Penia shrugged and interjected. If that's what you're worried about, don't be. No matter how strong that Agu guy is, he got thrown into the abyss. We won't be seeing him again. Can we really believe that? Ho, of course. Beyond the abyss, there's no mana, no nothing, and spacetime is completely tangled. Survival is practically impossible. At most, we might be able to find some traces of him. She then quickly added, though, with the spacetime distortions, his body would probably be shredded into 1,000 pieces, so at best, we might find a scrap of flesh or something. Clearing her throat, Penia then turned to Alan. So Marquis? Yes, I worked really hard, you know? I feel like I did something super helpful this time, too, and well, she glanced sideways at Alan expectantly. Alan watched her for a moment before chuckling. When we return, I'll give you one of my artifacts. Really? Yes, Kaya, I knew I could count on you. Penia jumped up and down with a bright, triumphant expression. She then quickly spun around and declared, let's go. We need to finish our journey? With sparkling eyes, she stepped through the Forbidden Gate's exit. Let's go too. Yes, godfather. Alon followed after her with Rhine. But then swoosh. Peenia suddenly backstepped, returning inside the Forbidden Gate. Ignoring Alon's puzzled expression, she stepped out of the gate again swoosh, only to immediately backpedal and re-enter. What are you doing? After repeating this odd behavior several times, Alon finally asked. Then Peenia Marquis. Ahaha, I feel like my eyes might be playing tricks on me, something feels really off. She forced out an obviously mechanical, awkward laugh. Hearing that, Alon stepped out of the Forbidden Gate himself and was met with nothing but barren land. No, to be precise, a ruined world. The same devastated world he had seen every time he went to meet Kilris. A world where nothing existed. What the? Amidst the absolute void, Alon could only murmur blankly. Chapter 231. Alon stared blankly ahead. The world he was looking at remained unchanged. All he could see was a gray sky filled with nothing but dust. The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled into dust with every step, as if to declare that new life could never be born in this place. It was a scene that perfectly suited the term a world in ruin. Alon forcibly steadied his mind, suppressing the confusion creeping in, and took a moment to observe his surroundings in an attempt to assess the situation. Where is this place? As Alon looked around, Rhine furrowed her brow in confusion and reached toward the ground. The dirt in her hand scattered like ashes, and seeing this, Alon continued his thoughts. Is this the place where we were attacked by Agu just moments ago? Alon quickly shook his head. Clearly, it was not. The place where he had encountered the Agu was in the middle of a sun-scorched desert, not this devastated wasteland where a single step could turn everything to nothingness. So, had the world changed so drastically in just the short time Alon, Rhine, and Peenia spent inside the strange gate to deal with the Agu? That, too, was an unlikely possibility, unless a comet the size of Earth had crashed into the Psychedelia continent, or something of even greater magnitude had occurred. The chance of an entire world perishing in such a short span was essentially non-existent. And as far as Alon knew, nothing like this had ever happened in Psychedelia before. Thinking this far, Alon let out a deep sigh before calmly surveying his surroundings once more. It's a little different from the inner world I saw when I met Kilris. At first glance, this landscape bore such a striking resemblance to the inner world that he had momentarily wondered if that was where they had ended up. But upon closer inspection, there was something subtly different, though its fundamental appearance does seem similar. Alon turned to his side. Peenia was mumbling incoherently as if she were experiencing lag, and Rhine had a twisted expression on her face. Rhine, yes, godfather. Do you have any idea what's going on here? Rhine slowly shook her head in response to Alon's question. I am sorry, godfather. There's nothing like this in the library, and I have no immediate way of understanding this phenomenon either. Hearing her somber tone, Alon easily realized that knowledge regarding this strange gate phenomenon must have been sealed away. It can't be helped. Don't worry too much about it. Yes. Alon then turned his gaze to Peenia. She was clutching her head, groaning as if it were spinning uncontrollably. Her brow was deeply furrowed, lost in thought. Do you have any guesses as to what might have happened? Peenia let out a strained groan in response to Alon's question. It's not that I have no guesses, it's that I have too many. Too many? Yes, ha. After murmuring, give me a moment to organize my thoughts, Peenia fell into deep contemplation. After some time, she finally spoke again. To put it simply, this is not the desert we were in. I had already suspected as much. So where are we then? There are many possibilities for that. Peenia paused for a moment before continuing. As you know, we broke down the space-time structure of the strange gate to push the Agu beyond it, right? That's right. And you executed that using your magic. Correct. I suspect that something went wrong in that process. Collapsing space-time and pushing the Agu in was successful, but we were also affected because we were inside the gate. Peenia nodded. At the moment, that's the most reasonable assumption I can make. We were definitely affected, but it's difficult to determine exactly how that impact has manifested. So that's why you said you had too many guesses. Yes, since space-time itself was disrupted. If your assumption is correct, then does that mean we might be in an entirely different dimension? Peenia hesitated, letting out a troubled hum before cautiously shaking her head. No, I don't think so. That might be possible for the Agu, whose body has already been torn apart into thousands of pieces. Then what? If I had to consider another possibility, we may have been displaced to a different point in time. but even that seems highly unlikely. Peenia cleared her throat and explained further. According to the Magic Tower's research, strange gates form due to a distortion in spacetime caused by a specific anomaly. In other words, though they are unnatural, they are still created spaces. So, if the strange gate had been left unstable after being broken, then maybe. But since it was already a formed space, the likelihood of us being thrown into a different time is very low. She added that this was assuming the Magic Tower's research was correct, but at the moment, it seemed plausible. So what you're saying is, the most likely scenario is that we're in a different place, not a different time. Exactly. Even though this wasn't our intention, it's possible the strange gate functioned as a sort of passageway and... Mid-conversation, Peenia suddenly seemed to recall something, stroking her chin thoughtfully. A passageway, if studied properly, this could contribute to teleportation research. If that works out, not only would the achievement be groundbreaking, but the money, at least muttering to herself, her eyes soon widened as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. If that happens, I could become the pioneer of spatial magic that even Azure couldn't. Peenia started giggling ominously, clearly indulging in a rather delightful fantasy. And then Lord Marquis. For now, we need to figure out where we are as soon as possible. Her eyes burned with enthusiasm as she urged Alan forward. Can't we just return through the strange gate? Alan, about to move, unconsciously murmured the question. Because the strange gate, which had been shining brightly just moments ago, had vanished. It's gone. It was temporarily distorted due to magic. That means, if we had been inside, it would have returned to normal, right? That's not the case. Once it was distorted, it most likely became unpredictable. Even if we had stayed inside, nothing good would have come of it. In the worst-case scenario, the twisted gate could have been sucked into spacetime itself, leading them to the same fate as the Agu, Peenia explained. So in the end, we need to investigate further. Exactly. Then, let's move forward for now. Leaving behind the vanished strange gate, Alan took his first step toward the ruined world. Without knowing where he was, Alan had walked southward for an entire day. As he observed the continuous scenery, he pondered, where exactly is this place? All the countless theories that had occupied his mind throughout the day were discarded. No matter how hard he searched his memory, he had never seen such a landscape in the game. After a full day of deliberation, Alan finally arrived at the most reasonable conclusion from his perspective. That was this place wasn't in the eastern continent where the allied kingdom was, but rather, it was part of the Empire. The Empire. A place inaccessible in Psychedelia, the game Alan had played. Instead, it was the setting for another game made by the same developers, Calypsophobia. From what Alan knew, Calypsophobia had a much darker atmosphere than Psychedelia, featuring more gore and brutal narratives. Though he had never played it himself due to being engrossed in Psychedelia, he at least had basic knowledge about it. If this world is several times darker than Psychedelia, then it wouldn't be surprising for a place like this to exist. With that thought, Alan formulated a plan. In the Psychedelia community, posts frequently appeared with titles like overpowered items you can get in Psychedelia from Calypsophobia. Thanks to that, he had a rough idea of the locations of artifacts useful for mages. If I can get my hands on those, they'll definitely be helpful. As Alan was deep in thought, Marquis, "Look over there," Peenia shouted loudly. "That smoke, there must be a village." Following her voice, Alan turned his gaze forward and confirmed the rising smoke. "Let's check it out." "Yes, Godfather." Without hesitation, Alan moved toward the location Peenia had pointed out, with Rhine following beside him. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a cliff overlooking the source of the smoke. And the moment Alan looked down, he fell into silence. It wasn't just him. Even Peenia, who had excitedly pulled him along, was speechless. Rhine, who had walked alongside them and looked down, also fell into stunned silence. What they saw, was a one-sided slaughter. A mass of non-human beings, bound and desperately fleeing, only to be mercilessly skewered like mere playthings. Humans no, creatures merely wearing human face were committing a ruthless massacre. The colony, always basked in scorching sunlight, was unusually covered with dark clouds. The reason was simplate was the rainy season, which only came once a year. Yet, despite the overcast sky, Sialrang, standing with her back to the sky, paid no mind and simply swayed her tail. Her excitement stemmed from one thing: Alan. She had heard a few weeks ago that Alan had left the desert. That meant he would be arriving at the colony soon. Because of that, Sialrang had been in an exceptionally good mood lately. "What should I do when Master arrives?" Her tail swayed even more energetically. Xiaoreng usually didn't enjoy thinking too much, but this was an exception. Should we visit the Eastern restaurant this time? We've always been too busy with other matters to go together, but I'm sure Master would like it. Just the thought made Xiaoreng's lips curve into a crescent smile. And after that, maybe we could drop by the Western ruins. They say there's not much to observe there, but at night, the ruins align with the Milky Way, creating a stunning view. Master would love that for sure. Her tail, usually still, fluttered like a spring breeze. Right, we should travel together too. Where should we go? I want to spend as much time as possible with Master, so maybe we should travel all the way to the border. Or visit the places I've always wanted to see. Where would be best. Just thinking about Alon made her ears perk up toward the sky. Even as the dark clouds thickened, casting shadows over the office and making it feel like night, Xiaoreng's expression brightened, her smile growing wider. Humming a tune, lost in a happy daydream knock knock. A sudden knock at the door caught her attention and she instantly recognized the presence. Lime? Xiaoreng, Mom, what is it? Xiaoreng lazily stretched her words. But, I have news to deliver. Lime's voice was stiff, unlike usual. Thud. Xiaoreng's humming stopped as she finally turned around, and then she saw Lime's face. It was filled with shadows of deep concern. What's wrong? Xiaoreng asked. But Lime only parted her lips, unable to speak immediately. What happened? Xiaoreng asked again, her voice firm. Marquis Palacio has, after hesitating, Lime finally spoke, passed away. Then she bowed her head. And at that moment, drip, 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 drip through the thickening sound of raindrops. Xiaoreng's voice trembled, a voice so fragile, as if it might shatter at any moment. Chapter 232. Listening to the sudden sound of pouring rain, Xiaoreng stared blankly at Lime. Her expression remained unchanged. As she bit her lips anxiously and looked at Xiaoreng, not a trace of deception could be found on her face. Anxiety. That was all Xiaoreng could read from Lime's face. Xiaoreng suddenly recalled the pranks Lime had played on her so far. She used to play various tricks on her, but never once had she ever played such a cruel joke. However, what if she had taken advantage of this situation and turned it into a prank? From what Xiaoreng had heard, Lime could be quite mischievous with others, even if not with her. As her thoughts reached that point, Xiaoreng recalled the wrongs she had done to Lime recently. Was it because she had stolen the dessert she had excitedly bought upon returning from Ashtalon? Or perhaps it was because she had broken one of her cherished plates? Thinking back, it wouldn't be so strange for Lime to play such a trick, considering how badly she had treated her. Feeling a slight twinge of guilt, Xiaoreng smiled. Sentences arranged themselves in her mind. It was a prank. This was Lime's prank. A joke. Yes, a joke, since she was the one who had wronged her first. Lime, unable to hold back any longer, was taking her own form of revenge. That had to be it. But hey, don't joke around. Lime's expression was too real for a prank. Hey, what are you talking about? Unknowingly, Xiaoreng's voice trembled at the end. Lime remained silent. Seeing this, Xiaoreng reacted even more cheerfully. I know I've been a bit harsh lately, but isn't this prank too much? Lime still remained silent. Lime, if you want, I can buy you another dessert to make up for it. Xiaoreng shouted, her smile growing brighter. Her voice trembled a little more, yet Lime remained silent. Lime, I told you I don't like these kinds of pranks. As the silence refused to break, Xiaoreng's lips stiffened, and she murmured quietly. By now, Lime should have spoken up, saying it was just a joke, that she was just playing a trick because Xiaoreng had stolen her dessert. That was the reaction she needed, because this was just a prank. But since it had gone on long enough now, she had to say it, a response. Xiaoreng looked at Lime. Lime kept her mouth tightly shut, and in her eyes, along with anxiety, another emotion emerged. Seeing that, Xiaoreng shook her head involuntarily, as if she couldn't understand. It couldn't be, this had to be a joke, it had to be a prank. Yes, it was just a terribly bad joke. But why? Why was Lime making that kind of face? Xiaoreng. Lime called her name. Then she slightly parted her lips, again and again, as if speaking was too difficult. And then, her lips, shall we go buy dessert, did not open. Before she could say anything, Xiaoreng had already grabbed Lime's hand. Her lips curled into a smile so forced, anyone could see it was unnatural. That's what this is about, right? Let's go buy some, it won't take long, we can be back before Master arrives. Let's hurry and go. Cheerfully laughing, Xiaoreng pulled Lime towards the door. As if trying to run away from the truth, she held onto Lime's hand tightly. But, because it was too pitiful. This is not a joke, Xiaoreng. Lime had no choice but to bring her the truth. Xiaoreng came to an abrupt halt, and Lime felt a suffocating pressure in her chest. 2 days ago, the merchant group traveling with the Marquis was attacked by an unknown man, and only a few survived. And among those survivors was Sir Evan, the Marquis escort. Night Lime stopped speaking there. It wasn't by choice. A murderous aura, a chilling presence started to suffocate her. Hick, a killing intent so thick it felt as though it could snap her breath at any moment. It was, coming from Xiaoreng. Lime had no choice but to stop talking. Where are they, the ones who did that to Master? Where are they? Lime saw it. Xiaoreng's eyes, void of any emotion, devoid of even the smallest fragment of feeling. Her gaze, as if something crucial had completely shattered and collapsed. Lime swallowed hard. The first to react to the horrific sight beneath the cliff was Penia. She turned away and dropped to her knees, vomiting. Rhine also furrowed her brow, as if finding the scene unbearable to face. The view below the cliff was devastating. No, calling it devastating was an understatement. It was so gruesome it could only be described as hell itself. Alan rolled his eyes. No matter where he looked, all he could see were corpses. If that were all, he wouldn't have thought it was this brutal and horrific. Alan had lived in psychedelia for over 10 years, witnessing countless corpses. Rhine and Penia were no different. Just seeing dead bodies wouldn't have made them flinch or gag. In a dark fantasy world like this, encountering corpses was an everyday occurrence. So what was it that brought such an overwhelming sense of despair? Alan shifted his gaze to the side. It wasn't just corpses that he saw. There was a mountain made of severed heads from various species. Turning his eyes in another direction, he saw another mountainthes, one formed from brutally slaughtered bodies. Right beside it, things were ripping apart and mutilating the corpses in grotesquely cruel ways. And when he turned again, he saw the living being hunted. There was no other word for it. The first thing that came into view were non-human species desperately fleeing with their arms restrained. There were all kinds of races. Elves and beastkin, whom Alan recognized, and others he had never seen before. Men, women, children, it made no difference. All of them had their arms bound in restraints as they ran for their lives, and the ones chasing them were humans. No, they aren't human. Alan noticed small protrusions growing from the tops of their heads. Their overall shape resembled that of humans, but there was something unmistakably alien about them. Before he could contemplate further, one of these creatures grabbed hold of a beastkin. Alan witnessed its final moments, spears impaling its stomach. The beastkin let out a tortured scream so agonizing that it would have been better to die instantly. And those creatures, they were laughing, as if they were having fun. Without any hesitation, they pushed the spears in deeper. They were clearly treating this entire situation as a game. For the first time, Alan's usually calm and emotionless eyes sank deep into darkness. Hiik, a horrifying scream tore through the air. At the same time, a white-haired girl, who had been running desperately, tripped on a rock and crashed face-first into the ground. Dirt filled her mouth. It had a sickening taste, perhaps because it was soaked in old blood, but she had no time to dwell on the taste or the pain. She scrambled to her feet and began running again. Her ankle throbbed as if it might snap from the fall. Still, she did not stop. Instead, with tears streaming down her face, she clenched her teeth and ran even harder. She knew all too well what would happen if she stopped now. But then crack. As if mocking her desperation, her already weakened legs gave out, creaking like broken gears. And finally thud. A sharp, excruciating pain shot through her thigh, sending her rolling onto the ground. A searing agony consumed her body. Her mind could only process one thought: it hurts. Oog. Even in such agony, she clawed at the dirt, desperately dragging her body forward. She had to escape. She had to run. She had to get out of here, no matter what. So she could survive, so she could find her family, her mother, her father, her friends. She bit back the pain and pulled herself forward. The stench of blood filled her nose. The foul odor of a battlefield soaked with countless deaths tormented her senses. But then you're trying really hard to run, Unfortunately, that was the end of her escape. A rough hand seized her white hair, yanking her up. It was the same man who had impaled her thigh with a spear. Her silver-white hair, now dirtied with blood and soil, was mercilessly pulled back. She let out a faint groan as she was lifted off the ground. The man sneered at her helpless form. And then as if it was nothing, he twisted the spear still embedded in her thigh. Her screams tore through the night as her body convulsed violently. The man only smirked at her suffering. Yeah, that's it. Scream louder. Cry out like the world is ending. Send your terror to Lord Barma. You can do that, right? He pushed the spear even deeper. And then the girl's body went limp. She had lost consciousness from the pain. Without hesitation, the man yanked the spear from her leg. "For you, Lord Barma, I offer this." With a bright smile, he raised the spear high into the sky. His frenzied eyes glowed as he fixated on the girl's heart, her body still bleeding onto the dirt. And then her disheveled hair framed her delicate, youthful face, now filled with hopelessness. She had realized the truth. No matter how much she struggled, she could not escape. She would die here. A single tear slid down her cheek. Memories flickered through her mind like shattered fragments of light. Her parents' faces, her younger siblings' smile, her friends, the people of her village. All the precious moments she had shared with them flashed before her eyes like a fading dream. The fierce determination that had burned in her gaze, even in this dire situation, began to fade. The end was coming. The man sneered as he raised his spear. He aimed for her heart. And then crack. A tiny, nearly imperceptible sound rang in her ears. "Huh!" She became aware of two things. One, she was being held in someone's arms. And two, "Are you all right?" The person who had saved her was a man with an emotionless face. "Pinia, can you heal her? I'm not a specialist, but I can handle emergency treatment." The man Alon handed the white-haired girl over and immediately turned his back. At the same time, crackle. From his head, two horns of lightning began to grow. Ah, the girl's eyes fixated on the man's back. A divine figure, cloaked in lightning. Chapter 233, the girl blankly stared at the man before her. A man wrapped in blue lightning. Before him, the followers of Barma had already begun to gather. At first, there were dozens. Then, hundreds from afar. After the horn, which sounded like a human scream, blared, an uncountable number of followers gathered at this priest. Just like when they attacked her village, we have to run overwhelmed by instinctive fear, she forced out the voice that wouldn't come. The eyes of the playthings, who had also been running away until just a moment ago, were now filled with despair. The fact that so many of them had gathered here meant one thing: no one would survive this place today. That was why she let out a pained sigh as she watched the followers reach the man's front before she even realized it. Numbers were an overwhelmingly important factor in war. No matter how strong an individual was, they could never defeat the masses, just like her village, just like her parents, just like her entire race. No matter how exceptional one's power was, a single hand could not block 10. Before the violence of overwhelming numbers, even the strongest was reduced to a mere individual. With an expression full of fear, the girl looked beyond the man. Already, countless followers were charging forward, enough to fill the vast passage, all with the intent to kill him. The thunderous sound of their footsteps, like an overwhelming roar, sent her into a panic. Their screams repeatedly resurfaced the traumatic memories buried deep within her. And then at the very moment when the soldiers reached the man and swung their spears, she saw it. The man, wreathed in lightning, suddenly shone brilliantly. And then, crackle! The lightning clutched in the man's hand, it spread its greedy tendrils in all directions as if it sought to consume the entire world. The followers who had charged at him to kill him were incinerated in an instant. And then the man threw the lightning. A simple, short motion, yet a decisive one. And then, after a burst of pure white light so blinding it nearly robbed her of sight, a pristine landscape lay before her. No more followers remained in her view. No longer did she see the blood-stained weapons they had carried. No longer did she see the cruel decorations they had crafted in devotion to their faith. Only the man stood there. With an utterly calm and indifferent expression, the man who had swept away her fear and terror. The white-haired girl blankly stared at the man's back, as if trying to carve it into her memory. Blankly. Rumble. In the ashen world, a golden crown, still shining in brilliant gold, was bent and broken here and there. Right after the last of the approaching men were slain, "It's over now. I don't sense any more enemies. I see." Pinia, who had just been using magic to scan the surroundings, reported. Alon let out a deep sigh as he looked around. Everywhere his gaze landed, those who had just moments ago been slaughtered like playthings by those wielding weapons now looked at him with a mix of bizarre hope and fear. Was this the right choice? Seeing their expressions, Alon unconsciously questioned himself. From his own standpoint, it was hard to say that the choice he made today was the right one. He didn't even know who exactly he had just killed, nor did he understand why they had been so cruelly hunting these other races as mere toys. In other words, Alon had saved these people without any special knowledge. But that didn't mean he had done it thoughtlessly. From the beginning, the reason Alon had come down to save them was because, with the help of Rhine's eyes, He had confirmed in advance that no overwhelming threats existed here. Of course, even with that confirmation, choosing to oppose an unknown force in an unknown land without knowing their full strength was never a wise decision. But even so, Alan did not regret his actions. Even if it wasn't the best choice, he believed it was the right one. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint voice called from behind. When Alan turned around, a wolf beastman with a long scar over his right eye stood there. As soon as Alan turned to face him, the beastman suddenly dropped to his knees. "Thank you for saving us." His head struck the ground with a loud thud. While Alan was momentarily caught off guard, I truly thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank one by one, the other beastmen followed the wolf and knelt, offering their thanks. Men and women, young and old, all bowed their heads to the ground. Watching this, Alan spoke. "Rhine, can you remove their restraints? I just finished analyzing them. They can be undone right away, Guardian." "Then, please do." "Yes." Rhine moved her hands lightly, murmuring something under her breath. Then clang the restraints binding the beastman's hands began to fall away. The restraints, they're gone. The chains that had bound them vanished in an instant. As they looked down at their now free hands, they were overcome with emotion. Alan judged that the priority now was to leave this dreadful place. "We must leave here at once. If you are looking for a place nearby where the Barma fanatics won't find you, leave it to me." The first to step forward was the wolf beastman, who had bowed his head to Alan in gratitude. As soon as his restraints were removed, he moved eastward with practiced ease. They walked for nearly an entire day before arriving at a cave. "If it's here, the fanatics won't find us. The divine blessing in this area prevents them from entering." The wolf beastman led the other non-humans and Alan into the cave. Only then did Alan finally hear his introduction. "I apologize for the delay in introducing myself to my savior. I am Rangbin, a warrior of the Azure Fang clan. I am Alan Palatio." Rangbin bowed deeply. Then, after some hesitation, he carefully spoke. "May I ask you something? What is it? Did you come from the Human Federation to aid us?" "The Human Federation? I see, you are not." At Alan's reaction, Rangbin let out a deep sigh, as if he had expected that answer. There was a faint trace of resentment on his face, prompting Alan to ask, "If possible, can you explain the situation to me?" "Explain, you say?" "Yes. Unfortunately, we are not fully aware of the current state of affairs." "What do you mean?" Rangbin tilted his head in confusion. Alan hesitated, wondering if he should reveal the truth, but soon decided to be honest. "We ended up here due to an unforeseen accident from the Allied Kingdom." "The Allied Kingdom." Rangbin spoke as if he was hearing something utterly foreign. Alan responded, "Yes. Do you not know of it? I apologize, but this is my first time hearing of such a place. It borders the Empire." "I am sorry, but I am not sure where you mean." At Rangbin's words, Alan felt a sense of unease. "Is this not part of the Empire?" Alan had assumed it was. He knew that calypsophobia was set in the Empire, filled with grotesque and brutal tales. Yet Rangbin had no knowledge of the Empire. Something was off. "I've heard there are primitive tribes and even islands far from the Empire in calypsophobia, but could someone really not know about the Empire at all?" As he pondered this, regardless, since you seem unfamiliar with the situation, I will explain. Rangbin began his explanation. It lasted for quite some time. In summary, humans who worship the god Barma have declared war on non-humans, slaughtering them mercilessly to gather faith. Yes, that is correct. That is why we formed a coalition to resist Barma, but we are being utterly overwhelmed. Rangbin grimaced, as if recalling terrible memories. A fanatic cult that slaughters non-humans indiscriminately to gain faith Barma, huh? Alan repeated the name in his mind, but found nothing familiar. Was there ever a cult named Barma in calypsophobia? He shook his head. He had never played the game, but he had seen plenty of spoilers and discussions about it. If Barma had been a significant faction at the very least, he would have remembered its name. Even a similar name should have come to mind, yet nothing did. What troubled Alan even more was the sheer scale of the war between Barma's cult and the coalition. If it's this massive at this point in time, I should have at least some memory of it. As he pondered, Rangbin moved. "For now, would you wait here a moment? I need to properly conceal the hideout, just in case. We came in a hurry and didn't set up proper defenses. I thought you said the divine blessing prevents entry. Preparation is never a bad thing. It'll be as quick as possible." He bowed and then walked off. Come to think of it, would Rhine know something? Alan's thoughts turned to Rhine's library. When he looked toward her, she wore a serious expression, as if something had come to mind. Just as Alan was about to call out to her Yuum, a voice interrupted. The white-haired girl had approached without him noticing. Her purple eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, like reflected moonlight. She hesitated, rubbing the front of her dirt-stained dress. Thank you for saving me." Then she bowed deeply. Her trembling voice echoed through the space. As if trying to suppress her unease, she fidgeted with her soiled dress. Alan, looking down at the girl's white head, noticed a wound that had remained despite Penia's healing magic. "Are you all right?" "Ah, why yeah, I am fine." She exaggeratedly puffed out her chest, as if to prove her strength. It was both pitiful and endearing. "What's your name?" "Aryanga." When he asked, her shoulders shrank slightly. "Ryanga, Ryanga." Alan repeated her name a few times in his mouth. It was a good name. And then Ryanga, why yeah, is something wrong? A strange sense of déjà vu brushed past his mind. Alan knew that name. Yes, he definitely knew it. As he searched his memory, he realized whose name it was. His eyes widened instinctively. Silence filled the space. Once he calmed his thoughts, Alan carefully asked Ryanga, "Can I ask you something?" Yeah, it's okay." "What is your race?" My race?" "Yes." At his question, Ryanga's expression turned slightly anxious. "Then I am a Demonkin," she mumbled quietly. At that answer, Alan let out a quiet breath and looked at her forehead. There a small but unmistakable horn had grown. The Demonkin, they are known to use unique, non-repeating true names among their kind, correct. Just to confirm, Alan asked again. "Why yeah, but how does a human know that?" Ryanga looked slightly surprised. Alan let out an involuntary chuckle. Because he had realized who she was. He knew the name. And as far as he knew, there was only one white-haired, purple-eyed Demonkin with that name. One of the 4 great powers. The ruler of the 100 ghosts, Hayeki Godfather. I believe we might be in the past. The past? Yes. Approximately 700 years ago, because it was the name of the demon lord. Only then did Alan understand. This place was 700 years in the past. Chapter 234, Hey, could you do me a favor? Right after realizing that this place was 700 years in the past. While Alan was still processing the shocking truth with a dazed mind, he heard Ryanga's voice. Alan responded for now. "Tell me, could you take me to Dalma?" "Dalma. Yeah, my family is there." Ryanga glanced at him cautiously. However, Alan's mind was still stuck on the fact that this place is the past. Is there no chance this is a mistake? He looked at Rhine. She was still lost in thought, wearing a serious expression. It didn't seem likely that her deduction was a mistake. Aside from the restricted information she couldn't access, Rhine held most of the available knowledge in her mind. So this really is the past, and this girl is truly Hayeki of the past. Ryanga, still anxious, fidgeted with the hem of her dress. Watching her, a sudden thought crossed Alan's mind. She has white hair and purple eyes here. As far as he knew, Hayeki originally had white hair. However, the Hayeki he saw before coming to the past had black hair. A change in hair color. Of course, she looked exactly the same otherwise. But how did this happen? His thoughts grew more complicated. "I'll give you my soul." But before he could delve deeper, a sudden outburst snapped him out of his thoughts. "What do you mean by that? You need compensation, right? If you take me to Dalma, I'll give you my soul." For a brief moment, he wondered what it even meant to give one's soul. But Alan quickly thought it through and answered. "I don't need compensation." Did she take that as a refusal? A sigh escaped Ryanga's lips, and then tears began to well up in her purple eyes, breaking the forced bravado she had been trying to maintain. Seeing that, Alan quickly continued. "I'll help you, so don't worry too much." Really? Yeah, given the current situation, helping someone was far from the most rational choice. But if this truly was the past, forming a positive connection with Hayeki could be a great advantage in the future. Maybe it was this very bond that made her help me back then. It wasn't certain, but it was a possibility. Alan gently patted the girl's shoulder in encouragement, "So don't be too anxious." At that, Ryanga's lips parted in disbelief. Why are you helping me without asking for anything in return?" A mix of joy and confusion showed on her face. Alan wondered how he should answer. "Because in the future, Yao'll become the ridiculously powerful leader of one of the 4 great forces, so I'm investing in our relationship early on to gain favor." Yeah, no way he could just say that. After a brief deliberation, Alan made his decision. "It's goodwill." Goodwill? Yeah, it was a bit of a stretch, but for now, it was the best answer. He had considered making her owe him a debt instead. But a simple act of goodwill would likely have a more positive impact on a child. Got it. Fortunately, she seemed convinced. With a much brighter expression than before, the girl nodded and disappeared. This is the past. As if waiting for confirmation, Peenia recoiled in shock. Yes, probably. What? That can't be. According to my calculations, there's no way we could have been flung into the past. It's definitely the past. The story Rangbin just told happened 700 years ago. Eek, Peenia's expressions screamed we're so screwed. Then, as if something had occurred to her, she let out a thoughtful and turned to Rhine. Hey, Rhine. If this really is 700 years in the past, then aren't there still mages around? No, they should be gone by now. However, there might still be remnants of their assets. Hearing that, Peenia's gaze froze on a single spot. Beep, 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 beep. As if a machine were processing calculations, Peenia's mind went into overdrive. Time travel and a mage's legacy. And 700 years ago is exactly the end of the Forgotten Gods era, when most history was lost if I can gather even a little information about magic from here. Ding, the calculations finished and Peenia's blue eyes turned golden. Hushy stared into empty space, her mouth curling into a dazed grin. Seeing her in a state of bliss, Alon asked, is it really that great? It's not just great, it's overflowing with possibilities. It's an opportunity to experience time travel and research a lost magical heritage to present my findings. Well, having a positive attitude isn't bad, but are we sure we can go back? In truth, Alon was counting on the possibility of returning, which was why he had decided to build a positive connection with Ryanga. At that moment, Peenia let out a small gasp. Then, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, she replied, yes. Seriously? Is that true? Both Alon and Rhine, genuinely surprised, asked again. Peenia shrugged. Yes, it's possible. Of course, we need to find the distorted gate, and the Marquis has to be able to manipulate time-space according to my specifications, but... And exactly how do we return to the future? Let me explain simply. I told you before that the distorted gate was created in an unstable point in time-space, remember? Indeed, Peenia had said that. My hypothesis was correct. However, I miscalculated one thing. I assumed that the space created when time-space fractured would remain unchanged. Remain unchanged? Yes. I mentioned before that because we were inside the generated space, we weren't affected. As Alon nodded, Peenia continued. That assumption was the problem. I thought that since the leftover space wasn't broken, it wouldn't be affected. I get that much, but how does that help us go back? At Alon's question, Peenia held up a finger. It's simple. If we artificially shatter time-space, we can manually adjust the settings of the distorted gate. Is that possible? Normally, no. But Peenia let out a mischievous laugh and confidently puffed out her chest. I told you, didn't I? I investigated how much the Marquis magic would react to the distorted gate. No way. Correct. That means I have the exact spatiotemporal values from that moment stored in my head. Peenia tapped her head proudly. Ooh, as Alon let out a sound of admiration, Peenia let out a smug ahem and curled her lips into a cat-like grin. Anyway, as long as we find the distorted gate, going back is totally okay. However, that's great news, but what if the distorted gate isn't there? At Rhine's sudden question, Peenia, who had been full of confidence, instantly froze. That I hadn't considered that she glanced around nervously as she spoke. Then finding the distorted gate is our first priority. Just as Alon finished speaking, I have returned. Rangbin was back. Unfortunately, I do not know much about the distorted gate itself, but I am aware of a similar phenomenon. You are? Yes. Alon listened as Rangbin shared an intriguing story. It's similar to the ability Barma uses? Yes. I am not sure if it is the distorted gate, but when you enter the portal, a completely violet world appears. Also, from what I know, there is someone in the Union who can use a similar power. Who? One of the 5 gods of Calgunius, a being named Yongrin. I believe they can use a power similar to Barma's. Calgunius. Hearing that familiar name once again reminded Alon that he was truly in the past. Then, if we head to the Union, we can meet this god named Yongrin? That is correct, but at this moment, returning to the Union is practically impossible. Why? This land originally belonged to our race, but now it is close to Barma's heartland. In other words, to escape and reach the Union, we would have to break through the front lines. We lack the military strength. Rangbin nodded at Alon's words. If there were a hidden path, that would be ideal, but to my knowledge, none exist. Even if there were, they are likely all blocked. Additionally, they had no idea what was happening at the front lines, making it too dangerous to move. As Rangbin let out a sigh, Alon asked, so at this point, is there no way to reach the Union? After some contemplation, Rangbin carefully opened his mouth. There is one possibility. What is it? We rescue the other non-humans held in the temples. There are more temples? Rangbin nodded. Yes, I know of at least 10. If we can gather enough manpower from them, breaking through the front lines and escaping to the Union wouldn't be impossible. And with the power you displayed, Lord Alan, breaking through shouldn't be too difficult. Rangbin shared his opinion. At that moment, Peenia, who had been silent until now, chimed in. What factors should we consider when carrying out this plan? Time, above all else. Right now, there are no strong believers stationed at the temples, but if multiple temples start falling in succession, the fanatical knights and apostles deployed at the front lines will be sent here. Then we should assume the countdown has already begun. Realistically, I doubt they would act just because a single temple was destroyed. But if we take everything into account, Rangbin pondered for a moment before answering. We likely have about a month. After considering his words, Alan nodded. That's our only option then. As Rangbin suggested, they decided to rescue the captives in the temples and escape to the Union. Thus, Alan established two main goals. First, he needed to reach the Union and meet the god Yongren to request their help in utilizing the distorted gate and escaping the past. Second, he would be as kind as possible to Hayeki Ryangand, build a good relationship with her. Since she would become one of the 4 great powers in the future, having her as an ally could only be beneficial. He also considered forming connections with the longevity race, some of whom appeared in psychedelia. However, he didn't prioritize that goal. He didn't recall any notable figures from his knowledge who should currently be imprisoned in the temples. At least that's what he thought. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving me and my sister truly 2 days after they set the plan in motion. Alan had moved immediately to another temple, taken care of the believers there, and rescued a boy. The boy clung tightly to a girl, holding her as if she were the most precious thing in the world, tears streaming down his face. Alan had saved the girl just in time before she could be violated. The boy's tear-streaked face was covered in strange, intricate tattoos. And the boy Alan had rescued, may I ask your name? Nangwon. My name is Nangwon. Thank you truly. Thank you as the man who would one day become the leader of the Jujiosa, one of the 4 great powers in the future. Why is he here? Alan found himself staring blankly, lost in thought. Chapter 235. One of the 4 great powers, the leader of the Jujiosa. The king of curses, Chinju? Truly, thank you. Seeing Nangwon bow his head repeatedly, expressing boundless gratitude for the current situation, Alan found it curious why he was here. He actually looked quite normal when he was younger. The Nangwon Alan saw in psychedelia looked different from now. The strange tattoos on his face and his heterochromatic eyes. The long surgical scar, stretching from his cheek to his right collarbone, which was practically his symbol. If not for those features, it would have been nearly impossible to associate him with Chinju. How could anyone link the bald, scarred Chinju with the beautiful boy standing before him? If he hadn't heard the story that his sister had been the trigger for him becoming the king of curses, he might never have believed it. Sir Alan, are you planning to take him as well? The moment of surprise was brief. A voice filled with hostility came from beside him. It was Rangbin. Just moments ago, Nangwon had been holding onto his sister. Now, he hurriedly cried out, "PL, please don't abandon us. We are different from the northern demons. All demons are the same. What different kind of demon could you be?" At the cold response, Nangwon's expression was drenched in despair. Alan tried to recall Nangwon's race from his memory. Was he a half-demon? Half-demon. A race known to have been wiped out centuries ago by the time the original psychedelia story began. Beyond that, he couldn't remember much. No matter how much he had played the game, he hadn't delved into its lore so deeply as to memorize every past detail like the abyss itself. From the conversation between Rangbin and Nangwon, he could roughly grasp the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Alan looked at the despairing Nangwon. "I'll take him. Are you saying Yao'll take in a half-demon?" Rangbin asked again, as if he couldn't believe it. Alan nodded. "Yes. Forgive me for speaking out, Sir Alan, but he is a half-demon. Half-demons are a treacherous race. You never know when they might stab you in the back. I am not like that." Nangwon desperately denied it with his entire body. But even his frantic gestures did nothing to soften Rangbin's twisted expression. Half-demons are dangerous, and, putting aside my personal opinion, taking one into the escape group will not be beneficial, especially in a desperate situation like this, where we have no hope left. Indeed, his words made sense. If the public perception of half-demons was as bad a sore worse than Rangbin's, bringing Nangwon along would be a poor decision in many ways. Even if one set aside personal prejudice, there was plenty of reason to oppose it. However, despite all of that, Alan had already made up his mind to save Nangwon. A brief silence filled the space. Even so, I will take him, Alan said calmly. Are you serious? Rangbin asked once more. Alan understood his concerns but nodded anyway. Everyone here is in the same situation. None of them wanted to be brought here, and all have suffered terrible pain. They had witnessed horrors and endured agony beyond imagination. And yet, just because of a difference in race, you would deny someone a helping hand. Using race as the deciding factor for who lives or dies. That would be like creating an even greater hell within this already existing hell. I am taking him. If his mind worked a little faster, he might have come up with something more convincing to say. Or so Alan thought briefly. Understood. Rangbin eventually nodded. However, while you may take the boy, I believe you will have to give up on the girl. And no, Nangwon panicked even more than before. His eyes, now red with tears, showed his desperate refusal to let go of his sister. Alan turned to Rangbin instead. Why? Rangbin's gaze shifted toward one side. The Barma bastards have already done their work. Look at her leg. When Alan looked down, he saw a massive, pulsating egg embedded in the girl's flesh. That is one of Barma's authorities. The moment an egg is implanted into a body in any form, the host has no choice but to supply it with nutrients until the parasite is born. What happens when the parasite is born? The host dies, and if we take her along, the Barma cultists will track our location. You're saying they can trace us. While regular cultists may not be able to, bishops likely can. That's a lie. Rangbin's explanation shattered the fragile hope Nangwon had been holding onto, twisting his face in despair. It's not a lie. If I wanted to deceive you, I would have made half-demons sound even worse. But Rangbin's grim expression was proof enough that his words were true. Ugh, cough. Nangwon's sister, who had been barely breathing moments ago, suddenly burst into a violent fit of coughing. Sister. Tears welled up in Nangwon's eyes and began to stream down his cheeks. His sister, brushing his damp face gently, looked at Alan. Truly, thank you. Please take care of my little brother no matter what a request to leave her behind. But to ensure her brother's survival at any cost. Tears flowed endlessly from her eyes as she forced out her final plea. Her little brother, unable to cry out loud, clung to her even tighter. Alan, watching the siblings, unknowingly let out a deep sigh and lifted his gaze. The sky was still ashen, and beneath that gray expanse, too many tragedies were taking shape. It was stifling, unbearably so, to the point where even his heart felt painted in shades of gray. At that moment, Godfather, what is it? Do you wish to save that sister? Rhine asked calmly. Alan turned to her. Is there a way? That thing, if we act now, we might be able to remove it. Without revealing any emotion, she simply observed the girl's leg and spoke bluntly. I think so too. As if agreeing, Peenia nodded as well. Rhine took another step closer to the girl. That parasite is currently draining the host's life force and converting it into some kind of energy before feeding it back in. It seems to be trying to integrate itself into a vital organ of the host. To prevent itself from being removed? Exactly. But since it hasn't progressed too far yet, I think we can still extract it. However, in order to remove it completely, we need to extract it from the root, but it looks like the parasite has already deeply embedded itself into her leg. That means, to save her life, we may have to amputate her leg. Given the circumstances, a delicate procedure was impossible. The only option was to remove the entire infected area. It was only a half-formed hope, but just as a solution emerged, maybe we can save her leg. Peenia, lost in thought, suddenly spoke up. A hope began to shine in Nangwon's eyes. It had been exactly 2 weeks since Alan took in Nangwon. In the end, Nangwon's sister was saved without having to lose her leg. The reason it was possible was thanks to Kalinen's divine power. That parasite appears to be made of a weak form of divinity. Normally, magic and divine power repel each other, so trying to extract it with magic would put her life at risk. But with Kalinen's divine power, we can safely remove it. Following Peenia's advice, Alan used Kalinen's divine power and successfully saved the sister without much difficulty. And brother, I brought you some food. You didn't have to. No, even if it's something small like this, I want to be of help to you. Thanks to that, Alan now had another younger brother, a truly devoted one. As he accepted the roasted sweet potato Nangwon handed him, he idly noted that heterochromatic eyes could sparkle like that. Thank you, no, I will serve you for life. He almost responded with you don't have to go that far, but seeing Nangwon's firm resolve as he nodded with determination, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Alan ended up nodding back without thinking. At that moment, Ryanga, who was also carrying a sweet potato, grimaced as she approached Alan. "Hey, it was my turn." "What do you mean your turn?" "You were too slow, and I brought it to brother before he got hungry." That was the spark that ignited a squabble between Ryanga and Nangwon. Considering their future status and power, the thought that these two, who could wipe out entire nations when they fought, were now just bickering over food momentarily filled Alan with a strange sense of grandeur. "Sir Alan, so you were here." Alan turned to Rangbin, who had come looking for him. "How's the situation?" "It's good. Especially this time, we have a high number of survivors, and most of them are soldiers captured from the Union rather than civilians." That was good news. Over the past 2 weeks, Alan had attacked more than 5 different temples, rescuing people in addition to Nangwon. As a result, even more people were now gathered in the hideout. "Also, thanks to you, morale isn't too bad either." "Because of me?" "Yes. A god's mere presence is enough to be a source of strength for people." Rangbin's words reminded Alan of when people first started calling him a god. "If I remember correctly, it started when I saved Nangwon." Since then, Alan had healed several others at the temples, similar to Nangwon's sister. First, it was a member of the Dragonkin. Then, a race covered in horns that even Alan had never seen before. Lastly, an elf. Because of these miraculous acts, Alan had come to be revered as a god by those around him. He didn't outright deny it. For now, simply not rejecting the title came with many benefits. It didn't seem like he had actually developed a divine presence yet, but just being called a god and giving people something to believe in significantly improved the atmosphere in the hideout. Where there had been only fear and despair, a faint but undeniable sense of hope had begun to take root in their eyes. However, not all the news is good. "Oh, yes, it seems the Barma cult will be making a move soon." "That makes sense. We've been rampaging for 2 weeks. They were bound to react eventually." "Technically, there are still dozens of temples left, so we could take more time if we wanted, but you're saying we should prepare." "Exactly. We need to gather the remaining and move north as quickly as possible." "How many are left in this area?" "About 3. Once we rescue everyone there, we can continue moving upward while gathering more people." And then after hesitating for a moment, Rangbin spoke. "It's about Dalma. Have you heard anything about Ryanga's homeland?" Rangbin fell silent for a moment, then cautiously opened his mouth. "I have something to tell you about that." His expression was somewhat grim. "What did you say?" Hidden, who had just returned from the north on Red Moon's orders, had received truly bizarre news. Not bizarre wasn't the right word. At least from Hidden's perspective, it was something much worse, infuriating, ominous, something that could bring catastrophe. So, with a serious expression, he asked Yunar again. But the answer he received, Great Moon has perished. That's impossible. Did not change. No matter how many times he asked, the answer remained the same. So utterly, devastatingly the same. And then have the other moons been informed? No. But since the information started spreading 5 hours ago, within a day or two as Yuna continued speaking, Hidden fell silent. Because he instinctively knew what would happen once this news spread. His eyes began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 236. About a week had passed since then, and Alan's group had successfully attacked 3 temples and rescued all remaining people. Now we're heading east, right? Yes. If we can increase our numbers while moving, it would be best to do so. Rangbin added that they already had enough people to take on a challenge if they wanted to. While he had a relieved expression on his face, he also expressed a hint of suspicion. "Things are definitely going well, but something feels a bit off. Is this about the priests?" "Yes," Alan nodded. Lately, he had been thinking the same thing as Rangbin. It is strange that there's no response at all. Alan had attacked 8 temples over the past 3 weeks and rescued many people during that process. But considering how aggressive his actions were, it was odd that he hadn't faced any significant resistance so far. Should we consider the possibility that they're targeting something else? Just like Penia, who had been quietly pondering and then spoke up, Rangbin shook his head while watching Rhine silently rubbing her chin. "I am not sure. There are dozens of priests and the territory they control is vast, so a delayed response is possible, but this level of inaction is strange." More than anything, Rangbin recalled a previous temple they had raided and continued. It's clear they know we've attacked other locations, yet they haven't sent reinforcements. That's suspicious. As Rangbin trailed off, lost in thought, Alan asked, "Is something bothering you?" "It might be too optimistic, but perhaps it's because of the front lines. The front lines? According to a soldier who was dragged into the temple 2 months ago, the battles at the front have been so intense that there's been no time to rest. So they can't spare troops to send here? Yes. Again, this might be an overly hopeful perspective, but it's not an impossible explanation. Though Rangbin added that the situation on the front lines didn't seem favorable either, their discussions soon moved on. Well, whatever the case, our plan hasn't changed. Let's stick to it. Understood. With Alon's statement, the meeting ended. I'll be heading out as well. After Rangbin left, Rhine was the first to rise. She seemed to be contemplating something deeply and soon quietly slipped out. Watching her go, Alon sighed softly and turned inward, examining the divine power within him. Contrary to his initial worries, when they began assaulting the priests in earnest, his divine power was steadily recovering as usual. This puzzled Alon. It was about the recovery of his divine power. At first, Alon hadn't questioned it because he hadn't realized this place was in the past. But now that he knew the truth, while it made sense that divine power he had received could accumulate, the fact that it was recovering was undeniably strange. What could it be? Alon's thoughts were interrupted. Marquis, by the way, have you been experimenting with that thing you mentioned before? Peenia asked. Alon nodded. I've been trying. But the divine power consumption is too high, so I haven't been able to properly use it yet. What Alon and Peenia were discussing was about transmutation. Or more precisely, it was about the magic they had originally been researching. Transmutation Brain God was merely a byproduct of that research, and the main project was still in the experimental phase. It seems like optimization is the problem. How about trying this? I've noticed something recently while watching you use it. They stayed in the meeting room a bit longer, discussing the magic. I'd love to run some experiments, but for now, I need to conserve my strength as much as possible. Let's leave it at that. Okay, I'll get going too. As they wrapped up the conversation, Alon's eyes were drawn to the book in Peenia's hands. A book? Yes, I found it in an abandoned house during our travels. Turns out it's a magic tome. It's written in an ancient language, so it's hard to read, but the contents are fascinating. Apparently eager to keep reading, Peenia quickly said, Well, I'll be off now, and dashed away like a squirrel. Alon watched her disappear, then began walking. Ryanga. Oh, Chief. He soon found Ryanga sitting absent-mindedly in a quiet corner of the cave, deep in thought. Her expression, once blank, brightened slightly with a gentle smile when she saw Alon. Were you thinking about Dalma? Was it that obvious? Yeah, she no longer fumbled for words like before and could now answer more smoothly. After an awkward laugh, Ryanga quickly shook her head. But I am sure they're all doing fine. Our race don't die that easily. Seeing her try so hard to appear cheerful, Alon quietly sighed. Her mood had noticeably darkened since a week ago it was Alon's fault. More precisely, it was because of the information he had passed on to her, obtained from the prisoners they rescued from the last temple. News that Dalma, her village, had been repeatedly invaded by Barma as the battle lines constantly shifted. Like I told you before, we have hideouts like this one. I bet they're all hiding there. Or maybe they escaped. Alon recalled the moment he had first told her about Dalma. Even then, instead of despair, Ryanga had nodded firmly, her expression filled with unwavering belief. She didn't look like a child at all, but perhaps it was precisely because she was a child that she could believe so purely. Alon looked at her slightly trembling hands. Many comforting words came to mind, but he chose not to say them. Rhine, Peenia, and Alon all knew the same thing, that in this gray world, countless tragedies are born each day, and despair runs rampant. So, he understood that empty words of comfort spoken out of instinct could only deepen the wounds of a child like her. Come talk to me whenever you need. Alon gently patted Ryanga's head and simply said those words. Okay, Chief. Though not all her sadness had vanished, her expression brightened slightly as she nodded. Alon found himself curious. There's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call me Chief? He was referring to the title she had suddenly started using for him not long ago. Well, you're leading us, aren't you? That's true, but still then you're the chief. So it's just a vibe, isn't that what it is? If someone's leading us all, they're the chief? It was a strange logic, but it made some sense. As Alon paused to think someone cleared their throat loudly, clearly wanting attention. Ah, there you are. As Alon turned, he saw a young girl approaching as if she hadn't just tried to get noticed moments ago. Blonde hair with two small horns poking through. A tail wrapped around her waist, and pink eyes with a reptilian sheen. Oh, noble one, I have come to personally deliver your dinner. She proudly held out a sweet potato. Dinner had already ended some time ago. Alan reached out, puzzled, to accept the sweet potato. "Here, Chief Hay." Ryanga suddenly snatched it away and placed it in Alan's hand herself. "Why, you brat? What do you think you're doing?" "What? I handed it over. I was going to give it to him." As the girl stomped around in frustration, Alan finally opened his mouth. "Thank you, Arquil Sequil Arquilanaces." "Right, R." The girl, who had howled its Arquilanaces, let out a grumbling noise and then turned her body away. "Wow, she's sulking again. She's such a sulker." "I am not. You're totally sulking." "I said I'm not." Watching Arno, Arquilanaces shout back at Ryanga's teasing, Alan smiled lightly to himself. Looks like she's finally recovered. R was a young dragonkin girl Alan had rescued after saving Nangwon. From what he'd heard, she was a half-dragon who carried the blood of a black dragon. The problem is she's still too young to be of much help. When he first rescued her, Alan had briefly held some hope. At the time, she had been wrapped in chains as if she were a dangerous being, so he had believed she would become a great asset. But contrary to expectations, she was only 8 years old, very young, even for a half-dragon, and thus not much help in combat. In fact, for a whole week after she was rescued, she cried non-stop, wrapping her tail around Alan's waist all day long, which had been a bit troublesome. Still, I am glad she's regained her energy now. Alan recalled how she had slowly recovered with constant comfort and encouragement. He had said so many things just to console her when she cried in sorrow. "I will avenge you. Do not underestimate the wrath of a black dragon. Go ahead and try." As Alan watched R passionately shouting again, he found himself wondering, did a black dragon named R ever appear in the original story? Dragons, by nature, live for an extremely long time. That holds true even for a half-dragon like R. So considering her lifespan, it wouldn't be strange for her to appear in Psychedelia, yet Alan had no recollection of ever hearing her name. Was she originally meant to die? If so, it would explain why she never appeared in the story. But the thought kept circling back. If I hadn't saved Ryanga or Nangwon, how would they have escaped? Maybe not Nangwon, but Ryanga had been in real danger. Alan remembered the moment he had saved her. At least from his perspective, if he hadn't intervened back then, Ryanga would surely have died. After thinking on it briefly, Alan let the thought go. In the end, that wasn't what mattered right now. "I hope things go according to plan," he muttered quietly to himself, recalling his conversation with Rangbin. The next day, Alan set off toward the eastern region, leading all those he had rescued so far. On the way, as planned, he attacked 2 more temples and freed more prisoners. The situation was even better than expected. Other than the 2 raids along the way, they hadn't encountered any battles. At the last temple, they rescued a large number of soldiers from the Union. Unlike the gloomy gray skies that had loomed for dozens of days, now Alan's group steadily grew in number and continued moving forward. If things kept going this way, they might just be able to break through the front lines without issue. Everything was going far too smoothly. So smoothly, in fact, that it started to feel ominous. HRRMPH welcome. And as always, Alan's instincts proved right. Enemy attack, form ranks, to the front. Alan frowned slightly and looked around. They were currently at the southeastern edge of the border zone, where fierce battles still raged. Unlike the open grasslands, this area was a canyon. Normally, the cultists of Barma should have been stationed beyond the canyon's end. I had a bad feeling. Peenia sighed beside him, and Rhine remained silent. "Damn it, there's 2 apostles," as he heard Rangbin mutter with a scowl. Alan turned his gaze forward. There, the canyon was filled with cultists. Not just on the ground. They were spilling out from above the cliffs and crawling out of tunnels carved into the canyon walls. Bizarre monsters with unnaturally long limbs were climbing the cliffs, drooling as they let out unsettling screeches. The cultists, even the parasites. Alan heard people whisper in dismay around him. Voices filled with despair and grief began spreading like wildfire. But the biggest reason Alan sensed things were going very wrong, Rhine. "I am sorry, Godfather." It was because of the grotesque red tendrils that had appeared, blocking Rhine's attacks. They looked like blood vessels, resembling the tree-like tendrils they had faced against greed before. As soon as they emerged, Rhine's golden crown shot forwardly to be stopped completely. And the reason was none other than the man standing ahead, an apostle. Well, I've been waiting so long for this moment. You're going to be worth the wait." As Alan glared at him, the man who had just moments ago been grinning smugly stepped forward. Strange black horns grew from his head, and he wore a black cultist robe. There was something oddly familiar about the man as he bowed gracefully. "First, let me thank you. I am Barma's second apostle, Rumerfa." A word Alon didn't expect came from the man's mouth. "Thank us." Rumerfa twisted his head with a creepy grin, "because you followed our guidance all the way here." "Guidance? Yes. Did you really think you reached this place through sheer skill or brilliance?" Rumerfa's lips curved into a wider grin, and his voice grew louder. "As if. The reason you were able to raid the temples without any resistance, the reason you rescued the sacrifices so easily, and the reason they quietly let themselves be martyred, even when you attacked, was all lifting his arms high. As if he ruled the entire world, he let out a slow grin again. "Me, it was me. I ordered it all to gather you here, even if that meant sacrificing so many innocent people. The sacrifices of our great Barma's followers are tragic but necessary. After all, we need their faith and souls for his will." Alon fell silent. He was beginning to understand what Rumerfa meant. He had definitely heard something like this from Kalinin before. That faith could be gathered this way. In the end, the essence of faith is emotion. The stronger the emotion, the more powerful the faith offered. In that sense, mass slaughter is one of the easiest ways to gather it. You just have to trample people brutally, horrifically, and hopelessly. And if you want even more faith, just give them a little hope. Hope is like fire. If you control it, it warms, but if not, it burns everything to ash. Recalling Kalinin's voice, Alon had no choice but to admit they had walked right into a trap. The situation was dire. The cultists had appeared, Rumerfa's speech. Everything that had happened so suddenly had plunged everyone into despair and grief. Not a single person was free from the heavy air. Rhine's attacks were blocked by the red tendrils. Peenia, who was preparing a wide area defensive spell, had realized their disadvantage, and her face twisted with tension. They were already fully in place as sacrificial offerings. And yet, despite all that, Alon did not shrink back. Instead, Peenia. Yes, Marquis, he was preparing a move he had been crafting ever since coming to this place. Chapter 237, Alon calmly let out a breath and looked ahead once more. Above the canyon, soldiers stood armed with bows and spears, ready to rain them down at any moment. On the cliffs, monsters with abnormally long limbs drooled incessantly. And ahead of them, a massive congregation of cultists blocked their path so large in number it drew a sigh by itself. That wasn't all. The red tendrils wielded by Rumerfa, currently holding back Rhine's golden crown, had begun to engulf the entire canyon, as if to show they still had power to spare. Thus began a vicious cycle. Fear gave birth to despair, and despair birthed grief. It spread, creating despair and grief in others, and in turn, more fear. That endless loop stripped away hope from everyone present, just as those before them desired. Alon assessed the situation with cold precision. In this situation, breaking through such an overwhelming army and escaping toward the Alliance was virtually impossible. If the enemies before him were at the level of the priests they had faced before, it might have been possible. But they weren't some weak rabble. They must be able to wield divine power. The sickening divine energy emanating from the soldiers made that clear. It told him unmistakably these foes were on an entirely different level from those they'd fought until now. And that wasn't all. Apostles. Alon frowned as he looked at the two apostles standing ahead. Both wore expressions twisted in pleasure and were obvious threats. One had already revealed their power, but the other remained a mystery. In other words, even if Alon were to act alone now, the chance of escape was slim. Even if he took down the apostles, he couldn't possibly defeat every soldier present. That's why a change was needed. A change that could turn this crisis around. And to bring that change, hope was needed once more. Alon turned his gaze behind him. The first to enter his sight was Ryanga, standing with a hardened expression. Next was Nangwon, holding his sister's hand. Behind R, who trembled just as much, were soldiers sinking into despair. Watching them, Alon chewed his lips. Countless words that could ignite their fighting spirit flashed through his mind only to vanish again. What should he say? What story would help? How could he break the chain of despair? In a time shorter than a blink, Alon pondered, and pondered again. Rangbin, yes, I'll leave it to you. In the end, he made a choice. Yes, to say nothing at all. Instead, crack, to show them. Without answering Rangbin's puzzled response, Alon simply walked forward and summoned his divinity. ZZZZT. His black coat crackled with lightning, and the gray world was suddenly dyed with brilliant blue lightning. Two horns sprouted from above his head. Thunderlight flickered in his black eyes. And at last, what appeared was the god of lightning who had saved other races from peril time and again. But Alan knew this wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to dispel the despair clouding the soldiers behind him, nor enough to obliterate the cultists of Barma who were already preparing to strike the moment he changed. So Alan took it one step further. The moment Alan cloaked himself in lightning, the monsters screamed and charged toward the soldiers. Pinia quickly cast a wide-range shield to create a barrier. The monsters slammed into the shield, but the barrier only covered the troops within. Alan, who had already moved toward the enemy army, stood exposed beyond its reach. Realizing this, the monsters instantly changed direction and lunged at Alan. In a flash, they were within striking distance. At that moment, Permafrost Alan flicked his finger. Crack! Black magic surged from Alan's gauntlet as an icy chill swept through the area. It was a spell Alan always used when fighting formidable foes. A spell created simply to stand upon a land of permafrost, anticipating the loss of magical ability due to divine constraints. But now, things were different. ZZZZZZZZT. From within the frost, blue lightning erupted and electrocuted all the monsters near Alan, killing them instantly. Horrific screams rang out. But the monsters already caught within the permafrost zone turned helplessly to black ash. Full assault. Watching the scene, Rumerfa shouted in a panic. But at that very moment, 6 arms formed behind Alan's back. As the cultists, under the apostles' command, all rushed to kill Alan, Crack, the first ice seal formed. After gaining his divinity, the first thing Alan discovered with Pinia's research was shapeshifting. The second ice seal formed. But shapeshifting hadn't been Alan's original goal. It was merely an incidental result. Alan's true research objective was something else. At last, the third ice seal formed. His research was focused on using magic while enveloped in divinity. Alan, who had dedicated immense time to this study, was only able to reach a conclusion after coming here. The fourth ice seal. Magic used while cloaked in divinity carries the traits of that divinity. Alan looked ahead. The cultists, already closing in under the apostles' orders, raised their weapons to strike at his neck. Hundreds of monsters leapt toward him, trampling over the bodies of their electrocuted kin. Eyes wide with fanatical madness, they charged. But even in the midst of it all, Alan formed the fifth ice seal. He looked up at the sky. There, clouds grew thicker, darkening the ashen world even more. The magic he created, imbued with the traits of divinity. And then the moment the sixth ice seal was completed. Trait transformation. Sixth ice seal complete. Thunder ice. Along with Alan's murmuring, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Crack, a lightning strike that trapped everything. Rangbin felt despair. Noit wasn't just him. Everyone here felt despair. It was only natural. The enemy forces vastly outnumbered theirs. And more importantly, the apostles were here. The apostles of Barma. Those irrational beings who could single-handedly take on hundreds of alliance soldiers and even oppose the gods themselves. There were 2 of them. Rangbin thought everything was over. No matter how strong Alan was, facing 2 apostles was close to impossible. That's why he despaired. Until the world was split in 2. What the? Rangbin found himself muttering as he looked forward. There stood a massive pillar of ice and lightning, born from the strike. He looked up in a daze. The gigantic lightning bolt that had descended from the sky remained, its form intact, splitting the world down the middle. That wasn't all. Within the icy formation were countless cultists who had just moments ago charged forward with vicious momentum. And it wasn't just the cultists. Even one of the apostles who had stood so confidently just seconds ago was now frozen inside the ice, still wearing an expression of disbelief. And in front of them stood a man. His black coat fluttered, his lips pressed into a firm line. A man who said nothing, no, a god. At someone's odd gasp, every gaze turned to the man. A man standing proudly, splitting the world left and right. In the eyes of the soldiers looking at his back, there was no longer fear or despair. The fear that had ruled over them was now transferred to the cultists. Unlike the apostle trapped in the ice, Rumerfa, who had barely escaped the range of the lightning but lost his entire right arm. His vivid scream reached them all, that's impossible, and spread to the cultists. The expressions of the cultists, who had previously felt joy at the thought of hunting other races, twisted into fear. Terror spread among the soldiers who had rushed in to kill Alan. The bizarre zealotry that had fueled them began to dissipate. Watching it all, Rangbin finally understood what Alan meant earlier when he said, "I am counting on you." A smile rose to Rangbin's lips. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His body, which had felt like waterlogged cotton soaked in grief, now moved as if that weight had never existed. With more strength than ever before, his hand gripped the sword. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Rangbin's voice boomed across the canyon. The soldiers, who had been dazed while staring at Alan's back, came to their senses and quickly grabbed their weapons. No longer did fear show on their faces. There was no sign of despair. No trace of grief either. Instead, a new emotion sparkled in everyone's eyes. Hope, unmistakable hope shone brightly. "Comrades, raise your weapons," Rangbin shouted once more, raising his weapon high. With resolute eyes, he looked around at those standing beside him. Hope begets hope. Firmly gripped weapons, eyes unshaken as they stared down the terrified cultists. They shared hope with one another. "Do not be afraid." At his words, courage surged into everyone's gaze. "For we and finally CRRAACKKK?" The ice that had trapped the apostles and cultists and split the world in two exploded in a shower of white snow. And they saw. The ice that split the skies burst forth and pushed away the ashen clouds, allowing light to shine through. A brilliance they hadn't seen in so long, radiant sunlight. And as they saw Alan's back standing against that brilliant sun, "God is with us." Rangbin's thunderous shout echoed across the battlefield. The soldiers, roaring like thunder, began charging toward the cultists, with the symbol of hope engraved deep in their hearts. Chapter 238. To sum it up, Alan and his group managed to break through the overwhelming number of cultists and reach the Allied side. "We made it back alive?" Really?" The soldiers murmured in disbelief, confirming that no cultists were pursuing them anymore. The path they had run through like madmen. What remained there were just thousands of footprints. No cultists spewing madness in pursuit. No monsters drooling and snarling. There was nothing in sight. A silence settled on the earth. The soldiers, dazed as they stared at the path they had come from, unconsciously threw down their weapons. "We're alive. I can't believe we made it out of that crazy place." They hugged one another, celebrating their survival, the joy of being alive, the relief of escape. Wrapped in hopeful emotions, they shouted so loudly it seemed to shake the entire forest. Huff, huff beside them, Peenia panted with her tongue out like a dog. Alan also let out a rough breath and leaned against a tree. "We made it out somehow." After catching his breath, Alan looked around at the soldiers. There were many survivors. However, naturally, their numbers had dropped significantly since their initial advance. It was to be expected. Even if Alan had slain dozens of enemies and a single apostle, striking fear and despair into the enemy while inspiring hope and courage in his allies, the overwhelming difference in forces inevitably led to casualties. A bitter feeling crept in, impossible to ignore. Familiar faces came into Alan's view as he surveyed the survivors. Ryanga and R, embracing each other happily despite their ragged breathing. Nangwon and his sister, both crying tears of relief. And beside them, Rangbin, who had thrust his sword into the ground, letting out a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with the relief of survival. As Alan blankly stared at the scene, "Thank you." A soft voice reached him. When Alan turned his gaze, he saw a young girl bowing her head. "She looked familiar. You were the one who had fallen earlier." "Yes, if it weren't for you, Lord, I would have died," Alan quickly realized. She was one of the girls whose life he had just saved. "I'm glad. Truly, thank you." The girl bowed even deeper. He had only seen her briefly, collapsed and in danger while they were running. Yet Alan remembered her clearly. Because she was human. Among the forces following Alan now, having a human was a rare thing. "Thank you, Lord. If it weren't for you, I..." And then, one by one, those whom Alan had saved began offering their thanks with reverence and awe. Alan accepted their gratitude, then soon began moving again. They had shaken off the cultists' pursuit after breaking through the front lines, but they had not yet joined the Allied forces. As Alan resumed leading the group forward, Rangbin approached. "You said something seems off?" "Yes." Rangbin's brow was furrowed, unlike before. "By this point, we should be seeing the Allied front lines, but it's strange that nothing is in sight. Is there a chance we took the wrong route?" "No, this is the right place. Could something have gone wrong on the Allied side, is that it?" Rangbin paused for a moment, then said, "It's not impossible something happened, but I doubt it's anything major. If we were dealing with the worst-case scenario we anticipated, the cultists would have definitely sent a pursuit party. Then the problem is it's just odd that the front lines seem to have retreated this far, yet no pursuit came. That's what feels strange. Didn't the soldiers rescued from the last sacrificial temple say they were the most recently saved? They said it was about 3 weeks ago, yes, and even they feel something is off." After a brief moment of thought still, we should keep moving for now. It's not like we have another option. Understood. Alan chose to continue forward. Rangbin nodded immediately. The column pressed onward, determined to reach the Allied front lines without stopping. About 3 days passed. In that long yet short march, Alan discovered only one thing. The Allied front lines, which should definitely exist, were nowhere to be found. Of course, he hadn't received any intel or seen anything definitive, but circumstantially, it was strange. Alan and the soldiers had broken through the cultists' lines and had been walking eastward ever since. Yet the front lines never appeared. Despite that, the Barma cultists hadn't sent a single pursuer since Alan's escape, as if the Allied front lines were still firmly in place. Naturally, the soldiers started to feel something was wrong. Didn't they say it would take about a week to reach the Alliance? At our current pace, we should definitely arrive within that time. As dusk fell beneath the gray sky, Alan slowly nodded at Rangbin's report. Hopefully we'll learn something once we arrive. I feel the same way. Rangbin let out a barely audible sigh. Still, I'm sure we'll find answers once we get to the Alliance. Is that so? Yes, I checked various spots as we passed through the east, and there are signs of retreat everywhere. I don't know why the cultists aren't advancing and are holding the front, but he concluded with, we'll know once we arrive. Then, a young girl approached Alan. Lord, here, thank you. Nod as if she had been waiting, the girl handed Alan a sweet potato. A beastkin girl with large ears like sealrangs, she absent-mindedly played with her fluffy tail while gazing intently at Alan. Feeling a wordless pressure like, eat it now, Alan naturally bit into the sweet potato, recalling her name. Was it Rhea? She had been among those he rescued 3 days ago, along with the human girl, as he tore through the front lines. As if to repay the favor, the girl continued to bring Alan a sweet potato at every meal. She only brought one each time. However, the number of sweet potatoes Alan ended up eating per meal was nearly 4. No, it actually exceeded 4. Despite the current food shortage, Alan had been eating quite abundantly lately. There were 2 reasons for this, and one of them was, you beat me to it. It was my turn. How outrageous. Because the children were all rushing to bring sweet potatoes to him. Ryanga and Nangwon clenched their fists in frustration. The girl Alan had saved earlier and let out quiet sighs. Watching all of this, Alan once again accepted all the food the children had brought today. Honestly, it would have been fine if it ended there. This is food I brought from over there, it's fine. No, it's not. Lord must stay healthy. Please don't make us seem like ungrateful fools. The problem was he had to eat other foods too, then gratefully enjoy it. No, the soldiers backed away, bowing repeatedly as they left. In the wake of their retreat, aside from the 4 sweet potatoes, a mountain of fruits had piled up. The reason he couldn't help but overeat instead of simply eating well. No matter when I see it, it's really a lot, Marquis. Seriously, Godfather. Peenia and Rhine, sitting next to him, shook their heads in exasperation. Alan also let out a quiet sigh. The soldiers' worship had begun ever since he broke through the front lines 3 days ago. It wasn't exactly unpleasant for him, but it was definitely burdensome. Even now, for example, though the soldiers who brought the food seemed to have stepped back and disappeared in truth, they were hiding at a distance, secretly watching to see when Alan would eat what they had offered. Because of that, I really hope we arrive soon. Alan continued to stuff sweet potatoes and fruit into his mouth. The sweet potatoes were still delicious, though. And then, about a day later, Alan arrived at Dalma, the place just before the Allied stronghold, and also where Ryanga had asked to be taken when they first met. Dalma looked almost exactly as Alan had imagined. The village was in ruins. The houses had likely burned down, now reduced to charred ashes and blackened wood. The fields were covered in gray dust. Here and there were smears of blood, broken farming tools, and crumbled walls scattered across the area. It was nearly identical to the image Alan had envisioned of a village ravaged by an attack. However, there was one thing that had defied his expectations. The corpses gathered in the village square. Even Alan's usually emotionless face twisted into a grimace. That's how horrific the sight was. Even Alan, who had seen countless corpses, nearly gagged. Goddamn, he heard the soldiers' voices murmuring near his ears. And then Ryanga's voice, once so spirited, rang out. It was fragile like a glass orb that could shatter at any moment. Yusha Bludia. She was blankly staring up at the night sky. The Milky Way was beautiful, so beautiful that anyone would agree if asked. Yet there was no emotion in Yusha's expression as she gazed at it. Her lips were pressed into a flat line. The only emotion visible on her face was indifference. Still, Yusha continued to look at the Milky Way, as if trying to etch its image into her crimson eyes. At that moment, tap, a very small sound was heard. A soft, barely audible tap. Without changing her posture, Yusha turned toward the source of the sound. There stood Xiaoreng. Xiaoreng's face was pointed downward, hidden from view. But Yusha didn't need to see her face to understand her emotions, because what Xiaoreng was feeling now was something Yusha knew very well herself. Still, Yusha spoke calmly. Xiaoreng, I am sure I told you not to leave your post unless necessary. A monotone voice. A voice Xiaoreng feared. Yet despite that clear warning, you heard it, didn't you? Xiaoreng asked back without a trace of fear. Rather, huh? Tell me, Yusha, you heard the report, right? Then why did you order us to stay put? She dripped with simmering fury. Why are you so calm? You heard the report, didn't you? Master is dead, Master died, you know? We have to get revenge. On those things called agu, right? Even as Xiaoreng's voice overflowed with killing intent, Xiaoreng calmed down. Yusha only spoke with serenity. After a moment of silence, Xiaoreng finally said, Master is pitiful. She blurted it out. What? Master cared about you, Yusha always, whether present or absent. But you didn't. Before they knew it, Xiaoreng had lifted her head. Her eyes, swollen from crying so much, were filled with betrayal and hostility. That's why Master is pitiful. The words were spat out like venom. In the heavy silence, the previously expressionless Yusha suddenly let out a chuckle, a small, bitter laugh. And then it seems some discipline is in order, Xiaoreng. Yusha raised her index finger, with a face full of fury, unlike anything she had ever shown before. Chapter 239. Are you finally coming to your senses? Yusha stepped forward to stand in front of Xiaoreng, who was groaning in pain as she rolled on the ground. Xiaoreng, a mess, covered in cuts and bruises all over. Unlike her, Yusha showed no signs of having taken any hits. Xiaoreng opened her mouth with a still hostile gaze. Master is pitiful, covered in dirt, tear-filled eyes, a voice slipping through clenched teeth. At Xiaoreng's trembling words, Yusha's expression hardened again. Her index finger twitched without her realizing it, and in that moment, Yusha's eyes filled with a heavy killing intent. You're a good person. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head, and the killing intent subsided once more into the darkness. Her twitching index finger curled back in. Yusha let out a sigh. Don't provoke me like that, Xiaoreng. It's not like I don't get angry too. Then why do you seem so calm? Because my anger is aimed elsewhere. Elsewhere? That's right. I need to unleash my rage not on you, but on them. Yusha stepped closer to the shaky-looking Xiaoreng and whispered something quietly into her ear. After hearing everything, Xiaoreng said, I'll be back. She turned around immediately. Unlike her weakened body, her face was filled with uncontainable fury. She took a few steps forward. Then, Xiaoreng turned back to Yusha again, just as confusion began to form on Yusha's face squeeze. Sorry, Yusha, I was just too angry. I thought you didn't care about Master, so I got mad. Xiaoreng rushed in and tightly embraced Yusha. Like a child clinging on, she stammered as she apologized. Yusha smiled, slowly raised her hand. It's okay, Xiaoreng. She gently stroked Xiaoreng's head for a while. I understand your feelings completely. Watching Xiaoreng vanish in an instant, leaving behind a small laugh, I truly understand, Yusha murmured, because I felt the same way. She looked up at the Milky Way, illuminating the dark moonlit night. The mood among the soldiers had become unsettled after the Union collapsed, but after passing Dalma, it sank into total gloom. The hope that they had survived that hellish place had kept their morale from dropping too low until now. But the brutal scene they witnessed in Dalma showed them a chilling dose of reality. That night, in the camp where everyone except a minimal watch was asleep, preparing for the next day's march, Alan, trying to clear his mind, which was a bit more cluttered than usual, spotted Ryanga walking alone toward the forest in the distance. He rose from his seat and followed her. Chief, though it was the forest, oddly there were no trees in that spot, and faint moonlight seeped through the gray sky. There, staring blankly at the sky, Ryanga spoke without turning around. Alan hesitated for a moment but soon stepped beside her. Yeah, why are you here? Her face, usually so lively, was now devoid of energy. Ryanga's eyes, as she looked at Alan, were clearly filled with deep sorrow, as if she had lost something incredibly precious. When Alan said nothing, she forced a fragile smile and said, Did you come because you're worried? Afraid I might do something like before? Alan recalled what happened earlier in Dalma. After seeing the bodies of her parents, and even the villagers, Ryanga tried to end her life right there with a nearby blade, unable to believe what she saw, as if she had no will to live anymore. Alan glanced down at her hand. Ryanga's left hand was wrapped in bandages. When he gave a small nod in response, Ryanga, who had been silent, finally spoke in a weak voice. "Chief, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Why do you care about me?" Ryanga lowered her head and looked at her own hands. "To be honest, I don't understand. I mean, I'm totally useless, aren't I? I can't do anything. I'm just a kid who happens to be a bit strong, and I only cause trouble. I am really no help at all." Her voice trailed off into a barely audible question. Alan was conflicted. Objectively speaking, Ryanga wasn't wrong. Unfortunately, her presence was of no help at the moment. Answering her question would have been simple. Why did he consistently show concern for a girl who was of no help? Because he knew she would become the leader of the 100 ghosts in the future. Yet, he remained silent. Because he knew that wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. That's why Alan thought long and hard. He sensed instinctively that this answer was incredibly important. He hesitated, carefully choosing his words again and again. Then, thump, suddenly, he realized that Ryanga had thrown herself into his arms. Being shorter than him, she gripped his pants and buried her head. "You're a good person, Chief." She said that and just held tightly onto his thigh. After a moment, Chief. "Yeah, can you grant me one request? What is it?" "Help me kill Barma." She spoke slowly. "If you help me, I'll give you everything I have." Alan looked down at Ryanga. With her face buried in his thigh, he couldn't see her expression. But even so, he could feel it. That Ryanga's words were completely sincere. Her voice was unlike anything before. It wasn't trembling with anxiety like the first time she made a request. It wasn't full of tears either, nor was it a voice consumed by panic or rage. Ryanga's voice was simply calm. It was so calm it gave him chills. That's why, after a long silence, Alan finally spoke. All right. He gave Ryanga the answer she wanted. He didn't add anything else. He didn't say her offer wasn't necessary. He offered no consolation. He simply responded with the same calmness she had. Because he knew what she needed now wasn't comfort, but a comrade willing to walk into hell with her, even if it meant staking everything on a contract. "Thank you, truly." Ryanga's voice came again, near Alan's ear. Her calm tone had begun to tremble slightly. Really, his thigh was slowly becoming wet. Alan instinctively moved his lips several times, trying to say something comforting, but stopped himself. He knew well that meaningless consolation had no power. Instead, Alan simply patted Ryanga's head. Just silently. Beneath the faint moonlight, a quiet sobbing sound flowed softly. For a while, it continued. A few days passed after that. Ryanga was slowly beginning to return to her old self. Of course, the innocent, childlike brightness she once had was gone, but she was gradually regaining her energy. However, Chief. "Yeah, want some sweet potatoes?" "Yes, please." "Just wait a sec." It was a little strange that this only happened when Alan was around. As he watched Ryanga run off in the distance, Alan suddenly remembered that day. The morning after they made their pact. Ryanga hadn't been seen for a while and only returned by lunchtime. The horns on her head, once barely noticeable, had grown longer. Her body reeked of blood. The moment he saw her, Alan realized what she had done the night before. He understood why the horns on her head had grown, and why her body smelled so strongly of blood. He had no choice but to understand. He had met the Queen of the 100 Ghosts several times in psychedelia, so he knew how she obtained her power. But Alan didn't say a word to Ryanga. He didn't want to comment on her choice. "Phew, it's almost ready now." While Alan was still watching Ryanga from afar, Pinia approached him and spoke. Alan nodded and followed her gaze. Thick fortress walls came into view. They were still quite far away, so it was hard to gather any information beyond their presence. But as Pinia had said, Alan's group had managed to reach the Union base exactly on the 6th day. "I see. Good thing nothing went wrong." Pinia, sighing as if her life had been spared, suddenly clapped her hands as if she remembered something. "Come to think of it, Lord Marquis, there was something I wanted to tell you." "What is it?" "It's about the spell technique." "Spell technique?" She nodded and showed him the book in her hands. "I finished reading it." "Didn't you say it was hard to read because you barely recognized the characters?" "After a bit of study, I managed to get the gist." He was reminded again of how much of a genius Pinia was. Was there anything useful in it? This book doesn't go into deep detail. It only gives a general understanding of spell techniques, so it doesn't seem to contain any truly critical info. But I found one point interesting. For example, it said that every mage contains the potential to become a god. The potential to become a god? Alan repeated, and Peenia nodded, beginning to explain what she had read. Alan listened carefully to her explanation for a while. I am not sure if my interpretation is accurate, but that's the general idea. So, to become a mage, you first have to become a god. What if the spell technique isn't passed down from a predecessor? She added briefly that it was only written in the book and hadn't been cross-verified. Then, as if she remembered something, Peenia called out to Alan. Oh, by the way, Lord Marquis, what is it? This might be a bit off-topic. Butho's your divinity? My divinity? Yes, I was wondering if it's been recovering well. At her words, Alan momentarily examined his inner self to check the divine nature of Callanan. Unlike the other divinities that remained unchanged, Callanan's divinity was still steadily recovering. No, more than that, it's recovering faster than before. Alan opened his eyes with a strange expression at the clearly quicker rate of recovery. It's still recovering, but why do you ask? Because it's a little strange. It's the past, but it's recovering? Right. If this really is the past, then your divinity shouldn't be able to recover at all, unless time and space are somehow connected. If we were inside the strange gate, that assumption might make sense. But this place isn't unstable, it's a fixed point in time and space. Anyway, we should just be thankful that you can use your divinity and make the most of it. Then, furrowing her brow, Peenia began muttering to herself. Could time and space really be connected? But if that's true, then before anyone noticed, she had already fallen into her own world. At that moment, somewhere far away, deep in the jungle, inside a massive temple, sitting on a stone throne, carved in an unmistakably ancient style, was a woman revered by a tribno, a small nation. A woman holding a blue-glowing spear in one hand. With an indifferent expression, she stood tall above her people who bowed repeatedly in devotion. But inside, her thoughts were the opposite. Despite her detached, meaningless gaze, her mind was in turmoil. The reason was, where the hell is my divinity going? She had never used it. The divinity she had been saving solely to ascend as a higher god was disappearing without a trace. The amount and speed of gathered faith remained the same. Yet not only was it leaking without her realizing, even the faith she had painstakingly collected was vanishing endlessly. Why the hell? The woman, my divinity, give it back, the one called Callanan, the lightning receiver, wore a pained expression behind her cold, composed face. Chapter 240. The next day, Alan and his group arrived at the Union late in the afternoon. Who goes there? Open the gate. At first, the soldiers showed a hint of caution at Rangbin's shout. W8, isn't that Lord Rangbin? But as soon as they confirmed Rangbin's face and no way, inform the upper ranks, Lord Rangbin has returned alive, they began moving busily. Rumbly, before long the massive gates opened. Let's go. Following Rangbin's lead, Alan stepped inside the gates. Lyanna, you're alive. Father, you crazy brat, I knew you were alive. Don't give me that, you were wailing like I was dead. I told you I was alive. They witnessed a passionate reunion unfold. Soldiers tossed aside their weapons and ran toward familiar faces, embracing them. The atmosphere instantly became lively and noisy. At that moment, a beastman dressed in visibly antique-style clothing came running from afar. The middle-aged beastman approached Rangbin and opened his mouth in disbelief. Rangbin, you're really alive. He pulled him into a strong embrace. Father, don't you know who I am? Rangbin returned the hug, calling the man father. How long had it been since their emotional reunion? Just as they began to exchange stories, Rangbin's father turned his gaze behind. A human. He spotted Alan and clearly displayed hostility. Father, they were the ones who saved me. What? Is that true? Humans saved you? Yes. Specifically, those people did. Hearing his son's explanation, his eyes widened in a daze. He stayed silent for a moment, then walked up to Alan. Thank you, truly. He deeply bowed his head. A sudden silence fell. I only did what needed to be done. Though he wondered at the abrupt quiet, Alan nodded respectfully. Let's continue this inside. Rangbin, who had been watching the two, gave an awkward smile and led Alan's group inside. They headed for the massive city at the center of the Union. As soon as Alan saw it, he instinctively froze. It felt strangely familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. He tried to recall, but couldn't afford to stand still and stare forever. Eventually, after they arrived at the kingdom, Alan and the others took a short 2-hour rest, during which they learned an astonishing truth. It was a prince, that's correct. Rangbin, who had been traveling with Alan all this time, was a prince of the Eastern Kingdom. Peenia's eyes widened in disbelief, and Rhine tilted her head, sensing something odd. At some point, Rangbin had changed out of his worn armor into elegant royal attire. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Arangira." He bowed with formal grace. Ah. Rhine, who had been frowning just moments ago, finally let out a sound of realization. "So that's why you weren't in the library," she muttered just loud enough for only Alan to hear. Alan looked at Arangira. "Why did you bother hiding your name?" "Strictly speaking, I didn't really hide it. I was indeed working as a warrior for the Chengmu Corps and simply didn't reveal my royal status to others. Even the other beastmen didn't know who you really were. Most didn't." Arangira answered without hesitation. "As a prince, why choose to hide your identity and act as a warrior? It's a tradition that all Eastern princes must go through." "Tradition? Yes. In order to inherit the throne, we must live at least 5 years hiding our identity. Even during a crisis, you still decided to follow that?" Arangira shook his head. "It wasn't so much about upholding tradition. I just didn't want to cause unnecessary conflict. If a group has 2 leaders, it invites problems." I see Alan nodded in understanding, then paused. "But for someone who wanted to stay hidden, the soldiers sure made a huge fuss the moment they saw you at the gate." "Oh, that's because I made quite a name for myself as Rangbin." "Did you?" "Yes. Believe it or not, I climbed to the top rank among the Chengmu warriors all on my own." Pinia, who was listening, gave Arangira a strange look. "Well, that is true, yes. But somehow it's annoying." Arangira's smile froze awkwardly, but only for a moment. "Ahem, in any case, would you follow me? I've been briefed on the Union's general situation, but Lord Alan should hear it firsthand as well." "Ah, and please feel free to continue calling me Rangbin." "All right." Following Arangirano, Rangbin Alan's group began moving again. "Welcome, O God from afar." Just after stepping through the massive palace doors, Alan came face to face with 3 people seated at a round table. An elf, a lizardman, and the middle-aged beastman from earlier. On the table sat an ornately decorated throne. Seeing it, Alan stepped forward and greeted them. "I am Alan." He then sat at one side of the round table, guided by Rangbin. Pinia and Rhine stood behind him protectively. The 3 figures studied one another. "Let us begin by introducing ourselves." A short round of introductions followed. "So they're the kings of each kingdom." As Alan suspected, these were the leaders of each race and the ones guiding the Union. King Surang of the Beastman Nation, the East. King Kalander of the Elves' Land, Pilgrim, and Chief Riach, the great leader of the Lizardmen. After introductions concluded, the first to speak was Surang. "I know I already thanked you, but once more thank you for saving my son." King Surang bowed his head deeply. Even though it was in the past, Alan understood the weight and value of a king's bow. He could fully feel how deeply Surang cherished Rangbin. "I've heard the general story from my son, but you are looking for Lord Yongrin, correct?" "Yes, that's right." Surang got straight to the point, and when Alan nodded, Kalanda, who had been silent until then, spoke with a sorrowful expression. "We are truly grateful that you rescued our dear brethren from that hell, but I am afraid we cannot grant your request." "May I ask why?" The mood suddenly turned heavy at Alan's question. "Regretfully, Lord Yongrin sacrificed herself for us." The one who broke the silence and answered was Riach, who had remained quiet until now. "What do you mean?" Rangbin was the first to react. He looked confused, as if hearing this for the first time. "Let me explain the current situation of the Union." Surang sighed deeply and began to describe the state of the Union with a troubled face. 30 minutes later, that's the situation as it stands. What Alan heard at the round table was far more serious than he had anticipated. He glanced around at the silent kings. Then, letting out a quiet, nearly invisible sigh, he began organizing the information in his head. Not long after the black beings had been dealt with through the sacrifices of dragons, mages, and many others, worshippers of Barma launched an attack from the human faction side. In response, the different races quickly formed a union to counter them. However, due to the aftermath of the previous battles, the alliance had been fighting at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Then, in the final battle that occurred a month agajust, as they were on the verge of total defeat, Yongrin sacrificed herself, buying them 2 months of time. So that's why they pulled back the front lines? Were they preparing something? As Alan was organizing his thoughts, Surang muttered with a scowl. "Damn those human bastards, if only they hadn't run away." Surang gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing this, Alan asked, "On the way here, Rangbin mentioned something about a human alliance. Did they flee?" "No, they never helped us in the first place." "They didn't help you at all?" "That's right. Those damned bastards realized Barma was attacking us, not them, and backed out." Then, when they found out Barma was connected to the black beings, they've been pretending not to know anything ever since bastards. Now, Alan finally understood why Rangbin had shown such blatant hostility when talking about the human alliance. He continued his questioning. What do you mean by Barma and the black beings are connected? This time, Kalanda answered. It's just as it sounds. The apostles of Barma use a power similar to the black beings. A power similar to the black beings? Yes, I think I understand the general situation now. So then, is the Union currently preparing for the final battle scheduled in a month? Kalanda sighed even more heavily than before. We are preparing for the final battle, but the circumstances are not in our favor. Is there a problem? Just as Alan asked, and Kalanda was about to answer. There was a brief commotion outside, followed by a knock at the door. A soldier quickly entered and whispered something into Surang's ear. Surang immediately scowled. It seems I must go. What's the matter? There's been a problem with what we've been preparing. I am sorry, but we'll have to continue this conversation tomorrow. He rose from his seat and hurried out. In the suddenly chaotic atmosphere, those left behind looked at one another in confusion. I suppose I'd better follow. Riach, now looking grim, went after Surang. Alan, seeing no other choice, was just about to rise from his seat when wait. Kalanda, who remained behind, suddenly looked up at Alan. Thank you. He bowed his head deeply. Alan was briefly startled by the sudden gesture. If it weren't for you, my daughter would have died. Your daughter? Yes, she's just coming in now. Following Kalanda's hand, Alan turned to look and saw a human girl entering as if she had been waiting. A girl who looked strangely familiar. Alan tilted his head slightly. You're that girl from before. The memory returned to him. She was the child he rescued during their last escape from the front lines, the one who first thanked him. While Alan stared at her blankly, the girl smiled, removed the bracelet from her wrist, and with that, her appearance began to change. Her short hair turned into long, flowing locks. Her brown eyes shifted into the distinctive pale blue of the elves. And then let me introduce myself again, Lord. She bowed once more. My name is Magrina, Princess of Fildegreen. Ah. Alan let out a soft breath without realizing it. Chapter 241. Unlike when they first met here. Magrina bowed her head politely in neat attire. Alan, who was staring at her blankly, asked with a puzzled expression. An elf? Yes, I am sorry for having to hide my identity, my lord. The situation left me no choice. Magrina gave a sorrowful smile, but Alan still couldn't understand why she had disguised herself as a human. The fact that humans weren't well treated in the allied races. He had already witnessed that multiple times with his own eyes. I don't care that you hid your identity, but isn't turning into a human more dangerous for your safety? Alan directly voiced his curiosity. The one who answered was Kalanda. Normally, yes, but things are a little different now. Only my daughter didn't receive the curse. The curse? Yes. You can't tell just by looking, but all elves are actually under a curse. One that halves their lifespan. Their lifespan halved? Kalanda let out a sigh and patted Magrina's head. High elves like me, who can usually live well over 1,000 years, have had our lives cut in half because of the curse. Is it Barma's curse? No. Barma is certainly a being powerful enough to destroy our alliance, but not omnipotent to that extent. Then, our lifespan was taken by a true mage. A true mage? Yes, a true mage who sided with the black beings, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say the true mage was one of them. Kalanda murmured, half to himself, even as he answered. If that's the case, didn't this happen before the war with Barma? In response to Alan's question, Kalanda paused his hand from stroking Magrina's head. Return to your room. I'll come find you shortly. Yes, father. He sent Magrina out of the room. Only after the door shut with a thud did he continue. You're right, that's certainly the truth. But unfortunately, the world doesn't always care about the truth. Meaning, to put it simply, the elves are suspicious of Magrina. They see her as a traitor who sold out her people to the black beings for her own survival. At a loss for words, Alan fell silent. Magrina, while not as young as Rianga or Nangwan, was still not yet of age. In other words, any elf hearing those suspicions would know they were unreasonable. Perhaps noticing Alan's troubled expression, Kalanda gave a bitter smile. I know too how absurd those suspicions are, and yet, but as I said, the world doesn't always care about the truth. A moment of silence settled between them. Alan cautiously opened his mouth. A scapegoat? Exactly. Even knowing the suspicion is irrational and that it couldn't possibly be true, they need someone to blame. A place to pour out their anxiety and rage. Kalanda let out a heavy breath. Of course, not everyone is like that, but undeniably, such people do exist. So, the disguise, exactly. Even her own kind are targeting my daughter. Why is it that only Magrina wasn't affected by the curse? The fact that no one knows that's what makes their irrational suspicions seem reasonable. He gave a hollow laugh and bowed his head to Alan once again. In any case, I am truly grateful. I never dreamed I'd see the daughter I lost in the last war again. Straightening his posture, he gazed wistfully at the door Magrina had exited through. To some, she's a scapegoat to vent their anger on. But to me, she's my one and only precious daughter. Right after finishing the conversation with Kalanda, Alan returned to his room to gather his thoughts. So in the end, does that mean we have 2 months or maybe just one now? After that, we'll have no choice but to deal with Barma. Godfather, it seems so. Alan let out a sigh and called for Rhine. Rhine, yes, Godfather. By chance, is there anything in the library about this current era? At that, Rhine made a subtle expression. I actually already checked, and while there are records, thee probably won't be much help right now, Godfather. Is that so? Yes. It just says something like the allied races fought a battle against Barma. That's about it. Other than that, detailed records are. Rhine's expression grew more and more gloomy. Alan gently patted her shoulder. It's okay. Yes. But the shadow over Rhine's face showed no sign of lifting. Just then, with a click, Peenia entered the room. Peenia? Why yes, Marquis, holding a mountain of books taller than herself. What's with those books? Peenia shuffled over awkwardly and dumped the books onto the desk. Only then did Alan ask, and Peenia rolled her eyes for no reason before extending a finger. HRM, HRM. We're going to have to deal with Barma anyway, right? That dragon god is already dead. True, so I was thinking maybe some book might mention a weakness of Barma. At that moment, Rhine stepped up to the desk and began scanning the book titles. Magic Cast by True Mages. The Sorcery Compendium of Marna, the relationship between true mages and gods, the nature of true mages. But then the fiery romance of a true mage, WAHHHHHH. Reciting the book titles didn't last long, because Peenia let out a shriek and quickly hid the book behind her back. Her eyes rolled anxiously, and cold sweat trickled down her face. Rhine and Alan stared at Peenia with expressions that had gone cold. Peenia seemed to desperately search for an excuse and then raised her index finger. You see. If we go back to the real world, we won't be able to find any information about true mages, right? So I figured we could do some research here and help you with your magical studies, my lord. And maybe even check if some of it could be applied to magic. I mean, helping with your research is the main goal, but maybe, just maybe, this could contain something groundbreaking and get me some recognition from the world, and then I could totally crush my master's pride. Something like that, but all that came out was rambling nonsense. As Peenia flailed to justify herself, Alan asked calmly, that aside, isn't it all meaningless unless we return? Well, that's true, but I believe. Believe in what? That y'all make it happen, my lord. With a face that shouted I believe in you, she clenched her fist. Alan felt an odd prickling discomfort, but inwardly concluded, either way, we'll have to fight Barma eventually. First, I should talk to them tomorrow and gather more information. That was the conclusion he came to. The next day, Alan once again appeared before the three kings. Are you saying the weapon has been destroyed? He realized that the situation was more serious than he had thought. To be precise, not destroyed but rendered inoperable. Suring let out a sigh laced with gloom. Alan calmly pieced together the information in his mind. The reason the god Yongren, who led the alliance, had sacrificed himself to create a barrier and halt Barma's advance, it was to buy time to use the weapon called Agathon. Agathon, a weapon used by true mages to deal with the black beings. They needed time to restore it to deal with Barma. Unfortunately, Yongren's plan had been flawed from the start. In order to use Agathon, the World Tree had to share its overwhelming magical power as a power source. But as if they had known about the plan at the very moment of Yongren's sacrifice, Barma's followers invaded. Because of them, the World Tree suffered a critical blow. Still, even in its ruined state, they tried everything to make Agathon run on the magical energy of people instead, completing the restoration, but in the end, Agathon could not be used. In other words, the 2 months of time that Yongren had bought them could end up being meaningless, and the expressions of the kings were grim. As Alan rubbed his forehead in thought, may I see Agathon? Rhine, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. That wouldn't be hard, but from what we've checked, the weapon can only be handled by a true mage. Wait, are you a true mage? A flicker of hope crossed Suring's face. No, I am not. Right, of course not. All the true mages already lost their lives back then. He slumped back into gloom. Meanwhile, Alan recalled Rhine's abilities and asked again. Still, just in case could she at least take a look. Suring's expression remained reluctant, but he eventually nodded. Very well. Let's go right now. There's not much else to talk about in our current situation anyway. He rose from his seat. At that moment, wait a moment. Asher, who had been quietly observing until now, stepped in. What is it? Would it be all right if Alan came with me instead? Why? Dawan wishes to see him. Alan? Yes. Riak nodded and Alan looked puzzled. Who is this Dawan? I've heard about you from my son, but I didn't think you truly knew nothing. Dawan is the god who leads the alliance alongside Yongren. Also, at present, the only remaining god of Kalgunias. Upon hearing the name Kalgunias again, Alan asked, Do you know why they're looking for me? Unfortunately, I don't. She only told me that Shed liked to meet you at least once. Asher shrugged lightly. Alan hesitated briefly but then nodded. Very well. He accepted the offer. Now separated from Rhine, Alan followed Asher out of the palace. Every time I see this place, it feels strangely familiar. He had that thought again while walking through the palace grounds. Time passed as they exited the palace. And in the distance, a massive temple came into view. Even from afar, it was enormous and ornate. A place so grand it seemed it must have been built by giants. When Alan arrived at the temple, then go on in. You're not coming with me? She only wishes to see you. Following Asher's words, Alan walked toward the temple alone. The moment he reached the entrance rumble, as if welcoming him, the enormous doors opened by themselves. Alan stepped slowly inside. He didn't need to go far. Right away, he saw a giant. A blue-eyed goddess stared at him as if seeing something truly extraordinary. And then it is finally time to keep our promise. The goddess' voice echoed all around him. Chapter 242 The Blue-Eyed Goddess, Dawan. She silently gazed at Alan. Alan's expression hadn't changed much, but he was clearly flustered. Dawan seemed to ponder deeply with a subtle expression. Even when I first sensed your presence, I found it mysterious, but now that I see you, it's even more fascinating. She observed Alan closely, as if intrigued. May I ask what exactly you find so fascinating? Alan, who had silently endured her gaze for a while, finally asked. She answered without hesitation. Every part of you is fascinating. Every part, you say? Yes. It's fascinating that a mage, who shouldn't exist, is standing before me. I'm curious how a god I've never seen before could have formed a pact with our Kalgunias, and I also wonder why that being is attached to you. Alan grew more puzzled at the goddess' words. The only thing he could understand was the ring's pact. Other than that, everything else was too abstract for him to comprehend. Why do you say a mage shouldn't exist? He asked the most pressing question first. Dawan smiled. Isn't it obvious? That's simply the rule engraved by the black beings from the start. A rule? At Alan's follow-up question, the goddess stared at him intently. It was as if she was trying to figure something out. Just as Alan began to wonder, did I ask something wrong? Ah, I see. As if something had clicked, the goddess let out a soft exclamation. A gentle smile returned to her lips. So that's how it is. Alan was about to question her repeated nodding of realization. You look like you have a lot of questions. Well, of course you do. Isn't that right? As Dawan continued, Alan nodded. To be honest, yes, I thought so. You must be full of questions, but unfortunately, it's impossible for you to learn the truth here. Is that so? Explaining something with words isn't all that difficult. In fact, I could tell you right now if I wanted. Then why don't you? Because I was asked not to. A request, you say? Yes, a request. One I absolutely cannot refuse. Alan felt momentarily confused. It was as if she had already anticipated he would come here. Then the reason you wanted to see me, that too, was because of a request. At her response, Alan instinctively furrowed his brow. He had never once met this deity before. In fact, he hadn't even known a god named Dawan existed. And more importantly, this place was the past. A time when the kingdom of Asteria didn't exist, when the house of Marquis Palacio didn't exist, when Alan Palacio didn't exist. And so you're saying you knew I would come. Alan barely managed to ask. Dawan answered lightly, I expected it. How? Like I said before, I can't tell you that, because I was asked not to. The more their conversation continued, the more confused Alan felt. He couldn't make sense of what was happening. He took a calm breath and tried to collect his thoughts. Are you saying no matter what I ask, you want answer? Most of what you're curious about, probably not. unless it's something already known to the world. After hearing her words, Alan came to a conclusion. He didn't know what the goddess was hiding. However, asking questions won't get me any answers. There was no point in asking. I understand. Don't be too disappointed. While there are things I cannot say, there are also things I must tell you. Is that part of the request as well? Yes. As the cryptic conversation continued, Alan's curiosity only deepened. Who was the one who made a request to the goddess, Dawan? Just what kind of being were they? Alan waited for Dawan to speak. After a brief silence, the request I received was to give you a hint regarding your spell technique. A hint. Yes, so listen carefully. Dawan began to recite her message. First, do not cling to the technique called reversal of heaven, and instead reflect on what you truly need. Second, do not seek out the laws. Third, engrave it at the moment of birth. Fourth, the divinity of green is regeneration. That is all. Her calm voice reached Alan's ears, but it was rather difficult to digest. May I ask for a more detailed explanation about what you just said? Alan was about to request clarification, but suddenly recalled what Kilris had said. No, never mind. He corrected himself mid-sentence. Dawan nodded in satisfaction. You understand well. If I may ask who was the one that made the request, that, I'm afraid, I cannot tell you. I apologize for the inappropriate question. Seeing how quickly Alan accepted her answer, Dawan gave him a smile with a hint of mystery. Still, I suppose I can give you just one little clue? Yes. She offered a small fragment. Red eyes, you say. Yes, a truly beautiful person with red eyes. Alan was able to learn just a tiny bit about the one who had made the request. Is it over? Yes. After the meeting with Dawan ended, Alan followed Asher and boarded the carriage. As he stared out the window for a moment, he asked, May I ask you something? What is it? The goddess Dawan whom I met, will she not be participating in the upcoming war? As soon as he asked, Asher's expression turned a bit complicated. I heard you knew nothing, but you really do know nothing. So you're truly an outer god? Outer god? Yes. Ever since Calgunias, where the gods gathered, collapsed due to the Black Ones, many minor gods with small divinities have appeared here and there. Just like you. Although, judging by what the Eastern Prince said, you don't seem to be some random nobody. Alan said nothing in response to Asher's mutterings that praised the great gods of Calgunias while contrasting them with outer gods. He didn't feel the need to respond. An awkward silence fell, and Asher cleared his throat and continued. If you're a god, you should be able to see Lady Dawan's condition, shouldn't you? She used up most of her power in the fight against the Black Ones. She has no strength left. She'll likely pass on soon. Asher's voice carried growing sorrow. Only then did Alan recall how the goddess had wavered like a mirage. With a faint sigh, he replayed Dawan's words in his mind. First, do not cling to the technique called reversal of heaven, and instead reflect on what you truly need. Second, do not seek out the laws. Third, engrave it at the moment of birth. Fourth, the divinity of Noxing is regeneration. To be honest, ever since realizing this place was the past, Alan had thought he might find some hint about his spell. No, more than just thinking, he had planned to search for a hint before returning, if possible. But he had never imagined he'd obtain it so abruptly like this. As if someone had already predicted Alan would travel to the past and prepared accordingly. And so a beautiful person with red eyes, as he absent-mindedly recalled the information, Alan suddenly looked at the brooch on his chest. He touched it with a strange expression. He had never paid it much attention before and hadn't thought about it. But now, he noticed that the red gem embedded in the center of the brooch had lost its shine. What is this? Alan examined the brooch again. But just like a light that had gone out, it remained dim and lifeless. As he tilted his head in confusion, a commotion came from outside. Alan turned his gaze to the window. The scenery outside the carriage, which he hadn't paid attention to earlier, seemed no different from the day before. Numerous houses and a large plaza. And beyond them, the palace Alan was headed toward came into view. Yes, from this perspective, the capital wasn't all that different from the capitals of the other territories he'd seen. However, what Alan saw now was a bit different. Beyond the carriage window, he saw hungry children fighting over what looked like a stale piece of bread. One child with emaciated hands desperately stuffed the bread into their mouth, while another reached to snatch it away. Other children scrambled to pick up fallen crumbs amidst the chaos. And beyond that, there were homeless people slumped on the roadside in utter destitution. Beastkin women walking around with wary eyes, scanning their surroundings. And beasts eyeing them with predatory gazes. A raw, harsh reality of the united capital that didn't show on the surface. As Alan took it all in, his heart grew heavy beneath his expressionless face. He witnessed something very strange. At the far end of an alleyway, just faintly within Alon's field of vision, two people stood. One was an elven girl, the other a human girl, and Alon he recognized the human girl from afar. Magrina. The girl with plain brown hair was none other than Magrina Fildegreen, who had revealed her identity to him just yesterday. He was momentarily puzzled as to why she, who should have been in the royal palace, was here in disguise as a human. He saw it happen. Magrina, who had just been talking with the elf girl, was suddenly surrounded by elves in rags who appeared out of nowhere and was being dragged away. You're right, that's certainly the truth. But unfortunately, the world doesn't always care about the truth. Even knowing the suspicion is irrational and that it couldn't possibly be true, they need someone to blame. A place to pour out their anxiety and rage. Kalanda's voice echoed through Alon's mind. There was no time to think. Stop the carriage, please. Without hesitation, Alon rose from his seat. Chapter 243 Magrina Fildegreen. Born as a high elf, a pure-blooded lineage even among elves, she realized that she was hated by her fellow elves. There was no way she could not know. From a certain point, no. From the day the curse cast by the black beings bypassed Magrina, it didn't take long for the world that had once been kind to her to be tainted by hostility. The curse cast upon the elves during the war with the black beings, which stole their designated lifespans, took away many things in an instant. Wise sages who had accumulated knowledge over long years. Great warriors. Mages stronger than anyone else. Precious families. From some, it took away everything. There were some who didn't hate Magrina, but they were only a small minority and her father. All the other elves displayed nothing but hostility toward her. At that time, she was only a 15-year-old elf, not particularly knowledgeable in magic. Aside from the title of princess, she was merely a child who knew nothing of the world. Even so, the elves didn't bother to hide their animosity, even those who had never seen her, even those who had seen her just once, even the ones who served her, as if desperately seeking an outlet for their anger. They twisted irrationality into reason and targeted Magrina as if it were only natural, claiming that she had sold out the elves to preserve her own lifespan, spreading ridiculous, baseless rumors. The only thing that allowed her to endure such an abnormal situation was her father, who always embraced her warmly, but even his tenderness could not fully ease her loneliness. That's why she deliberately headed outside the royal Palacia place she should never set foot in, not in human form. Returning as if by a miracle from a place she thought she'd die in, back to the capital of the Allied forces, she made a friend on the way. Ella, an elf around her age, and just the fact that they had both escaped that hellish place made it easy to bond. She blew away the loneliness Magrina had carried all this time as if it had never existed. Magrina couldn't help but be captivated by that sweet feeling she hadn't felt in so long. A small warmth she had never truly felt from anyone except her father. It was too precious to her. And so look, it's her. I told you I saw her turn into a human. Gah, it ended up like this. Her bracelet was taken, revealing her true form. Even as she struggled to breathe, Magrina looked at the elf who was choking her. Deus die. The ragged elf screamed in rage. As if he was ready to end her life at any moment, he squeezed her throat with all his might. And next to him Ella, who until recently had always smiled at her, was now looking down at her. Not with a smile, but with a face full of deep anger. She wasn't the only one. Most of the elves there were shouting for Magrina to die, as if they truly believed that her death would bring them happiness. Magrina let out a hollow laugh without realizing it. Her throat tightened more and more, but at some point, she stopped resisting. She had gone through this kind of experience many times, once by a warrior who had lost his master, once by a soldier who had lost his parents, and once by a maid who had lost a loved one. All of them had once smiled at her, and now they were trying to break her. Her vision gradually blurred. She could have resisted, but Magrina quietly let the strength leave her body. Though she pretended to be fine, she had already reached her limit. Even if her father tried to protect her, she was still too young to endure the eyes of malice glaring at her from every direction. If only I had been cursed too. To others, it was undoubtedly a curse. A terrifying thing they desperately wanted to escape, but Magrina had wanted that curse. Then maybe she wouldn't have had to go through this. Then she wouldn't be suffocating under this painful, different curse. Magrina began to feel her senses fade one by one. The sensations that had driven her to pain slowly grew dim. And then Cog. Unconsciously, she gasped and opened her eyes wide as air rushed into her lungs. Huff, huff, the ringing in her ears disappeared and things returned to normal. Her numb body regained sensation, and her vision was once again filled with color. And what she saw last was a very familiar back. Magrina had been pushed to the brink of death, but Asher and his soldiers rushed in and subdued the chaos in an instant, and Alon safely rescued her back to the kingdom. Thank you, my lord. I owe you again. It's nothing. As soon as she arrived at the kingdom, Magrina bowed deeply to Alon. She was trying hard to act okay, but her ears drooped and her eyes were filled with gloom. Seeing her like that, Alon felt his chest tighten. He had been warned by Kalanda beforehand, but honestly, he hadn't expected the hostility to be this intense. Only after hearing Asher's account did Alon begin to understand the elves' irrational behavior. The Day of Lamentation. A great disaster where countless elves were cursed, their lifespans stolen, and their bodies rotted away. As he recalled the name they gave that day Magrina. From a distance, Kalanda, having thrown away all royal dignity, came running. Truly, truly thank you. He bowed deeply in gratitude and took Magrina away. As Alon watched their retreating backs, the scene from earlier flashed through his mind again. Something's off. A gut feeling. Just like Kalanda said, many ignore the truth and only believe what they want. But even so, the hostility he had seen in those elves' eyes was more than irrational. I should look into this. He stood there for a long time, staring at the shadow where Magrina had just been. Afterward, Alon headed to where Rhine was, together with Asher. This is the place. They arrived in front of a massive building. Unlike the other lavishly decorated structures, it had a plain, square shape. Upon entering, they saw Rhine standing tall in the middle of a dark square. Next to her, Peenia was watching the scene with great interest. Ah, Marquis Peenia, how are things? Nothing much has changed yet. She seems to be observing something, though. Is that so? Yes. Peenia nodded vigorously while alternating her gaze between the book and Rhine. She's reading quite intently. Of course. If we go back to our world, just using this properly would be enough to get official recognition from the Academy. Well, that is important, but I was hoping it might help with your magic research. Marquis Peenia laughed slyly, eyes squinting like a cat. Watching her, Alon thought, when we go back, huh? Of course, Alon's top priority was also returning to his original timeline. But unlike Peenia, he had something he had to take care of once they returned. Agu had already met his end in the previous battle. But as far as Alon knew, killing one physical body wasn't enough to end Agu. To destroy Agur, rather, the Agus completely, we must destroy the soul stone in the underworld. In Psychedelia, after the player defeats Agu, there's no real need to enter the underworld. Depending on the route, one of the four great powers would always swoop in and take care of it at the right time. But unfortunately, this wasn't Psychedelia, and they couldn't count on any such intervention. When I get back, I can't rest still, have to head straight to the underworld. He recalled the location of the underworld from the game lore and engraved it into his memory once more. Among the four great powers, the Agu were overjoyed. Naturally, it was because the leader who had ruled over them had died. Agu are born subservient to the strongest among their kind. Born with immense power, they inevitably fall under the dominion of a leader who grows stronger by devouring many of their own. So, the death of the leader meant a new opportunity. They rejoiced as if a mortal enemy had died and immediately began devouring each other in battle. A new leader had to be chosen. No one cared how or in what way the previous leader had died. In the shadow world, the Agu endlessly consumed each other, killing and being killed. Of course, no matter how much they were chewed up or devoured, they never truly disappeared. They were merely absorbed, the weaker ones by the stronger, and those stronger by even stronger ones. Over and over again, devouring and being devoured until only one remained. It was reborn. The newly crowned leader, just like the one before, robbed the other Agu of their intellect, leaving only instinct. Moreover, the power of greed left behind by the former leader made it even stronger than its predecessor. Naming itself Mansang, it vowed to become far stronger than the foolish former leader. And all of this had happened just one day ago. Gra! Mansang let out a horrific scream, looking up at the being before him. His entire body trembled, even though he had forged a body far stronger than the previous leader. Even though he could wield greed more effectively, he could not overcome the being before him. No, it wasn't that he couldn't win. That thing was not something that could be overcome. It was something inexplicable. It was incomprehensibility itself. Mansang tried to drag his utterly broken body the other way and flee, but toward him calmly walked a single girl. Her face was expressionless. There was no emotion, no indication of any feeling. She simply walked forward unfazed. Mansang asked her, despite the excruciating pain. He looked at her with eyes full of confusion, unable to comprehend why this was happening. To his trembling voice, why? The girl who had just been approaching Mansang, I knew you would return. Anna, I knew it, but still Yusha Bludia, I was just angry, you know, she murmured softly. Still shivering with fear, Mansang couldn't understand what Yusha was saying and scowled. Even if you kill me, nothing changes. Even if I am erased, the Agu will be born again. We are countless, countless. No matter how many times you kill us, we'll keep reappearing. A desperate cry bursting from his shaking form. But I know, what? I said I know. Yusha muttered quietly to herself. It's just, you know, calmly, it's just my way of venting. She raised her index finger, a simple, emotional release, and looked at Mansang with endlessly red eyes. Chapter 244, The Underground. Beneath the southern edge of the Allied Kingdom Alliance, under the wasteland. A place where not a single ray of light reaches. A place inhabited solely by Agu ghouls, where they should have been running wild, devouring one another. Not truthfully, they were already rampaging. Because the newly appointed leader was killed just days after rising, returning awareness to the ghouls. Thus, the ghouls repeated their vicious cycle of fighting once again. It also joined in the savage cycle of devouring and being devoured, consuming its own kind. Until she appeared. The ghouls, who had been preying on each other, immediately sensed the presence of intruders descending into the depths. They ceased fighting and turned to look in one direction. There stood a beastkin. A beastkin with golden eyes that shone even in the abyss. The moment they recognized that presence, the ghouls, without exception, charged toward the beastkin. Intruders were never welcome. In their internal battles to choose a leader, outsiders were just pointless obstacles. The ghouls shrieked in dreadful, grating screams as they surged forward. Whether the enemy was strong or weak didn't really matter. After all, as long as their soul cores remained, ghouls would endlessly resurrect. That's why they charged even at it, who had devoured far more of its kin than others. Yet, the ghouls that got close to the beastkin were all slaughtered in no time. The reason crackle was the golden lightning that erupted from the beastkin's body. That golden light swallowed the ghouls. Everything that had swarmed around was erased into nothingness. Even so, the remaining ghouls did not stop. Though hundreds vanished in an instant, they continued to charge in waves. No, if anything, they let out eerie giggles as they flew at Sialrang, because unless the sealing stone was destroyed, the ghouls would not vanish. An endless clash of power. Ghouls charged relentlessly, and lightning annihilated them again and again. Then I heard it, that all I have to do is destroy the sealing stone. Sialrang spoke, her golden eyes gleaming brilliantly, but I don't want to kill you all that easily. Softly, you who killed my master, she said as if making a vow. His chapter is P-dated by novel fire. Net must die in the most agonizing way possible. She murmured. Soon after crack, the golden lightning turned black. Crackle. The air in the underground raged, and thick black lightning shot out in all directions. At that moment, the ghouls who had been charging like mad all came to a sudden stop. It was instinct. Yes, they would not die as long as the sealing stone remained. But the thousands, tens of thousands of ghouls here, those who were so consumed by hunger, they would even open their jaws at their leader, instinctively realized. If they were touched by that black lightning radiating from the beastkin, if they were touched by that which only the black beings who created the ghouls could emit, they would be completely annihilated. And then the most amidst the black lightning, Sialrang's deeply sunken golden eyes glared at the ghouls, agonizing death. Her fierce, merciless gaze shone sharply. Tusk. As expected, it's not working. A few hours after Alan had returned. Breaking the long silence, a faint murmur reached Alan's ears. Of course it wouldn't work. It was never possible for a non-true mage to use something only true mages can wield. Exactly. At this point, maybe he's too embarrassed to come back down. I heard he confidently said to show him Agathan. More likely, he's too scared to come down. He spoke so confidently about activating Agathan, but if he fails, the wrath of those higher-ups who had high hopes will be immense. The murmuring of the soldiers. Alan looked around. Indeed, the expressions of the kings had changed. Their faces once filled with hopeful expectation. Now, though they tried to hide it, disappointment was clear to anyone. Even the blacksmiths who had restored Agathan to working condition were the same. So it really is impossible, huh? We had some hope since she was brought by the outer god, but without Agathon, what are we supposed to do now? As Alon listened to the hushed whispers, just as he was about to approach Rhine, who still stood motionless, a small sound of realization escaped Rhine's lips. As if something had clicked, her eyes opened wide, and at that moment Wuong, the cube, which hadn't moved at all until just now, trembled with a strange resonant hum. Clack, 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 and began to transform. What had once fit snugly into Alon's palm rapidly grew in size, and in no time, the finely crafted device seemed to come alive. It twisted and contorted in an instant, forming a massive new shape. And no way. She's not even a true mage, and she activated Agathon? What in the soldiers and blacksmiths, who had been skeptical, all at once widened their eyes in disbelief. Likewise, the faces of the kings watching Rhine lit up with anticipation. Agathon, which had just been a small cube, had now transformed into the shape of a massive cannon. Oh, the atmosphere that had been dominated by doubt and sighs was suddenly overturned. Even to Alon, the Agathon revealed amidst everyone's admiration felt foreign. Its bizarre design looked more fitting for a future generation than the current world. Yet, no one showed any resistance toward it, all because of the strange magical sigils etched across Agathon. Whoa crazy, what is that magic circle? Peenia, standing nearby, let out an exclamation for a slightly different reason. As Rhine, who had deployed Agathon, hesitated briefly, she began asking the blacksmith some questions. Meanwhile, Lord Alon, the kings, their faces now bright with hope, approached Alon. We truly thank you. You've helped us in so many ways. As Suring bowed his head, Alon pointed beside him. You should thank Rhine, not me. Understood. However, is Lady Rhine perhaps a true mage? A cautious question. Recalling what Dowan had told him, Alon shook his head. She's not, I see. Then how did she manage to activate Agathon? Suring was full of wonder. He cautiously asked one more question. May I ask one more thing? Go ahead. What is your relationship with Lady Rhine? Though Alon wondered why he was curious about that now, he took a moment to consider how to answer. Of course, Alon and Rhine were very close, but it was hard to explain that clearly to others. Just then I am his daughter. Rhine, having finished speaking with the blacksmiths, approached and answered for him. Right? Well, I suppose so. When Rhine sought confirmation, Alon nodded for now. At this, Suring exclaimed in surprise. You're an outer god, yet you had a daughter at such a young age. Suring nodded as if he understood. Though it seemed like a ridiculous misunderstanding, Alon didn't bother to correct it. Explaining would only make things unnecessarily complicated. Anyway, since Agathon is now operational, we can start preparing properly. Let's move to a different location and talk there. Then let's begin preparations starting tomorrow. Let's do that. We should be able to move to the World Trees location within a week. The plan is fully set, so let's stop here for today. Around the time the gray sky turned dim after finalizing all the plans, Alon, having stepped away, heard some intriguing information from Rhine. Agathon wasn't made by true mages? Yes, Godfather. I think the reason some said only true mages could use it was because a few of them were able to interpret and use it. But this is a weapon from the Elenif Empire. The same one that made Pluton? Yes. I thought maybe you already knew that, but I still wanted to tell you. Alon felt puzzled for a moment. How would I know that? He tilted his head, wondering if he had ever told Rhine he knew about Elenif. But only for a brief moment. That aside, it really is amazing. How did an ancient empire create something like this? Lost in thought, Alon found himself standing in front of his room. Magrina, he spotted Magrina waiting for him. Could I have a word with you, if you don't mind? There was a gloom shadowing one side of her face. My lord, could you tell me why I wasn't afflicted by the curse? Unfortunately, that's impossible. Alon led Magrina into the garden. When she asked in a trembling voice and Alon shook his head, Magrina hesitated for a moment. I thought so, then murmured with a bitter smile. None of the gods I've asked could explain why I wasn't cursed. You've asked other gods too? Yes, but even Lord Yongren and Lady Dowan couldn't explain why I wasn't affected. In the garden, so poorly maintained that even a single flower was hard to find, a long silence settled. At the center of it, Magrina, her head bowed low, suddenly spoke. Why was I born like this? What do you mean? Why was I born with a body immune to the curse? If only I had been cursed like the other elves. If that had been the case, she might have been happier. Her voice barely audible. There were no tears in Magrina's eyes, only emptiness remained. Her eyes filled with resignation, having given up on everything. a situation Alan had seen before. He was reminded of the same anguish he had seen in Ryanga. He could offer comfort, but he feared that shallow consolation from someone who hadn't experienced it might only cause more harm. Still, saying nothing at all didn't seem like the right choice either. After some thought, Alan carefully organized his thoughts and spoke. To be honest, I can't ease your pain. Words alone want help, but I can listen to you. Listen to me? Yes. It may not solve anything, but just having someone to talk to might ease your heart a little. After speaking, Alan wondered to himself, was that the right thing to say? He had chosen his words carefully to avoid hurting her further, but he couldn't be certain. Just as he began to worry again, thank you so much then, could I speak for a while? Though her eyes remained hollow, Magrina looked up at him as if clinging to a lifeline, and Alan quietly nodded. The bench was old and worn from lack of upkeep. They sat down with a comfortable distance between them. So, now that they were settled, Magrina found it hard to begin. Seeing her discomfort, Alan made a suggestion. Call me casually. Pardon, you seem uncomfortable, but it's fine. Don't worry about formal titles like Lord or Divine One. Call me however you like. At that, Magrina looked up at Alan. Then she slowly said the word. Uncle. Ah, uncle? Sorry. No. I was just a bit surprised since no one's called me that before. I just heard you had a daughter, so Magrina's cautious explanation reminded Alan of his earlier conversation with Surang. Then how about older brother? With her new suggestion that does sound much better. Alan nodded right away. At first, Magrina's story truly began, a very long story, and when it finally ended, Alan let out a small sigh of relief. Because on Magrina's face, which had once held nothing but emptiness, thank you so much, brother. A small smile had bloomed. Chapter 245. From the next day on, the capital of the Alliance began to get busy. The soldiers, who had stood around like old trees without any motivation, were now moving busily, preparing something. The people also helped the soldiers without exception. In the midst of all that, Alan Ure so mean. He had come to visit the children he had rescued. Alan looked down at Arquilena Cisno, who had wrapped her tail around his waist and was crying like a child. Why didn't you come to see me? It's only been a few days. Still, Ure too mean. You could've come yesterday or the day before. Even while sobbing, said everything she wanted to say. Come down already, you silly dragon. No. As Nangwon, who was watching them with an exasperated expression, said something, shouted back. Leaving clinging to him like a cicada, Alan asked Nangwon, have you been doing well? Yes, thanks to your care, I was able to stay very comfortably. Thank you. Nangwon bowed politely just like before. Alan was relieved. I'm glad I had a place arranged for them inside the palace. Though Ryanga, and Leah might have been fine, someone like Nangwon could cause trouble if left outside, so Alan had deliberately arranged lodging within the kingdom. By the way, Ryanga chief. Before he could even ask, Ryanga came running from afar. Still, a bright smile was clearly on her face. Have you been well? Yeah, I was practicing. Practicing? Yeah, I am still not used to it, so I've been practicing how to handle it. Ryanga answered with an awkward smile. As Alan looked at her, hiding both hands behind her back, he glanced down slightly. Blood was seeping out between the bandages on her feet. Take care of yourself while you practice. If your body gives out when it really matters, you won't be able to do anything. Thanks for worrying about me. After Ryanga, the fox beast Leah showed up late. Once Alan had checked on all the children's conditions, he headed to his next destination. Penia? Marquis Ure here. It was where Penia was. Any new developments? The reason he came to see her was to hear her opinion on the hint he had recently received from Dawan. It's not perfect, but I've managed to interpret it to some extent. Penia recited Dawan's words that had been passed on to her via Alan. First, do not cling to the technique called reversal of heaven, and instead, reflect on what you truly need. Second, do not seek out the laws. Third, engrave it at the moment of birth. Fourth, the divinity of green is regeneration. As if someone unknown had foreseen that Alan would come to the past, it was a spell entrusted to Dawan. Alan had already repeated those words to himself several times. In my opinion, this hint basically means, create a new law and become a true mage. That's the only interpretation I can get from it. So you think so too. Did you think that as well, Marquis? I wasn't certain, but I remembered something you said before, that all true mages have the potential to become gods, right? Yes, Penia nodded in agreement. To be honest, I also interpreted it with that phrase in mind. Well, it's not like it could be interpreted any other way. Did you gain any other knowledge? There were a bunch of books, so I did learn quite a lot, but when it comes to the essence of a true mage, the fundamental part there wasn't really anything. The essence? Yes. Peenia hesitated for a moment, then began to speak. Based on what I've learned, all true mages except for the first one who created the law passed down mental images and developed magic that way. As Alan nodded for her to continue, Peenia went on. So the process of how someone becomes a true mage, it's mostly vaguely written, although there are other sections. For instance, things like the law of words or the law of beastkin. As she murmured, she suddenly went on and said, "But this part might be helpful to you, Marquis." That's true. Read full story at Novelfire. Net right? It's really helpful, isn't it? Her eyes sparkled brightly. What artifact do you want to research? Alan, sensing her true intention, asked, and she giggled. I'll tell you next time. Anyway, what's certain is that you become a true mage through the process of becoming a god. And the process is the mysterious part, huh? Exactly. She held her head and groaned as if it were giving her a headache. Well, unless I actually experiment with it, it's hard to draw a solid conclusion. Anyway, that's my interpretation. I see, but it's definitely a bit strange, isn't it? Last time, didn't you get a hint to reach the 5th level? I did. But you've already reached the 5th level, haven't you? I can use Mana Burn, which only 5th level mages can use, so I guess I am at the beginning stage. Before coming to the past, Alan had already reached the 5th level. Do you feel any sense of what path you need to take next? You don't, do you? Of course not. Are the hints not connected to each other? The conversation between Peenia and Alan grew longer, and so did their concerns. Exactly 1 week later, Alan had spent the time with the children or reflecting on spells with Peenia. At night, he also listened to Magrina or had brief conversations with Rhine. Thanks to being so occupied, the week passed by in the blink of an eye. Everyone, move out. The time had come to head toward the final battlefield. The army and civilians began moving, essentially abandoning the capital. This was because of the World Tree, located beyond the Alliance's capital. Fearing massacre, most civilians remaining in the capital decided to move along. Watching the seemingly endless procession in silence, let's go, Godfather. Yes, Alan soon joined the procession. About 2 weeks left now. Just as Alan recalled the information he had heard earlier, come to think of it, Marquis, what is it? I never really thought about it until now, but where did he go? Basilira, I mean. Ah. At Peenia's casual question, Alan let out a quiet exclamation. Peenia quickly turned her head left and right, scanning her surroundings. I mean, you said Blackie's been asleep since before, so I didn't think much of it, but Basilira hasn't even shown his nose. Just as Peenia said. Blackie had appeared a few times after coming to the past, but had mostly been asleep and rarely showed himself. Basilira, however, was even more absent. He hadn't appeared at all since they arrived in the past. Alan immediately checked the ring. The ring looked the same as always. He poured mana into it. But still, there was no noticeable change. What is this? Alan stared at the ring for a while, his eyes filled with doubt. The Allied forces steadily advanced toward the World Tree. Exactly 2 weeks after the march began, they arrived at the land of the elves, Grainifra, where the World Tree stood. Everything went as expected. Thanks to Yongren's sacrifice, they arrived at the World Tree in time. Even though the World Tree had suffered great damage, it still maintained its form. However, there was one thing that they had not predicted. How did Barma's followers? It was Barma's cultists. They should not have been able to enter Grainifra in the first place, yet they had set up camp as if they were waiting for the Allied army's arrival. And as if that wasn't enough, Barma himself appeared, the god who fed on the lives and fears of other races to grow in strength. Seated on a grotesque throne adorned with flesh and bones, exuding vicious madness, he looked down at the Allied army. Uwea B. Barma is here. He shouldn't be able to enter right now. How in the world? The Allied army instantly fell into chaos from his mere appearance. Barma, sitting on the grotesque throne, twisted his lips into a smile. His appearance was monstrous. His massive body, nearly the same size as Dowan's, was covered in mouths screaming to be fed, ready to devour anything. His abyss-like red reverse eyes instilled hopeless fear in all who looked into them. Just as all eyes turned toward Barma Crunch, as his foot slowly descended, one cultist, who had been lying prostrate to worship him, was crushed flat beneath it. A death so sudden and meaningless, it felt even more horrifying. But no one dared protest. The cultists only bowed lower in reverence. Their eerie fanaticism made the air feel even heavier. At last, welcome, my feast, Barma's voice rang out. The allied forces clearly heard the word he used to describe them, spoken from his twisted mouth. Not enemies, but feast. Barma rested his chin on his hand and continued such fine faces. Perfectly mouth-watering expressions for my final banquet. He said arrogantly, "How is this possible?" Surang muttered blankly and Barma mocked him. "So curious, are you? Wondering how I got in here even after Yongren's sacrifice? Or is it that you're shocked I was waiting, knowing you'd come here?" He sneered wider. "The answer is simple. His sacrifice as a living offering has long lost its power." A living offering? Yes, it took quite a few offerings to dull that power. Thanks to that, I couldn't even eat them. I had to use them all up on that place. Tea. Along Barma's lips, the mouth scattered across his body bared sharp teeth and burst into mocking laughter. Surang clenched his fists tightly. "Then why haven't you attacked?" But his mouth soon fell silent. Alan, too, stayed silent, because he knew the answer. He had already gone through something similar. He knew why Barma didn't just kill them immediately, why he left them with hope. He had been told, by Barma's apostle. Heth perhaps realizing the reason for Surang's silence, Barma rose from his throne and began walking toward the world tree. With every step he took, the prostrated cultists beneath him were crushed brutally to death, yet none who had their foreheads pressed to the ground rose up. Unmoving. A chillingly devout fanaticism pressed down harder and harder on the air around them. And finally Barma reached the front of the world tree and brushed it with his hand. Though it had once burned, the tree still held onto life. The massive tree, far larger than himself, was caressed again and again by Barma. "This is your hope, isn't it?" He looked at the allied army and smiled. Crack! He thrust his giant hand into the world tree. CRUNCHCRACKLE. In that instant, the tree, which had retained at least half its life, began to swell rapidly boom, and it exploded into pieces. So suddenly, so effortlessly, no one could even exhale. The allied army's gaze simply drifted aimlessly into the air. Shards of the once mighty world tree scattered in every direction, falling with thunderous noise. The tree was completely and utterly destroyed. Next to it, Barma smiled in near ecstasy. Only then, a quiet sigh escaped someone's lips, a sigh of helplessness. And in that moment, within the despair where everything had gone exactly as Barma intended, as he stared at the shattered fragments of the world tree, only Alan came to a realization. He instinctively reached into his pocket, and he fidgeted with it, that object which had long been resting inside his pocket. Chapter 246, Now then, what do you think? The remains of the world tree fall to the ground. Massive debris crashes down with a monstrous sound. Fluttering leaves decorate the ashen land, and small fragments scatter across the world like sleet. Hope is shattered before their eyes. That stark scene brought despair to the Allied forces, a despair as if they were standing on the edge of a cliff with no way to resist. It spread like a plague. But that was only the beginning. Come to think of it, you asked one more question. The sharp mouths on Barma's body sneered mockingly. Barma, standing beside the shattered world tree, as if amused you were curious how I could appear before the world tree now, weren't you? The answer is simple. There's a traitor among you. Smirked and dropped another truth no one wanted to hear. Original content can be found at Novelfire. Net a TR traitor? A traitor among us. The morale of the Allied forces wavered again at those words. Tens of thousands of eyes turned to each other with suspicion, deepening the already cracked unity of the alliance. And that crack soon began to tear open rapidly, as if someone had been waiting for this moment. Because of the person who left the alliance and joined Barma's side in an instant. That can't be Ha. This is insane, Surang, and Asher burst into incredulous laughter. Groans erupted from the allied forces. The person who appeared from Barma's side was Kalanda. It was Kalanda, the king of the elves. Why would you betray us? A face always filled with solemnity and goodwill. But now it was filled with malice no one had ever seen before. He looked like a devil, smirking just like Barma. As the furious Surang shouted, "Betrayal? Betrayal? That's a strange word." Kalanda chuckled and looked down at Surangno, the allied forces. "I was never part of the alliance to begin with." Then don't tell me the world tree was attacked to coincide with Lord Yongren's sacrifice. Kalanda didn't respond to Surang's words. Instead, he stuck out his lips, turned his body, and bowed deeply toward Barma. "Oh, great Barma, have you been well?" His booming voice rang out. The betrayal by the king was like a confirmation kill. The elves' eyes filled with intense hostility, betrayal, and despair. But almost proudly, Kalanda raised his voice even more. I have faithfully carried out the mission your servant entrusted to me, and I am here to receive your blessing. Heh, Barma, smiling cryptically, walked up to Kalanda and looked down at him. So, you've completed all your tasks? Indeed. I have always delivered the Alliance's information to you and provided a secret path to the World Tree. Kalanda shamelessly listed proof of his betrayal without the slightest guilt. His words brought mixed emotions to everyone. Barma's followers smiled even more, while the Alliance drowned in betrayal and despair. And among them, the one who reacted the most intensely was Magrina. It had to be her. As if she couldn't believe what was happening, her despair-filled eyes widened. Her speechless lips trembled. Therefore, on one side, there was ecstasy. Now that I have completed all my missions for you, please grant me what was promised, O great Barma. On the other side, despair spiraled to the extreme. And when everything was said and done, Barma, watching the scene, said, yes, that's right. I did promise you immortality in exchange for completing your task. I remember. Indeed, Kalanda shouted joyfully at Barma's affirmation. But however, you haven't completed all the tasks. Pardon. At those words, Kalanda's face briefly went blank. He looked as if he didn't understand. But Barma continued to sneer. That wasn't the only command I gave you, was it? That is, did you forget my final command? The task of preparing a body to host the birth of his black being. Oh, Barma. As I said, I intended to offer a high elf's bottomy own daughter's body. I tried to corrupt her spirit in any way I could to make her worthy for the Great Ones, but that Kalanda's voice trembled violently. A low gasp flowed from the elves. Only then did Alan realize all the pieces were coming together. Why the elves harbored such irrational emotions toward Magrina. Why she, despite being the daughter of the king, had to suffer such horrors repeatedly. Everything, I know your efforts. You even contacted the apostles and led your daughter to be captured by our tribe, didn't you? Why, yes. There were some minor issues, but I did my utmost. Kalanda, with his hideous face, pleaded as if asking for recognition. Barma, looking down at him, wore an unusually serious expression. And then yes, I fully understand your efforts. Thank you, but what do you okay? Without hesitation, he stomped and crushed Kalanda's body. With a chilling sound, dark red blood soaked the ashen land. Under Barma's blood-red foot, who had only been smirking, in the end, that was a failure. Kalanda was instantly crushed and vanished. Alan sensed it instinctively. The situation was at its worst. No, it was worse than the worst. He had experienced this once already while breaking through Barma's intense frontlines. But undoubtedly, the current situation was many times worse than back then. There were too many things the enemy had that they didn't. The morale of the Alliance was at rock bottom. He could even hear the sound of weapons dropping here and there. Alan asked himself a question. Could he change the tide of battle with the power he had shown last time? Inside, he shook his head. Back then and now may have looked similar on the surface, but there were far too many fundamental differences. No matter how much they tried to boost morale, there seemed to be no way to counter the overwhelming number of cultists. Even if they somehow managed to deal with all of them, Barma was still there. Just witnessing that being up close made Alan's entire body tremble. Barma exuded a terrifying presence. In other words, at this point, there was virtually no way to turn the situation around. Yes, at this rate, Alan let out a sigh and looked around. Peenia, frowning, was arranging her mana so she could cast magic at any moment, while Rhine, her face tense as she stared at Barma, was preparing to summon Pluton to the battlefield without alerting the enemy. But their efforts alone were not enough to change the tide of battle. Something far greater was needed to overturn everything. Alan fiddled once again with the item in his pocket. When Barma shattered the world tree right before the Alliance's eyes, a small realization flashed through his mind. It wasn't so much a realization as it was a connecting thread. The thread that linked the advice he received through Dawan and the information and interpretation Peenia had spilled while reading. Alan realized it when he saw the world tree being destroyed, but he couldn't be sure it was truly the right choice. It could just be a ridiculous delusion. It could be a foolish waste of effort. Still squeeze, even so, he had to do it. Alan took a step forward. He walked past refugees staring ahead with eyes full of despair. Past soldiers who had dropped their weapons out of helplessness. Past commanders who glared forward, trying not to be overwhelmed by fear, even as their limbs trembled. Past kings filled with betrayal and despair. Past everyone and stepped forward. Thus, standing before the entire allied army, he used up most of the mana remaining in his mana core and said, "Do not be afraid." It wasn't a shout. Not a scream, not a battle cry, just a calm voice devoid of emotion, carried by mana and spread across the allied forces. All eyes turned toward him. Just that one utterance consumed nearly a third of his mana. But it didn't matter, because it was worth that much. Alon took out the object he had been fiddling with since earlier and looked at it. It was a seed, small and round like a fruit. When he had headed toward the root of the world tree, after dealing with the ash cedar, deep within the world tree, he had received it. A seed of the world tree. Simply have faith. Again, using another third of his mana, Alon conveyed his words to the allied forces. Then, under the shattered remains of the world tree, he dropped the seed and shrouded himself in divinity. However, this divinity was not the divine form of Kalanin he had used until now Whoosh, but the divine power of the primordial elf, which he had accessed for the first time when he ventured beneath the world tree. Then Alon's surroundings began to change completely. On the ashen ground, vibrant green sprouts appeared. Life began to bloom. Fourth, the divinity of green is regeneration. At the same time, Dawan's advice surfaced in his mind. Then it will bring you victory. Alon's final mana spread outward. His intent and the divine power infused into the seed pop caused the world tree to sprout. The world tree rapidly grew through the germination process in an instant. From seed to sprout to branch, from branch to tree, from tree to a giant tree, from giant tree to the world tree. It absorbed all of the green divinity Alon held and grew at an overwhelming pace, surpassing even Barma's height. As a result, the divine power of the primordial elf that Alon possessed, unlike Kalanin's divinity, vanished entirely as if it had never existed. The green planet that had existed within his body lost its light and disappeared. But even though he felt this clearly, Alon didn't care. He covered the gray sky with green leaves and offered hope to the Alliance forces who had only known despair. That reverence once again gathered around one man. Barma, witnessing it, instinctively reached out his hand to stop the growth of the world tree. However, Pluton limited release. Unfortunately, Barma's movement was halted for a moment by a massive mechanical hand that fell from the sky. He tried to deflect the giant fist rushing toward him, but things didn't go as he intended. And the reason was a girl who had appeared out of nowhere. A girl with long, snowy white hair flowing down to her waist stood before Barma. Quadujujuduk. With brilliant, furious purple mana darker than her burning eyes, she completely shattered the ground beneath her feet and charged toward Barma. Then, as the small girl's kick pierced Barma's heart inside Alon's body, where the green planet had disappeared, a snowy white planet took its place. The planet settled in without him realizing it and began to grow. Alon, without hesitation, seized it. You who have glimpsed the fragment, I grant you a law. A voice whispered in his ear. He couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was strangely familiar. But rather than pay attention to that voice now, Alon opened his mouth without hesitation. The law he had been thinking about from the moment he received that advice until now. A law meant solely for him. And I grant it. At the moment he heard those final words, Alon opened his eyes. The scene before him looked the same, but clearly something had changed. The world tree had bloomed completely. A vivid hope was etched into the soldier's eyes. Yet the number of enemies that needed to be defeated remained the same. But Alon smiled. A deep smile formed on the face that had been expressionless for so long. And reverse heaven. A star rose in the gray sky. Chapter 247, the first thing Ryanga felt when she saw Barma was fear. Just looking at it made her body freeze and her vision go white. A hopeless terror. But even amidst such horror, there were two reasons Ryanga was able to move. The rage boiling within her body, enough to overcome that distant, overwhelming emotion. And the sight of Alon, urgently moving after having made a contract to give up everything in exchange for killing Barma. She knew just how incredible Alon's deed was. He had restored the world tree, which had been completely destroyed by Barma, to a flawless state that no one could dispute. Even if Ryanga wasn't knowledgeable about the world, she could not help but realize in an instant how incredible that feat was, and how powerful the god who had made a contract with her truly was. However, immediately after creating the world tree, Alon seemed vulnerable to Barma's attacks. He had his eyes closed even as Barma charged toward him. And the moment Ryanga judged that even the giant mechanical hand falling from the sky wouldn't be enough to stop Barma's advance, she immediately gathered strength into her feet. Normally, it would have been impossible for her to reach Barma, even if she was of the mighty race, born with monstrous strength. The distance between her blended in among the refugees and Barma was simply too great, but that was only when Ryanga was still a normal ghost. Quah! The ground shattered beneath her, and Ryanga's view changed in an instant. In a flash, she passed by refugees and soldiers. With the next step, she brushed past the commander and the king. And the moment her final step slammed into the ground, she was directly beneath Barma. Raising her gaze, Ryanga gathered power once more into her legs. What she saw was the massive form of Barma, the embodiment of despair. But even in the face of that terror, Ryanga steeled her resolve. And she remembered that night of mad screaming, the moment she devoured the half-rotted corpses of her own kind, weeping as she did. The fact that she had waited all this time for this very moment when she could take revenge on Barma. Recalling every emotion and memory, Ryanga released her limit, an explosive burst of magical power. If she moved even once in that state, her body would surely shatter beyond repair. But even knowing that she leapt without hesitation, shooting straight for the heart. Insignificant little creature. Ryanga's attack successfully halted Barma's movement, but failed to inflict any real damage. Caught by Barma's massive hand, right after leaving a scratch on his skin, Ryanga let out a strained groan and glared at him, a gaze looking down on something utterly pitiful, a face that invoked primal fear. Yet even as she faced Barma like that, the girl Ryanga smiled, she already knew. At the very least, she could not defeat Barma before her with her own power. She knew it all too well. That was why, from the very beginning, she had only one objective: to successfully stop Barma's attempt to interfere with Alan. And she had achieved that goal with absolute certainty. With a pained expression, Ryanga turned her gaze toward Alan. There he was. Alan, shrouded in a pure white radiance unlike his usual self. Seeing him like that, Ryanga felt both joy and guilt. Joy that Alan would exact the revenge on Barma she never could. And guilt that she could no longer uphold the contract they had made. Unfortunately, Ryanga's body had reached its limit. Because she had pushed a body that couldn't endure past its breaking point, it was a miracle she was even alive. Yet she could smile. At the fact that Barma would eventually fall. At the fact that she managed to land at least one blow on Barma. Even as Barma's expression twisted with rage, she smiled and closed her eyes. Then, she felt a strange sensation of floating. The oppressive sensation of being gripped by Barma had vanished, and the pain that had threatened to crush her body was gone too. She forced her eyes open with the last of her strength, and what she saw was Kai Chief? Yes, it was Alan, holding Ryanga in his arms, enveloped in a pure white radiance. Thank you. After handing Ryanga over to Rhine, who had come near, he whispered something to her, and then turned immediately. Boom. Before anyone realized, Barma stood before Alan. Eyes wide open, Barma pulled his leg back to kick the calmly standing Alan. Everyone gasped at the sight. In that moment, just as Magranaho had been in shock only moments, Ag instinctively reached out her hand. They saw it. JJJJJJJJT, Barma's body freezing over at incredible speed. And then, lightning god form. Get full chapters from Nova Fire. Net with those quiet words, the frozen Barma's body was blasted away. Boom, crack, 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 boom. Barma's divine form was flung away in an instant, rolling violently across the ground and crushing his own followers. Ugh, ag, ag, the terrified screams of his believers rang out. Barma's frozen body crashed into the trunk of the once-destroyed world tree. In the midst of the chaos and monstrous shrieks, all eyes of the Allied forces turned once more to one man. To the man who effortlessly blasted away Barma, who had seemed utterly untouchable. A god and at the same time Wu Wang. To the hope that now filled the once gray sky with stars like a Milky Way, they offered reverence. The shining lights embroidered in the ashen sky formed a Milky Way. Screams sharp enough to tear the ears rang out in all directions, and Barma kicked off the ground, charging at Alan. As if truly intent on killing him, he scattered his pitch-black divine power in all directions. Mouths that had been frozen until moments ago now opened wide all at once. And then Wu-Hu-Hung. The black divine power, grotesquely condensed, rushed into his mouth, then exploded outward in all directions. KWAH. A surge of divine power fired out all at once, as if determined to leave nothing behind, not even his own believers. The tyrannical divine energy that shot out in multiple branches was something that, under normal circumstances, Alan could not have stopped. No matter how strong his magic was, with his mana alone, he could only block a single stream of the divine power coming at him. Yes, if it were like usual, but now was different. Crack, 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 crack. His technique reverse heaven made it possible. Behind Alon, 10 ice seals appeared, and he swiftly formed seals with his hands. At a glance, it seemed like the 6 ice seals he normally used, utilizing hand signs. But it wasn't. All 10 hands were forming the exact same seal simultaneously. And then water ice seal 10 techniques combined crystal, snow, form eternal fame of snowy peaks, inevitability of the blind. Alon softly murmured the familiar incantation. Crystal spear modified glacier in the ashen world crack. The glacier descended. The divine power surging toward the allied forces froze solid. The glacier that blocked Barma's attack didn't stop, there it imprisoned all the believers present in cold ice. Thunder god form. As Alon's seals changed once more, his body vanished for a moment, and turned into lightning that slammed into Barma's body. Crag! Barma floated in the air, unable to even resist. Even in that fleeting moment, he tried to gather divine power again, opening multiple mouths. Unfortunately, he was stopped once more by the oncoming Alon, and with that crackle snap, the onslaught began. With every movement of the brilliant lightning, Barma's body, which had nearly hit the ground, was lifted back into the air. Chilling shockwaves spread across the glacier. Everyone stood dumbfounded, mouths agape at the overwhelming sight. Even the allied soldiers who had fallen into despair. Even the trembling commander. Even the king, whose face was twisted in betrayal. Even the believers who worshipped Barma. Even the faithful who smiled in the face of death. All of them simply stared at that scene. And so as Barma's body crumbled and fell under the Milky Way that now blanketed the ashen world, in a dazzling instant when Alon, lightning swirling around him, formed seals once more, Barma's falling body froze midair. And then crack, crackle, snap, the Milky Way collapsed. The silver river that filled the gray sky shattered into brilliant shards. The radiant light surrounding Alon's body vanished in an instant. Blood burst from Alon's mouth. It was a development no one had anticipated. Yet even as he vomited blood, he did not panic. This is the limit, He merely looked up at the fading remnants of reverse heaven in the sky and let out a weary sigh. The principle behind the spell he had created, reverse heaven, was simple. To reverse the laws of magic. That was reverse heaven's core and the rule governing Alon's spell. The moment it was activated, he could convert all burned-out mana into near-infinite magical power by applying the rule to mana burn. But the problem was Alon's mana core. His small mana core was far too limited to handle the overwhelming mana generated by reverse heaven. Yet to maintain reverse heaven, he had to continuously cast spells. The side effect of that was the orbs of mana, floating like stars in the sky. Mindlessly stuffed full of mana, he had created hundreds, thousands of mana spheres that failed to form proper spells, battling with brute force. But Alon's body easily reached its limit. Blinking in his blurry vision, Alon opened and closed his eyes. In less than a second, he processed dozens of calculations. His head throbbed like molten lava had been poured into it. His blood vessels had burst, turning his eyes crimson, and dark, thick blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His physical condition was far from normal, having poured all his mana and magic into the battle. Floating in the air, Barma looked at Alon and twisted his lips into a smirk. It was clear Alon had reached his limit. In contrast, Barma, though damaged, had not sustained fatal injuries despite the many attacks. "I'll kill you," he grinned darkly. But then Alon, seeing Barma's sneer, smiled just the same. Alon's goal had never been to kill him. He already predicted that even with overflowing mana, killing that monster was impossible. From the beginning, what Alon aimed for was to inflict the greatest damage possible on Barma, and to pin him in place. Delivering the final blow was not his task. Sensing something was off, Barma quickly turned his gaze behind Alon. And he saw something. It was a massive cannon. So huge it could swallow even someone like Barma whole, a massive weapon connected to the world tree. And then Ocean Cannon Agathan Arisma, full deployment complete. Rhine, moving her hand toward Barma fire. With that small murmur new. Barma's scream burst out and a white light consumed everything. Even the ashen sky. Chapter 248. The blinding white light that had taken everything away returned the lost senses to everyone present in the vast snowy field, fairly and equally. First came hearing, with the sound of the rough wind. Then came the sense of smell that made breathing feel like it would freeze the lungs, and the sense of touch that could feel the piercing cold. And finally, sight. everyone could only stare blankly ahead. There stood Barma. His torso and right arm had completely vanished, and Barma had collapsed helplessly. Ah! Ah! Voices burst out in disbelief at the impossible sight. A faint gasp came from the Allied forces. Among Barma's followers, there was a deep sense of dismay and sighs. They all stared ahead as if entranced. That eerie and quiet silence was shattered by the dismayed voice of one of Barma's followers. A groan of disbelief, as if unable to accept the situation. Clang, he dropped his weapon, and as he blankly stared at the dismembered Barma whose torso and right arm had been blown away, "You He shook his head in denial again and again, then let out a shrill scream and turned to run away. For someone who had roamed around massacring other races as Barma's follower, it was a pitiful sight. However, that retreat quickly spread fear among the other followers. Oh, even the devout followers who had shown unshakable faith began to drop their weapons one by one and back away. A tiny crack formed from a small shock. In an instant, fear spread like an epidemic. Our God, this can't be, it spread everywhere. This doesn't make sense. We can't win, we're going to lose continuously. Why is this happening? Endlessly. This was not a situation where a fierce battle was raging, nor was it one where a blade hovered at their throats. Even so, the followers ran more desperately than ever before. The apostles who had directly received power from Barma stood in their way to stop them. But the crack that had already formed caused uncontrollable chaos. The moment they saw the red wave scatter into the distance, from among the despairing Allied forces, a small voice of disbelief slipped out. Did we win? Did we defeat Barma? Our God brought us victory. That astonishment quickly turned into a powerful hope that swept through the entire Allied forces. Cheers erupted like thunder. A thrill spread across the battlefield. The Allied forces embraced each other without distinguishing race, weeping tears of joy. Marquis, are you okay? It feels like I'm dying, but I'm fine. At least I can still walk. Godfather. Rhine, you did well. No, if you hadn't stalled for time against Barma, Godfather, hitting him would have been practically impossible. Alon let out a soft sigh. Just as he staggered over to Rhine and Pinia, a voice was heard. A terribly unpleasant voice. Everyone who had been celebrating their victory turned to look toward the source. There stood Barma, missing his torso, smirking as he got back up. Hee. So this is how it ended before I could summon them. Truly unfortunate. However, Barma continued speaking as if the blood dripping from his lips meant nothing. I don't really feel like just going down quietly. He reached his hand toward the mouth located on his right thigh. RIP. He tore it open, and then, from the ripped mouth, a sudden explosion of the abyss. Before anyone realized it, it devoured the empty air and formed a massive circle. Ruumble, and began to absorb everything. Grin, a gift. With a twisted smile, Barma said, let's see how you handle this. He hurled the dark abyss he had created toward the Allied forces and was consumed by it. The moment it started sucking in everything like a black hole, Alon frowned. Marquis. Even in this dire moment, Pinia, who had been deep in thought, shouted as if she had figured something out. That thing. It looks different, but it's similar to the strange gate. It's not a fully formed space, but the essence is the same as the strange gate. Then if we enter that, yes, we can try. But, Pinia furrowed her brow and looked behind. There stood the Allied forces, staring blankly at the incoming abyss. Can we do it? A sudden doubt arose in Alon's mind, but the hesitation didn't last long. Reverse heaven. At Alon's murmur, his body was wrapped in white radiance. With countless stars rising above, he formed a seal of ice behind him. Ice seal, 10 forms. Immediately, he formed a seal and expanded his mana, trying to halt the abyss path. Chup. Unfortunately, he only managed to slightly tilt its trajectory downward. The abyss continued to suck everything in. CRACKK? Before it could reach the Allied forces, the abyss slowly crashed into the ground, shattering the earth and drilling downward. Naturally, the ground beneath Alon, Pinia, and Rhine also crumbled in an instant. The three lost their balance and began to fall. Magrina and Rianga, watching them, were seen trying to force their frozen bodies into motion. It was the same for Nangwon and Leah, who stared down in shock. R2 spread her still tiny wings that weren't fully grown. But don't come! Their actions halted at Alon's single shout. He looked up at the children staring down at him. Then, using the still-active reverse heaven power, he delivered a final message to each of them. Marquis, I think we need to do it now. If we get sucked in like this, there'll be nothing left. We have to do it now. Right, no, Wowa? At Penia's desperate shout as they continued falling, he finally calmed his breath, then recalled the formula Penia had told him earlier. Without stopping the reverse heaven technique, he formed a seal. And then, within the abyss that had been empty just moments before, as if shapes were being aligned, a violet world began to slowly take form. It's working. Penia beamed with joy as she watched the slowly forming world. Alon gritted his teeth and began reciting the incantations Penia had told him, one by one. With each phrase, the abyss gradually began to be adorned in shades of violet. The ground appeared. The sky formed, buildings rose, and life emerged. In reality, he was merely summoning shapes based on the rules Penia had deciphered, but it felt as if he were creating an entire world. As he continued to speak the phrases Huff, Marquis, we need to speed up a bit. The abyss is starting to shrink. We have to finish before that energy disappears. At Penia's urging, Alon looked outside. Just as she had said, the abyss that Barma had thrown seemed to be losing power. The gray sky now overlapped with the violet world Alon was constructing. A bizarre sight where time and space were twisted into chaos. Seeing it, Alon quickened his incantations even more. At that moment, a blood-curdling sound tore through the ears of Alon, Penia, and Rhine. The three of them all looked up at once. No way. Penia's voice trembled with shock. And they saw Ida Ma, forcing its body through the black void between time and space, with pale white skin. There's no way. This shouldn't be possible. Penia muttered blankly, eyes wide in disbelief at the impossible sight. Rhine, who had used all her strength to control Agathan, also frowned as she saw the Ma squeezing through the partially formed space. Alon, too, realized things had taken a turn for the absolute worst. It's a shell. What? Penia shouted. That Mao, it's just a shell with no intellect. I don't sense any mind at all. It doesn't even look like the one we saw last time. I think it was caught in the debris of time and space. Even as his mind threatened to explode, Alon observed the creature while maintaining his seal. The maw had already crossed more than halfway through the rift, tearing through the forming world. As Penia had said, it looked very different from the one they had fought before. Its size had grown absurdly large, but its movements were sluggish. The face was the same one they had seen before, but its pale eyes only shimmered with basic survival instincts. We have to push it back. This space isn't naturally formed, it's artificially created and unstable. If that thing breaks through, the whole world will collapse. I'll do something about it. No, Marquis. If you stop casting magic now, this world we're building will collapse, and then it's all over. We won't be able to return to our original timeline. Penia immediately began channeling mana, but her expression was grim. She already knew. With her power alone, there was no way to push back something that had already passed more than halfway through. Alon hesitated for a split second. His mind, strained from using the reverse heaven magic, was already overloaded. He was at his limit. And yet, there was still one method Alon hadn't used. A way to expel the maw from this space without collapsing it, but he hesitated because of the risk. Alon's body was already at its breaking point. If he took one more step beyond this, he might survive, but he would suffer permanent damage without question, so he hesitated just briefly. Who then? Alon made his decision. Just as he opened his mouth to speak Godfather, I'll try something. Rhine's calm voice rang out, You can't. Not right now. Alon answered without a moment's hesitation. If she were in her usual condition, it might have been possible. But not now. There wasn't enough time to summon Pluton, which she could only call forth in limited form, and the newly obtained Agathan was the same. Yet despite Alon's refusal, Rhine smiled gently. Don't worry, Godfather. I have a way. She turned her body toward the approaching maw that was tearing into the space, and crackkkk. She began firing golden coffins in all directions. The coffins rapidly drew chaotic magic circles. Between Alon and Rhine, a massive barrier formed. Watching from Alon's side, Penia gasped, Lady Rhine, that's a severance seal? And a sealing formation. Realizing the nature of the magic, her face turned pale. Alon's eyes widened as well. Rhine looked at him calmly and whispered, ... It's nice. What? Because I get to see your face, Godfather. Then she smiled brightly, as if something had been lifted from her heart. Honestly, I was a little jealous of Xiaoreng. The golden coffins formed a dizzying array of magical sigils. They grew faster and faster, cutting off the space between Alon and Rhine. Stop, Rhine. Don't worry so much, Godfather. I'm not going to fall into some void in time. Barma's power is already gone, so I'll probably just fall under the world tree. The golden coffins forming the wall began covering Ryan's feet. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. No, I do. That thing's going to crawl out instead of falling into the void. I need to keep it contained. The coffins reached Ryan's knees. I don't want to sacrifice my family. Is that so? Yes, so that's exactly why. The coffins reached her waist. What? Godfather, I don't want to watch my family be sacrificed either. Especially Yao, you're more special to me than anyone. And the golden coffins reached just beneath Ryan's chest. This is something I want to do. Why? Because, just like I think of you as the coffins covered her collarbone, Ryan gave a pure, serene smile with not a trace of regret. I want to be someone special to you too. She whispered softly, we'll see each other again. Time doesn't flow inside the seal, so soon. Even if hundreds of years pass the moment the golden coffins completely sealed off the space, I'll be waiting, until you come find me. With her final voice, the once incomplete violet world was completed. Chapter 249 Few. The space was completely severed by the golden crown. As the magic circle drawn around her activated, and darkness began to descend over the ashen sky, Ryan suddenly recalled a memory from the past. The beginning of that memory was always a small cabin. When she walked into that small cabin, there was a warm family. A mother cooking food, a father sitting at the desk, chatting gently with the mother, and 3 children chattering and running around nearby. Even though more than 10 years had passed, that memory had not faded. No, in fact, each time it surfaced, it only became more vivid in her mind. What rose next was a clear voice. Mom, Dad, a big sister told me that there's a secret only I can know. Do you know what it is? In front of Ryan, a tiny girl who couldn't even reach her waist laughed gleefully. The little girl chattered happily, her small lips fluttering. No Ryan in the past had delivered a strange woman's words to her parents. And with that, the memory once again displayed the scene Ryan always saw in her dreams. The corpse of a woman whose throat had been torn out. A man murdered with his limbs twisted in every direction. And the grotesque sight of 3 children who had lost all life, blood gushing from every hole in their bodies. The sin she had committed herself. The horrific scene created by her own ignorance became engraved before her eyes. What rose next was the memory of that time, when she received powers from the Godfather and unknowingly became a little arrogant. That encounter. The encounter with Emil that made her lose something precious to herself in the end. Ryan couldn't do anything during that encounter. Even in that battle, she had only received help. A being who couldn't protect anything and only received help. A being who could only lose everything if she failed to protect. A being utterly useless, worthless. That was the evaluation Ryan gave herself. And so, she was rather glad about this situation. She, who had never once been able to protect someone, had finally protected something. The one she cherished the most. The one who called her family, even though she had trampled on everything due to her ignorance. Someone precious. Ryan turned her gaze. On the opposite side, she saw the figure of Agu, sealed together with her. Not even a drop of reason remained, but regardless of what anyone said, it possessed the clear power of greed. The power to make anything its own using hundreds of years. It was right there. And that wasn't all. Ryan had gained something truly precious. She had gotten the chance to become a precious existence to someone she held dear. Some might call her foolish. They might think she was just being used and discarded. But no matter what whispers came her way, the faint smile on Ryan's lips wouldn't fade, because she knew the Godfather well. He was a gentle person. He hated seeing others get hurt. Even in situations where it would be natural to act selfishly, he simply couldn't. He might believe he was being selfish, but to anyone watching, he was someone who moved for others. Because he was such a person, Ryan was certain that when she escaped this space, she would become someone precious to Elan. 700 years, it had been a long time, truly an incredibly long time. And yet, she was okay. Because it was time to gain the strength to protect someone dear. Time to take a place in the Godfather's heart. It hadn't been such a long time after all. Ryan smiled and opened the books in her mental library. There was still so much to do. Elan no, to the elves, he was known as the primordial elf who revived the world tree. To other races, he was known as the celestial being. It had been a month since he vanished. Since he dealt with Barma, which could be called the Black Thing, the world had begun quickly returning to its original state. The ashen sky that had stolen the sun from them was now bathed in warm sunlight. The darkened land now smelled fresh and earthy again, as if nothing had happened. Everything was gradually returning to how it once was. And in the center of the elven land of Grainifra, which regained its greenery fastest of all. At the World Tree, 4 men and women of different races knelt in silence before a tombstone under the tree. Sniffle someone was crying. Someone remained silent. Someone else wore a pained expression. Though they each showed different emotions, they shared one thing in common. Among them, the heterochromatic-eyed boy who had remained silent stood up and turned around. "Where are you going?" the girl, no, the dragonkin who had been sniffing, asked. The boy opened his mouth with a maturity that didn't match his age, to get stronger. "Why? Because I'll take revenge on who? That white one." With eyes burning in deep fury, the boy said, "I know brother could have survived back then. I saw it with my own eyes, at the bottom of that underground place. If that white one hadn't suddenly appeared out of nowhere," he gritted his teeth. "That's why I'll find that bastard who disappeared to who knows where, and kill him with my sister. I'll avenge brother who saved me no matter how long it takes. And with that resolve, Nangwen, even if I have to break the promise brother made me keep." He turned and walked toward the place where his sister waited. After Nangwen completely vanished from sight, the remaining ones began to rise, one by one. The god said, "If someone named Alibin ever asks for help, to be good to him. That means I need to get stronger." And when that time comes, Rhea muttered as she left. "I am the black dragon," who kept sobbing, had eyes filled with tears, but eventually walked away weakly. And the last one left was Ryanga, in the now silent place where everyone else had gone. However, Ryanga did not move a single step from in front of the World Tree and simply stared at the tombstone. And then, "I don't believe it," she muttered, very quietly, so faintly that no one could hear it. "But Chief isn't dead," in a voice filled with certainty. Even if the others hadn't seen it, she had, in that final moment. Chief hadn't been consumed by the abyss that devoured all of Barma. Purple. With something purple, he hadn't died but disappeared. Others hadn't believed it, but Ryanga believed what she saw. That's why Ryanga recalled the final words Alan had spoken. The voice that suddenly echoed in her mind as he fell. "Live righteously." Ryanga clenched her fists tightly. From now on, that would be the goal of her life. It would become her justification. Because Chief was alive, he would return to her someday. So for that time to be acknowledged by Chief, to be told she had lived righteously. To see that face once more, she would keep on living. The noblekin who devoured her own kind left Grainifra in the late hours of dawn. And at that moment in the kingdom of Grainifra. Now the only remaining high elf, an elf untainted by any curse, Magrina stared blankly at the ring placed beneath her desk. A ring of such a simple design, without any special patterns. And yet, the reason Magrina kept staring at it endlessly was because she knew it was the ring worn by Alano, her older brother. Why is this? Magrina dazedly recalled what happened earlier. The moment the ring suddenly bounced into the carriage as she returned to the capital. A man with blue eyes. When she hurriedly looked outside the carriage, the crowd was so large it was overwhelming. Even so, among the crowd, Magrina immediately recognized him. The one who placed the ring inside the carriage. Who in the world was he? Though his entire body was thoroughly concealed, she saw it clearly. Those vivid blue eyes stared straight at her before vanishing. Who could it be? No matter how much she thought, she couldn't find an answer. Because she couldn't recall anyone with such deep blue eyes. Magrina quietly lifted the ring. No matter how many times she checked, it was indeed the ring her brother had worn. Could brother still be alive? A hope that rose in her without her realizing it. But soon, she buried that hope deep within her, because she had seen it. The primordial elf, her older brother, deep within the underground, saving the allied forces and meeting his end. With a somber expression, Magrina grasped the ring on her desk and recalled the last words her brother had spoken. "You'll be able to lead the elves well." Words meant for her, even in his final moments. Recalling that voice, Magrina made a quiet vow to follow his words, to follow them and lead the elves, to become a queen. The resolve she had engraved in her heart countless times, she engraved once more. And at that very moment beside the shattered World Tree where Barma had met his end, a lone figure silently stared at the place where Barma's corpse had once been. With jet-black, pitch-dark eyes, the figure stared into the massive hole where Barma had perished. No, the man who had once been a disciple of Barma. Grinned unconsciously, he let out a chuckle. Even though the god he had believed in, the one with overwhelming power, was now dead. Even though countless believers had fallen into despair. He did not. There was no need to despair. Because someone even more worthy of his faith than Barma had appeared. The man recalled the god who had turned the world into ice and painted the Milky Way across the ashen sky. The god who, for someone like him who worshipped strength, was worth devoting his faith to. The great god who had made him forsake his faith in Barma, he slowly raised his head. Worship. He worshipped quietly. Soon, the half-remaining black horn faintly revealed its form against the night sky. I think it's finally complete now, Hu, to Penia's oddly hesitant voice. Alan, who had collapsed powerlessly, looked out at the violet world. That world was recreated exactly the same as it had been before Alan fell long ago. Should we go out right away? No, since it's properly stabilized now, it won't shake as long as we don't interfere with it. Then let's rest a little. Alan let out a deep sigh. His head grew complicated, and he roughly scratched at his scalp. It was because of Rhine. Alan recalled what he had seen before in Grainifra, when he discovered the mother of greed, who should not have been there, and felt something was off. So that was why. Thinking to take a short rest, Alan soon stood back up, because he had to undo Rhine's seal. Then he suddenly made a strange face. The reason was, where did the ring go? The oath ring that should have been on his finger had vanished. I am sure I never took it off, but for now, getting out of here came first. Alan turned his gaze to Penia. Let's go for now. Ah, yes. Perhaps sensing Alan's foul mood, Penia quickly responded. As Alan began moving with her out the door, he calmly recalled the final moments. The moment when he blocked the children who tried to save him and left his final words with magic. I hope the message got through. As he remembered each of the children's faces, he thought of Rhea. He hadn't recognized her at first, but as they spent more time together, he came to know her name was Historia. And so, he realized her identity immediately and left a message for her too. Recalling the final moment lasted only briefly. Then Alan turned to Penia and asked, when we were flung away, did we return to that point in time? If my calculations are correct, yes. Eventually, as they stepped outside, what came into view was, seriously, you didn't say a single proper goodbye, and now you leave like this. What does that make me? It was Evan's very familiar back, wearing black armor, standing before a very antique coffin, radiating deep sorrow. Surrounding him were many others, mourning silently. The Duke of Altia and Count Zenonia, along with other nobles, were lined up and quietly paying their respects. Even right beside the coffin, Yuman was murmuring a prayer while radiating divine power in all directions. Somehow, it felt like an atmosphere too solemn to disturb. Because of that, Alan froze where he stood. Penia, who followed after, also quickly grasped the situation and merely rolled her eyes. And then still, I must live on. It was a pleasure. Marquis, the money you left me, ill use it well. As Evan said that with a sorrowful smile, referring to money Alan never actually left to him, the moment he turned around, Alan met his eyes. Evan's pupils instantly dilated, but before he could react, Penia. She was a rude bastard, but she was still a good friend. She was really rude, but yeah, a good friend, right? A good friend, me? As they talked, looking at the other coffin placed next to Alan's. What the hell did you just say? Penia suddenly muttered as she rolled her eyes and let out a hard crack sound. And in an instant, all eyes turned in one direction. The heavy, solemn, sorrowful atmosphere was suddenly filled with utter confusion and stunned silence. Alan, for the first time, truly felt what a suffocating atmosphere was. Chapter 250, a confused silence settled over Alan and Penia. Penia instinctively rolled her eyes. Alan likewise stayed silent without saying much. It wasn't so much an intentional silence as it was simply not knowing what to say. Although they had just escaped from the strange gate, they weren't completely clueless. Alan could easily figure out what was going on here. No, in fact, anyone would have noticed. Alan shifted his gaze to look at the coffins lined up behind Evan. Each of the 3 coffins had portraits of Alan, Penia, and Rhine placed on them. It was hard to breathe in this suffocating atmosphere, and they could only stay silent for a moment. Marquis. At Evan's voice, filled with disbelief, Alan paused to think about what to say. It's been a while. He greeted him. His first words after returning to the original timeline were an awkward greeting. The atmosphere in the funeral hall became incredibly awkward upon realizing that Alan and Penia had returned. But only for a moment. Marquis, I am so glad, but we need to move immediately. Me too. That's a relief. I was wondering what to do, but this should make controlling Kalfa a bit easier. I've caused trouble. No, not at all. Just the fact that you've returned is such a relief. If you had really passed away, things wouldn't have gone well. Truly, then let's talk more in detail next time we meet. Duke Altia and Count Zenonia quickly left after expressing their relief. Brother, it's been a while, Saint. Truly, truly, thank goodness. Brother. Following them, Saint Euman of Rosario looked at Alon with deep emotion. Alon scratched his head with an awkward expression beneath his blank face. Somehow, I seem to have caused you concern. Not at all. The fact that you're back really, it's such a relief. Euman, nodding repeatedly as if truly relieved, tightly grabbed Alon's hand. Alon looked slightly puzzled. Of course, he had realized that the saint had gone out of his way to help him last time. But still, he didn't expect someone to cry over his death like this. He found it surprising, even puzzling. Brother, you should rest for a while. I've treated your major wounds already. After treating Alon, Euman briefly left the tent. Shortly after, is it really you, Marquis? Evan, who had been staring at Alon in a daze like he'd seen a ghost, finally spoke. Do I look like a fake to you? No, it's just I can't believe it. Didn't you disappear with that monster? What on earth happened? Alon pondered how to explain, then decided to ask a question first. I'll explain later when it's just the two of us. This isn't something to talk about in front of everyone. More importantly, how much time has passed? As he asked, Alon noticed Pina in the distance, talking earnestly with Selim Micardo. Evan, still curious about Alon's whereabouts, answered first. 3 months have passed. 3 months. Yes, 3 whole months? Yes, you had completely vanished without a trace for 3 months. The unexpected passage of time. Alon calmly calculated how much time had passed while he was in the past. If I roughly estimate it, that sounds about right. Did time flow almost one between here and the past? No, that still feels a bit strange. If Alon had understood Pina correctly, he should have returned not to now, but to 3 months ago, the moment he got sucked into the beast's maw. That's the time Pina remembered from the strange gate. Well, since I came back without much of a time gap, it's not a big deal. Had he returned 2 or 3 years later instead of a few months, things would have been much more troublesome. Alon let out a small sigh of relief. So then, my first priority should be to go to Granifra. Thinking of Rhine, he started planning his next steps. At that moment, Evan asked as if he'd been waiting. By the way, Marquis, where is Rhine? I was just about to go bring her back. You're going to bring her back? Yes. Didn't you go in together? There's something like that. Evan's face shifted from confusion to intense curiosity. But eventually, he nodded as if he had no choice. Still, I am glad you're back, Marquis. Honestly, you came back at the perfect time, might be just enough to prevent the world from falling apart. Is falling apart? Oh, right. I guess you would know, Marquis. Evan clapped a fist into his palm and nodded. Alon raised a brow in confusion. While you were away for 3 months, a lot of things happened. What kinds of things? Well, Colony and Ashtalon are on the brink of war. Oh, and Caliban and Ashtalon too, also on the verge of war. And Raxus is throwing a fit saying they'll go to war with Ashtalon as well. Though Ashtalon's been the only one getting beaten up so far. Evan's report was completely unexpected. In Psychedelia, the allied kingdoms had never fought each other. Alon, deep in thought, recalled what Evan had said earlier. Still, I'm glad you're back, Marquis. Honestly, you came back at the perfect time, might be just enough to prevent the world from falling apart. As if this situation had occurred because of him, Alon asked just to be sure. Just checking, Evan, all the stuff you just mentioned. Yes, just as you guessed, it all happened because you disappeared, Marquis. Words that made no sense. Alon instinctively pointed to himself and asked again. Because of me? Yes, because of you, Marquis. Really? Yes. If you hadn't come back, we'd probably be at war by now. With almost 100, no 150 certainty, Evan stated. Alon raised the same finger he pointed with and silently clutched his head. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't begin to understand how things had gotten to this point. And to make it worse, and I think you should check on Sialrang's condition right away too. Right now, something seems seriously wrong. With that added bit of news, what on earth is going on? Alon's mind grew even more tangled. The dragon slowly lifted its head, thinking that the end was near. What came into view was Suin. The beastkin with golden hair. In just a little more time, she would be completely devoured and become a small sacrifice for the greater cause. It hadn't expected things to turn out this way. From the deep, dark abyss where Suin could not see, it thought. In truth, when the apostle had first fallen, it had intended to abandon Suin's body without hesitation. There was no doubt her body was highly desirable, perfect for descent, and undoubtedly well-suited to wield its power. In other words, she was an ideal vessel for sacrifice in the name of the cause. But even so, the reason it had tried to give up on Suin's body was because there was no place inside her heart for it to enter. These beings must usually feed on broken minds, gnawing away at them and gradually taking over. Yet Suin's mind, which should have shattered from the apostle's influence, had remained completely intact. So intact, in fact, that even arrogance had no way of slipping through. What's more, it had even lost the apostle by then. So it had decided to give up on Suin and seek out another vessel. That wasn't until just recently. From within the endless abyss, it began to observe Suin's mental state again. It was now endlessly unstablely a few more whispers away from collapsing entirely. The dragon couldn't comprehend why Suin's state had changed so much. Last time, her willpower had been so strong there wasn't a single crack. But now, even without it doing anything, her mind was steadily collapsing. Like a flower wilting over time, she was falling apart naturally. So the dragon watched the girl's body it had once given up on for just a little longer. And eventually, recently, it had gotten results. It had already managed to share some of its power with Suin, which meant was becoming more and more ideal for descent. So the dragon, now elated, calmly observed her mind as it continued to be dyed by the abyss. And finally, today, child, do you not desire more power? It spoke to Suin. In the dragon's eyes, her mind was now in perfect condition for possession, twisted beyond repair to the point where it no longer needed to hide. I don't need it. Why do you say that? Don't you want revenge? Revenge. Yes, against the world that made you this way. Don't you want to get back at those who killed what was precious to you? Suin's pupils trembled violently. Watching this, the dragon grinned wickedly. It knew. Whenever the girl heard mention of her precious one, her mind would waver terribly. It had even transferred power to her once before, using that memory. Recalling the weakness that could move her, it kept whispering persistently. I already got my revenge. The revenge isn't over. Why not? To begin with, if the others hadn't let your precious one die, none of this would have happened. Other people, yes, other people, you should take revenge on them too. It's their fault for failing to protect what was dear to you. Such a sweet whisper. Such a wicked whisper. Now even the corners of Suin's eyes began to quiver. Seeing that, the dragon crawled out of the abyss without hesitation and materialized in front of Suin Xiaoreng. It had to be cautious, as materializing again would require much time. But the dragon was sure of it. This was the only moment when possession would succeed. Come, let me help you. Accept me, and you can kill them all those who failed to protect what was dear to you. So, without hesitation, it revealed itself, smiling viciously as it opened its mouth Lady Xiaoreng, but could not finish its sentence. The sudden interruption left the dragon uneasy, but it soon smiled again. Even if someone had interfered, Xiaoreng's gaze was still fixed on it. So the dragon tried once more to speak the Marquis. The Marquis is alive. At the cry of the girl who burst through the door, the dull, lifeless eyes that had been staring at the dragon as if she were dead began to regain their light. Her dim golden irises started to shine brilliantly. Her drooping tail swayed, and her limp ears perked up toward the sky. Really? Yes, he's on his way here right now. As the girl confirmed it again, Xiaoreng's eyes widened in disbelief. And in that moment, the dragon saw it. The spirit that had been buried in the abyss was being restored at an absurd rate. W8? That's a lie. Just a lie meant to deceive you. The dragon tried to shout in panic, Masterer. But before it could say anything crash, Xiaoreng shattered the window and bolted out. Left all alone, the dragon stared dumbly at the broken window. Its expression was one of disbelief. What the hell was that? Only its strangely pitiful voice echoed through the space.